A poor student unexpectedly activates a system during a contract ceremony, transforming a worthless grass snake into a top-tier dragon girl with just a bowl of rice. In a world where humans coexist with spirit beasts, Su Yuan, an ordinary student, earns the chance to participate in the contract ceremony through work-study programs. However, fate seems to play a cruel joke on him as he ends up contracting with the lowest-grade grass snake. Just as despair sets in, a mysterious simplified beast taming system suddenly appears. The system's capabilities are astounding while others must engage their beasts in constant battles and training to level up. Su Yuan's beast only needs sunbathing and exercise to grow. Others search for rare treasures to purify bloodlines, whereas Su Yuan only needs to feed his beast rice and tofu pudding to evolve continuously. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yuan quickly gets to work. He grabs a jar of rice and begins feeding the grass snake. At that moment, a miracle occurs. The weak little snake starts to grow wildly, its body expanding, scales transforming into dragon scales, wings unfurling, dragon claws enveloped in flames, and the snake's head becoming a majestic dragon head. Even more astonishing, the beast continues to evolve. The dragon scales fade away, revealing smooth skin, and her long, winered hair cascades like the flames of an underworld inferno. She transforms into a stunning dragon girl, introducing herself as Long Yao. The system indicates Dragon Maiden Warrior, Rarities level, possessing the Dragon Flame epic skill, Celestial Ashes mythic, and 5 Dragon God bloodline. This means Su Yuan's beast has leapt from level to a top-tier existence. Although Long Yao is proud and often refers to herself as the king, she acknowledges her contract with Su Yuan. However, this dragon girl seems quite intrigued by human energy, keeping Su Yuan on his toes. The next day, when Su Yuan arrives at the Sacred Beast Academy with Long Yao, it causes an immediate sensation. Students outside the academy buzz with chatter about how this poor student, who only had a grass snake yesterday, now possesses an S-level shape-shifting beast. However, this impressive transformation soon invites trouble. A wealthy heir, Lu Ziyang, upon hearing his underlings' provocations, hatches a dubious plan. He whispers to his followers, "Follow me." In this city-state threatened by fierce beasts, beast masters hold an exalted position as its protectors. Under the city's hierarchical system, there are nobles, citizens, and slaves. For ordinary people, becoming a beast master is the only way to break free from societal shackles. There are various methods to acquire a beast: killing a beast master, capturing one directly, trading, or even coercing a beast master to relinquish their contract. For someone like Lu Ziyang, a noble's offspring, there's also the option of using a blood slave contract to strip someone of their citizenship. However, this must be done before the person registers as a beast master, as a beast master's citizenship is irrevocable, and they cannot become slaves. This is precisely why Su Yuan is eager to become a beast master. As Su Yuan and Long Yao approached the administration office of the Sacred Beast Academy, Lu Ziyang and his entourage caught up with them. His lackey, Xiong Wei, stepped forward to block Su Yuan's path. "Hold on. What are you doing at the Sacred Beast Academy with just a grass snake contract? This place doesn't support idlers." Su Yuan's expression darkened. Lu Ziyang hailed from the Lu family, a top-tier beastmaster family in Dawn City, with his uncle Lu Yuan being the vice principal of the Sacred Beast Academy. This spoiled brat often bullied others and frequently caused trouble for Su Yuan. Today, his obstruction was likely because he had his sights set on Long Yao. "I'm here to register as a beastmaster. Is there a problem?" Su Yuan calmly pushed Xiong Wei aside. Wang Li chuckled. "Haven't seen you for a few days, and you've grown a backbone, huh?" "Su Yuan, Brother Yang has taken a liking to your beast. You know the Lu family's influence. We don't want to throw our weight around, so we're offering to buy your beast." The surrounding students looked downcast. Obtaining an rank beast is usually a ticket to success, but often attracts trouble as well. Lu Ziyang proposed, "I can let you participate in the Lu family's contract ceremony. Even the lowest level is rank. Plus, I'll give you 500 gold coins as compensation, enough to buy a house on the outskirts. And if I refuse?" Su Yuan sneered. Lu Ziyang pulled out a blood-red contract, the paper seeming to pulse with flowing blood. "Then prepare to become a slave." Before he could finish speaking, a dragon claw suddenly grasped his head, lifting him from the ground like a potato. The blood slave contract fell to the ground, and Lu Ziyang's punches and kicks were futile. Long Yao had revealed her true form, her terrifying golden slitted eyes inches from his forehead, her fangs dripping with acid, ready to dissolve him at any moment. A dragon! It's a dragon! The surrounding students recoiled in fear. In this world, dragons are the ultimate symbol of ferocity, occupying 3 spots among the top 10 fierce beasts. Dragons are inherently vicious yet loyal, acknowledging only one master for life. "Master, can I eat this one?" Long Yao teased. Lu Ziyang was so terrified he was crying and wet himself. Let me go. My uncle is the vice principal." I'm from the Lu family. Miss Long Yao, he's too filthy to eat. Su Yuan laughed. Long Yao casually tossed Lu Ziang 30 meters into a wall. With a loud crash, he fell to the ground, coughing up blood, his bones shattered. His cronies hurriedly carried him away. Though the Sacred Beast Academy forbids killing, the surrounding students cheered for Su Yuan's bravery, realizing he had stirred up significant trouble. Without lingering, Su Yuan walked directly into the administration office. The office director, Li Jingwei, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said approvingly, "Not bad. To remain undeterred by poverty and unyielding in the face of power, that's what makes a true man. On behalf of Dawn City, I welcome you, young beast master." Li Jingwei took out a simple and ancient-looking waist badge from his pocket. The bronze patterns on it shimmered faintly, signifying that Su Yuan had officially become a one-star beast master. "Now that you are a one-star beast master, you need to enroll in the Beast Master Academy for training," Li Jingwei said solemnly. "Once you reach 4 stars, you can choose to graduate or continue your studies. As a beast master, you have the right to freely enter and exit Dawn City and other city-states, join the Beast Masters Guild, and accept missions. You will also retain your citizenship forever. However, with these rights come responsibilities. You must not cause bloodshed within Dawn City and must accept mandatory summons from any city-state to defend them. Do you understand?" Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Li Jingwei continued, "These restrictions are both a constraint and a protection. Just as you can't deal with Lu Ziang inside the city, he can't harm you either, even if he is from the Lu family. This is an absolute boundary. If nobles could easily slaughter beast masters, our city-states would have long fallen to the fierce beasts." Patting Su Yuan on the shoulder, Li Jingwei advised earnestly, "I saw what happened earlier. Although Lu Ziang was rude, he is still a noble. Your beast injured him, and even if you were justified, it might attract hostility from other noble students or even retaliation. But as long as you stay within Dawn City, they won't dare go too far. It's better to wait until you're stronger before venturing out. Besides, with its-level beast, even in a place like the Sacred Beast Academy, there aren't many beast masters of your level. Naturally, there will be those willing to protect you." Su Yuan thanked him quietly. Li Jingwei handed him a Beast Master Manual. "This is a compilation of fundamental beast mastery techniques by our predecessors. Study it to prepare for your enrollment. I assume you're aiming for the Sacred Beast Academy?" "Yes." Su Yuan accepted the manual. Although Dawn City has other institutions like Dawn Academy and Myriad Beast Academy, none can compare to the Sacred Beast Academy in terms of power and prestige. Even combined, the others barely match up. As a top-tier academy, the Sacred Beast Academy holds the richest resources, rare materials, ancient beast mastery sites, and even premium beast contracts, making it the student's top choice. As Su Yuan left the administrative office, he saw Lu Ziang leaning against the door outside, glaring at him with a few broken bones. He was muttering threats like, "You'll never leave Dawn City alive," and "You won't get into the Sacred Beast Academy." Su Yuan paid him no mind and left directly. Returning home, Su Yuan earnestly studied the Beast Master Manual. It detailed the basic knowledge of beast mastery. Beasts need to gain experience points through battles, and once they level up, the experience points reset. Each level is divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. When reaching advanced bronze level with full experience, one must find rare materials that match the beast's bloodline to break through. When a primary beast reaches silver level, experience gain stops, and the beast master needs to pass the 2-star beast master examination. Upon success, they can contract a second beast, allowing the primary beast to continue gaining experience. The manual recommended that 1-star beast masters train in Dawn Forest, 10 miles outside the city, where only the lowest level fierce beasts reside. However, recalling Li Jingwei's warning and Lu Ziang's threats, Su Yuan realized that leaving the city could be dangerous. But staying inside meant never gaining experience points. At that moment, Su Yuan remembered he had a system. System, how can I simplify gaining experience points? Ding. Experience point acquisition simplified. The host only needs to have the beast bask in the sun to gain experience points. Really? Is this the ultimate simplified beast mastery? Su Yuan exclaimed joyfully, turning to Long Yao. "Miss Long Yao, shall we go sunbathing?" Long Yao, still sleepy after transforming, nodded drowsily. "Sure." Su Yuan took Long Yao to the rooftop terrace and set up 2 sun loungers. As they lay down, Su Yuan kept his eyes fixed on the data in his mind. Finally, there was a change in the data. The Dragon Maiden quietly basked in the sunlight, and the system notification chimed in. Gained experience 1. Experience 1100. Soon after, 2 more notifications followed, steadily increasing the experience to 3100. Su Yuan quickly noticed this astonishing pattern. He could earn 1 experience point every minute. After doing some simple calculations, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. That's 60 points in an hour, which means he could achieve his first level up in less than 2 hours. This discovery prompted him to compare it with the leveling methods outside Dawn City. According to the Beast Mastery Manual, the most common fierce beast in the Dawn Forest is the bronze-level saber-toothed boar. These tough-skinned beasts only grant one experience point upon a successful kill. Ordinary one-star beast masters struggle to earn around 30 points in a day there. But now, all Su Yuan needed to do was sit with the Dragon Maiden and soak up the sun to easily surpass those desperately battling beast masters in the forest. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but exclaim to himself, "Wow." He quickly did the math in his head. 100 experience points are needed for bronze beginner, 500 for intermediate, and 1,000 for advanced. In other words, just 1,600 minutes of sunbathing, roughly 26.66 hours, would propel him to the bottleneck. And if he found the right natural treasures, he could directly advance to a silver-level Beast Master, becoming a 2-star Beast Master. This is unbelievable. Su Yuan recalled that the fastest promotion record in Dawn City took half a month. He immediately resolved that from now until tomorrow, no, for a long time to come, he would persist in sunbathing. I'll bask here, for 180 days if I have to, soak in the sun until it's delicious and fresh. Every minute, the system notification would sound right on time, with the experience steadily accumulating. This easy and pleasant training method made Su Yuan feel incredibly comfortable. He even imagined that if he could fish while doing this, it would be the perfect life. Thus, Su Yuan and Long Yao spent a leisurely day on the rooftop. Meanwhile, the person sent by the Lu family to spy on them had returned and found the injured Lu Ziang, reporting in surprise, "Young master, I wasn't seeing things. That scoundrel Su Yuan spent the whole day sunbathing. He's not planning to leave Dawn City to level up at all." "What?" Lu Ziang widened his eyes in disbelief. Li Ziang rubbed the large bump on his head, squinting as he asked, "What?" The news left him a bit surprised. Typically, newly appointed Beast Masters are eager to gain experience and quickly advance to a 2-star status. But upon further reflection, a sinister smile crept across his face. That scoundrel is finally scared. Does he really think hiding in Dawn City makes him safe? Or that he can easily enter the Sacred Beast Academy? What did Uncle say? The old servant bowed respectfully. Second Master said you should focus on recovering. With him around, not only can he prevent Su Yuan from enrolling, but he can also revoke his student status, barring him from any Beast Master Academy forever. Li Ziang's twisted face finally showed a smile. A mere commoner, thinking he can strut around Dawn City just because he became a Beast Master? I can't kill you in the city, but ruining your future is easy enough. He sneered. Without student status, he can't enter the Beast Academy, and the assessments from 2-star to 4-star rely entirely on the academy. He'll be stuck as a 1-star grunt for life. His laughter was so vigorous that it pulled at his facial wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. It hurts like hell. Go get the medicine. The wounds opened up. Meanwhile, on Su Yuan's side, a system notification popped up. Ding, Dragon Maiden has gained 1 experience point from sunbathing. Current experience, 10001000, reached max level for bronze advanced. Host, please find suitable rare materials to complete the breakthrough. Over the past few days, Long Yao had briefed Su Yuan on her progress. Her control over the dragon flame had expanded from 50 meters to 100 meters, with a significant increase in temperature. She possessed 2 skills: the epic level, a dragon breath, which could unleash dragon flames imbued with destructive energy at a range of 300 meters and a 10-second cooldown, and the mythic level, sky ashes, which could be used only once and drained all her energy, but was incredibly powerful. System, what rare materials does the Dragon Maiden need for a breakthrough? Su Yuan inquired. Ding. A dragon blood gem is required, obtainable only from the dragon's nest, the system replied. Su Yuan's heart sank. The dragon's nest was located 300 miles away in the Nether Valley outside Dawn City, an almost impossible task for a 1-star Beast Master. Is there a simpler way? Ding. Simplified requirement. Just 1 bowl of savory tofu pudding. With a mix of skepticism and hope, Su Yuan and Long Yao headed to a nearby tofu pudding shop. Initially doubtful that ordinary food could aid in a breakthrough, Long Yao decided to trust Su Yuan, recalling her unusual experience of leveling up by sunbathing. As the first spoonful of savory tofu pudding went down, Long Yao was astonished to feel a surge of powerful energy coursing through her body, akin to the activation of her bloodline by a true dragon blood gem. Eagerly, she finished the entire bowl, feeling the transformative changes within her. The system panel updated immediately. Dragon Maiden. Rarity. S level. Level. Silver initial. Experience. 02000. Talents. Dragon Flame Epic, Dragon Eye Epic. Skills. Dragon Breath Epic, Sky Ashes Mythic. Bloodline. Tin Dragon God Bloodline. And just like that, with a mere bowl costing 2 copper coins, Su Yuan's Beast Master companion successfully advanced to the silver level. Even as Su Yuan confirmed the data in his mind, A sense of disbelief lingered. Long Yao, standing before him, wiped the juice from the corner of her mouth and hummed contentedly, "Little one, you were right. This stuff really can help me break through. Bring me 20 more bowls." The appetite of this dragon warrior maiden was truly astonishing. Her meal intake 10 times that of Su Yuan's. In Dawn City, one copper coin roughly equaled $1 from Su Yuan's past life. He usually earned 80 copper coins a day doing odd jobs. The currency conversion was simple. One silver coin equaled 1,000 copper coins, and one gold coin was 10 silver coins. Reflecting on Lu Ziyang's previous offer of 500 gold coins, it was indeed a hefty sum, equivalent to 5 million. But how could Long Yao's worth be measured in money? She was not only Su Yuan's first companion, but also his future, and she had taken his innocence. Such an existence was priceless. No amount of money would make Su Yuan agree to part with her. Su Yuan took out 40 copper coins and ordered 20 more bowls for Long Yao. Although this time the salty tofu pudding didn't have the breakthrough effect, Long Yao still ate with gusto. Su Yuan calculated to himself. Once he became a beast tamer, he could take on numerous tasks and needed to start earning money quickly, or else Long Yao would devour his 3 years' savings in just 3 months. After eating, they returned home to rest and prepared for the next day's enrollment matters. Early the following morning, hurried footsteps and a knock on the door suddenly rang out. "Su Yuan. Su Yuan? Ah Yuan, get up. Open the door, it's urgent." The voice was familiar. Su Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and went to the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw it was his classmate Huang Ming. This well-off classmate had often used family connections to arrange easy jobs for Su Yuan during his 3 years of working and studying, making him a good friend at school. Although Huang Ming didn't get a great beast during the contract ceremony, his family helped him with a second contract, and he obtained a level beast. Just a few days ago, he had gone out of town with his family elders to train, and today he hurried over as soon as he returned. "Oh, it's you, Huang." Su Yuan opened the door and teased the panting Huang Ming. "What's up? Come in and have a drink." Huang Ming grabbed Su Yuan. "Ah Yuan, you don't know yet? The whole school is talking about how you beat up Lu Ziyang a few days ago." Stretching lazily, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, "That? I was forced into it. I couldn't let him use a blood slave contract to turn me into a slave, could I? Too bad you weren't there, Huang, to see how I thrashed that jerk. Are you still proud of that?" Huang Ming was even more anxious. It's not just about the beating. Apparently, after that day, Lu Ziyang got so scared that he's impotent now. The third son of the Lu family head only has this one heir, and you've made him childless. His uncle, the vice principal, is looking to cause you trouble today when you enroll. What? Impotent? This genuinely surprised Su Yuan. At the time, he had been mindful not to go too hard in the city, only breaking a few of Lu Ziyang's ribs, not expecting to ruin him completely. Seeing Su Yuan's smug expression, Huang Ming was exasperated. "Ah Yuan, did you not hear me? Lu Ziyang's uncle is the vice principal. If he's out to get you, you're in for it." Su Yuan shrugged. "No worries, it's not like he can kill me in broad daylight, right? Make me pay? I don't have money to pay. At most, he'll scold me. I've already ruined him. A few words won't hurt." Huang Ming shook his head helplessly. "If only it were that simple. Never mind, let's hurry to enroll. Once we're in, even if he's the vice principal, he can't break the rules and harm you." Su Yuan woke Long Yao and, after getting ready, headed to the Sacred Beast Academy with Huang Ming. He decided to choose the academy with the broadest prospects and resources, not letting Lu Ziyang's uncle deter him. The streets were bustling, and as a novice beast tamer, Su Yuan couldn't yet store beasts in a beast space, making the academy entrance teeming not only with people but also a variety of beasts. In her human form, wearing simple clothes, Long Yao blended into the crowd without drawing much attention. The Sacred Beast Academy was indeed Dawn City's largest beast academy. In this city, with a population exceeding 20 million, over 200,000 new students enrolled each year, but only about 2,000 became beast tamers, a truly selective group. Most aimed for the Sacred Beast Academy, with others choosing Dawn Academy or Myriad Beast Academy if they couldn't get in. As they queued to enter the academy, Huang Ming suddenly pulled Su Yuan aside. "Ah Yuan, look, that's Lu Ziyang's uncle Lu Yuan." Lu Yuanzheng, a 6-star beast master and the vice principal of the Sacred Beast Academy, stood imposingly on a high platform 100 meters inside the school gate, overseeing the process of new students collecting their enrollment materials. As a prominent figure in Dawn City, his presence cast an invisible pressure over the entire enrollment scene. The early autumn breeze carried a slight chill as it brushed against everyone's faces. Su Yuan walked towards the platform, welcoming the fresh air. Up close, Lu Yuan's slightly plump figure and the kindly smile on his face unexpectedly gave off a sense of warmth. However, remembering that he was Lu Ziyang's uncle, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "New student Su Yuan, greeting to the esteemed teachers," Su Yuan said, bowing slightly. At that moment, nearly 1,000 new students focused their attention on him. Over the past few days, he had become the talk of the academy, having left the arrogant Lu Ziyang with a lasting injury. Li Jingwei, the director of academic affairs, attempted to ease the tension with a smile, saying, Su Yuan has indeed chosen our Sacred Beast Academy. It's rare to see a student whose first beast is of class talent. If another academy had snatched him up, it would have been our loss, wouldn't it, Vice Principal? However, despite Lu Yuan's smile, his voice was as sharp as a blade. Our Sacred Beast Academy selects students not only for their talent, but also for their character. In my opinion, admitting someone like Su Yuan would be like a rat spoiling the pot, tarnishing our 200-year reputation. These harsh words of public humiliation left everyone present in shock. It was astonishing to see a dignified 6-star beast master, a pillar of Dawn City, lose composure in such a manner. Su Yuan's expression darkened. Why does the vice principal judge so harshly? Is it because I offended your nephew? Lu Yuan retorted sternly, this is not a matter of personal vendetta. Lu Ziyang dealt with you openly and honestly, yet you, in a fit of anger, gravely injured his beast, which is heartless. You disregarded the camaraderie between classmates and struck mercilessly, which is unjust. In a mere verbal dispute, you, a commoner, dared to attack a noble, which is disrespectful. You left someone unable to have descendants without a shred of remorse, which is untrustworthy. His voice grew even harsher. In my capacity as Vice Principal of the Sacred Beast Academy, Deputy Minister of Education for Dawn City, and a Viscount of Dawn City, I hereby declare. Su Yuan is of corrupt character, vicious, and violent. His student status is revoked, his enrollment cancelled, and he is expelled from the campus. No Beast Master Academy shall harbor this individual. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, the entire administrative office was thrown into an uproar. Everyone exchanged glances, shocked by Lu Yuan's aggressive stance. It was clear to everyone present that Lu Yuan was simply trying to make trouble for Su Yuan on behalf of his nephew, Lu Ziyang. The events of that day were clear-cut. If not for Su Yuan's resistance, he would have been forcibly controlled by Lu Ziyang through a blood slave contract. People assumed that Lu Yuan would at most punish Su Yuan for excessive self-defense, perhaps with a fine. However, Lu Yuan's opening move was extreme expulsion. This meant Su Yuan would be forever barred from joining any beast-taming academy within human city-states. More critically, the advancement exams for low-level beast tamers must be conducted by a school, effectively blocking Su Yuan's path to advancement. Su Yuan, who possessed an steer beast, had the potential to become a top-tier tamer. Lu Yuan's actions were akin to cutting him off at the roots. Worse still, Su Yuan, stuck as a 1-star beast tamer, would still be conscripted to fight beasts by the city-state. On the battlefield, those with low strength not only risked death, but also found no one willing to aid them due to their bleak prospects. Li Jingwei's face turned pale. He had assumed that Lu Yuan, as a 6-star beast tamer, would show some magnanimity. Instead, Lu Yuan condemned Su Yuan from a moral standpoint, and as the vice principal and deputy minister of education, his decision was irreversible, even by the principal. For a beast tamer, this was a death sentence. Those whose academic records were revoked invariably ended up as drifters, drowning their days in alcohol. The students around looked at Su Yuan with pity. They all understood that this was the consequence of daring to challenge Lu Ziyang. The saying that top aristocrats hold overwhelming power was no exaggeration. Despite the blow, Su Yuan remained calm in his anger. Vice Principal, your words are somewhat biased. What do you mean by friendly transaction? It was clearly coercion. After I refused, Lu Ziyang attempted to attack me with a blood slave contract in public. Why did you turn a blind eye? I was merely defending myself. What law did I break? Li Jingwei immediately supported him. Indeed, Vice Principal, do not be misled by rumors. Su Yuan's actions may have been extreme, but it was Lu Ziyang who first used the blood slave contract. Students who witnessed the event also stepped forward to testify, with Huang Ming directly asking the vice principal to investigate thoroughly. However, Lu Yuan waved them off, interrupting sharply. Nonsense. Lu Ziyang just came of age. My family would never give him a blood slave contract. He was merely bluffing. Besides, were you injured, Su Yuan? Even if it were a real contract, would my family tolerate it? Are you questioning the Lu family's integrity? He continued aggressively. The root of this is Lu Ziyang's interest in your dragon. Dragons don't serve two masters. You only needed to show it. Why escalate it to this point? Clearly, you harbored ill intentions, deliberately provoking Lu Ziyang before severely injuring him. The fact that Lu Ziyang is gravely injured while you are unharmed is proof enough. Lu Yuan didn't allow anyone to argue back, declaring decisively, directorly, there's no need to speak further. My decision is made. Su Yuan's academic record will be revoked, and he will be expelled from the Sacred Beast Academy. No academy shall accept Su Yuan in the future. These words served as a warning to everyone. To question was to challenge the Lu family's influence over the judiciary and education departments in Dawn City. Those who initially wanted to speak up for Su Yuan retreated into the crowd. Even the indignant Huang Ming was pulled back by his peers. Director Li Jingwei stood rooted to the spot, his expression conflicted. As an educator, he was acutely aware of the injustice before him. Yet thoughts of his family and future forced him to swallow his indignation. A sense of melancholy washed over him, filling him with regret if only he had discouraged Su Yuan from enrolling at the Sacred Beast Academy. But back then, how could he bear to let such a gifted student slip away? Little did he know, this decision would lead to Su Yuan's current predicament. Unexpectedly, faced with this dire situation, Su Yuan showed no fear. Instead, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I never imagined it would come to this, resorting to such tactics. I thought beastmasters of high rank were supposed to be paragons of virtue, yet even they can be blinded by worldly illusions. He turned to Li Jingwei, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Director Li, if it weren't for the beastmaster's manual you gave me, I might be at their mercy today. Li Jingwei was momentarily taken aback by these words, but soon, a realization struck him like lightning. Understood Su Yuan's intentions. Sensing something amiss, Lu Yuan quickly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Seize this madman." As several burly men moved forward, Su Yuan took a deep breath and called out, "Wait." He looked around with a resolute gaze. "Vice Principal, fellow students, it seems you've all forgotten something. This is a human city, a haven carved out by our ancestors through hardship and toil. Our ancestors foresaw the possibility that one day, people might bow to tyranny. That's why the first rule of the Beastmaster's manual explicitly states, if a Beastmaster believes themselves blameless yet faces oppression from the powerful, they can invoke the king's judgment. The victor is decided by the king, while the defeated are executed on the spot. Each city has a top-tier Beastmaster as king, who grants permission, recognition, and bears the responsibility. Su Yuan, be rational." Li Jingwei shouted urgently. "The king's judgment is impossible for you to pass. How dare you?" Lu Yuan roared in fury. The students watched in shock as Su Yuan turned towards the tallest building in Dawn City, the Dawn Palace, and bowed deeply. "Student, Beastmaster Su Yuan, believing myself without fault, request the king's judgment. Challenge the king's judgment." Su Yuan's voice echoed in front of the gates of the Sacred Beast Academy, the largest Beastmaster Academy in Dawn City. An eerie silence fell over the place as everyone's eyes fixed on the young man, daring to confront the noble Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he spat through clenched teeth. "You insolent fool! How dare you?" He never expected Su Yuan to risk everything by invoking the king's judgment. For a noble, this was a devastating blow regardless of the outcome. News of a commoner beastmaster challenging a noble would ruin Lu Yuan's reputation. This was the ultimate weapon of a commoner beastmaster against the nobility, with the price being the loser's life. "I swear by my blood to the heavens," Su Yuan declared with unwavering determination. Li Jingwei tried to intervene, but it was too late. The king's judgment originated from a bloody history over 200 years ago. A noble had taken a commoner beastmaster's wife and forced his parents to death. When the beastmaster returned, he avenged his family by annihilating the entire noble clan of over 600. This led to a massive uprising of commoners, eventually prompting the city-state's rulers to establish the king's judgment system. However, invoking the king's judgment was no trivial matter. In the past 200 years, only 3 out of 26 such challenges had been successful, all by 4-star beastmasters. No 1-star beastmaster had ever succeeded. Yet, even in failure, the noble challenged would be left disgraced. As time passed, the power of the nobility waned, and the last king's judgment occurred 30 years ago. Lu Yuan had intended only to ruin Su Yuan's future, not to push him to desperation. It was a classic case of the tough fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those with nothing to lose. The surrounding beastmasters couldn't help but applaud Su Yuan. These passionate young people in their 20s had all dreamed of such heroic moments. Suddenly, the great clock atop Dawn Palace began to toll, its sound reverberating after 30 years of silence. The brilliant light dispelled all darkness, emanating from the heavenly guardian of the city-state, the Nine Heavens Illusionary Dragon. The data read, Beast, Nine Heavens Illusionary Dragon, Rarity, SSS, Attributes, Unknown. This was the guardian of the city-state, bound in partnership with the ruler. The ruler, clad in radiant armor resembling a 16-winged angel, stood atop the Nine Heavens Illusionary Dragon, exuding both authority and warmth. "Who calls for the king's judgment?" Though distant in the palace, the voice seemed to resonate right beside them. Su Yuan bowed and announced, "Beastmaster Su Yuan, contesting the judgment of Vice Principal of Sacred Beast Academy, Deputy Minister of Education, Noble Lu family, and Viscount Lu Yuan on the matter of my rightful defense against his nephew Lu Xiang's attack. I invoke the king's judgment." Cleverly, he revealed Lu Yuan's identity and the context of their dispute. Lu Yuan's face turned extremely grim in an instant. This blatant challenge was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the Liu family. However, the Supreme King remained indifferent, showing no hint of bias, and calmly asked, "Are you aware of the rules?" Clearly, the rules here refer to the test. Su Yuan immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "Student Su Yuan, seeking guidance from the king." Witnessing this, Lu Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, the king was the ultimate authority upholding the rules and wouldn't be swayed by a few words from Su Yuan. As for the test, he sneered, thinking that Su Yuan, a novice one-star beast master, stood no chance of passing. The king's voice, as calm as a dry well, declared, "To earn the king's decision, one must endure 3 trials. Fend off attacks from a group of weaker opponents, dominate among peers of equal rank, and challenge those of higher rank." The meaning of these trials was clear. First, to withstand an onslaught from weaker foes. Second, to demonstrate unrivaled strength among equals. And finally, to challenge a higher-ranked adversary. The trials were to be conducted consecutively without any rest, posing a huge test of the beast's stamina and making the challenge extremely difficult. Because of this, even those with extraordinary talents often failed this test. Typically, after completing the first 2 trials, their beasts were exhausted, let alone ready for the final higher-rank challenge. The king continued, "As a 1-star beast master, the only opponents weaker than you are civilians, and since you've just been promoted with no practical experience, your test will be reduced to 2 trials. The first requires you to face the strongest 1-star beast master from the Sacred Beast Academy, serving both as a peer level and higher level challenge. The second trial will be against a 2-star beast master of my choosing. Are you prepared?" This seemed like an advantage for Su Yuan since he hadn't yet enrolled. Technically, there were no weaker opponents available, reducing the 3 trials to 2. However, this favor concealed danger. Both in experience and strength, his opponents far surpassed him. Everyone present believed that for a newcomer to defeat 2 seasoned beast masters consecutively was nothing short of a fantasy. The crowd looked at Su Yuan with a mix of sympathy and pity. The test set by the king for him was akin to an impossible climb for any new entrant. Li Jingwei felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The challenge was far more difficult than expected. Su Yuan, an rank beast master with no combat experience, was set to face the strongest competitor in the 1-star academy. Even if he managed to scrape through, he would still have to confront a 2-star beast master wielding 2 beasts, whose silver-level strength vastly outmatched Su Yuan's bronze-level beast. The students exchanged bewildered glances. Huang Ming was particularly aware that Su Yuan hadn't been leveling up in the forest these past few days. He had been resting at home, his strength still at the bronze beginner level, making this battle seem unwinnable. Yet, the rules were the rules. The price for skipping 1 battle as the king of humans was that the remaining 2 battles would be exponentially more difficult. "I'm ready. Please test me, King of Humans," Su Yuan declared without hesitation. A gentle breeze swept across as the light of the 9 heavens illusionary dragon enveloped the student, pulling him forward. This student was none other than Pei Fengqing, the strongest in the 1-star academy. "You've got guts, Junior," Pei Fengqing said, clasping his fists in greeting. "I'm Pei Fengqing. Duty calls, so I cannot hold back. I ask for your understanding and guidance." Su Yuan returned the gesture. "I'm Su Yuan. Please instruct me, Brother Pei." Pei Fengqing immediately summoned his Biasta turtle-like creature with several thick tubes on its back, the water cannon turtle. Su Yuan quickly deduced that it was a water-type beast focused on defense, with its attack likely related to the tubes on its back. The system displayed: Beast, Water Cannon Turtle. Rarity, B. Experience, Bronze Advanced. Talent, 10001000. Traits, Rare Shell Skill, Perfect Water Cannon Bloodline. This strength puzzled Su Yuan, as it seemed inconsistent with the title of the strongest in the 1-star academy. The surrounding new students also appeared confused. Lu Yuan quickly explained to the King of Humans that last year's top students had already advanced to the 2-star, or even 3-star academy, and the current strongest in the 1-star academy was a senior who hadn't been promoted for an entire year. The crowd suddenly understood, and hope rekindled. Although Pei Fengqing's water cannon turtle was at bronze advanced level, the gap was not insurmountable for Su Yuan. However, the pressure of the second battle still loomed large. "The Beast Mastery Duel, begin now," Li Jingwei commanded. Su Yuan wasted no time in testing the waters, and went all out immediately. Long Yao whipped her wynard hair, her form expanding to 4 meters with fiery wings extending, opening her jaws to gather energy. Sensing danger, Pei Fengqing quickly ordered the water cannon turtle to retreat into its shell for defense. However, Long Yao's dragon breath was unstoppable, the fiery beam tearing through the ground and piercing straight through the turtle's shell. The heavy shell cracked inch by inch, and the severely injured water cannon turtle was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Just one move. The entire audience was stunned, gaping in disbelief at the astonishing scene. The highly anticipated fierce showdown never materialized. Su Yuan's Dragon Maiden Knight effortlessly crushed his opponent with a single move. The so-called strongest of the One-Star Institute, with a beast 2 levels higher, proved as fragile as thin ice in the face of overwhelming power. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. Although he had doubts about Pei Fengqing's strength, he never imagined that he couldn't withstand even a single attack. Suddenly, he noticed something critical and exclaimed, "Silvered ear." This exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention to Su Yuan's beast. The fact was clear: there was no way a bronze-tier beginner beast could easily break through a bronze-tier advanced defense, especially one specialized in defense. Even an steer beast wouldn't find it this easy to challenge a higher level. The only explanation was that Su Yuan's Dragon Maiden had advanced to the Silvered Ear. Having been enhanced by rare treasures, this evolution brought a significant boost in power, enough for a decisive victory. Whoa, Silvered Ear? The students around erupted in astonishment. How many days has Su Yuan had a contract? Absolutely, it's Silvered Ear, someone asserted confidently. Otherwise, how could he defeat Senior Pei Fengqing's defensive beast in one move? Even an steer beast wouldn't handle it so easily. This must break the record for a one-star beastmaster at the Sacred Beast Academy, someone exclaimed. The previous fastest was that prodigy Yi Ho, who took 16 days to break through, setting a record in Dawn City. And Su Yuan hasn't even officially enrolled yet. Lu Yuan repeatedly rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he was witnessing. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he shouted as if grasping a lifeline, "Wait, there's something fishy about Su Yuan. Where did his dragon blood gem come from?" Lu Yuan's words instantly silenced the praises directed at Su Yuan. With a piercing gaze fixed on Su Yuan, he spoke sternly, "King of men, everyone, Su Yuan's actions are highly suspicious. Even if he is extraordinarily gifted and managed to train his beast to break through in just a few days, where did he get the heavenly materials required for such a breakthrough? It is well known that a dragon-type beast requires a dragon blood gem to advance to the silver level, and these gems are only found deep within the dragon nests of the Nether Valley. Given Su Yuan's abilities, there's no way he could have ventured there." Lu Yuan pressed on relentlessly. "There are no records of Su Yuan trading for a dragon blood gem at the exchange or any academies. There's only one truth. Last month's raid on the Dawn Exchange by the Red Heart Bandit group resulted in the theft of heavenly materials, including the dragon blood gem. Su Yuan, could it be that you are a member of the Red Heart Bandit group?" The crowd erupted at these accusations. People stared at Su Yuan, murmuring to each other. Some found the claim absurd. How could a freshman be part of the infamous Red Heart Bandit group? Yet, when they thought about it, Su Yuan had no other apparent way of obtaining a dragon blood gem. Su Yuan was utterly bewildered. This accusation was completely unfounded. He didn't even know what the Red Heart Bandit group was, let alone be a part of it. The surrounding discussions grew louder. Is the vice principal serious? Sounds far-fetched, but those heavenly materials are rare. Even Senior Pei Fengqing was stuck for 3 months. If he were really a bandit, why would he work at a bookstore? Maybe it's a disguise? Su Yuan couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. The truth was, he couldn't explain it, couldn't exactly tell everyone he broke through by drinking tofu pudding. He shook his head and replied, "Vice Principal, I can't bear such a heavy accusation. My whereabouts for the past month are completely traceable. How could I have any connection with a bandit group?" This reminded every Yonia regular student's daily activities wouldn't escape notice. But Lu Yuan wasn't letting go. The Red Heart Bandit group is notoriously elusive. Who knows what special means you might have? If you deny it, then explain where the dragon blood gem came from. Just as Su Yuan found himself in a bind, the King of Men intervened. A gentle breeze, shimmering with holy white light, enveloped Long Yao. The King of Men softly asked, "Tell me, how did you achieve the breakthrough?" The entire audience held their breath. The king's question couldn't be falsified, and since beasts aren't known for lying, the truth was about to be revealed. Long Yao transformed back, stood with her hands on her hips, chest out, and confidently declared, "Humph. I broke through while drinking tofu pudding at my master's place." The statement left the audience in stunned silence. Faces were filled with confusion. Some thought Long Yao was joking, while others speculated whether Su Yuan had hidden the dragon blood gem in the tofu pudding. But no matter the speculation, they hit a dead end. The King of Men spoke calmly, "This isn't a lie. All things in the world have their spiritual aura. Some beasts don't need heavenly materials. They just need the right opportunity to break through. I have an old friend whose beast broke through in its sleep. Though rare, such occurrences do exist, but they are not standard practice and should not be emulated." These words left everyone in shock. Young beastmasters, including Li Jingwei, felt their understanding of the world turned upside down. Su Yuan's luck seemed almost miraculous. Many secretly decided to try the magical tofu pudding downstairs at Su Yuan's place. Despite the king's advice against imitation, what if it worked? Su Yuan suppressed his laughter, grateful for the king's intervention. He emphasized, Vice Principal Liu, is there still a problem? Liu Yuan's face darkened as he turned away from Su Yuan, silently resenting how the boy had once again slipped through his fingers. This incident not only resolved Su Yuan's crisis, but also gave everyone a new perspective on the challenges of beast mastery. With Su Yuan now at the silver level, he was eligible to compete against two-star beastmasters. The King of Men gestured toward the crowd, selecting a tall, burly student. The student clasped his hands in respect, saying, Zhu Song from the two-star academy, ranked 86th, with one high-level silver and one mid-level silver beast. Junior, please advise. Zhu Song's strength far surpassed Su Yuan's Dragon Maiden, dimming the hopes that had just been ignited. Two-star beastmasters could consider the synergy between their beasts, especially students like Zhu Song, who were of mid-upper rank. Challenging across levels would be no easy feat. The battle was about to erupt. Zhu Song quickly summoned his two beasts from the spirit beast realm. A majestic golden man lion stood proudly, its head crowned with blazing flames, and its sharp claws gleamed with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Behind it, a slightly smaller eagle-like beast spread its wings, with blue-purple lightning crackling across them. Su Yuan immediately received detailed information on the two beasts. Golden Claw Flame Lion. Rarity, Grade A. Level, High Silver 5520100000. Talent, Beast King Epic. Skills, Scarlet Flame Claw Epic, Lion's Roar Perfect. Bloodline, None. Purple Thunder Eagle. Rarity, Grade B. Level, Mid Silver 35055000. Talent, Thunder Entwine Perfect. Skills, Wind Thunder Infusion Rare, Thunder Wing Dash Perfect. Bloodline, None. Su Yuan quickly assessed the situation. Zhu Song's setup was strategic, with the Golden Claw Flame Lion as the main attacker and the Purple Thunder Eagle providing speed support. This two-known combination effectively countered the Scrade's single-target burst advantage of the Dragon Maiden. After spending several days with Long Yao, he understood her characteristics well. Whether it was the Dragon Flame talent, Dragon Breath skill, or Celestial Ember, they were purely offensive, with clear weaknesses in defense, support, and speed. Long Yao swiftly transformed from her human form into her true dragon form, ready for battle. The two enemy beasts maintained a distance of several dozen meters, clearly wary of the Dragon Breath's attack range. As Li Jingwei announced the start of the battle, Su Yuan acted decisively, commanding Long Yao to unleash Dragon Breath directly at Zhu Song. A searing pillar of fiery red shot towards Zhu Song's face. However, the experienced Zhu Song was prepared. Wind Thunder Infusion, Thunder Wing Dash. The two enhancement skills instantly empowered the Golden Claw Flame Lion. An illusory pair of wings entwined with lightning appeared behind the lion, and with a howling wind, it charged at the Dragon Breath with incredible speed. Boom! The Dragon Breath, powerful enough to pierce through a Blastoise, was forcibly blocked by the Golden Claw Flame Lion with triple elemental enhancement. Immediately, the lightning-empowered lion launched a counterattack, leaving a deep crater in the ground as its scarlet golden trajectory sliced through the air, aiming directly at Su Yuan's vital points. At the critical moment, the Dragon Maiden activated her Dragon Eye talent. Her enormous golden vertical pupils emitted an intimidating aura. The dragon's bloodline pressure swept across the battlefield, and everyone heard the soul-stirring roar of a dragon. The Golden Claw Flame Lion's assault faltered, forcing it to retreat dozens of meters to regroup. Su Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and exhaled deeply. If not for the Dragon Eye's intimidation, this attack would have spelled defeat. Don't be intimidated, it's just a bluff. Zhu Song shouted. Golden Claw, Purple Thunder, attack together. Su Yuan knew he had only one chance. If the opponent managed to launch another combination attack like before, defeat would be inevitable. At this moment, the only path to victory was to trust in Long Yao. Long Yao, use that move. At Su Yuan's command, the Dragon Maiden Long Yao sprang into action. In this duel, Long Yao held an undeniable advantage over Zhu Kang's mythical skill known as Celestial Ember. With her eyes closed, Long Yao summoned a crimson dragon that soared into the sky. Under the sunlight, the dragon transformed into a mysterious red glow. Zhu Song looked up, witnessing the sun's rays refracted through the crimson light, blossoming into a scarlet lotus in the sky. The fiery silhouette of the Dragon Maiden was reflected in the lotus, with every scale on her body burning intensely. The merciless scarlet flames, carrying waves of destruction, descended upon Zhu Song. These flames, rooted in ancient mythology, defied reason and turned everything in their path to ash. The dazzling scarlet firework was etched into the eyes of every spectator. Just as the devastating strike was about to land, several beams of holy white light suddenly intervened in front of Zhu Kang, King of Humans had acted. From the king's perspective, if Zhu Song were to face this mythical skill Heiden, he would be utterly consumed by the terrifying flames. Only a higher level of power, or another mythical beast could contend with such mythic force. The appearance of the holy white power undeniably signaled Su Yuan's victory. The audience watched in awe. A young beast tamer wielding a beast with a mythical skill. This meant that the Dragon Maiden was not only a strength beast, but also possessed a mythical lineage. Such talent, such strength, this was the mark of a true genius. As the flames of celestial ember gradually subsided, Li Jingwei excitedly announced, "This battle goes to Su Yuan. 2 consecutive victories. The king challenge is successful." Deafening cheers erupted. Voices of excitement and speculation rose from the crowd. "An strength beast with mythical lineage, I'm so envious. Wow, it was worth coming today." Su Yuan succeeded in the king challenge. The Liu family is in big trouble now. Su Yuan is amazing. This is definitely making the front page of the Dawn Daily. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with some even starting to shout, "Honey, honey, do you have a girlfriend? I volunteer." "Xiao Jiang, you already have a boyfriend. Look at me." "Yuan, don't be too strict with gender." "Silence." Li Jingwei's commanding voice subdued the roaring crowd. The Wangju challenge was successful, and the king was about to deliver his judgment. Lu Yuan stood to the side, his face dark and grim. He never expected Su Yuan to break through 2 rounds and even defeat Zhu Tsong from the Two-Star Institute. In truth, it was entirely due to Zhu Tsong's negligence. At the last moment, Su Yuan was at his wit's end, with only one desperate chance left. Zhu Tsong needed only to let the Purple Thunder Eagle maintain its distance and avoid the Dragon Girl's attack to secure victory. The energy consumption of a mythical level ability was terrifying. Missing once meant there would be no second chance. The Dragon Girl landed lightly on the ground after transforming in midair, her body completely exhausted. Su Yuan gently held Long Yao in his arms and whispered, "You've worked hard." Lu Yuan was trembling with rage, his knuckles cracking as he glared at Su Yuan. He knew full well the rights and wrongs between Su Yuan and Lu Ziang. For a moment, he even considered summoning his beast to kill Su Yuan on the spot. But with the king watching from the Grand Clock Tower, he dared not act recklessly under such scrutiny. "You have won." The king's voice resonated slowly, spreading throughout the city. "Beastmaster Su Yuan has passed the Wangju test. I am aware of the full story." Lu Ziang acted violently first and falsely accused later. Su Yuan acted in self-defense and is exonerated. "I decree that Lu Ziang be stripped of his noble status and Beastmaster title." A ray of holy white light accompanied the voice. "Lu Yuan, are you aware of your wrongdoing?" Lu Yuan struggled for a moment before finally kneeling. "I acknowledge my guilt and accept the king's judgment." In the presence of the 9 heavens illusory light dragon, all lies were laid bare. The holy white light pronounced, "You have abused your power to oppress a beast master, which is a grave offense. However, you have earned a first-class merit in the city's defense battle, which offsets your crime. Thus, your baronial title is revoked, but your position is retained. Do you have any objections?" Lu Yuan has no objections and will abide by the king's decree. Lu Yuan sighed deeply and bowed his head in compliance. Su Yuan sighed inwardly. The legal system here was truly primitive, where great merit could offset great wrongdoing, lacking even the basic understanding that past merits should not excuse present crimes. Suddenly, a tiny holy white light entered Su Yuan's forehead, and a voice only he could hear spoke. "Boy, you have some nerve. Do you not know I can see into your heart? Are you dissatisfied with my judgment?" Cold sweat broke out on Su Yuan's back as he hurriedly replied in his mind, "No, no. Your Majesty's decree is as clear as day and as just as the sky. If not for your Majesty's intervention, I would have been doomed to mediocrity. Your Majesty's kindness is as boundless as the flowing river, and I am forever grateful." "All right, enough flattery. But you're saying past merits should not excuse present crimes has some merit. I will consider it in the future." With that, the holy white light vanished. The entire Sacred Beast Academy Plaza, indeed the whole city of Dawn, was in an uproar. A mere student had triumphed over a powerful noble in such a dramatic fashion. Lu Ziang was expelled from the noble ranks, and Lu Yuan lost his title. Although Su Yuan's victory in the Wangju was impressive, the pressure was immense. The first round was won by surprise, and in the second, had his opponent been a bit stronger or more cautious, victory would have been elusive. His win was due to the opponent's complacency and the strength of his beast. Students flocked to Su Yuan, eager to speak with him, but Li Jingwei held them back. With the help of a dozen teachers, Li Jingwei dispersed the crowd. At that moment, 3 people riding beasts arrived at the gates of Sacred Beast Academy. "Li, you're not playing fair, hiding such talent. Didn't your academy say you didn't want this new student? So, are you reconsidering now?" The newcomers were Zhuo Qing, Vice Principal of Dawn Academy, Wan Daoxian, Vice Principal of Myriad Beast Academy, and Gong Ming, Vice Principal of Royal Academy. Clearly, they were here to recruit talent. Although Lu Yuan only lost his title and retained his position, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against Su Yuan. These vice principals were shrewd and saw an opportunity to recruit a talented beastmaster who had proven himself in the Wangju. Naturally, they would not miss this chance. Su Yuan looked at these unfamiliar faces in confusion, still feeling shaken. Li Jingwei smiled wryly and introduced them. Su Yuan, we at Sacred Beast Academy were at fault. These are vice principals Zhuo Qing, Wan Daoxian, and Gong Ming. You understand why they are here. I can't in good conscience insist you stay at Sacred Beast Academy. Gentlemen, please follow me to the reception room, where I can at least offer some hospitality. Su Yuan listened to Li Jingwei and quickly grasped the situation. He sighed softly, realizing that without fully resolving Lu Yuan's troubles, it wasn't suitable for him to remain at the Sacred Beast Academy. However, he wasn't worried. His reputation had already spread, and other academies were eager to accept him. For Su Yuan, the choice of academy wasn't crucial. He didn't need rare resources or beast-taming materials. All he required was a place that could help him pass the Beast Master examination. In the reception room, several vice principals gathered around the coffee table with Su Yuan. Li Jingwei served tea and then tactfully left, knowing that the upcoming matters were beyond his authority as a regular teacher. Gong Ming, the vice principal of the Royal Academy, was the first to speak. Su, let me be direct. Our Royal Academy welcomes talented beast masters like you. Our rules are stricter than those at the Sacred Beast Academy, and we wouldn't tolerate someone like Lu Ziang. He paused briefly before continuing. We primarily train royal family members and nobles loyal to the crown. Although some noble students might be arrogant, the royal trainees are elite, far surpassing someone like Lu Ziang in character and quality. If you join us, every new beast you tame will be at least a grade. Su Yuan's eyes flickered with interest. While a grade beasts weren't as rare as Scrade, only a few dozen appeared each year among the 2,000 beast masters, making them quite powerful. However, they didn't hold much value for him, as he could enhance even the lowest grade beast to Scrade using his simplified beast system. Seeing Su Yuan's lack of response, Wan Daoxian from the 10,000 Beasts Academy quickly chimed in. Young man, the Royal Academy is full of pretentious aristocrats. Join us at the 10,000 Beasts Academy. Most of our students join the City Guard. We can ensure every new beast is a grade, and you'll start as a major. Not to be outdone, Gongming added, Su, don't just look at surface benefits. What's the most important thing in university? Connections. And no place offers better networking than the Royal Academy. At this moment, Zhuo Qing, the vice principal of Dawn Academy, smiled and said, Su Yuan, why not consider Dawn Academy? We primarily enroll students from common backgrounds. While we can't guarantee every beast is a grade, most of the core members of the Dawn City Beast Master Guild are our graduates. By joining us, you can secure a spot to form your own beast team. She added with a sly grin. Besides, our academy has the most beautiful students, and arranging study partners for you wouldn't be a problem. Su Yuan was sipping his tea and nearly choked. The other two vice principals were also caught off guard and chastised Zhuo Qing for her bluntness. Gong Ming even exclaimed, join the Royal Academy, and even a royal princess isn't out of reach. Su Yuan quickly waved his hands, thank you all for your generous offers, but they're unnecessary. Principal Gong, I'm not interested in aristocratic life. I'd feel out of place in noble circles. Principal Wan, I might join the city guard for experience later, but I don't want to take shortcuts. Becoming an officer without battlefield experience isn't fair to the rank and file. Principal Zhua, I'll pass on the study partners, but the opportunity to form a beast team is very appealing. Zhuo Qing looked at Su Yuan in surprise. Among the three, her offer was the least enticing. Although the beast team spot was valuable, it was relatively modest compared to personal power enhancement. She hadn't expected Su Yuan to choose Dawn Academy. Gong Ming's face showed a slight, wry smile, with a hint of regret in his voice. No worries, we naturally respect your decision. Wan Daoxian appeared more open-minded. He patted Su Yuan on the shoulder with a smile and said, good lad. You've got ambition. If you ever want to join the city guard, remember to come to our Wan battalion. With Su Yuan having made his choice, the two exchanged a few polite words before turning to leave. After they left, Zhuo Qing clasped her hands together, displaying a gentle smile. Classmate, you're truly perceptive to choose our Dawn Academy. But I'm curious, why didn't you opt for the more advantageous Royal Academy or the Beast Academy? Su Yuan shrugged casually, nothing special, Principal Zhua. I just prefer my freedom. The more benefits you get, the more you have to give in return, right? The offers from Gong Ming and Wan Daoxian were tempting, but nothing comes for free. Ultimately, they only invest more if you can create greater value for them. Zhuo Qing nodded lightly, a glint of approval in her eyes. This young man had such a meticulous mind. She understood well that the conditions offered by any academy were like a low-interest loan, eventually needing repayment. Choosing the Royal Academy meant being tied to the royal family's chariot. Selecting the Beast Academy implied sharing the fate of the city guard. In contrast, Dawn Academy's offers were modest but allowed more personal freedom. Very well, Zhuoqing said with a smile. Su, on behalf of Dawn Academy, I welcome you. The academy starts the day after tomorrow, and with your talents, you can directly join the gifted class. I'll be your instructor, so feel free to reach out if you need anything. For now, prepare your personal belongings and get ready to move in. Su Yuan stood up, bowing slightly in respect. Yes, see you at school, Teacher Zhua. Zhuoqing added a reminder. Su Yuan, having passed the king's challenge, you'll be in the spotlight these days. It's best not to wander around too much to avoid unnecessary trouble. Her words hinted at caution, especially about leaving the city. Su Yuan responded with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, teacher. I won't roam around aimlessly. 2 days later, the freshly printed Dawn Times featured the major incident at the Sacred Beast Academy with eye-catching headlines. The front page extravagantly threw out several titles. Nobility oppressing the commoners? Freshman strikes back with a royal challenge. Hero or villain? Unveiling the true identity of Su Yuan, once in a century. A commoner's wit bests the nobles. Who says breaking through requires rare materials? A bowl of tofu putting outshines a king. Su Yuan held the newspaper, frowning. The entire report was clearly skewed. It exaggerated his luck in winning both battles, while extensively speculating on his ties with the Red Heart thieves. As for the conflict with Lu Ziyang, the report downplayed it as Lu Ziyang's youthful indiscretion, while stating that Su Yuan's heavy-handedness was justified as self-defense. It was evident that the Lu family had pressured the newspaper to gloss over the details. No wonder it's called the otherworldly version of a tabloid. Su Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. However, he wasn't too bothered. With the simplified beast-taming system at his disposal, surpassing Lu Yuan was only a matter of time. But he understood that the disgrace of a noble being repeatedly bested by a commoner wouldn't easily fade. It was a fight to the bitter end. As Su Yuan pondered, a hurried knock sounded at his door. Opening it, he found the tofu pudding shop owner beaming at his doorstep. Thanks to the Dawn Times report, his small shop had overnight become the city's viral sensation, attracting numerous beast tamers. The owner suggested giving Su Yuan free meals and a 30% profit share. Su Yuan, however, proposed a differentiated pricing strategy. Keep it 2 copper coins for ordinary folks, but introduce a Su Yuan exclusive breakthrough tofu pudding just for beast tamers. The owner was enlightened and praised Su Yuan's business acumen. This extra income came just in time. Long Yao's astonishing appetite had consumed 3 silver coins of Su Yuan's savings in a week, and without additional income, he wouldn't last much longer. As Su Yuan packed his bags to head to Dawn Academy, a barrage of camera flashes erupted outside. He quickly shut the door, realizing he had become a celebrity, with a throng of reporters waiting outside. With no other choice, he and Long Yao donned disguises and quietly slipped away through the backyard path. Taking advantage of a momentary lapse in the reporter's attention, Su Yuan quickly pulled Long Yao into the shadowy corner of the street. Just as he was silently celebrating their escape, he felt a sudden grip on his left arm. Turning around cautiously, he signaled Long Yao to stand ready. The person holding him was a young man dressed as a Taoist priest, complete with an obviously fake white beard. The priest spoke. Hold on, young friend. You seem to be in a hurry, likely being pursued. Yet, you have a lucky star shining in your brow, suggesting good fortune is near. The one beside you, with beastly transformation and fierce aura, must be of Slevel. You must be Su Yuan, who recently hired Wang Ju, right? Su Yuan shook off the man's hand and took a wary step back. His reputation had spread far and wide, attracting many who coveted him, with the Lu family being particularly watchful. This made him very suspicious of the Taoist before him. And if I am? What do you want, priest? The Taoist's mysterious expression vanished, replaced by a sly smile as he pointed to a banner beside him. Business is tough. How about giving me some patronage? If not, I might just shout, Su Yuan is here. Su Yuan noticed the words, 1 divination, 1 silver, no credit on the banner and cursed inwardly. This Taoist was shameless. If he didn't pay, that shout would undoubtedly attract a swarm of reporters. In this world without communication devices, once the media set the narrative, clearing his name would be nearly impossible. Clenching his teeth, Su Yuan reluctantly handed over a silver coin, his eyes filled with resentment. The proud Su Yuan, who had never bowed to nobles, was now at the mercy of a charlatan. The Taoist took the coin with a smile. Don't worry, my fortunes are very accurate. With that, he summoned a beast that looked like a turtle, with a bagua compass on its head. The moment the beast's information entered Su Yuan's mind, his expression turned serious. Beast, Destiny Black Tortoise. Rarity, S level. Talent, Fate Insight Mythical. Skills, Bloodline, Black Tortoise Divine Lineage. The difference in power is too great. I can't fully decipher the information. Su Yuan's dismissive attitude vanished, replaced by respect for the Taoist. Seeing the change in Su Yuan's demeanor, the Taoist gently spun the compass. The upper trigram is can water, and the lower trigram is also can water. The same trigram stacked, danger upon danger. You're in a dilemma, yet your determined spirit should help you overcome it. Su Yuan's face darkened. This was clearly a bad omen. He stepped back and bowed. Please, guide me, master. The Taoist's voice was distant. In times of crisis, you must actively seek opportunities. Listen more, observe more, and distinguish friend from foe. Words of good and evil may not be truthful. Plan before you act. We are destined to meet. Take this gift. Before Su Yuan could respond, the Destiny Black Tortoise spat out a jade poker card with a 7 of hearts. Before he could ask further, a thick fog arose, with the Taoist's voice echoing in the mist. Until we meet again. Holding the exquisitely crafted jade poker card, Su Yuan thanked him sincerely. His resentment had dissipated, replaced by deep contemplation. Was the danger from the Liu family or elsewhere? As for the Taoist's other words, he couldn't grasp them immediately. Perhaps it was because he knew too little about this world that the Taoist advised him to listen and observe more. With a heavy heart, Su Yuan and Long Yao headed towards Dawn Academy. As the fog cleared, the Taoist shed his bulky robe, fake beard, and voice-changing collar, revealing a handsome and stern face. A little girl in Gothic attire ran up to him. Captain, it's been almost 3 years. Those nobles are slandering us again. Oh, who were you talking to just now? The man, referred to as the captain, gently patted her head. I met someone about to drown and gave him a straw. Let's see if he can use it to survive. Captain always says things I can't understand, the girl grumbled. The heart-shaped mark on the man's hand flickered. Perhaps this will be the cog that changes the era. Let's go. Everyone is waiting. In the urban legends of Dawn City, there exists such an enigmatic figure, labeled as the most heinous criminal by the tribunal for burning all the city's slave contracts, with a bounty of 1,000,000 gold coins, the SS-level wanted criminal captain of the Red Heart Phantom Thieves, Isaac Lee Archibald, or simply Liaki. Everything about him, be it his strength, character, age, or appearance, is shrouded in mystery. Dawn City is divided into 5 major districts: East, West, South, North, and Central. The bustling Central District is home to several renowned beast-taming academies and civic institutions. The West District, bordered by the city moat, is an exclusive area for royalty, nobility, wealthy merchants, and elite beast tamers. Meanwhile, the East District, where Su Yuan resides, is the most densely populated, with nearly 12 million people, accounting for 60% of the city's total population. Unfortunately, it also has the most underdeveloped infrastructure. The entire Dawn City state includes 20 million permanent residents within the city and over 5 million in surrounding towns and villages. Dawn Academy is located slightly to the east of the Central District and primarily serves students from commoner backgrounds, although it also attracts a few children of nobility and royalty. While its overall strength does not match that of the Sacred Beast Academy, its large student base gives it a slight edge over the Myriad Beast Academy and the Royal Academy in terms of comprehensive strength. Su Yuan chose Dawn Academy to avoid being prematurely bound by royal or military influences, allowing himself more space to observe and learn. However, the mysterious old Taoist's warning left Su Yuan somewhat anxious, as it seemed someone might be targeting him from the shadows. Reflecting on the invitations from Wan Daoxian of the Myriad Beast Academy and Gong Ming of the Royal Academy, he realized they might have genuinely sought to protect him. Nevertheless, Su Yuan did not regret his decision. His priority now was to quickly pass the 2-star Beast Tamer assessment and enhance his strength. By evening, Su Yuan and Long Yao arrived at Dawn Academy. At the school gate, Zuoqing greeted them warmly. Over here, Su Yuan, you're a bit late. Su Yuan clasped his hands together in apology. Sorry, there were too many reporters on the way, and it took some effort to shake them off. Oh, I almost forgot. You're quite the celebrity in Dawn City now, Zuoqing said, lightly tapping her index finger. I should have sent someone to pick you up. Come on in. Dawn Academy covers less than 1,000 acres, much smaller than a quarter of the Sacred Beast Academy's size, yet it accommodates about 70% of the latter's student population. Considering most students come from commoner families, the Academy allocates a significant portion of its funds to subsidize the cultivation resources needed by the students. After understanding the basic situation, Su Yuan got straight to the point. Teacher Zhua, my main beast has advanced to the silver level. When can I take the 2-star Beast Tamer assessment? Zuoqing smiled lightly. No rush, you've actually already passed the assessment. Seeing Su Yuan's confusion, she explained. Once your main beast reaches the silver level, you only need to complete the campus ranking battle, with a win rate over 80 against peers or defeat any 2-star Beast Tamer. You defeated Zhu Song in the Wangju match, which meets the criteria. Now, you just need to complete the paperwork and undergo the sanctum baptism. After completing the paperwork at the academic office, Zuoqing brought out a lie detection device resembling an alarm clock and began the routine inquiry into Su Yuan's conduct record. The last question took Su Yuan by surprise. Are you a member of the Red Heart Thief group? No, I've never even seen them, Su Yuan replied decisively. He had researched related reports in recent days, knowing the Red Heart Thief group was notorious for its crimes, and had no connection to him, a mere one-star beast tamer. Clearly, it was Lu Yuan's baseless speculation. Seeing no reaction from the lie detector, Zuoqing breathed a sigh of relief, and then led Su Yuan to the sanctum for the baptism. The interior of the sanctum was splendidly decorated, with a pool of golden liquid at its center and a hexadecagonal glass cup-like object suspended above. As Su Yuan stepped into the pool, the golden liquid surged, washing over his body. The glass cup overhead sprinkled star-like blue particles that entered his crown chakra. Amidst the stinging sensation, Su Yuan felt his body and mind undergo a cleansing, unlocking the beast space emblematic of a two-star beast tamer in his consciousness. After leaving the sanctum, Zuoqing returned the beast tamer badge, now with silver markings, to Su Yuan. 2 stars were illuminated, signifying his official promotion to a 2-star beast tamer. Teacher Zhua, does this mean I can? Su Yuan began, but Zuoqing interrupted with a smile. No rush, the beast tamer contract office is closed for today. You can go tomorrow. For now, let me introduce you to your roommates. Oh, they won't be easy to handle. Zuoqing's words sent a shiver of unease through Su Yuan's heart. Although Dawn Academy wasn't large, it had the advantage of a manageable number of Beastmaster students, each year less than 1,000 at Sacred Beast Academy, and only about 600 at Dawn Academy. This meant that the student dormitories were quite luxurious. 2 people per room, each with a private bathroom, and all the facilities one could want. The decor and quality surpassed what Su Yuan had at his home in the Eastern District. This is your dormitory, Building 1, Room 501, Zuoqing said, handing over the key with a meaningful tone. Your roommate is also from the genius class and has a rather unique background. Unique? Su Yuan had a bad feeling as he opened the door. The first thing he saw was a pair of long legs clad in white knee-high socks, accompanied by luxurious silver-blue hair. The woman inside turned at the sound, her perfect figure highlighted by a pristine white officer's uniform, topped with a white beret. Her delicate face, with blue eyes, resembled an ice rose blooming in winter. A woman? In my dormitory? Huh. Teacher Zhua? Who is this? The woman tilted her head, her eyes filled with wariness and hostility. Zuoqing clasped her hands together and introduced them with a smile. This is your roommate, Su Yuan. Then she turned to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, this is Ouyang Shui, your roommate for the next few years. Is this for real? Su Yuan looked at Zuoqing in disbelief. He couldn't deny that Ouyang Shui's beauty rivaled that of a transformed Long Yao, and her mature charm was even more pronounced. With an almost uncanny ability to assess women, Su Yuan quickly estimated her measurements. 87548, 5 an almost perfect ratio. But such an arrangement seemed utterly preposterous. Why have I been given a male roommate? Ouyang Shui complained, eyeing Su Yuan up and down. Cheap tracksuit and sneakers, barely tidy, and those dead fish eyes typical commoner look. And with a beauty by his side, likely an shrank transformed beast? That's probably his only merit for getting into the genius class. Teacher Zhua, I can't accept this. Even if it's to balance class disparities, you shouldn't bring in someone who drags us down, let alone a guy. Princess, Zuoqing sighed, and the change in address caught Su Yuan's attention immediately. Didn't you request the most outstanding new student as your roommate? Princess? The title set off alarms in Su Yuan's mind. Someone called a princess must be the daughter of a king. He couldn't help but mentally scoff. If anyone claims Dawn Academy primarily serves commoners, I'll be the first to disagree. Ouyang Shui nodded slightly. Teacher Zhua. You mean? Princess, you've been too busy to catch up on current events, Zuoqing explained. Su Yuan here was oppressed by Vice Principal Lu Yuan of Sacred Beast Academy, challenged him in anger, and bested him in 2 trials, causing the 6-star Beastmaster Viscount Lu Yuan to lose face. Among this year's new students, only he deserves the title of the strongest. Ouyang Shui's icy blue eyes glimmered with a pale light as she murmured, so it's him. No wonder those aristocrats. Besides, what's wrong with mixed-gender dorms? Zuoqing continued, you will both be on the front lines defending human city-states in the future, and there's no gender distinction on the battlefield. Get used to it early, princess. If you can't endure this for your goal, what can you endure? These words were clearly addressed to both of them. Beastmasters hold their esteemed status and resources because they are humanity's first line of defense. Ouyang Shui turned her head away, silent. Zuoqing smiled with narrowed eyes. Get along well, okay? Su Yuan, the princess is your responsibility now, since you've met her family. Su Yuan shot Zuoqing a look, thinking this teacher was really something, always speaking in riddles. The daughter of a king? How is this different from attending a royal academy? After Zuoqing left, Su Yuan began unpacking. Although the dorm was spacious, it was set up with bunk beds. Ouyang Shui had already claimed the top bunk, with an opaque curtain drawn, exuding an air of aloofness. She sat on the sofa, sipping tea, watching Su Yuan with suspicion as if he were a rare creature. Su Yuan ignored her, focusing on organizing his belongings. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Shui broke the silence in the dormitory with a soft cough. She looked directly at Su Yuan, her tone calm yet authoritative. I may not know Wu Qing's intentions, but since this is the school's arrangement, I won't oppose it. However, we need to establish some ground rules first. Su Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. What kind of ground rules are we talking about? Ouyang Shui held up her fingers one by one. First, the top bunk is my personal space, and you can't come up without permission. Likewise, I won't disturb you by coming down at night. Second, since we're sharing this room, we're a team. We handle our own affairs without burdening each other. Third, she paused. Considering the special needs of girls, the bathroom will be for my exclusive use, but I will offer compensation. Su Yuan's expression fell. The first 2 points seemed reasonable, but the third, nature's call, can't simply be ignored. Seeing his dilemma, Ouyang Shui elegantly retrieved a pouch from her long socks and shook out its contents. 100 gold coins as compensation. How about it? If it were anyone else, her status as a princess would have allowed her to simply order them out. But facing this boy, who once risked his life to defy oppression, she had to change tactics, opting to entice with benefits rather than exert power. Su Yuan's eyes did light up momentarily at the sight of the coin's substantial amount indeed, but he quickly shook his head. No need for the money. However, I know you're well informed. How about this? Let me inquire about a few matters. If your answers satisfy me, I'll agree to all 3 conditions. Ouyang Shui's brows furrowed slightly. She had expected that this seemingly cash-strapped boy would find the monetary offer hard to resist, yet his interest in the 100 gold coins lasted only a few seconds. This person was not easy to deal with. In reality, Su Yuan understood the implications. Accepting money would put him at a disadvantage, making him vulnerable to future manipulation. Instead, he'd rather gain valuable information he truly needed. What questions do you have? Feel free to ask. As long as I know the answers, I'll share everything, Ouyang Shui replied, looking up. Recalling the old sage's prophecy before his departure, Su Yuan carefully chose his words and slowly voiced his concern. Those who want to harm me, or rather, those I've offended, aren't just from the Lu family, right? Ouyang Shui's pupils narrowed as she regarded Su Yuan with a look of disbelief, as if she were observing a creature from another world. As a princess, she had encountered countless geniuses and an endless parade of nobles, but someone like Su Yuan was entirely unprecedented. Has anyone ever mentioned this to you? Did teachers say anything? Su Yuan shook his head. No one. Honestly, I don't know much about these things, but I have a keen sense of danger, and I feel like this situation is more complicated than it seems. This was a lie. Su Yuan hadn't felt any real danger. If it weren't for the old sage's words, he would have thought his only enemies were Lu Ziang and Lu Yuan. However, judging by Ouyang Shui's expression, it seemed the old sage's prophecy might unfortunately be true. You've made enemies of all the nobles. They've suffered significant losses because of you, Ouyang Shui stated bluntly. You've disrupted a lot of interests. Right now, you're in the spotlight, and no one dares to touch you, as doing so would give the public a reason to criticize the nobles, which they can't afford. But what happens when the attention fades? As a princess, Ouyang Shui was well aware of the political dynamics in Dawn City. This realization made Su Yuan understand that invoking the King's Duel was a move with far-reaching consequences. From the moment he did so, he had been walking a tightrope. So I've only offended some nobles, Su Yuan sighed in relief. So as long as I keep attracting attention, my life is safe? Ouyang Shui looked at him in astonishment. This guy seemed completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He was up against the entire noble class. Once he left Dawn City, assassinations and attacks could happen at any time. This was why she had suggested setting some ground rules, not wanting to be caught in the storm. Yet Su Yuan seemed entirely unfazed. I've told you everything I know, Ouyang Shui said, calming herself. In theory, as long as you don't leave Dawn City and remain in the public eye, your life is secure. But is that really possible? Without leaving the city, how will you improve your beast taming skills? Without strength, who will pay attention to you? Su Yuan chuckled. Don't worry about that. Just because I don't leave the city doesn't mean I'm like you guys who need to venture out to level up. He was secretly pleased, recalling the old sage's words about his good fortune and ability to turn misfortune into fortune. He could continue to grow stronger without leaving the city. It was the nobles who should be worried. As long as he stayed in the city and kept gaining strength and attention, the nobles would be like ants on a hot pan, restless and anxious. It seemed he wasn't without allies. The common people were his greatest support. No wonder Wan Daoxian from the Beast Academy had shown goodwill toward him. They were on the same side. As for Gong Ming from the Royal Academy, many within the royal family and loyalists probably enjoyed seeing the noble suffer. Their interest in recruiting him was both to enroll a talented student and to offer protection. He should thank them the next time they meet. Ouyang Shui watched Su Yuan's silly grin and couldn't help but feel a chill. What kind of terrifying plan was this guy hatching? All right, I agree to the 3 rules, Su Yuan said, his smile fading. I'll handle things elsewhere, but if nature calls and I can't control it, don't blame me. Ouyang Shui was about to speak, but Su Yuan had already laid down and fallen asleep. She shook her head in exasperation, recalling how her father had mentioned meeting an extraordinary young man a few days ago. It must have been him. How could he remain so calm in the face of nearly universal noble hostility? Wouldn't he still be in danger once the attention waned? How could he be so at ease in such a dire situation? What a strange man, she thought to herself, deciding to get some sleep since she had to head out of the city the next day. The next morning, Ouyang Shui climbed out of her small bed, pulled back the curtains in her nightgown, and prepared to go downstairs to wash up. The scene before her left her speechless. Su Yuan was sleeping with Long Yao in his arms. Though she had witnessed many grand events, this was a first. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands, but couldn't help peeking through her fingers. Who would dare to touch the daughter of the king? She only had theoretical knowledge of such matters, with no practical experience. Glancing at Su Yuan's muscular build and somewhat handsome face, she swallowed hard. Seeing him start to wake, she hurriedly ran into the bathroom, her ears burning. Su Yuan slowly got up after hearing soft footsteps and gently stroked Long Yao's head as she lay on him. In just a few days, his life had undergone a dramatic change, but he didn't mind it. Time to get up, Long Yao. We have training to do today. Plus, I need to find you a new partner since I'm now a 2-star beast tamer. Poof! Ouyang Shui, who was washing up, spat out a mouthful of water. She couldn't believe her ears. The Dawn report had only briefly covered the king's duel, and she had assumed this guy had just formed his contract and was at most a mid-level bronze. She rushed out, not bothering to finish her makeup, and stared at Su Yuan like he was a monster. Are you a 2-star beast master? Ouyang Shui burst out of the bathroom, her hair still dripping wet, completely oblivious to the embarrassing state of her damp, semi-transparent nightgown. Su Yuan glanced at her disheveled appearance and cleared his throat. Princess, no matter how much you fancy me, you should mind your manners. Personally, I prefer women who are a bit more reserved. Only then did Ouyang Shui realize not only was she improperly dressed, but there was also toothpaste on the corner of her mouth. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly retreated back into the bathroom. Moments later, she emerged, neat and composed, though struggling to suppress her anger. Didn't you say you'd never left the city? How did you suddenly become a 2-star beast master? She recalled the bizarre report in yesterday's morning paper about Su Yuan achieving breakthroughs in beast mastery by eating tofu pudding and receiving the king's certification. Initially dismissing it as a sensational story, she now had to reconsider its validity. Don't compare me with you ordinary beast masters, Su Yuan said lazily as he stretched. I'm a genius, naturally. I have unique training methods. The word ordinary struck Ouyang Shui's pride like a sharp arrow. A princess being evaluated in such a manner was quite the affront. Seeing her displeased expression, Su Yuan added with a chuckle, don't get me wrong, I meant all of you. Fine. Ouyang Shui gritted her teeth. Today, I want to see with my own eyes what extraordinary skills the so-called genius beast master possesses. Su Yuan scratched his head in exasperation. This woman was indeed troublesome, yet since maintaining attention was beneficial, he saw no need to hide his abilities. He replied nonchalantly, if you want to see, that's fine. What's the payment? Money? Ouyang Shui sighed. Tell me which beast egg you want, and I'll pay for it. Su Yuan touched his nearly empty wallet and readily agreed. After changing clothes, they headed downstairs, where Zhuqing was already waiting. Noticing Ouyang Shui's flushed face, even her earlobes tinged with pink, Zhuqing couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seems the princess and Su Yuan are getting along well? Ouyang Shui, trying to maintain her composure, emphasized the word genius as she said, I want to see what skills the so-called genius beast master truly has. That's the situation, Su Yuan shrugged. Can't seem to shake off the princess. Miss Sua, let's go pick out a new beast. Zhuqing gave them a curious look before beginning her explanation. There are 2 main development paths for a 2-star beast master, versatile and specialized. The versatile path involves nurturing different types of beasts to cover each other's weaknesses, while the specialized path focuses on one area, relying on teamwork to compensate for any shortcomings. Listening to the distinct paths laid out, Su Yuan pondered. From a combat perspective, teamwork might maximize potential. However, recalling the old Taoist prophecy about the fate tortoise that could glimpse the secrets of heaven, he knew his decision. As a beast master, the versatile path suited him best. Standing in front of the beast contract office, Zhuqing earnestly analyzed the key factors in choosing a beast with Su Yuan. Besides having top-tier bloodlines, the combination of functionality and combat strength is crucial, she explained. For instance, your opponent in the king's duel, Zhu Cong, follows a versatile approach. Meanwhile, our princess specializes in control abilities with her two beasts. Is Ouyang Shui a two-star beast master as well? Su Yuan asked, surprised. Isn't she a freshman like us? Zhuqing smiled and explained. Royal family members start training 6 months earlier, so naturally, their progress is faster than ordinary students. The princess is already close to breaking through to a 3-star beast master. Hearing this, Ouyang Shui crossed her arms with a sense of pride. Indeed, among the current freshmen, her strength was unrivaled. Unlike the Sacred Beast Academy, Dawn Academy uses a small class system where students stay with their original team even after advancing in rank, rather than automatically joining the 2-star academy. Su Yuan, have you decided which path you want to take? Zhuqing asked. Su Yuan nodded. Considering my current situation, a versatile approach seems more suitable. Of course, if I come across a powerful attack-type beast, I won't pass it up. Zhuqing handed over a price list. He erased the price list for beast eggs of various grades. The school offers a subsidy, making them about 60 cheaper than market prices. Su Yuan took the list and examined it carefully. Beast eggs were categorized into high, medium, and low qualities, priced at 1 gold coin, 5 silver coins, and 1 silver coin, respectively. The cheapest were discarded beast eggs, costing only 100 copper coins. While these discarded eggs were plentiful, they typically contained low-grade F or E-level beasts, generally used as pets for ordinary people. However, these low-grade eggs were actually most suitable for Su Yuan. Their level didn't matter, as much as whether they possessed bloodline power. Your Highness promised to cover the cost of the beast eggs, right? You won't go back on that? Su Yuan turned and asked. Ouyang Shui puffed out her cheeks. Of course not, but there should be a limit. I'll give you 10 gold coins, enough for 10 high-grade beast eggs. Su Yuan nodded slightly and calmly said to teacher Zhua, all right, bring me 1,000 discarded beast eggs first. What? Ouyang Shui was instantly furious. Su Yuan, I'm offering to pay for your beast eggs out of goodwill, and you choose to mock me like this? Beside them, Zhuqing frowned, scrutinizing Su Yuan, trying to discern his intentions. Don't worry, Your Highness. I never joke about beast taming, Su Yuan replied with a steady voice. Ouyang Shui and Zhuqing exchanged a troubled glance. The discarded beast eggs were mostly useless, except perhaps as pets. However, seeing Su Yuan's determined expression, Zhuqing reluctantly agreed. All right, we'll get 1,000 discarded beast eggs. But Su Yuan, I must remind you, these eggs will only hatch into low-level F or A-grade beasts, which are virtually worthless. Is that so? Su Yuan lowered his voice. When I first met Long Yao, she was just an F-grade grass snake. Both of you underestimate the potential of certain beasts. These words left Zhuqing staring in shock at the dragon warrior beside Su Yuan, while Ouyang Shui was equally astonished. Rumors had circulated that Su Yuan's initial contract was with a mere grass snake. They had assumed it was just gossip, but it turned out to be true. This revelation hit them like a thunderclap. If Su Yuan truly possessed such an ability, it meant that every beast he contracted could potentially grow into an S-grade, or even an SS-grade, legendary beast. Without further comment, Su Yuan focused on opening the beast eggs one by one. Although top-tier bloodline beasts were rare, he continued his search patiently. His actions quickly drew the attention of passing students. At Dawn Academy, where most students were from common backgrounds, spending 10 gold coins was a considerable sum, and it was rare to see someone open 1,000 beast eggs at once. A crowd began to gather, and some recognized Su Yuan and his transformed beast companion, sparking a buzz of conversation. Feeling embarrassed, Ouyang Shui pulled Zhuqing aside, convinced that Su Yuan was merely bluffing. Unfazed by the chatter, Su Yuan continued to open the eggs. Finally, on the 982nd egg, he found what he had been waiting for. The bloodline of the Snow Emperor. This was the bloodline of the 7th-ranked fierce beast in the world, the Arctic Snow Emperor, said to be a fusion of the nine-tailed fox and the ancient ice phoenix, possessing the world's most powerful freezing abilities. Though currently just an A-grade snow fox, it was exactly what Su Yuan wanted. As he prepared to bond with it, the surrounding students were stunned by what they saw. Is this really Su Yuan, the one who challenged Wangju? Is he out of his mind? Why would he choose such a low-level beast? The rumors were right. This guy has lost it. Hearing the murmurs, Zhuqing could no longer hold back and rushed forward. Su Yuan, stop right now. What are you doing? Zhuqing stared at Su Yuan in disbelief. The snow fox is only an A-rank beast. Are you out of your mind? As a teacher, she couldn't bear to see a talented student with the potential to pass the king's trial make such a reckless choice. Su Yuan, however, remained resolute, showing no intention of stopping. Don't worry, teacher Zhua. I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. In 3 days, you'll see different results. Seeing that her persuasion was futile, Zhuqing could only leave in frustration. If he was so determined, what harm was there in giving him 3 days? If it still turned out to be a worthless beast, the academy would naturally deal with it. After the contract was sealed, the snow fox let out a soft whimper. Although it was cute, in the eyes of others, it was merely an irranked beast with no combat power. The students watching shook their heads in disappointment and soon dispersed, treating it as just another topic for idle chatter. Look, even teachers was upset. Ouyang Shui began to criticize further, but paused when she noticed a mysterious smile on Su Yuan's lips. Your Highness, would you like to know why I'm called a genius beast tamer? Follow me. Back at the dormitory, Ouyang Shui witnessed an astonishing scene. Su Yuan took out ordinary rice from a bag and force-fed it to the snow fox. Instantly, a miracle occurred. The small body of the snow fox began to transform, enveloped by an icy blue glow. It gradually took on a human form, shedding its white fur, which was replaced by a golden blue figure encased in ice crystals. Its delicate oval face and rosy cheeks exuded an unparalleled elegance unique to the extreme northern lands. This was unmistakably the transformation of a shrank beast. As someone who also specialized in ice control, Ouyang Shui immediately recognized the bloodline of the Snow Emperor, ranked 7th among the top 10 fierce beasts of the extreme north. In Su Yuan's mind, the data of the Snow Woman was clearly displayed. Beast, Extreme Ice Snow Woman. Rarity, Shrank. Level, Bronze Beginner Experience 0-100. Talent, Ice Seal Epic. Skill, Snow Moon Prison Epic. Bloodline, Ice Phoenix Divine Seal Mythical. Snow Emperor Bloodline Activation 5. Su Yuan's second beast was a shrank entity with a mythical bloodline. Ouyang Shui stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with disbelief. The half-year of experience she had accumulated as a beast master, the careful guidance from top mentors, and even the wisdom of the human king all seemed laughable in the face of this incredibly simple method. Could it really be that a handful of ordinary rice could trigger such an astonishing transformation in a beast classified as useless? Instinctively, she looked for the bag of rice Su Yuan had used, only to realize it had already been put away. Rubbing her sore eyes to confirm that this was not an illusion, Ouyang Shui felt a surge of emotions she could hardly contain. The royal family had poured countless resources into hatching a multitude of high-grade beast eggs, managing to barely nurture 2 shrank beasts devoid of bloodline power. Yet now, a beast salvaged from a discarded egg had effortlessly surpassed her achievements. The Ice Snow Maiden blinked her sparkling eyes and softly asked, "Are you my master?" Su Yuan smiled gently. "Yes, I am Su Yuan, your master. This is Long Yao, your companion. What should we call you?" Just call me Snow Maiden," she replied after a moment's thought, then knelt down, placing her hands over her chest in reverence. "Thank you, master, for awakening my bloodline. Everything I have belongs to Yumi thoughts, my strength, even every inch of my body. If I can be the foundation of your will, it would be my greatest joy." Su Yuan helped her to her feet. "Leave it to me. From now on, you're my partner." Ouyang Shui covered her mouth, finally understanding why Su Yuan was considered a true genius beast master. Typically, a shrank beast either inherited a top-tier bloodline or was inherently powerful and rebellious. Taming them and building trust usually took a long time. But Su Yuan was different. He had redeemed the Dragon Maiden and the Ice Snow Maiden from discarded beast eggs, enabling them to shed their status as failures and soar to great heights. This gratitude made them incredibly loyal to him, as evidenced by the Snow Maiden's willingness to sacrifice her life for him. Long Yao lay on Su Yuan's shoulder, smiling at Snow Maiden. "Let's get along well from now on. Just remember the order of things you have to call me sister first." Snow Maiden nodded slightly, looking a bit shy. Su Yuan stretched lazily. "Time to train. Gaining experience is urgent." Long Yao and Snow Maiden then returned to the beast space to rest, as their transformation consumed energy and they recovered faster there. "Gain experience? Are you going out of the city? It's too dangerous." Ouyang Shui frowned. Su Yuan gave her an odd look. "Who said I'm going out of the city? Don't jump to conclusions. I have my ways." Seeing that Ouyang Shui wanted to follow, he raised his hand to stop her. "Your Highness, I've already shown you quite a bit. If you want more, you'll need to pay extra." Revealing the secret of how to elevate an rank beast to shrank was dangerous enough. He had only shared some insights with her because she was a princess and he hoped to leverage her influence for intelligence. But he wouldn't let anyone take advantage of him indefinitely. Ouyang Shui felt frustrated. What had she really seen? Just him feeding some rice. She had spent 10 gold coins and an entire day, yet it was of no use to her. She sighed, deciding not to dwell on this incomprehensible person anymore, and turned to leave, preparing to venture out of the city for training. Her 2 beasts were at the advanced silver level, and with a bit more practice, they could advance to the gold level, allowing her to step into the realm of 3-star beast masters. Su Yuan headed to the deserted field of Dawn Academy. Most beast masters trained indoors, making this spot perfect for him. After summoning Long Yao and Snow Maiden, he found that Snow Maiden only needed to lie in the sun to continuously gain experience, though Long Yao could no longer improve in this way. Is it true that bronze-level methods don't work at the silver level? Su Yuan pondered, furrowing his brow. Right on cue, the system chimed in, simplifying the experience acquisition method for the silver level. Simplification successful. Your beast only needs to perform calisthenics to gain experience. Calisthenics? Like the ones I remember from school? Yes, precisely. Based on your memories, we've selected the second set of calisthenics the times are calling. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment, considering the prospect of doing calisthenics in front of so many people. But then he reminded himself that, having transformed into a social butterfly in this new world, he was beyond caring about others' opinions. What mattered was becoming stronger. Long Yao, how about I teach you a workout routine? Su Yuan suggested to Long Yao beside him. Long Yao looked at him quizzically, but upon hearing it could rapidly boost experience, she nodded and took her place behind Su Yuan, ready to begin. First section, stretching exercises, start. The system promptly announced. Ding. Dragon Warrior Maiden performed calisthenics, gained experience 5, experience points, 52,000. Ding. Dragon Warrior Maiden performed calisthenics, gained experience 5, experience points, 102000. Su Yuan quickly did the math. Each section yielded 5 experience points, with 8 sections totaling 40 points in 4 minutes, equating to 10 points per minute. With silver level requiring 17,000 experience points across 3 stages, it would take approximately 28.33 hours. This was comparable to the 26.66 hours of sunbathing needed to advance from bronze to silver, making it quite efficient. He swiftly devised a plan. Within a week, he aimed to bring both Xuan Nu and Long Yao to the brink of advancing from silver to gold, and then seek suitable rare resources for their breakthrough. Occasionally, people on the field cast curious glances their way, but they were easily dismissed with a smile. After all, rumors had it that Su Yuan had bonded with an abandoned beast egg, marking the downfall of a prodigy. As for Xuan Nu, she was mistaken for an ordinary student. Who would have guessed that in just one day, Su Yuan had transformed her into a shape-shifting glass beast? 3 days later, in Zuoqing's office. Are you serious? Zuoqing asked incredulously, staring at the returning Ouyang Shui as if a long-held belief had been completely overturned. Of course, Ms. Zhuo. You and the other students underestimated Su Yuan. Did you really think he would casually pick an abandoned beast egg? Ouyang Shui countered. Zuoqing stood in the office, listening in disbelief to the news before her. She vividly remembered witnessing Su Yuan contract that snow fox just 3 days ago, and now, this ordinary snow fox had astonishingly mutated into a powerful scrayed beast. Ouyang Shui sighed softly, contemplating an even more unbelievable fact that Su Yuan had achieved this miracle with just a handful of rice. She didn't dare to share this with Zuoqing, fearing her own judgment might also be questioned. Zuoqing composed herself and wisely refrained from probing further into the details. She recalled that Ouyang Shui had once paid for Su Yuan's beast egg, speculating that there might be some sort of agreement between the two. Teacher, Ouyang Shui continued, I need to go level up. With a bit more effort, I can get my beast to reach the gold level, and then I can prepare for the 3-star Beast Master exam. Zuoqing nodded in response. The 3-star exam is different from the 2-star. It requires participating in city guard missions and accumulating lieutenant military merits. It's a team task. Should you wait for Su Yuan? Doesn't he have some unique skills? Forget it. Ouyang Shui shook her head, dismissing the idea. Surviving outside the city is a challenge for him. Besides, he just became a 2-star Beast Master. For an average person to train 2 beasts to the high silver bottleneck and find the rare materials needed takes at least a year. Even for a genius, it's a 6-month endeavor. Just finding the rare materials is tough enough for him. Watching Ouyang Shui leave, Zuoqing fell into deep thought, recalling Su Yuan's previous words echoing in her mind. Teacher Zhuo, Ouyang, you're both underestimating the potential of certain beasts. 5 days later, Su Yuan's 2 beasts, the Dragon Maiden Warrior and the Frost Snow Maiden, simultaneously reached the high silver bottleneck. Thanks to the system simplification, the originally rare materials required were substituted with ordinary fried chicken legs. In the dormitory, while Ouyang Shui was away, Su Yuan fed each of his beasts a fried chicken leg. Instantly, magical changes began to occur. Long Yao's winered hair became even more dazzling, causing a dragon's roar that shook the entire building. The Snow Maiden made snowflakes fall from the September sky, creating a rare celestial phenomenon. With a resounding boom, both beasts simultaneously broke through to the initial gold level. The Dragon Maiden Warrior acquired a new dragon scale trait, with her body covered in scales that could nullify attacks below epic level of the same tier and significantly resist stronger attacks. Beast Record Update. Yukiana Grade S. Current level, Gold, Initial Stage. Experience, 0.20,000. Talent, Ice Seal Epic. Skills, Aurora Dance Mythical, Snow Moon Cage Epic. Bloodline, Ice Phoenix God Seal Mythical, Snow Emperor Divine Vein 20. Newly acquired talent, Aurora Dance. Yukiana can transform into an aurora, instantly teleporting to any location within a kilometer. She can carry others with her and completely evade attacks. This breakthrough brought an unexpected surprise. Although Yukiana didn't gain new abilities when advancing from bronze to silver, she awakened a mythical level ability upon reaching gold. This compensates perfectly for Su Yuan's biggest weakness, his lack of defense. From now on, whenever faced with direct threats, Yukiana can whisk him away from danger in an instant. Long Yao's progress is equally impressive. Previously known for her offensive abilities, she has now gained dragon scale protection, significantly boosting her defense. This means that within the same rank, any attack below epic level will be completely ineffective against her. In just 8 days of school and a mere 13 days as a Beastmaster, Su Yuan has already touched the threshold of a 3-star Beastmaster. He looked at his two companions and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work." As soon as he finished speaking, urgent footsteps approached from outside, followed by a rapid knock on the door. The recent phenomenon had not only alerted the school authorities, but also caused students in the dormitory to evacuate, thinking it was an earthquake. Su Yuan opened the door to find teachers Wuqing leading a group of staff members. Before she could speak, Su Yuan preemptively asked, "Teacher, can you tell me the contents of the 3-star Beastmaster assessment now?" Wuqing and the other teachers were stunned by the implication of his words. The recent resonance with the heavens and earth was clearly a sign of a bloodline breakthrough. Coupled with Su Yuan's current statement, it was unmistakable his beast had advanced to the gold level in just a few days. The sudden exclamation from teacher Huang Xiang shattered the silence of the dormitory building. "Su Yuan, unbelievable. How did you manage to upgrade your beasts to the gold level so quickly? You need 3 sets of rare resources to upgrade 2 beasts. Where did you get them?" This question echoed the thoughts of all the teachers. First, there was the astonishing feat of upgrading an 11-level beast from a discarded beast egg to an S-level beast, a revelation the Academy had to keep under wraps. And now, an even more shocking development. Upgrading 2 beasts to the gold level within 8 days using 3 sets of rare resources. This was beyond genius. It was monstrous. Last year's best newcomer at the Beastmaster tournament, Yi Ho, took 16 days to break through to a 2-star Beastmaster, 102 days for 3 stars, and 206 days for 4 stars, setting the fastest record in Dawn City. And Su Yuan? He broke through to 2 stars in 5 days and now, after just 13 days, he was on the verge of becoming a 3-star Beastmaster. The teachers present were so stunned they couldn't speak. Did such a student even need guidance? The wealth of experience from other Beastmasters seemed insignificant compared to Su Yuan's terrifying speed of improvement. Zuoqing finally managed to calm herself. She had long anticipated Su Yuan's rapid advancement, and had even contacted President Zhang of the Beastmaster Guild to request assistance when Su Yuan took the 3-star Beastmaster assessment. But she hadn't expected this day to come so soon. "Mr. Huang, that's a secret. Even if I told you, would you believe it?" Su Yuan chuckled, rubbing his head. Then, clasping his hands together apologetically, he said, "I didn't expect to cause such a commotion. I hope I won't have to pay for the damages." After his moment of bravado, Su Yuan began to realize the gravity of the situation. The load-bearing walls of the dormitory were riddled with cracks, and the dragon's roar from Long Yao's breakthrough had nearly turned the sturdy building into a hazardous structure. "The school isn't that petty," Zuoqing replied with a dark expression. "Of course, if you don't take first place at the Indo-Fire Dawn City Academy Beastmaster Tournament, that might be a different story." Su Yuan swallowed hard, realizing he was now on a watch list. After dismissing the other teachers, Zuoqing spoke to Su Yuan privately. "I'm sorry to tell you, but the task for the 3-star Beastmaster assessment requires joining the City Guard and raising your military rank to at least a lieutenant. You understand what that implies?" Su Yuan's brow furrowed. Within the city, even nobles wouldn't dare to attack a Beastmaster lightly, but outside was a different story. Deaths could easily be blamed on fierce beasts. To advance to a 3-star Beastmaster, he had to leave the city. No wonder the nobles had been biding their time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. "So, would you like our protection?" Zuoqing continued. "Dawn Academy has significant influence within the Beastmaster Guild and can arrange protection for you. What would I need to offer in return?" Su Yuan asked bluntly. Zuoqing held up 2 fingers. "First, given your pace of advancement, you should reach 4-star Beastmaster by year-end. I need you to help the Academy win the year-end Inter-Academy Beastmaster Tournament. Second, after graduation, when forming your Beastmaster group, the members should mainly be selected from Dawn Academy and the Beastmaster Guild. How about it?" Su Yuan immediately agreed. He needed protection now, and refusing aid from Dawn Academy would be tantamount to a death sentence outside the city. "Smart choice," Zuoqing smiled. "By the way, you haven't participated in the Academy's ranking battles yet, have you? You need a ranking battle record before taking the 3-star assessment, as it tests your combat abilities. If you're too weak, the city guard won't take you. All right, Ms. Zhua, I've already chosen my opponent, Su Yuan said, stretching. He'd been busy these days, frequently observing battles at the Beastmaster training ground. The best way to protect himself was to keep attracting attention. The old Taoist had advised him to take the initiative and not retreat. To create a sensation, he needed to challenge above his rank. Reaching the gold level in 14 days and challenging above his rank would certainly cause a stir. Ms. Zhua, please arrange a match with Hung Kadi, the top-ranked 3-star Beastmaster at Dawn Academy. Zhuqing's pupils contracted. This wasn't the first time she found Su Yuan's actions audacious. Don't worry, Ms. Zhua, Su Yuan explained. I've studied him these past few days. Hung Kadi is a 3-star Beastmaster with 3 level beasts, all at high gold level, just needing rare resources to advance to 4 stars. Precisely because his beasts haven't reached the star level, I have a chance. Besides, my beasts have a type advantage over his. Zhuqing pondered for a moment and realized that Su Yuan's seemingly reckless move was actually well planned and calculated. He never acted without confidence. All right, it's settled then. Zhuqing nodded. Your breakthrough can't be kept secret anymore. So we might as well go public and let all of Dawn City witness our academy's prodigy. Su Yuan understood this was Zhuqing helping to build his reputation, so he clasped his hands in thanks. The next day, the Dawn Daily's front page featured the news that shook the entire city. A new star surpasses Yi Ho in just 13 days to reach gold level. The fastest cultivation legend in history. Su Yuan. Snow Fox? Snow Maiden. Eyewitness account. Revealing Su Yuan's greatest secret. How a discarded beast transformed. Cross-rank battle. The untold story of Su Yuan's challenge against Hung Kadi, an ally of the Liu family? Identity mystery? Is Su Yuan's success his own, or backed by a mysterious organization? The Toilet Paper Gazette truly lives up to its name, sparked a heated debate in a tea house in Dawn City. The patrons gathered around, buzzing with discussion. One scoffed. Who are they trying to fool? An erranked snow fox turning into an shrank beast? Is the editor writing a fantasy novel? Old Liu, it's not just a rumor, another patron said seriously. My nephew is at Dawn Academy. He witnessed Su Yuan contract with an abandoned beast, which turned into an shrank beast a few days later. What about the other rumors? That's right, that kid's 2 beasts have already reached the gold rank. Impossible. No matter how talented, it can't be that fast, right? How long did it take Yi Ho back then? Several beast tamer group leaders were present, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Should we check out Dawn Academy? Of course. Captain Luo, aren't we looking for new recruits? White group, we can't let the Red Fong Beast group get ahead of us. Let's go and see if this young genius is the real deal. Meanwhile, in the Liu family in the West District, a completely different scene was unfolding. Liu Yu sat by his son Liu Ziyang's bedside, anxiously asking, still no response? Liu Ziyang shook his head in pain, his face contorted. As the eldest son of the Liu family head, Liu Yu sighed. I haven't taught you well, I've indulged you too much. But son, matters of the family can't be meddled with by outsiders, and we can't let commoners trample over us. Don't worry, Su Yuan won't live long. His rare dragon maiden beast's blood can cure your illness. Then you can propose to the Gu family girl. These words ignited a flame of hatred within Liu Ziyang, who gritted his teeth. Father, I want Su Yuan to kneel before me and experience every torment imaginable. Liu Yu coughed lightly to interrupt. Today, Su Yuan is challenging your Uncle Heng's family member. I've already instructed him to be ruthless. Even if he doesn't kill him, he should make him suffer. If he loses, Su Yuan will surely leave the city to take the 3-star Beast Tamer exam, and then the 10 elders will send someone to deal with him. Elsewhere in the West District, the 10 elders were holding a meeting. They believed the citizens had become too restless lately and decided to use this as an opportunity to suppress them. Someone suggested eliminating Su Yuan once he left the city to set an example. Although there were concerns about the king intervening, they had already decided to make an agreement with the Beast King. Dawn Academy was particularly lively today. Strong figures from all over the city gathered, from city guards to the Beast Tamer Guild, and even the Royal Knights sent representatives. They all wanted to witness Su Yuan's strength firsthand. The academy specially combined training grounds into a massive arena capable of holding 20,000 people. In the lounge, Su Yuan rubbed his temples and complained, Teacher Zhua, isn't this too much fuss? Zhuqing laughed. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? All the major Beast Tamer Group strongmen are here. On the other side, Hung family head Hung Jianghai was instructing Hung Kadi. The Liu family wants you to be ruthless. If you succeed, the Red Moon Profound Qi and Purple Sky Spirit Root are yours. In the arena, before the match started, Wanyang chuckled. Vice Principal Zhang, the last time there was such a spectacle was when Yi Ho took on 3 opponents at once, right? Zhang Hongyi shook his head with a smile. Honestly, I've never seen Su Yuan fight either, so I'm quite anxious myself. The The expressions on everyone's faces made it clear that Zhang Hongyi's words were not mere modesty. As the newly rising genius of Dawn City, Su Yuan had indeed yet to face a true test. His only battle thus far was during the Wangju, where he relied on his innate talent to secure victory. His actual strength remained unknown. The thousands of beastmasters observing the scene collectively lowered their voices, keenly listening to the evaluations of the prominent figures. Ouyang asked, Vice Principal Zhang, do you think Hung Kadi has a better chance of winning, or Su Yuan? Zhang Hongyi cleared his throat. Kadi is my student, and I can vouch for his abilities. To be honest, while Su Yuan is exceptionally gifted, a 2-star beastmaster challenging a 3-star one is quite a stretch. Oh. A deep voice belonging to Wanyang resonated. Vice Principal Zhang favors Hung Kadi? I actually think Su Yuan stands a chance. My cousin once mentioned that this young man, despite his bold actions, always acts with careful consideration and never takes risks without confidence. The cousin he referred to was none other than Wan Daoxian, the principal of the Beast Academy. The Beastmasters in the audience began to place their bets. Most favored Hung Kadi, for a simple reason. A 3-star against a 2-star, logically, one would choose the higher star level. Although Su Yuan possessed 2 grade beasts, Hung Kadi's 3 high-level golden beasts had the advantage in rank, enough to offset this gap. With the added advantage in numbers, support for Hung Kadi increased, and the odds soared from 1 minute and 2.2 seconds to 1 minute and 8.6 seconds. As the match time arrived, spotlights focused on the center of the beast arena. It was a colossal field, 1,000 meters long and 600 meters wide, surrounded by a protective barrier to prevent stray skills from harming the spectators. When the 2 contestants stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted into a thunderous roar. Cheers, jeers, applause, and boos filled the air. Su Yuan glanced around, estimating there were at least tens of thousands of spectators. His gaze shifted to the special viewing area where Dawn City's top beastmasters were seated. He nodded politely, acknowledging their presence. During the introduction segment, Su Yuan closed his eyes, concentrating on his strategy. His greatest advantage lay in his ability to discern the level and capabilities of his opponent's beasts at a glance. Although the apparent power gap seemed substantial, in terms of beast compatibility, he had a significant edge over Hung Kadi. Hung Kadi's 3 beasts were all a grade high-level gold. The Rock Demon Drake excelled in defense, the Ice Butterfly specialized in control, and the Illusion Flame Wolf handled offense. However, the Rock Demon Drake's draconic bloodline paled against the Dragon Goddess Warrior's divine dragon lineage. The Ice Butterfly's frost control was ineffective against the Snow Maiden with the Snow Emperor's divine lineage, and the Illusion Flame Wolf's epic-level flame struggled to penetrate the Dragon Maiden's dragon scale defense. Junior, you're quite aggressive, Hung Kadi remarked first. If I lose to a junior who's only been in school for a few days, it would be quite embarrassing for me. I hope you'll go easy on me. Aware of Hung Kadi's connections with the Liu family, Su Yuan responded calmly, Senior, you could always concede, and I'd be happy to oblige. Hung Kadi's expression darkened, and he immediately summoned his 3 beasts. The Rock Demon Drake slithered out from the ground, the Ice Butterfly formed from condensed ice crystals, and the wolf stepped forth, shrouded in red-purple illusion flames. Su Yuan also called forth his trump cards. The fiery dragon maiden with her wynard hair, and the ethereal snow goddess draped in pale blue ice crystals. The appearance of these shape-shifted beasts elicited cheers from the audience, with many young men whistling in admiration. Look, the rumors are true, dual-grade shape-shifted beasts. They're stunning beauties. Su Yuan is truly enviable. The rumors about him being a waste were clearly nonsense. The bell tolled, and the battle commenced instantly. Hung Kadi commanded his Ice Butterfly to launch a probing attack, sending over a dozen ice spears hurtling through the air. Yet, before they could reach their target, the Snow Maiden effortlessly froze them midair with a mere wave of her arm. Her epic-level freezing talent made such attacks trivial. Rock Demon Drake, Meteorite, Hung Kadi ordered. Massive boulders descended from the sky, their momentum akin to that of a high-caliber cannon. But with a single dragon roar, the Dragon Maiden's eyes emitted an aura of dominance. As a lower-tier drake species, the Rock Demon Drake froze under this pressure, forced to abort its meteorite technique. This overwhelming suppression left everyone in shock. Hung Kadi, a 3-star beastmaster, was completely overpowered by Su Yuan, a mere 2-star, right from the start. The battle unfolding in the arena left the audience utterly speechless. Hung Kadi's proud offensive strategies were proving useless. His Rock Demon Wyvern couldn't even cast a single skill against Su Yuan's Dragon Maiden. It seemed as if some invisible force was holding it back. The elemental disadvantage is too obvious. No wonder Su Yuan dared to challenge him. Hung Kadi is completely outmatched, the spectators murmured among themselves. On the podium, Wanyang analyzed deeply. The Ice Butterfly's control abilities are inferior to the Snow Maiden's, rendering its ice attacks ineffective against Su Yuan. More crucially, Su Yuan's Dragon Maiden inherits true dragon bloodline, naturally suppressing wyvern species, explaining why the rock demon wyvern is so restrained. Ouyangren nodded in agreement. While Hung Kadi might have superior raw power, Su Yuan cleverly exploits elemental advantages, preventing his opponent from showcasing his true strength. Su Yuan's disadvantage is far less significant than it appears. Hung Kadi gritted his teeth in frustration. His beasts, whether it was the ice butterfly or the rock demon wyvern, were exceptionally formidable. He never anticipated encountering a beast that would so thoroughly counter his own. Normally, he could rely on his level advantage to stand even in a 3-on-2 scenario, but the current elemental mismatch left him in a bind. Yet, true to his reputation as a 3-star Beastmaster from Dawn Academy, Hung Kadi quickly adjusted his tactics. Phantom Flame Wolf, use Phantom Flame Claw. The Phantom Flame Wolf unleashed waves of sharp purplured flames, aimed directly at the Dragon Maiden. Simultaneously, the Ice Butterfly launched a side attack with ice crystals, while the Rock Demon Wyvern turned its attention to the Snow Maiden. Hung Kadi aimed to use the Phantom Flame Wolf as a distraction, allowing his other beasts to switch targets and mitigate the elemental disadvantage. However, Su Yuan was prepared. Aurora Dance. The Snow Maiden's form dissolved into a brilliant aurora, reappearing behind Hung Kadi in an instant. This surprising spatial ability caught Hung Kadi off guard, revealing Su Yuan's second-class beast also possessed mythical lineage. In the face of danger, Hung Kadi hastily recalled his 3 beasts for protection. The Rock Demon Wyvern urgently summoned a rock golem to shield against the Snow Maiden's freezing power. But one misstep led to another. During this brief opening, the Dragon Maiden unleashed a scorching dragon breath, piercing through the weakened defenses of the Ice Butterfly. Hung Kadi watched helplessly as his beast lost its combat capability, realizing he had been playing into Su Yuan's hands from the start. In the audience, Zhang Hongyi suddenly stood up excitedly. I understand. Su Yuan has reached the second realm of Beast Mastery telepathic connection. This revelation brought clarity to the crowd. Throughout the battle, Hung Kadi had been issuing commands, while Su Yuan remained silent. His beasts acted with perfect timing and precision, a testament to their seamless telepathic bond. Ouyangren smiled and concluded, it seems Su Yuan's reputation as a genius beast master is not just due to his rapid advancement. His personal qualities have long surpassed his peers. It is well known that typically only 4-star beast masters engage in the practice of mind synchronization, yet Su Yuan mastered this ability as a 2-star beast master. This talent is astonishing, and what is even more surprising is that Su Yuan never underwent traditional training for mind synchronization. On the battle arena, the natural synergy between Su Yuan, Long Yao, and the Snow Maiden made their teamwork seamless. This bond was forged when Su Yuan rescued them from the fate of being abandoned beasts. In contrast to Hung Kadi's commanding style of control, Su Yuan's mind synchronization resulted in quicker and more precise combat responses, which is the fundamental reason for the one-sided nature of the battle. Hung Kadi stood on the battle arena, his fists clenching involuntarily. After 2 years of hard work, he finally ascended to the position of the strongest 3-star beast master, only to be surpassed by a new student. As someone from a noble background, he could not accept his honor becoming a stepping stone for a commoner. Phantom Flame Wolf, Phantom Flame Double Dance, Rock Demon Drake, Giant Rock Pierce. Hung Kadi shouted fiercely. In an instant, the Phantom Flame Wolf unleashed a torrent of phantom flames, completely enveloping the Rock Demon Drake. The massive drake spun wildly, merging with the flames to form an awe-inspiring fiery vortex. The final move, is it? Su Yuan murmured softly, deciding to give it his all. Snow Maiden, Ice Phoenix Divine Seal. A resounding phoenix cry echoed through the arena. With the bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox and the ancient ice phoenix flowing through her veins, the Snow Maiden awakened the dormant ice phoenix spirit, unleashing a power capable of freezing everything. On the battle arena, the majestic purplured flame vortex was instantly overpowered by the sudden appearance of an icy blue figure. An ice phoenix, shrouded in eternal frost, soared majestically, exuding an ancient and chilling aura of ice. In the face of this power, the fiery vortex and the rock demon drake's form were like fragile paper, gradually being encroached upon and frozen by the spreading icy tendrils. Hung Kadi fell to his knees, his hands trembling as he fumbled with the ice threads, desperately trying to save the rock demon dragon trapped in ice. He couldn't believe he had been so easily defeated by a newcomer who had only been at the academy for a few days. The blow to his pride was excruciating. Su Yuan simply snapped his fingers. The Snow Maiden immediately understood, slicing the air with a hand chop. With a sharp crack, the ice shattered explosively, and the rock demon dragon disintegrated into countless icy shards. Hung Kadi, this was just a sparring match. Why did you destroy my beast? Hung Kadi's eyes were red with anger as he glared at Su Yuan. Every one of your attacks was aimed to kill me, Su Yuan replied coldly. Is that what you call sparring? The Liu and Hung families promised you benefits to kill me. Did you think I wouldn't figure it out? Those who harm others will ultimately harm themselves. An eye for an eye, that's all. Hung Kadi collapsed to the ground, realizing the truth. The tempting resources had driven him to try to kill Su Yuan with every move. Those resources could spare him a year of hard training, and killing Su Yuan would curry favor with both the Hong and Lu families. Initially, the audience criticized Su Yuan's ruthless methods, but upon learning the backstory and considering the enmity between Su Yuan and the Lu family, as well as the relationship between the Lu and Hung families, they understood. Showing mercy to an enemy is being cruel to oneself. Crippling Hung Kadi's beast, setting him back a year in training, was undoubtedly a wise decision, as by then Su Yuan would have advanced far beyond his current level. Despite the match being tainted by ulterior motives, Su Yuan's victory was undeniably impressive, overcoming a higher-ranked opponent with ease. Amidst the thunderous applause, even Ouyang Ren on the podium remarked, "Congratulations, Vice Principal Zhang. Dawn Academy has a true prodigy Beastmaster on its hands. At the rate he's progressing, this year's Beastmaster tournament crown might just belong to Dawn Academy." This statement ignited the passion of Dawn Academy's students. With Su Yuan's current progress, he would likely advance to a 4-star Beastmaster by year's end, qualifying for the Dawn City Beastmaster tournament. This was not just about personal honor but also about the Academy's resource allocation. The audience buzzed with discussion, some cheering for Su Yuan, while others analyzed the situation pragmatically. After all, although Hung Kadi was the strongest 3-star in the Academy, the true experts had already advanced to 4-star. Moreover, he didn't have its class beast, leaving Su Yuan's ability to defeat those with class beasts uncertain. On the viewing platform, 2 Beastmaster Guild leaders conversed. "Captain Luo, aren't you interested in recruiting this newcomer to your Red Fong Beastmaster Guild?" The man in the black trench coat shook his head. "He's too sharp, and surviving might be another matter. But it seems your Black Wind Beastmaster Guild is quite interested in him." The man with goggles chuckled. "Forget it. We can't handle him. The 10 elders won't let him go, and we can't afford to challenge them." While the top Beastmaster guilds hesitated, Wan Yang on the podium spoke up. "Su Yuan, would you like to join our city guard's Wan camp? Since you'll be taking the 3-star Beastmaster examination anyway, why not come to our camp instead of going elsewhere?" Su Yuan looked up. Recalling Ouyang Shue's mention of the influence of the citizen class within the city guard, he realized that Wan Yang, the commander of Wan camp, was likely an ally. An invitation from him was probably harmless. Su Yuan respectfully clasped his fists and, with a firm voice, said to Wan Yang, "Thank you, Commander Wan, for the invitation. Joining the city guard to protect our land is, of course, the duty of us beast tamers. I am honored by your trust and am willing to join the Wan camp." Hearing this, Wan Yang's lips curled into a smile. "Good, since you're joining our camp, you're one of us now. Anyone who dares to play tricks will find that we won't stand idly by. Su Yuan, report to the Wan camp in 10 days. As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Yang let out a low command and summoned a large white eagle. With agile movements, he leaped onto the eagle's back. The majestic bird spread its wings, ready to carry its master into the sky. Su Yuan nodded solemnly, yes. Wan Yang's declaration served not only to recruit Su Yuan but also as a warning to other factions. Anyone who wanted to target Su Yuan would have to be prepared to face the Wan camp as an adversary. The city guard's beast tamers were divided into 5 camps: Wan, Shan, Lang, Hai, and Tian. The Wan and Shan camps were mainly composed of commoner beast tamers, representing the power of the civilian class. The Lang and Hai camps were under the control of the 10 elders, while the Tian camp was directly under the command of the human king. Su Yuan took a deep breath. Since leaving the city was inevitable, he needed to gather as many protective measures as possible. The promise from Limine Academy was won, and now he had the protection of Wan Yang. He wondered if these advantages would be enough to ensure his survival. His high-profile challenge to Hung Kadi was not just to gain fame, but also to test whether any factions would support him. From the current situation, there had indeed been a response. "Long Yao, Xuanu, let's go." Su Yuan called softly, then returned his 2 beasts to their beast space and turned to leave the bustling battle arena. As the audience gradually dispersed, in a neglected corner of the arena, a little girl wearing a straw hat playfully lifted the hat of the man next to her and pouted, "Captain, did we waste an entire afternoon just to watch a boring match?" The man, referred to as the captain, affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. "Well, his growth is unexpected. This match wasn't boring at all, considering I've already given him that thing." "Huh, so it's him?" The girl propped her chin on her hands, smugly saying, "Looks like I won't be the youngest anymore." As they left the Colosseum, Zhuqing approached with a surprised smile on her face. "Su Yuan, you never cease to amaze. I didn't expect the match to be such a one-sided victory." Su Yuan gave a humble smile. "I owe it to the fact that Hung Kadi isn't very strong, plus I've been pretty lucky." Zhuqing rolled her eyes at his words. If Hung Kadi hears that, he'll be furious. She thought to herself that Su Yuan's display of strength had indeed exceeded her expectations. Even without Enshrank Beastmaster among the 3-star ranks, Hung Kadi shouldn't have lost so quickly. His greed was ultimately his downfall. Ignoring Su Yuan's jest, Zhuqing shifted to more serious matters. I've spoken to Chairman Zhang of the Beastmasters Guild. During your promotion to a 3-star Beastmaster, 3 6-star Beastmasters will be assigned to protect you. Su Yuan frowned slightly. 6-star Beastmasters? He got straight to the point. If the nobility wanted to eliminate me, what level would they send? Zhuqing held up 6 fingers. No higher than this level. Above 6 stars is the 7-star rank, which we call demigods. Even the nobility can't use a demigod against you. In fact, demigods hold a status far above nobility and often command them, not the other way around. She continued her analysis. The main thresholds for Beastmasters are between 3 and 4 stars and between 6 and 7 stars. Based on my and Chairman Zhang's assessment, the nobility is likely to deploy the Lang and Hai battalions of the city guards, rather than using their direct forces. These 2 battalions have 6 6-star Beastmasters. We'll send 3, and with you joining the Wan battalion, your safety will be assured. After hearing this well-reasoned analysis, Su Yuan couldn't find any faults. Mobilizing such a force for a young student was already quite impressive. He respectfully clasped his hands. Thank you, Teacher Zhua. Please convey my gratitude to Chairman Zhang. I will certainly keep my promise. Naturally, this promise referred to the Beast Masters competition at the end of the year and the future selection of Beast Corps members. Zhuqing smiled. You must be tired. Go get some rest. You'll need to report to the Wan battalion in a few days. All right. Back in his dorm, Su Yuan lay on his bed, lost in thought. Could the threat really be just 6-star Beast Masters? Recalling the old monk's prophecy, if it was only 6-star Beast Masters, it didn't seem particularly dangerous. It wasn't that he underestimated them, but such overt threats were too easily anticipated, just like how Zhuqing easily predicted the nobility's possible actions. Yet, on second thought, he chided himself. He shouldn't be complacent or assume the enemy to be foolish. That wouldn't be wise. As he pondered, he suddenly felt a vibration and a slight sting from beneath his pillow. Su Yuan sat up and lifted the pillow, revealing the jade playing card hidden underneath a 7 of hearts. When he grasped the cool, thin piece, the card suddenly sprouted a sharp spike, piercing his fingertip. A drop of crimson blood seeped into it, and the original 7 of hearts pattern vanished, replaced by lines of text. When you bind it with your blood, this item becomes yours. It is a blood clan treasure, the soul communicator jade, allowing the holder to send messages across space and time. With the heart of the blood clan, one can even teleport to a random location on the sacred spirit continent at any time or place. Su Yuan's pupils contracted, and his heart raced. A soul communicator jade? Blood clan? These terms were unfamiliar to him, but the ability to teleport was extraordinary. With the heart of the blood clan, it could even provide an escape in dire situations. No wonder it was called a treasure. In the hierarchy of rare artifacts, the lowest tier includes items like dragon blood gems and flame dragon scales, which are rare but not unheard of. Above them are celestial treasures, suitable for mid to high-level beast masters. The highest tier consists of treasures, with fewer than 10 known to exist among all of humanity. That old monk traded a silver coin for a treasure to give to me? Su Yuan couldn't hide his elation and continued reading. The current holder of all the soul communicator jades has founded an organization. By binding the jade with your blood, you join this secretive organization. A secretive organization? Su Yuan found this intriguing. More allies could mean more opportunities. Instead of confronting formidable foes openly, Su Yuan preferred to undermine them from the shadows, embodying the cunning of a seasoned strategist. As he continued browsing the information on his spirit jade, a striking line of text caught his eye. Welcome to the Red Heart Thieves Guild. Whoa! He nearly choked on his own saliva. After several confirmations, the words remained unmistakably clear. The Red Heart Thieves Guild, infamous, notorious, and wanted by Dawn City, a dangerous organization of elusive criminals. Li Yuan and the Toilet Paper Gazette really are prophetic. I've actually become a member of the Red Heart Thieves Guild. Su Yuan mused, eagerly reading on. The guild rules appeared. 1. Once joined, there is no leaving, or face death. 2. Do not disclose information about fellow members, or face death. 3. Fight for the dawn of humanity. The first 2 rules were expected, but the third one left Su Yuan stunned. Deep down, something was stirred. This notorious organization actually had fighting for the dawn of humanity as its creed? The words of an old Taoist echoed in his mind. Listen more, observe more, discern who is friend and who is foe. Those deemed evil may not commit evil, and those deemed good may not be good. Su Yuan had an epiphany. His perception of the Red Heart Thieves Guild was entirely shaped by books, the Dawn Report, and public opinion. He had never truly encountered them, so why blindly accept these preconceived notions? With a slight smile, Su Yuan decided to observe with his own eyes and listen with his own ears. At the very least, the mysterious old Taoist bore him no ill will. He tapped the spirit jade gently, the text vanished, and a new interface appeared. Above 7 heart symbols, the name Joker was displayed prominently. This must be the legendary leader of the Red Heart Thieves Guild, Li Eiki. After a short wait, Su Yuan initiated a greeting. Red Heart 7, hello everyone. I am Li Feiyu. Pleased to meet you all. After a brief silence, the spirit jade vibrated. Red Heart 6, Li? Is that your real name? The leader and I watched today's match. Red Heart 3, impressive, brotherly, breaking so many records in Dawn City at such a young age. I have to keep working hard. Su Yuan blushed, surprised at how quickly his identity was uncovered. Even more shocking was that Li Eiki had actually been present at the event. He suddenly realized that the old Taoist might very well have been Li Eiki in disguise. Joker? That's an alias. Red Heart 6. Oh, it's an alias? Red Heart 3. As expected from the leader, seeing through everything with keen insight, I am Su Yuan, a beast master for only 14 days, still a novice. Please guide me, Su Yuan confessed. It seemed his identity was the only transparent one here, while everyone else remained shrouded in mystery. Just as he was about to say something to ease the awkwardness, a shocking message arrived. Red Heart 4. Today at noon, 300 miles east of Dawn City, City Guard Commander Wan Jingren was found dead. This news struck Su Yuan like lightning, especially as he was about to join the City Guard. The commander was dead? Su Yuan sat in his room, feeling as if he was being swept into an invisible whirlpool. He carefully pondered the conversation he had just overheard. The news of the death of the garrison commander Wan Jingren, and his connections with Wan Daoxian of the Beast Academy and Wan Yang of the Wan Camp. He also thought about the disappearance of Hongxin III, a formidable being with demigod-level strength, and the series of strange events that had unfolded, the nobles embezzling assets from the Dawn Exchange and framing others, and the beast uprising in Eagle's Sorrow Gorge in the eastern part of Dawn City. These pieces of information gradually formed a coherent picture in Su Yuan's mind. He recalled how he had been falsely accused by Lu Yuan of being a member of the Red Heart Thieves and stealing the Dragon Blood Gem. In hindsight, it was evident that this was a carefully orchestrated scheme by the nobles to cover up their embezzlement. What troubled Su Yuan even more was Hongxin III's mention of the impending infighting among the 5 camps of the city guards. As a member of the Wan camp, he realized his situation might become increasingly precarious. The fact that even someone as powerful as Hongxin III was wary of Eagle's Sorrow Gorge only added to his unease. Su Yuan reflected on the leader's previous warnings, realizing they were far from baseless. Although he had the protection of Dawn Academy and the Wan camp, the conversation between Hongxin III and Hongxin IV suggested that the approaching storm was far more turbulent than he had anticipated. He began to consider his options. The Red Heart Thieves were unlikely to offer assistance voluntarily. The leader had merely provided a platform. However, the gap between him and the demigod-level members seemed insurmountable, making it difficult to find something of interest to trade with them. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Yuan: his ability to simplify beast mastery. The potential to purify bloodlines, effortlessly level up, and replace rare resources could be invaluable, even to demigods, if applicable to others' beasts. With this revelation, Su Yuan quickly logged off, carefully hiding his spirit jade. Then, he took out paper and pen, listing his immediate priorities, to verify if his simplified beast mastery could be applied to others. As he considered potential candidates for experimentation, Su Yuan analyzed his options. His classmate Huang Ming was trustworthy but lacked beast strength. Asking for help from teachers Wuqing risked exposing his abilities. And then there was his roommate Ouyang Zuo's reaction during his previous demonstration of turning waste into treasure had been probing, yet she hadn't reported anything to the royal family. Su Yuan pondered her choice to attend the more commoner populated Dawn Academy instead of the Royal Academy, suspecting there might be hidden reasons. However, for now, she posed no threat to him. Su Yuan pondered his options carefully. Ouyang Shui's beast possessed a powerful bloodline ability, and gaining her support and protection seemed like a prudent choice. Simultaneously, he considered the possibility of acquiring the Heart of the Blood Clan, an invaluable artifact that allowed its wielder to teleport anywhere in the world, potentially a lifesaver in critical moments. As for the third option, it depended on the outcome of his experiments. If positive, he could negotiate with the Red Heart Thieves for protection. If negative, he would have to align himself with either the Royalists or the Beastmasters Guild. In the turbulent city of Dawn, survival was the top priority. With his plan set, Su Yuan signaled Long Yao to burn the note to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Before long, familiar footsteps echoed in the hallway, the distinctive sound of Ouyang Shui's white knee-high boots. Her silvery blue hair swayed gently as she entered the room, immediately demanding, "Su Yuan, is it true you defeated Hunkadi? How did you suddenly reach the gold rank as a 3-star beast master?" Ouyang Shui was incredulous. She had painstakingly advanced her 2 beasts to the gold rank, preparing for her own 3-star Beast Master examination. Yet this freshman, barely 10 days into his studies, had already achieved such a level? Her pride as a once celebrated prodigy princess seemed insignificant in comparison. However, in response to her inquiry, Su Yuan displayed a predatory demeanor. He swiftly approached, pinning Ouyang Shui against the wall, his arms on either side of her, his face close to hers. What are you doing? Ouyang Shui's cheeks flushed a deep red, her heartbeat quickening. She had never been in such close proximity to anyone, and the sensation of his breath on her face left her mind in disarray. She tried to push Su Yuan away, but her body seemed to betray her. How about we make a deal? Su Yuan's voice was low and urgent. Your beast, the glacial light falcon, does it have a mythical bloodline? Only then did Ouyang Shui realize her misunderstanding, and in a mix of embarrassment and anger, she slapped him sharply across the face. Smack! A sharp slap landed on Su Yuan's face. He hadn't anticipated such a fierce reaction from Princess Ouyang Shui, leaving him no time to dodge. Your Highness, even if you want to refuse the deal, there's no need to slap me. Besides, you didn't even hear what the deal was before hitting me, Su Yuan complained, rubbing his burning cheek. Ouyang Shui stood there, her cheeks flushed, hands on her hips. It's your fault for acting so strangely and getting so close. Men and women shouldn't touch casually. I'm supposed to marry someone in the future. If someone saw us, you'd be facing a death sentence. Recalling the scene, Su Yuan realized what had happened. Ouyang Shui's face had turned bright red, her eyes tightly shut. He suddenly understood. Oh, so the princess, who seems so decisive, is actually an innocent girl when it comes to matters of the heart, he teased quietly. What were you doing with your eyes shut earlier, Your Highness? Did you think I was going to kiss you? Su Yuan. Ouyang Shui clenched her fists, both embarrassed and angry. There are 7 prohibitions and 14 death penalties in Dawn City. I'm sure one of them fits your crime of attempting to flirt with the princess. I'm going to tell father. Seeing her face flushed with anger, Su Yuan quickly reassured her. Okay, it was all a misunderstanding. I wanted to discuss a deal with you. Let's just forget about what happened. So, tell me about your Frostlight Falcon. Although still a bit upset, Ouyang Shui decided not to pursue the matter further when she saw Su Yuan was no longer making light of it. What's with my Frostlight Falcon? I noticed it seems to have a trace of the Light Phoenix's bloodline, but it's very diluted. I'd like to see if my abilities can work on other people's beasts. If I can help you activate the bloodline, would you do me a favor? Ouyang Shui's eyes lit up. Oh, I see. You're about to become a 3-star beast master and need to leave the city for missions. You want someone to protect you, right? Exactly, Su Yuan admitted. Even with the promises from Dawn Academy and the Wanzi Battalion, I don't think it's enough. The nobles might not take me seriously, and I have a strong sense of impending danger. Seeing Su Yuan's worried expression, Ouyang Shui didn't say much. After all, activating a mythical bloodline would be a tremendous benefit for her. On this sacred continent, activating a bloodline was usually a matter of luck. Even last year's genius beastmaster, Yi Ho, only activated a mythical bloodline on one of his beasts after reaching the 4-star level. That's why Ouyang Shui was so shocked when she first entered. Su Yuan not only reached the gold level in record time, but also activated the mythical bloodline of 2 beasts. If you can truly do it, I'll help you, Ouyang Shui agreed, summoning her beast. A bird-like creature with shimmering wings appeared from her beast space. Su Yuan pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket and, using the same method as before, reached out to grasp the Frostlight Falcon's neck and pour rice into it. Be gentle. The falcon's neck is very delicate, Ouyang Shui quickly reminded him. Even though she had witnessed the transformation of the Snow Maiden, she still found it hard to believe it was just a bag of ordinary rice, not some rare treasure. Yet, the miracle happened again. The frost on the falcon's wings melted away, replaced by a soft, divine light. Like the rising sun, the warm and pure light dispelled all darkness. The beast's information appeared. Holy Light Falcon. Rarity. S-Class. Level. Gold Beginner Experience. 020000. Talent. Light Flame Epic. Radiant Shadow Mythical. Skills. Holy Light Purification Mythical. Light's Blessing Epic. Bloodline. Light Phoenix 20. The Frostlight Falcon, originally a mix of light and ice elements, transformed into the Holy Light Falcon after activating the Light Phoenix bloodline. Its ability has shifted from a blend of ice and light to pure light energy, gaining the power to dispel darkness. This was a qualitative leap without a mythical bloodline. The maximum potential of skills and talents was only epic. Now, the Holy Light Falcon could easily defeat its former self in just 3 moves. Ouyang Shui stared in awe at the transformed Holy Light Falcon as it morphed into a tiny girl, no bigger than a baby, sucking her thumb and looking curiously at Ouyang Shui and Su Yuan. Success! Su Yuan exclaimed with a smile. The miracle before her eyes left Ouyang Shui completely stunned. shattering all her previous understanding of beast taming. In her eyes, Su Yuan had become a unique existence in the sacred spirit continent. Her heart pounded fiercely, and she had long forgotten Su Yuan's slightly flirtatious behavior earlier. Now, all that remained was an uncontrollable excitement and joy. Su Yuan. Oh my gosh. Ouyang Shui rushed forward and hugged the newly transformed Xian Guang Holy Falcon tightly, affectionately calling it Guang Guang, while gently stroking its little head. She looked at Su Yuan with gratitude and said, "You've been such a great help. Thank you. For the 3-star Beast Tamer assessment, would you like to team up with me? I have 2 6-star Beast Tamer guards for protection and a communication jade to contact my family, so we can call for backup if we encounter danger." These words undoubtedly reassured Su Yuan. Among the people around him, no one had the ability to summon aid like this esteemed princess. However, seeing Ouyang Shui's excitement, Su Yuan realized that his help meant more than just enhancing her power. It seemed that he could also ask Ouyang Shui for assistance with the second step of his plan. "Your Highness," Su Yuan ventured cautiously, "what if I have another favor to ask? Don't you still have a beast whose bloodline hasn't been activated?" Ouyang Shui lifted her fair face, her eyes shimmering with affection, and a sweet smile graced her lips, as if she were gazing up at a hero. Su Yuan quickly cleared his throat. "Of course, the reward isn't a kiss. Please don't misunderstand. Get lost." Ouyang Shui's expression changed abruptly. This time, Su Yuan was quick enough to dodge any potential slap from Ouyang Shui, and he hurriedly said, "Your Highness, I need an item called the Heart of the Blood Clan. Do you have any way of getting it?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui scrutinized Su Yuan with a peculiar look. "What do you need that for?" Seeing her expression, Su Yuan wondered if the item had some special significance. "Well, it's a secret. Is the Heart of the Blood Clan difficult to find?" Ouyang Shui lightly pressed her lips together. "Not exactly. The Blood Clan is known as the Cursed Clan, and usually only curse-type beasts need the Blood Clan's rare treasures to break through. You're not planning to." Her voice trailed off. Ouyang Shui's eyes flashed with a hint of peculiarity as she pondered over the mention of curse-type beasts. It sounds intriguing, but such beasts are indeed rare and hard to come by. She recalled the time when Su Yuan smashed 1,000 eggs without finding a single cursed beast, and shook her head, saying, "That's not the reason. I have other uses for it. Anyway, is it possible to get one?" Ouyang Shui sighed. Such ominous creatures are not even kept in the royal palace. Probably the only chance is to try your luck at the Dawn Exchange. As one of the lower-tier treasures of the heavens, the price ranges from 800 to 2,000 gold coins. Hearing the price, Su Yuan thought of his empty wallet and clasped his hands together. "Then I'll have to rely on you, Your Highness, to keep an eye out for me. I'm really short on funds." "Ah, Su Yuan." Ouyang Shui couldn't help but tease. "It's the first time I've seen a genius beast master as poor as you. Even if you don't want to run a business outside or take on missions, you could earn quite a bit by participating in school ranking battles." Su Yuan squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. "Forget it. Senior Hunkadi was easy to defeat because I figured him out after he played too many ranking battles." Ouyang Shui was taken aback. Indeed, the more one participates, the more their beast's abilities and strategies are exposed. No wonder Su Yuan had only participated twice, both times after making significant breakthroughs. She suddenly understood and summoned another beast. "Once there's news, I'll go with you to the Dawn Exchange." Su Yuan grabbed a handful of rice and nodded. "I trust Your Highness's credibility." In the dead of night, past midnight, Ouyang Shui was already asleep. It was a routine she developed growing up in the palace, going to bed at midnight and waking up at 8 in the morning. Su Yuan took out the spirit communication jade to browse the night messages. The main topic was the discussion between Red Heart 3 and Red Heart 4 about the city guard commander and the Eagle Sorrow Ravine. From their conversation, he gleaned a crucial piece of information. The danger of Eagle Sorrow Ravine stems from a beast king residing there. This beast king is akin to a demigod of the human race, with intelligence on par with humans. Beast masters below 4 stars cannot hide their presence and are easily detected by the beast king, which is why entry into Eagle Sorrow Ravine is forbidden. If the beast king triggers a beast tide, it would take the combined efforts of the entire city's 5 guard camps and the royal knights to fend it off, unless a human king intervenes. Red Heart 3 seemed to frequent Eagle Sorrow Ravine. According to him, the beast king resides beneath the Nether River at the bottom of the ravine, and he had only seen it once, catching a glimpse of its eerie green vertical pupils, suggesting its power might surpass his own. At that moment, Red Heart 3 had just finished his conversation with Red Heart 4 and was planning to prepare in Dawn City before heading to Eagle Sorrow Ravine. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan sent a message through the spirit communication jade. "Red Heart 3, do you have time for a private chat?" Moments later, Red Heart 3 replied, "Sure, I wanted to ask you something too. Hey, little Su, I'm quite a bit older than you. How about I call you Old 7 from now on? What do you need from me?" Su Yuan quickly replied, "That's fine. third brother. You might know a bit about my situation. I want to make a deal with you. A brief silence followed before a response came. Sixth sister told me a bit. You're looking for protection, right? Honestly, with the power of Dawn Academy and the 10,000 character camp, protecting a 2-star beast master is more than manageable. Why involve me, a demigod? You probably can't afford the fee. So, Red Heart 6 was a woman. Judging by Red Heart 3's reaction, it seemed Li Aki hadn't shared the divination results with him. Su Yuan explained, before I joined, the leader performed a divination for me. Upper trigram can water, lower trigram can water, both overlapping, indicating extreme danger. The threat I might face is beyond imagination, so I'm seeking extra protection. As for the fee, I have confidence. Red Heart 3 responded in quick succession. The leader's divination? Got it. The leader has never been wrong in foreseeing destiny. It seems you've stirred up quite a mess, and they've really taken notice. I can step in, no problem. Besides, there's not much to investigate at Eagle Sorrow Ravine for now. Just give me a token fee. Truth be told, under demigod level, there aren't many treasures or anything else that can truly attract my interest. Even though there's no obligation for us to help each other as team members, I can't resist lending a hand to my adorable juniors. My second brother looked out for me back in the day, Hongshin-san said warmly. Su Yuan thoughtfully stroked his chin. Hongshin-san seemed like a decent guy, certainly better than someone like Lu Yuan. Yet, he was wary of owing favors, as they could be difficult to repay. Thank you for the offer, third brother, but I have my own plans regarding rewards, Su Yuan cautiously replied. Does your beast have an unawakened mythical bloodline? It does, Hongshin-san admitted, his tone shifting. But don't tell me you found a solution? Forget it. Only demigods on the Holy Spirit continent have managed it, and it's far too dangerous. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. So there was a solution, albeit one even demigods found risky. His unique ability might be something even demigods would covet. No, I have a secret technique that could help you, Su Yuan declared confidently. I just tested it with a friend today, and confirmed it works on others' beasts. There was a pause in their private chat. The captain's destiny Xuanwu can identify those with great fortune. Maybe he knows something, Hongshin-san finally responded. I must admit, Old 7, your offer is tempting. I'll take the job. Help me awaken the mythical bloodlines of 2 of my beasts, and I'll look after you on this mission outside the city. Su Yuan exhaled with relief. With the demigod's protection, along with support from the princess, the academy, and the Wanzi camp, he had gathered allies from all sides. If the nobility wanted to target him, they wouldn't expect him to have such backing. By the way, I have a question for you, Hongshin-san continued. Your roommate is the 3rd princess, and she chose Dawn Academy. That's quite ambitious. What's your impression of her? Su Yuan thought back to his limited interactions with Ouyang Shui, which mainly revolved around discussions about beasts. He hadn't delved into royal matters yet. He recalled Zhuo Qing mentioning that Ouyang Shui had chosen Dawn Academy for a reason, likely tied to her ambitions. She's genuinely sincere, very discreet, and carries herself with poise and grace. Her talent is slightly less than mine, but better than most students. She knows the upper echelons well and is quite beautiful, though she has a bit of a princess temper, Su Yuan replied honestly. Your talent is extraordinary, so that's not a fair comparison, Hongshin-sen chuckled. How does she compare to Yi Ho? Su Yuan calculated, she's a bit behind, taking nearly 6 months to break through to 3 stars. But her beasts are impressive, and she's planning to take the 3-star assessment with me. That's already commendable, Hongshin-san explained. Royal members have many duties, so they can't focus solely on cultivation. Actually, your current predicament is somewhat related to her. With her royal status, talent, and beauty, many nobles are eager to form alliances. Now that word has spread about you sharing a room with her, those hoping for a royal match might see you as a threat. The captain mentioned her future holds great fortune, and I'm still deciding where to place my bets, so I wanted to hear your thoughts. Su Yuan finally understood. Sharing a room with the princess certainly provided access to information and connections, but also attracted unexpected hostility. However, with enemies already plentiful, a few more wouldn't make much difference. Third brother, what kind of person is the captain? Su Yuan asked, voicing his curiosity. The outside world mostly speaks ill of him, but from my experience today, that doesn't seem accurate. Hongshin-san was silent for a while before responding. I don't know much either. The captain rarely talks about himself and always wears a mask when we meet. But to me, he saved my life. If there's anything I understand well, it's the captain's strength in my eyes. It rivals that of the human king. The Red Heart Bandits are on par with the king? This shocking news instantly dispelled Su Yuan's drowsiness. He finally understood why Dawn City had labeled the Red Heart Bandits as the most vicious criminals. Such power, if not subordinated to the city-state's governance, indeed posed a significant threat. This is an inevitable rule in human society. Su Yuan replied through the communication jade. Got it, third brother. I'll report to the city guards in 9 days, and I hope you'll look out for me then. Of course, Hongshin third laughed. I'm also curious to see if you, old seventh, can truly activate your bloodline. If you succeed, it would be a tremendous help to me as well. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Yuan put away the communication jade and logged off. In the coming days, he planned to rest and wait for Ouyang Shue's update on the heart of the Blood Clan. Once he acquired it, his preparations for leaving the city would be complete. With these thoughts gradually fading, Su Yuan closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. 5 days later, Ouyang Shue burst into his room. Su Yuan, there's news about the heart of the Blood Clan. Su Yuan, who was lazily lounging on the bed, immediately sat up with a start. Let's go. This matter concerned his life and couldn't afford any negligence. Hold on. Ouyang Shue stopped him with a hand. The Dawn Exchange doesn't open until evening. Plus, you have something important to prepare. What is it? Ouyang Shue looked him over. Your attire, of course. You're accompanying a royal princess, and we're heading straight to the 9th floor of the exchange, where the city's elite gather. Are you planning to go in those sports clothes? She produced an outfit. I borrowed this from the palace for you to try on. The noble attire was designed similar to a tailcoat, with a high collar trimmed in gold, and the fabric was exceptionally smooth. Considering the princess had gone to the trouble of obtaining it, Su Yuan didn't refuse and obediently changed into it. After a careful inspection, Ouyang Shue praised. Not bad. You actually look quite dashing. I was worried my father's clothes wouldn't fit you. Su Yuan almost burst out laughing. Wearing the king's clothes? That must be illegal, right? Seeing his panicked expression, Ouyang Shue laughed even more. Just kidding. I borrowed it from someone else. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her in resignation and didn't say anything more. Ouyang Shue didn't mind either, focusing on tending to her 2 spirit beasts. Since activating her mythical bloodline, she had been noticeably more attentive to them. As night fell, Ouyang Shue's personal carriage stopped in front of Dawn Academy, ready to take them to the Dawn Exchange in the city center. During the ride, Ouyang Shue explained the basics of the exchange to Su Yuan. The exchange is located on the southern side of the central district, directly opposite the palace, with 9 floors. Different levels cater to different social classes. Commoners can only access up to the 3rd floor, with an entrance fee of 1 gold coin, mainly dealing in basic treasures. Ordinary nobles and beast masters below 6 stars can reach the 8th floor, trading in superior earthly and lesser celestial treasures. The 9th floor is reserved for marquises and above or top-tier 6-star beast masters on the brink of becoming demigods, housing the most exquisite treasures. Once the carriage stopped, Su Yuan alighted, facing a towering structure nearly 300 meters high, with the words Dawn Exchange engraved in gold above the entrance. Each floor was over 30 meters tall, designed to accommodate the massive spirit beasts. The area in front of the exchange was bustling with people. Ouyang Shue explained, that's normal. Not everyone can break through while lying down like you. Most have to hunt fierce beasts outside the city to sell their spoils or trade for necessary resources here. Indeed, even the weakest saber-toothed boar's tusks and leather could fetch hundreds of copper coins at the exchange. These beast products have profoundly transformed this world, developing a technological path vastly different from the modern era. Let's go, Ouyang Shue said softly. She had deliberately donned a luxurious blue and white gown today, which, paired with her silver blue hair and graceful figure, fully showcased her royal elegance. At the entrance of the Dawn Exchange, the sudden appearance of a graceful figure instantly captured everyone's attention. A group of beastmasters, who were about to enter for trading, stopped in their tracks and began to whisper among themselves. Who is that? Lao Lu, do you know her? She's stunning. Look at that carriage. It's drawn by the imperial beast, the white frost horse, as pure as jade and frost. She must be a royalty. Among the current human king's 4 children, the 3rd one is a princess, I believe. Yes, it's the 3rd princess. I didn't expect the princess to be so captivating. Why is she visiting the Dawn Exchange today? There must be something rare on the 9th floor that caught her interest. Another wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Look, who's that man beside the princess? Wait, isn't that Su Yuan? The genius who broke the Dawn City's 2-star Beastmaster record. Oh no, could the princess be enamored by him? Su Yuan listened to the surrounding chatter with an unruffled demeanor as he walked alongside Ouyang Shue towards the entrance of the exchange. The front desk manager quickly approached them. Welcome, Your Highness. Ouyang Shue replied calmly. Take us to the 9th floor. The guards parted the crowd to make a path, and the manager gestured. This way, Your Highness and your friend. As they reached the 9th floor via the elevator, they were greeted by a rich natural aroma, starkly contrasting with the clamor below. The front desk manager, Hong Yu, whom Ouyang Shue affectionately called Sister Yu, introduced the place to Su Yuan. Is this your first visit to the 9th floor? At the center is a sunset-class beast, the Tree of Life, over 100 years old. It adjusts the temperature according to the seasons, and its life aura extends longevity. Its leaves, when brewed into tea, can cure many ailments. A maid will serve you tea shortly. Su Yuan was astounded. Sunset class. In the beast classification, bronze, silver, and gold are the initial 3 levels, followed by the middle 3. Sinking star, falling moon, and sunset. A sunset class beast is a pinnacle existence, just below demigods, yet here it is merely used for temperature regulation. Sister Yu, how much does it cost to visit the 9th floor? Su Yuan inquired. Hong Yu's expression stiffened momentarily but quickly returned to a professional smile. Technically, it's free, as long as your status suffices. However, the minimum tip here is 50 gold coins. Su Yuan's pupils contracted. 50,000. He recalled his student days, earning just 2 or 3 silver coins a month, meaning he'd need to work for 15 years to afford the minimum tip here. This is the chasm of class, he thought. I better drink a few more cups. Ouyang Shui softly suggested, let's go to my usual spot. Their presence immediately caught the attention of the noble scions present. A young man sipping tea remarked, Gong Jing, look, the princess is here. Could the man beside her be the rumored Su Yuan? The man called Gong Jing wore a sullen expression, and the sound of a cracking teacup echoed. Gong, should we go greet them? Zhong Yang chuckled, otherwise, the princess might only have eyes for Su Yuan. Gong Jing stood up coldly, a doomed man. Let's see how long he can last. That's hard to say, Sunny interjected. I heard both the Wan Character Battalion and the Beastmaster Guild are protecting him. Gong Jing shot Sunny a glance. Come, let's show this commoner that not just anyone can aspire to the princess. As soon as Ouyang Shui and Su Yuan sat down, they noticed a group of people approaching them from across the room. Ouyang Shui immediately grabbed Su Yuan's arm, looking a bit tense. Su Yuan, I heard from Zhua Qing that you've agreed to participate in the school's Indo-Fire Beast Master competition, and you're aiming to win, right? Su Yuan nodded, puzzled as to why she brought it up. Ouyang Shui smirked slightly, gesturing towards the 3 people approaching them. See them? Those are your biggest rivals for the competition at the end of the year. Gong Jing, Sun Yi, and Zhong Yang, the top talents of the 4-star academy. They're also representatives of the noble families who want to get rid of you. Let them come. I'm confident I can beat them. Su Yuan shrugged, appearing unconcerned. With his hard work and the help of the system, his chances of winning were indeed high. But why do they want to get rid of me? Could it be because they're after the princess? If so, that's really undeserved trouble. The princess owes me compensation. Ouyang Shui gave him a helpless look. We're in the same boat. I joined Dawn Academy incognito, but thanks to someone, they discovered my identity while investigating you. Do you think you're the only one in trouble? Ah, right. Su Yuan recalled how Red Heart 3 discovered Ouyang Shui's identity and silently decided to let it go. As the 3 approached, Su Yuan lowered his voice. Princess, are all 3 of them your suitors? Only the one in the middle, Gong Jing, the eldest son of the current head of the Gong family. Ouyang Shui shook her head. If I marry outside, I'll lose my right to the throne. The Gong family hopes to maneuver between the royal family and the nobility, a clever plan. Su Yuan fell silent. Being part of the royal family meant enjoying privileges but also paying a price, like sacrificing personal feelings. That's likely why Ouyang Shui was so emotional when he helped her awaken her mythical bloodline. The 3 approached and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Ouyang Shui's expression darkened. Gong Jing, I've made it clear that this is impossible. If you know what's good for you, stay far away. You're embarrassing, old Gong. Sunny covered his mouth, laughing. The princess isn't giving you any face, preferring to sit with a commoner. What do you mean by commoner? Zhong Yang chimed in, but was cut off halfway. Su Yuan observed the 3 with a peculiar gaze. It should have been a scene where they collectively humiliate him and he retaliates, but it turned into a farce of 2 of them undermining the other. The dynamic was not what he had imagined. Gong Jing clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. Zhong Yang, it's unwise to slander the princess. Seeing Zhong Yang wisely shut his mouth, he turned to Ouyang Shui. I'm only concerned about the princess being deceived. This 9th floor is also known as the Golden Dragon Pavilion. How can a lowborn wander in freely? It could damage the princess's reputation if word got out. Seeing Ouyang Shui ignore him, Gong Jing turned his attention to Su Yuan. I hear you're that so-called genius beast master? A word of advice. Move out of your current residence immediately, and you might save your life. Otherwise, aren't you heading to the city guard? Every year, bodies are found in the wilderness, torn apart by wild dogs. I assume you wouldn't want to end up like that. Su Yuan leisurely sipped his tea made from the leaves of the Tree of Life. I'm quite comfortable where I am. No need for concern. There are plenty who want me dead. Who do you think you are? Stop throwing around, lowborn. Your noble status doesn't impress me. If you're making threats, at least be a demigod. What are you, with all the noble resources, taking 2 years to reach 4 stars? Aren't you embarrassed? Surely not. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd's faces changed dramatically. Reaching 4 stars in 2 years sounded so harsh. Upon reflection, many felt a pang of inadequacy. Most people couldn't reach the 4-star level even in 3 years. Ouyang Shui felt a twinge of worry. How could his words be so biting? Su Yuan's cultivation speed is astonishing. In just 5 days, he advanced to a 2-star rank, and within 13 days, he reached the 2-star bottleneck. Such incredible talent suggests he might join the ranks of 3-star beast masters within a month. At this pace, he could reach the 4-star level in no more than 2 months, leaving Lin Yi and Ho far behind. Inside the Golden Dragon Pavilion, Su Yuan's arrogance was unrestrained. Gong Jing let out a cold snort, a flicker of malice in his eyes. You're quite arrogant, talking about becoming a demigod without knowing your limits. I'll tell you this. You'll die the moment you step out of the city. Hearing this, Sun Yi hurried to mediate. Hey, why do you say everything out loud? That's not something you should mention. However, his words made Su Yuan thoughtful. The nobles were clearly aware that he had support, yet Gong Jing remained confident, indicating their preparations were not simple. Sun Yi's seemingly unnecessary remark seemed more like a subtle warning. Su Yuan elegantly picked up a teacup. Since I dare to leave the city, I'm certainly not going to my death. How about we make a bet? You want me dead, but coincidentally, my greatest pleasure is sending those who wish me dead to meet their maker first. If I return alive, let's wager our lives at the Indo-Fire Beast Master Tournament. What do you say? This bold challenge echoed through the prestigious Golden Dragon Pavilion, drawing the attention of surrounding guests. For a young and spirited man, the temptation of eliminating a rival close to his beloved was almost irresistible. Seeing Gong Jing hesitate, Su Yuan added, "What? Are you afraid?" Gong Jing initially wanted to retort, "You're not worthy," but after some thought, he responded with a cold laugh, "Very well. The feeling of killing you with my own hands might be quite satisfying. Good, it's a deal then. The loser will face execution. You won't regret this, will you?" Gong Jing slammed his hand on the table. "I, as the eldest son of the Gong family, will gamble with you. I won't go back on my word." At that moment, the usual tranquility of the Golden Dragon Pavilion was shattered by the audacious wager between two academy prodigies. The aristocrats glanced at each other, knowing that the Indo-Fire Beast Master Tournament was destined to witness the fall of a genius. After Gong Jing and his group left, Ouyang Shui turned to Su Yuan, frowning slightly. "Wasn't that a bit rash? You've already made plenty of enemies. Why risk your life against Gong Jing?" Su Yuan slowly shook his head, his expression serious. "Not at all. Thanks to His Highness, I caught a glimpse of murderous intent in Gong Jing's eyes. My mere presence by His Highness's side is an insult to someone like him. Unless he personally washes away this disgrace, his friends will constantly mock him for it. From the beginning, it was destined not to end peacefully. Instead of being passively attacked, it's better to take the initiative. Only by making the enemy suffer will they learn to restrain themselves." Ouyang Shui blinked at Su Yuan, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Perhaps you're right." The auction began shortly after. The dazzling array of items, each priced in the thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins, was clearly affordable only to the nobles and wealthy merchants of the Western District or top-tier beast tamers. When the Heart of the Blood tribe appeared, the room fell into a hushed silence. Known as an ominous item, no one wanted to claim it. Ouyang Shui easily acquired it for a mere 800 gold coins. For ordinary people, this was still a fortune. Without the princess's wealth, status, and intelligence network, Su Yuan would never have obtained this life-saving artifact. After the auction concluded, the two left the trading house. Ouyang Shui was heading back to the palace and said lightly before departing, "With this, my debt to you is settled." Su Yuan nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll be leaving the city in a few days, and I hope to rely on your support then." Ouyang Shui nodded gently and boarded her carriage, which soon disappeared from view. Su Yuan decided not to return to the academy and opted to head home first. Meanwhile, a meeting of the 10 elders of the Western District was underway. "Head of the Gong family, I heard your son risked his life over a love rivalry? Such behavior lacks gentlemanly conduct. Look who's talking, head of the Liu family. At least my family hasn't suffered any losses yet." "Enough, this isn't the place for your bickering. How's the situation with the Beast King?" "We've paid the tribute, and they have agreed." "Good, let's achieve our goal in one fell swoop. Deploy the city guards Lang and High battalions to defend the west of the city. Let the citizens fight over the city guards command. Wan Jingren wants to be the hero who saves the day, but the Sunto Beast Emperor is beyond his capability. What about Su Yuan?" During the third-level meetings, the citizens keep using him as an example, claiming that even commoners can produce geniuses and demanding a redistribution of resources. "If we don't eliminate him, the council members won't withstand the pressure. Let's involve the Sacred Beast Hall too, with 26-star beast tamers as a backup." "All right, I'll make the arrangements." In October, east of Dawn City, Zhuoqing was briefing Su Yuan on his mission. You and Ouyang Shui have been assigned to the Wan Battalion. The assessment for a 3-star beast tamer requires completing city guard missions and accumulating enough merits to be promoted to lieutenant. Below lieutenant are ranks such as private, corporal, sergeant, and staff sergeant. This is to test a beast tamer's basic ability to defend and protect the land. Those who pass can advance their sacred hall powers. You'll be executing missions in 3-person teams and will be assigned teammates by the Wan Battalion commander upon arrival. Additionally, President Zhang has arranged for 3 6-star beast tamers to protect you, but they will only intervene against assassination attempts, not mission-related dangers. Do you understand? Su Yuan nodded to show his understanding. Zhuoqing spoke softly. I hope you and Ouyang Shui return safely. Now, off you go. The Wan Battalion's camp was located in Shaoqi Town, 50 miles southeast of Dawn City. As a populous city-state, the towns surrounding Dawn City were responsible for agricultural production. To the north lay the sea, to the west mountains, and to the southeast vast plains. The city guard was not stationed on the city walls, but rather several dozen, or even hundreds of miles outside the city to protect the farmlands. Agriculture here was vastly different from modern times, with many discarded beasts, though no longer capable of fighting, proving excellent at plowing. Wealthy landowners even hired 1-star beast tamers for farming. In the fields, various forms of beasts could be seen working, their efficiency rivaling mechanization. After spending about 2 to 3 hours, Su Yuan finally arrived at Shaoqi Town. It's a small town with a population of only 30 to 40,000. Although it lacks the bustling atmosphere of the eastern district of Liming City, it has its own unique charm. The streets are spacious and tidy, with scattered farmhouse-like residences on either side, forming a stark contrast to the crowded scenery of the eastern district. Judging by the size and decoration of the houses, the residents here seem to enjoy a better standard of living compared to those in the eastern district. After a brief tour of the town, Su Yuan headed straight to the Wanzi camp. Even before he got close, he noticed a large-scale personnel movement at the camp's entrance. A uniformed team of beast controllers and city guards, with Lang insignias on their arm patches, were being transferred in an orderly manner. Bypassing the long queue of the Lang camp, Su Yuan entered Wanzi camp. At the camp's gate, he spotted the commander, Wan Yang, pacing back and forth. Upon seeing Su Yuan, Wan Yang's worried expression slightly eased, and he managed a faint smile. Well, if it isn't young Su Yuan. Su Yuan respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. Commander, student Su Yuan reporting is scheduled. Please assign me a task. Wan Yang waved his hand dismissively. No rush, Zhuoqing has already briefed me. You're to team up with Ouyang Shui, but we're still short one team member. I'll take you to make a selection later. For now, go inside and take a rest. He sighed. These are troubled times. Who knows if your arrival is a blessing or a curse? Su Yuan paused for a moment, then tentatively asked, is it because of the garrison commander's situation? Wan Yang was taken aback by the question, and after glancing around cautiously, he lowered his voice. How do you know about that? It's the highest secret of the city guard. Did Her Highness the Third Princess tell you? No, I learned it through other channels, Su Yuan replied calmly. Commander, with my life on the line, it's only natural for me to gather some information. Wan Yang sighed with a complex expression. You're right. Since you already know, there's no point in hiding it from you. He gestured outside. You noticed the movement of the Lang camp, right? Su Yuan nodded slightly. According to Zhuoqing's prediction, the noble forces, especially the Liu family, might target them, possibly leveraging the city guard's power, such as the Lang camp. But now, with the sudden movement of the Lang camp, he couldn't help but wonder if the situation had changed. Wan Yang furrowed his brow as he meticulously explained the defense layout of Dawn City. Each direction of the city was heavily guarded. The southeast was under the jurisdiction of the city guard, the north was the domain of the royal knights, and the west was controlled by the nobles' sacred beast hall. We initially expected a fierce competition for the vacant position of the garrison commander, Wanong said. After all, the city guard holds significant influence in Dawn City. Surprisingly, the Lang and Hai camps, which are aligned with the nobility, not only withdrew from the contest but also handed over their posts to us, stating they would relocate to the western part of the city. He paused briefly before continuing. For us, having fewer obstacles is certainly beneficial, allowing us to focus on external threats. However, their swift withdrawal seems suspicious. With an expanded defense area, our pressure has increased significantly, although things have been relatively peaceful over the past few years. Su Yuan, hearing this, reassured him. Since they have left, there's no need for you to worry excessively, Commander. Perhaps they felt there was no hope in the contest and decided to withdraw amidst the chaos, which might have been a wise choice. Wanyang felt somewhat relieved by these words. That makes sense. Besides, with them gone, you have it easier, young man. Indeed, Su Yuan agreed. At least in the eastern part of the city, there's one less major threat. I was planning to assign 3 6-star beast masters to protect you secretly, But it seems unnecessary now, Wanyang said. Just then, his armband emitted a bird call. He detached the armband and held it to his ear. Hello? Already there? All right, I'll be right over. Seeing Su Yuan's puzzled expression, Wanyang explained, this armband contains an egg of a sunset-grade beast, capable of transmitting signals within a 100-mile radius. Wanyang then led Su Yuan to the Wan camp base. The area was vast, with the arena alone being 2 to 3 times the size of Dawn Academies. After a 15-minute walk, they saw Ouyang Shui waiting with 2 masked individuals dressed in black. After completing the enrollment procedures, Deputy Officer Sun Jin escorted them to the new recruits camp. Here, 15 new recruits from the Beast Academy were awaiting their assignments. As Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui arrived, the recruits began to chatter, some envious of their relationship, others eager to team up with them. At Su Yuan's request, the recruits summoned their beasts to showcase their abilities, which included defensive, healing, speed, and attack types. Su Yuan's gaze eventually fixed on one individual. Now that's a divine skill. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. In the wild, survival skills are paramount. With his and Ouyang Shui's combat abilities, they were already well equipped, but enhancing their survival capabilities was crucial. This beast master's skills were a perfect match for their needs. The reason for Su Yuan's excitement was surprisingly simple. Despite Li Mi, the beast tamer, appearing fragile and her 2 beasts being only level, her beast taming abilities held incredible potential. Her first beast was the Earth Digger. Rarity, level. Talent, Gold Primary. Special ability, Earth Swallow Rare. Skill, Earth Dragon Bullet Perfect. Bloodline, Earth Tunnel Rare. The second beast was the Burrowing Python. Rarity, level. Talent, Gold Primary. Special ability, Hard Drill Perfect. Skills, Shedding Rare, Underground Adaptation Shield Rare. Bloodline, Dissolution Perfect. The combination of these 2 beasts' abilities was nothing short of perfect. The Earth Digger could convert large amounts of soil into oxygen, nitrogen, and other air components, while the Burrowing Python could easily penetrate solid rock, dissolve steel, and grant others an underground adaptation shield. This reminded Su Yuan of the essential tunneling skill of protagonists in fantasy novels. Miss, are you interested in joining my team? Su Yuan extended his hand to Li Mi standing before him. Li Mi was less than 1.6 meters tall, weighing just over 80 pounds. Her frail figure, fair skin, and freckled face gave her a delicate and pitiable appearance. Can I really? Li Mi asked timidly. The surrounding men immediately voiced their objections. Brother Yuan, you can't do this. Little Me is totally unsuited for combat. Yeah, Brother Yuan, take me instead. I won't hold you back. You're heading into a dangerous jungle. Bringing Little Me along will just put her in danger. These remarks made the already insecure Li Mi lower her head and softly say, Forget it. I really would be a burden. Su Yuan gave her a gentle knock on the head with his hand. Don't listen to their nonsense. I chose you because of your beast taming skills, and you might even save us in a critical moment. You will definitely become an excellent beast tamer. The wind blew Li Mi's bangs aside, revealing her bright, dark eyes. How do you know about my beast taming abilities? Can I really? Of course, because I'm a genius beast tamer. Su Yuan replied confidently, then turned to the others. You guys go complete your missions on your own. Aren't you supposed to be men? The men reluctantly said, Brother Yuan, you're taking the only girl from our class. That's harsh. Brother Yuan, make sure you protect Little Me. Of course. Su Yuan assured, patting his chest. After they left the recruit camp, Ouyang Shui stood with her arms crossed. Are you sure about choosing her? The records show her beasts are all level, with no mythical bloodline remnants. Trust me, she'll be incredibly useful when it counts, Su Yuan said with a smile. Seeing Su Yuan's insistence, Ouyang Shui didn't oppose further. She extended her hand to Li Mi. Hello, I'm Ouyang Shui. Your Highness, it's an honor to meet you. Li Mi responded nervously. Under the arrangements of Deputy Officer Sun Jin, they met the captain of the 3rd Squad, Yuan Tiantong, a captain with 1 bar and 3 stars on his shoulder. Yuan Tiantong introduced himself. I'm Yuan Tiantong, a 4-star beast tamer. The 3rd Squad is responsible for assessing the qualifications for 3-star beast tamers, and the requirement is to accumulate enough military merit for a 2nd lieutenant. Yuan Tiantong stood in front of the blackboard, meticulously explaining the military promotion system. His voice was clear and strong, and the chalk in his hand left neat writing on the board. The path from private to 2nd lieutenant is entirely based on merit points, he explained while writing. There are 2 ways to earn merit points: completing missions and repelling beast invasions. The missions are divided into 4 levels. Level D missions, basic logistical tasks for the city garrison, such as cleaning, cooking, and laundry. These earn a fixed 1 merit point. Level C missions, upgraded logistical tasks, involving escorting supplies and providing security. These can earn between 2 to 5 merit points. Level B missions, beast extermination tasks. Upon receiving an alert from a village, beast tamers are dispatched to eliminate roaming beasts. These earn a fixed 10 merit points, plus additional points based on the beast level. Level A missions, exploration tasks. These involve venturing into the Dawn Forest up to Incho Stream, a dangerous area to survey. These earn a fixed 50 merit points, plus additional points for beast kills. Merit for killing beasts is awarded based on their level. Bronze level grants 1 point, silver level 5 points, and gold level 20 points. For higher levels like stellar and lunar beasts, Yuan Tianong advised, if you encounter one, just run. Ouyang Shui raised her hand to ask, how is the kill attribution determined? With a 6-star beast tamer by her side, the question carried weight. Yuan Tiantong pointed to their armbands. The armband records everything. Although it loses connection beyond 100 miles, it still logs kill data. In the end, we tally the data from the 3 armbands. Su Yuan then asked, how many merit points are needed to be promoted to second lieutenant? Yuan Tiantong quickly wrote the promotion chart on the blackboard. Private First Class, 10 points. Corporal, 50 points. Sergeant, 100 points. Staff Sergeant, 200 points. Second Lieutenant, 500 points. Total, 860 points. Just as Su Yuan was contemplating focusing on high-difficulty tasks, the squad's alarm suddenly blared. Beep beep. Beep beep. Yuan Tianong promptly announced, a beast is wreaking havoc in Yutong Village, 10 miles east of Shaoqi Town. Are you taking on this level B mission? Sure, we'll take it as practice. Su Yuan nodded, then added, Captain, also assign us a level A mission. Once we're done, we'll head straight into the Dawn Forest. Yuan Tiantong's eyes widened slightly, then he nodded understandingly. Such confidence was rare among newcomers. Understood. Team 7, move out. You must reach Yutong Village within 10 minutes. Yes, the 3 responded in unison. With only 10 minutes to act, Su Yuan and his 2 companions wasted no time and immediately summoned their beasts. Relying on the speed of their beasts was the only way to reach their destination promptly. Long Yao, go. At Su Yuan's command, Long Yao transformed into a massive dragon, unfurled its crimson wings, and sped towards Yutong Village with him. Considering the varying speeds of the 3, Su Yuan decided to go ahead, allowing Ouyang Shui and Li Mi to follow. Timeliness was crucial for a patrol mission. Once an alarm was raised, it usually meant that beasts had already invaded the village, and any delay could result in casualties. This was precisely why most people preferred to live in cramped conditions in the eastern district of Liming City rather than in the villages outside the city. Even though the city guards did their utmost, they could only ensure relative safety. 3 to 4 minutes later, Long Yao carried Su Yuan to the scene first. Chaos reigned at the village entrance. Over a dozen beasts were rampaging, including saber-toothed pigs with massive tusks, winged leopards, and snakes covered in green venom. The information about these bronze and silver level beasts was clear thanks to Su Yuan's system-enhanced observation abilities. While not the strongest, they were still a deadly threat to ordinary people. 2 one-star beastmasters were struggling to hold their ground, overwhelmed by the sheer number of beasts. In this critical moment, Long Yao unleashed its dragon's breath, a searing blast that tore through a saber-toothed pig, blowing it to pieces. Get the villagers to safety, I'll handle this. Su Yuan shouted to the 2 beastmasters. Seeing the emblem on Su Yuan's arm, the villagers breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, the adults from the Wanward camp are here, we're saved. While some lamented the loss of livestock, most were relieved that there were no human casualties, except for someone named Air Guzi who had lost a leg. As the villagers quickly evacuated, Su Yuan communicated with Long Yao through their telepathic bond, asking, can you handle it? These little things, can I wreck them? Long Yao replied nonchalantly, try not to damage the houses, and I'm not little. Su Yuan retorted with a frown. These bronze and silver level beasts weren't much of a threat. Long Yao soared into the air, its golden vertical pupils emitting a terrifying aura that shattered several bronze level beasts. The remaining silver level beasts attempted a group attack, but were effortlessly crushed by Long Yao's flameclad claws. The battle ended so swiftly that the villagers heard the victory cheers before they had fully retreated. Su Yuan had Long Yao retract its dragon flames and told the villagers, the materials are yours. We need to head further into the forest. Although the beast materials were worth some silver coins, carrying them would be a burden. At that moment, Ouyang Shui and Li Mi finally arrived. Pretty efficient, didn't expect you to handle everything so quickly, Ouyang Shui remarked with a smile. Sorry, it's my fault for being so slow. Making the prince wait, Li Mi apologized. Su Yuan reassured her, it's all right. These beasts weren't strong enough to require all of us. Besides, Li Mi, your abilities are crucial in key moments. During regular battles, it's fine to stay back. Li Mi was puzzled by Su Yuan's reference to key moments, feeling like a burden. Ouyang Shui, on the other hand, gave Su Yuan a curious look, suspecting there was more to his words. Just then, the armband emitted a notification sound, showing the merit points calculation for the completed task. 1 level mission, 3 silver level beasts killed, 11 bronze level beasts defeated, totaling 36 merit points. As Su Yuan marveled at the system's intelligence and contemplated ways to quickly accumulate merit, the armband received another call. Calling Su Yuan, "This is the third squad." Mimicking Wanyang, Su Yuan brought the armband closer to his ear. "Su Yuan here. Go ahead." Third squad, Class A mission. Explore Area 46, located at the border of Liming Forest and Eaglechojian. Mission requirements. Create a detailed map and investigate the strength and distribution of beasts in the area. Caution, do not enter Eaglechojian. I repeat, do not enter Eaglechojian. The armband then marked the location of Area 46. Understood, Su Yuan responded succinctly. Eagle Sorrow Gorge, huh? I've heard it's perilous for anyone below demigod level. No way am I going there, Su Yuan said. Turning his gaze to Ouyang Shui and Li Mi, our task is to explore Zone 46. He studied the map intently. Dawn City was at the center. 50 miles east lay Shaoqi Town, 60 miles was Yutong Village, 100 miles was Dawn Forest, and 300 miles away loomed the dreaded Eagle Sorrow Gorge. Their target, Zone 46, was located 280 to 290 miles east of Dawn City, a 10-mile area that needed mapping and a survey of the beasts. Your Highness, can you map? Ouyang Shui shook her head. No, I can't. What? Aren't you a top student? Are you expecting someone with just high school geography skills to do the mapping? Li Mi raised her hand timidly. I can do the mapping. It's a basic course at the Beast Academy, and I've been studying it for over a year. Mapping is my specialty. A basic course? Su Yuan scratched his head. Well, I guess I'll leave it to you. I feel a bit embarrassed. I haven't attended any classes yet. Since joining Dawn Academy, his rapid leveling up had kept him from attending almost all classes. I have an excuse for skipping classes, but how come you don't know the basics, Your Highness? Ouyang Shui gave Su Yuan a sidelong glance. I'm focused on tactics and management, okay? Su Yuan turned to Li Mi. Let's move slowly and take out some fierce beasts along the way to earn more merit points. Just doing missions isn't fast enough. Li Mi gently reminded. There are stellar-level beasts deeper in the forest. It's best not to kill too many in one spot. The blood scent can attract higher-level beasts. Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui exchanged glances, clearly unfamiliar with such common knowledge. Got it. Thanks a lot, girl. Let's head out. This is my first time in Dawn Forest, after all. Li Mi clenched her fist in quiet triumph at being useful, but she was puzzled by Su Yuan's commitment. His beast training taken place in Dawn Forest? Before she could figure it out, they were urged to set off. Dawn Forest was vast and teeming with beasts. Most were bronze and silver level, while gold level were considered the regional dominators. Humans divided areas based on beast territories. Su Yuan once worried about the beast population, but school teachers explained that the lowest level, saber-toothed pigs, bred twice a year with litters of dozens. Not to mention the rapidly reproducing rabbit-type beasts, which, if uncontrolled, could cause a beast tide in 2 to 3 years. Limited by the forest's spiritual energy, any excess newborns would be ordinary animals, maintaining a fragile balance. The team advanced in a column. Su Yuan led, Li Mi in the middle, Ouyang Shui brought up the rear, with 2 shadow guards close behind. Further out were 3 6-star Beastmasters from the Beastmaster Guild, and at the farthest point, a Red Heart 3 demigod just past Shaoqi Town, who looked in Su Yuan's direction with a slight frown. Could it really be a coincidence? After half a day's journey, the team had covered 100 miles, with 80 more to their target. The round trip was expected to take 2 to 3 days. They had made significant gains, with Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui having taken down over 100 beasts. Ouyang Shui's strength had increased significantly after Su Yuan twice activated her beast bloodline, making short work of bronze and silver level beasts. These merits were enough to promote the 3 members of the 7th squad to sergeant. Slaying beasts was indeed the fastest way to accumulate merit, but ordinary beastmasters, with their lower-grade beasts, couldn't match the efficiency of Su Yuan's dragon girl, who could deal with a beast with a single blow. For an average 2-star beastmaster, just handling 1 silver-level beast required a long rest. As evening fell, Li Mi stood on a high slope and turned to Su Yuan and the prince, saying, "Let's set up camp here. Going any further will bring us too close to Eagle Sorrow Gorge, where the beasts can easily cross the boundary." She pointed into the distance. We're 30 miles from Sector 46 and only 50 miles from the gorge. If we go further, we might encounter powerful beasts looking for a meal tonight. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. All right, sister. We'll follow your lead on this. As a novice, he knew that Ouyang Shui had protection and didn't require his concern, so it was best to heed Li Mi's advice. The task of setting up camp naturally fell to Su Yuan and Li Mi, as Ouyang Shui, having been pampered from a young age, was not expected to help. Despite her petite stature, Li Mi displayed impressive efficiency, setting up the tents in no time. Considering the dangers of the forest, both Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui summoned their beasts to guard the perimeter. None dared leave them in the beast's space. Suddenly, the spirit jade in Su Yuan's pocket vibrated. He found an excuse to patrol and slipped away, hiding behind some bushes to take out the spirit jade. A message from Hongxin-san came through. Old Seven, where are you heading? I've already scouted the area. There are no strong beasts for now. I'm planning to investigate Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. Don't go, third brother. Su Yuan quickly replied. If you leave, my heart won't stop racing with fear. We're heading to Sector 46. Is something wrong? I've noticed many beasts from the gorge are flooding into Dawn Forest, which is unusual. I need to check it out, Hongxin-san replied. Don't worry, I can reach anywhere within a 100-mile radius quickly. I promise to look out for you, and I will. Su Yuan marveled at the demigod's power, where a 100-mile radius was considered a safe zone. It was no wonder there was such a significant gap between 6-star and 7-star beastmasters. However, a sense of unease lingered. He had just arrived in Dawn Forest, and now there was movement at Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. It seemed too coincidental. Recalling the words of Gong Jing and Sun Yi, as well as the withdrawal of the Wave and Sea camps, Su Yuan suspected there might be a connection. He shared his concerns with Hongxin-san, third brother. Before I left, I encountered people from the Gong and Sun families. They seemed certain I wouldn't make it back from outside the city. Plus, noble forces have withdrawn from the eastern city defense, as if they anticipate something happening there. Coupled with the activity at the gorge and the mysterious death of the garrison commander, could these be related? After a moment of silence, the response came. You think the nobles are plotting something, even going as far as taking out the garrison commander? That seems unlikely. I've met every family head in the Elders' Council. Even with differing ideas and interests, these are internal matters of Dawn City. All right, don't overthink it. I'll investigate. From Hongxin-san's response, Su Yuan sensed his idealistic view. He believed the nobles wouldn't cross certain lines, such as eliminating a human demigod over political differences, something unprecedented in Dawn City's history of hundreds of years. But Su Yuan, aware of thousands of years of human history, knew that instances of a class betraying an entire group for profit were not uncommon. After ending the conversation with Hongxin-san, Su Yuan reviewed the chat logs of the Red Heart thieves from the past few days. A complaint from Red Heart 6 caught his attention. Ugh, it's so annoying. In the past 2 days, prices in Dawn City have doubled. I heard the nobles' grain merchants completed the autumn harvest early, built large grain stores but aren't selling, causing other grain merchants in the city to collectively raise prices. It's distressing. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering the motives behind the nobility's hoarding of grain. In the beast-taming world, where creatures had replaced both manpower and machinery, the price of crops was surprisingly lower than before he had traversed time. So, why stockpile grain? His thoughts raced. During economic crises, grain prices often soared. This was true whether it was modern-day crops being used to pay off mortgages or ancient times when war drove grain prices up by hundreds of times. Suddenly, the word war flashed in his mind. Disparate clues began to connect. The noble factions behind the theft at the Dawn Exchange, the mysterious death of the city garrison commander, the redeployment of the Lang and High troops from the Eastern Front, Gong Jing's prophetic warnings, the Beast King in Eagle's Sorrow Gorge, the influx of beasts into Dawn Forest, soaring prices, the growing divide between nobles and citizens, and the frantic acquisition of grain by the nobility. No way. Su Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. If his suspicions were correct, this could be a flawlessly executed plan. What are you doing here? Ouyang Shui's sudden appearance startled him. You said you were going on patrol, yet you've been crouched here for nearly 15 minutes. If your clothes weren't intact, I'd think you were. Ouyang Shui cast him a knowing glance. Su Yuan quickly coughed to interrupt. Your Highness, your imagination is far more vivid than mine. He then continued seriously. This hypothesis lacks conclusive evidence. It's harvest season now, and if we're wrong and hastily evacuate the farmers, causing them to miss the harvest, next year there will be famine everywhere. Forget about being a savior. I'd be lucky not to get lynched. Your Highness, how much do you know about the Beast King of Eagle Sorrow Gorge? Su Yuan shifted the topic. Ouyang Shui adopted a mysterious air. Since you're sincerely asking, I'll graciously tell you. But let's head to the camp and include Li Mi in this discussion. Outside the tent, Ouyang Shui cleared her throat and began. It's a serpentine beast with eyes that have undergone a unique mutation, capable of capturing the soul of anyone below the demigod level. Even demigods can barely defend against it. More crucially, it's currently in its metamorphosis phase. Metamorphosis phase? Su Yuan's brow furrowed deeper. Exactly. This Beast King has already shed its skin twice, each time teetering on the brink of life and death. Once it completes its third shedding and ascension ritual, it will advance from Beast King to Beast Emperor, reaching a power level comparable to my father. Ritual? What does that entail? Ouyang Shui took the opportunity to tease. Su Yuan, you're certainly talented, but your basic knowledge is lacking. When you advanced to a 2-star beast tamer, you went through a sanctification in the temple, but it's different after reaching 6 stars. To become a demigod, you must perform your own celestial ritual, guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your body. This is true for advancing from 7 to 8 stars, and 8 to 9 stars as well. Beasts are similar to humans. A beast king needs a specific ritual to ascend to beast emperor, though I don't know the details. Then why doesn't the human king eliminate it? Su Yuan pressed further. Because Eagle's Sorrow Gorge is its domain, where it can exert extraordinary power, even my father can't defeat it there. Limi listened, her heart pounding with fear. I hope we never encounter such a terrifying being. In the tranquil glow of the camp's flickering lanterns, a long howl suddenly pierced the night sky, followed by the thunderous rumble of countless beasts trampling the ground. A sudden commotion erupted in the forest as hundreds of low-level beasts like saber-toothed boars and razor snakes fled in terror, scattering in all directions, creating a scene of utter chaos. At that moment, a shadow guard beside Ouyang Shui urgently relayed a message. Your Highness, this is bad. The Star-Falavel beast from the Dawn Forest is rapidly approaching us. Ouyang Shui's eyes widened, her expression turning serious. A Star-Falavel beast? Another shadow guard materialized. Your Highness, this Star-Falavel beast far exceeds your capabilities. Let Shadow One and me handle it. Indeed, Shadow One agreed. You and your team are only 2-star beast tamers. This is well beyond your ability to manage. Ouyang Shui clenched her fists, torn inside. As a princess, she could easily avoid such danger. But she chose to be on the front lines to test her true abilities. Though unwilling, she knew this was not a time for recklessness. This would be a battle that surpassed their current level. Just as she was about to let the guards take action, Su Yuan spoke up. Wait, I think we should give it a try. Your Highness, this is a rare opportunity. With a 6-star beast tamer by our side, and no one watching over us, it's worth the risk. Ouyang Shui looked at Su Yuan in surprise. The young man, who usually appeared to prefer simple solutions, was now brimming with fighting spirit. She had to admit he was right. True combat training comes from being tempered in life-and-death situations. Su Yuan's confidence stemmed from his special ability to see all the information about the beast. The Frostfire Lion, Scrade, Starfalavel Beginner. It possesses 3 major talents: Mythical Grade Brahma Flame, Epic Grade Frost, and Blood Seal Rage. Its skills include Frostfire Annihilation, Brahma Flame Extinction, and Beast Lion Roar, all of epic level. It also has 30 Forest King bloodline. Shadow One rebuked him. Reckless. If you want to risk your life, fine, but don't drag the princess into it. But Su Yuan seemed unfazed by the reprimand, continuing his detailed analysis. Its mythical fire, Brahma Flame, combined with epic frost, can unleash a wide-range ice-fire fusion attack. Blood Seal Rage boosts its strength by consuming stamina, while Brahma Flame Extinction focuses the mythical Brahma Flame into a pinpoint explosion. Additionally, it has a roar that can shatter spirits. Shadow 2's pupil shrank in shock. Heaven's Eye. You actually possess the Heaven's Eye. Ouyang Shui was also taken aback, finally understanding why Su Yuan dared to challenge Hunkadi before. Heaven's Eye is a rare ability that only a few genius beast tamers can activate, allowing them to see all their opponent's abilities as long as the level difference is within 3 tiers. Shadow 2 then said, since he's a Heaven's Eye beast tamer, let's allow them to try. Shadow 1, make sure to protect the princess. With the guard's approval, Ouyang Shui felt a surge of excitement. This was her first opportunity to challenge an opponent far beyond her own strength. In this world where power reigns supreme, who doesn't long to prove their own might? Attention, it's 300 meters away. Su Yuan called out. Ouyang Shui, slow it down. The massive body of the Fanyan Frostfire Lion charged through the forest, its golden flames entwined with icy blue fire, resembling a colossal wheel of fire and ice. This lion-like beast, 3 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 2 meters tall, had eerie frost flames swirling around its claws as it advanced fiercely. Ouyang Shui quickly made a decision, commanding the Holy Ice Star Deer to use its frost transformation skill. Unlike Su Yuan's Snow Maiden's freezing ability, frost transformation coated the ground with a layer of rapidly melting ice, turning it into a muddy swamp in an instant. The Fanyan Frostfire Lion stepped into the mire, its once rapid assault forced to slow down. Su Yuan, remember, beasts love to hunt the weak, Ouyang Shui reminded. 2 shadow guards had already melted into the darkness, making the trio prime targets for the Frostfire Lion. Su Yuan quickly understood. Li Mi, as planned. Retreat to the rear. 1 mile out, he instructed. As the weakest link in the team, Li Mi needed to evade the beast's fury. She swiftly withdrew, riding her burrowing python and earth-digging beast, trusting that Su Yuan's strategy had a purpose. Once free from the mire, the Frostfire Lion roared in fury, met by a more powerful dragon roar from the Dragon Maiden. The clash of sound waves shattered hundreds of towering trees. Despite the Dragon Maiden's divine dragon lineage, she struggled against the celestial-level beast. At that moment, Ouyang Shue's mystic light, Sacred Falcon, launched its innate skill, Radiant Shard, appearing like an illusion behind the Frostfire Lion. Su Yuan's Snow Maiden performed the Aurora Dance, creating a pincer attack with the Sacred Falcon. Instinctively, the Frostfire Lion retaliated with its Fanyan spear, but was momentarily trapped by the Snow Maiden's Snow Moon Cage. The cage, formed by 17 ice pillars, glistened under the moonlight, holding the lion for less than a second, but providing the Sacred Falcon a chance to unleash mystic light purification. A holy angelic figure spread its wings, bathing the lion in warm yet relentless light. However, the Frostfire Lion suddenly activated its innate skill, Blood Fury Seal, unleashing a surge of power that cracked the angelic illusion. Its roar was now even more ferocious, striking fear into the hearts of those who faced it. The golden Brahma flames and frost seamlessly merged on the beast's deadly claws, and in an instant, a ring of intertwined frost and fire erupted from the body of the Brahma Frostfire Lioness. Was its ultimate move, Frostfire Annihilation. This fierce combination forced Ouyang Shui to command the Radiant Saint Falcon to swiftly dodge using its skill Radiant Shattered Shadows. Ouyang Shui furrowed her brows, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Despite the full force of their 4 spirit beasts, they hadn't even managed to breach the opponent's defenses. The gap in levels brought not only a chasm in attack power, but also an all-encompassing suppression of strength. She glanced at Su Yuan, hoping that since he had the confidence to face this, he must have a strategy to break through. Yet, with neither rank nor ability advantage, their situation seemed dire. As she pondered, a brief instruction came from Su Yuan through the armlet. Hold on a little longer, wait for Li Mi to be ready. Just as Ouyang Shui was about to inquire further, the Brahma Frostfire Lion launched a new wave of attacks. In the nick of time, Long Yao transformed into a true dragon, opening its massive jaws to counter the assault. Clearly, relying solely on control-type abilities was no longer sufficient. A direct confrontation was necessary. Understanding this, Ouyang Shui immediately directed her 2 spirit beasts to provide support. The Radiant Saint Falcon unleashed the epic skill Blessing of Light, enveloping Long Yao in a gentle glow that would shield it from the beast's attacks. Simultaneously, the Holy Ice Star Deer activated Frosty Splendor, transforming the battlefield into a wintry wonderland with snow-like stars filling the air. At this critical juncture, Long Yao and the Snow Maiden unleashed their ultimate techniques, Myth, Celestial Embers, and Myth, Frost Phoenix Divine Seal. A crimson dragon soared, fiery lotuses blossomed. An icy phoenix spread its wings, and chilling air permeated the atmosphere. The 2 formidable energies converged in the sky, aiming directly at the Brahma Frostfire Lion. For the first time, the star-ranked beast sensed a threat and let out a thunderous roar. A brilliant star appeared above its head, channeling endless energy into its body, fueling the power of Myth, Brahma Flame Severance. The golden blade, augmented by stellar force, rapidly expanded from a mere few inches to a massive 100 meters, showcasing the terrifying might of a star-ranked creature. The clash was inevitable. The combined strike of the 4 top-tier spirit beasts collided with the star-ranked beast's full force, unleashing a violent storm of energy. Golden blades clashed fiercely with the crimson fire lotus and icy breath, flames and ice crystals intertwining across the battlefield. Although the golden blade held the advantage, under the protection of the sacred light and dragon scales, Long Yao stood firm, while the chill of frosty splendor seeped into the beast's body. With a deafening explosion, the terrifying shockwave pushed back Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui, and their 4 spirit beasts. However, the Brahma Frostfire Lion was not unscathed. Its body was covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds, with blood continuously dripping. In this earth-shattering confrontation, the flawless cooperation between Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui finally succeeded in severely injuring the once invincible star-ranked beast. Wow, it's really tough, Su Yuan thought to himself as he gazed at the Brahma Flame Frost Lion in front of him. The gap between a 3-star and a 4-star beast tamer was as clear as day when comparing the strength of a golden tier beast to a starbound tier beast. Even with 4 golden tier beasts with mythical bloodlines joining forces, they struggled to gain the upper hand against this formidable starbound creature. As Su Yuan worried about the battle, a timely message from Li Mi came through. Su Yuan, is 2,000 meters enough? Perfect. Su Yuan marveled at Li Mi's remarkable talent in this area. Though her combat prowess was limited, her preparation skills were outstanding. Let's capture this starbound beast. Get ready and fall back. Ouyang Shui understood immediately and retreated with Su Yuan, their 4 beasts fighting and retreating simultaneously. However, the injured Brahma Flame Frost Lion wasn't about to let its prey escape so easily. Corruption had driven the beast mad, its blood-red eyes filled with a singular lust for slaughter. The blood seeping from its wounds only heightened its frenzy, especially when it locked onto the crimson dragon, Long Yao. A flicker of fervor crossed its Aisa creature with the blood of the dragon god. Roar. The beast's blood seal rage activated again, its focus entirely on Long Yao, unleashing bloodthirsty howls. Sensing something amiss, Ouyang Shui quickly warned, Su Yuan, the beast is targeting your dragon. They devour height-ear bloodlines to break through. Su Yuan realized why the beast was relentlessly attacking Long Yao. Despite the protection of dragon scales and the holy blessing of the Xianguang sacred falcon, Long Yao was in a precarious situation under the combined assault of the four beasts. Understanding the truth, Su Yuan decisively communicated a plan to Long Yao through their mental connection. As she retreated, Long Yao asked, "Are you sure about this, little one?" "Trust me," Su Yuan replied firmly. With that assurance, Long Yao nodded slightly, spread her wings, and sped away at a pace that surpassed the Brahma flame frost lion. The beast, driven by the allure of dragon blood, pursued her blindly, ignoring Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui entirely. In the blink of an eye, they covered a mile. Just as the Brahma flame frost lion was about to catch Long Yao, she suddenly slowed and dove toward the ground. A massive 3-meter-wide pit appeared instantaneously, and the lion, driven by its bloodlust, plunged in without hesitation. This was the trap meticulously dug by Li Mi's earth-burrowing beast and tunnel python. The python bored the hole, and the beast consumed the rubble. In just a matter of minutes, they had excavated a 2,000-meter deep pit. As they fell, Su Yuan guided Long Yao through their connection. In 2 seconds, there's an escape tunnel on the left. Long Yao reacted instantly, using her claws to slow down and narrowly slipping into the pre-prepared side tunnel. The Brahma flame frost lion helplessly watched its prey escape and realized too late that it lacked wings. Desperately clawing at the rocks to climb back up, it heard Su Yuan's voice from above. "Sister, release the soil." The earth-burrowing beast began releasing the previously consumed earth, some transforming into air to provide oxygen, while the rest cascaded down. This time, Su Yuan decisively chose the most straightforward tactic, dumping soil directly into the pit. With a thunderous roar, thousands of tons of earth cascaded down like a waterfall, accelerating over a 2,000-meter free fall before crashing heavily onto the frostfire lion's body. The pit was so deep that not even a muffled sound escaped. And just like that, a formidable beast of the forest, a powerful creature of the starfall level, was buried alive. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't withstand the impact of tens of thousands of tons of earth and rock. Meanwhile, Long Yao slowly crawled out through the side passage opened by Li Mi. In her transformed state, her face was covered with small cuts, and she weakly collapsed into Su Yuan's arms. Su Yuan gently wiped the dirt from her face and comforted her softly. "You've done well. It's all thanks to you." Long Yao glanced at Su Yuan before falling into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Holding Long Yao, Su Yuan turned to Li Mi and said, "See? I wasn't wrong, was I? Your ability is indeed useful. Even a starfall level beast that had us both at a loss was dealt with by you." Ouyang Shui also chimed in with a smile. "It's impressive you thought of this method. Li Mi, your ability may not seem suited for combat, but when used well, even a starfall level beast can be buried." Under their praise, Li Mi nodded shyly, still somewhat dazed. "I really did kill a starfall level beast." Su Yuan was right. "My ability is indeed valuable." This was quite an achievement for someone who had ranked at the bottom in the Academy's combat tests. Su Yuan nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly. That's why digging skills are considered divine. And its best escape capabilities haven't even been showcased yet." At this moment, Su Yuan's armband issued a new notification. "Defeating a starfall level beast earns you 500 merit points." He gasped at the difference's stark contrast to the mere 20 points for a gold-level beast, highlighting the vast disparity in power. Nearby, Ouyang Shui's shadow guards were conversing quietly. Shadow 1 remarked, "They really did it. Even a beast master with the power of the Eye of Heaven would find it hard to believe." Shadow 2 agreed, "Indeed. I was ready to step in and help. The future of these young people is limitless." Shadow 1 looked at Su Yuan thoughtfully. "With someone like him assisting Her Highness, the future looks promising." Shadow 2 immediately caught on. "Yes, indeed. Things are about to get interesting. Who would dare underestimate the third princess now?" Ouyang Shui shot them a glare, and they wisely fell silent. Caught up in the joy of victory, Su Yuan continued his analysis. "We were lucky that the Frostfire Lion wasn't smart enough and kept chasing Long Yao, giving us the chance. By the way, why was it so intent on pursuing Long Yao?" "I didn't catch that part." Ouyang Shui explained. "For a beast to break through, it needs to consume a creature with compatible bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the chance of breakthrough. If it had devoured your dragon girl, it might have advanced to the moonfall level, which is why it was so relentless." "Are all beasts like this?" "Absolutely. Even beast kings and beast emperors are no exception." As soon as Ouyang Shui finished speaking, She noticed Su Yuan's expression gradually turning serious. Ouyang Shui noticed Su Yuan's unusual expression and instinctively moved closer to him, asking softly, "What's wrong? Did you get hurt just now?" Su Yuan's brow was furrowed, his face pale, and his eyes filled with deep concern. In a low voice, he asked, "Your Highness, I think I forgot to ask, do you know about the theft at the Dawn Exchange a month ago? Why are you bringing that up suddenly?" Ouyang Shui replied, "Of course, I know. It's said that the Red Heart marauders stole important treasures from the exchange, including several rare celestial treasures. Were any of the stolen treasures imbued with mythical dragon or serpent bloodlines?" Su Yuan pressed on. "I remember when Lu Yuan accused me, he mentioned that several dragon blood jades were stolen." Seeing Su Yuan's urgency, Ouyang Shui didn't question further but instead recalled carefully, "Let me think. Yes, there were. But dragon blood jade is one of the lesser celestial treasures. The most precious three were the true dragon's nether eye, the ancient serpent's shedding, and the sun-eclipsing divine glass. The first two are indeed dragon serpent treasures, and the sun-eclipsing divine glass is nearly at the level of an ultimate treasure. It can project the user's power to the sun, amplifying their abilities. For example, purification power can instantly cleanse numerous beasts, while corrupting power can drive them berserk. Unfortunately, all these were stolen and are likely circulating in other city-states now." At this point, Ingyi hurriedly reminded, "Your Highness, aren't these supposed to be top secret?" Ouyang Shui quickly covered her mouth. "Oh, right. It's your fault for asking suddenly, and I just blurted it out. Su Yuan, you must keep this confidential. It's important." "Hey, did you hear me?" But Su Yuan didn't respond, his face growing even grimmer. His mind was entirely occupied by a terrifying hypothesis. The nobles stole from the exchange to obtain crucial treasures. The Serpent King of the Eagle Sorrow Ravine was just one transformation and a celestial ceremony away from ascending to Beast Emperor. If someone provided the necessary celestial treasures, the Beast King could complete its transformation and initiate the ceremony war. As one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, war, it truly deserved the name of a celestial ceremony. And the key to triggering the war was the sun-eclipsing divine glass. This explained why the nobles abandoned the city guards contest, withdrew the Lang and Hai battalions, why Gong Jing was certain he would die, and why the nobles were hoarding grain. Worse still, aside from the top nobles, perhaps only Su Yuan knew the truth. Because to others, it seemed like just another theft by the Red Heart marauders. But Su Yuan knew the truth was it was orchestrated by the nobles, and through the princess's intelligence network, he also knew the specifics of the stolen items. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan made a decisive move. "Your Highness, quickly. Didn't you say you have a way to contact the royal palace? You must relay every word I say now. This has been a conspiracy from the start." He then laid out his entire hypothesis, from the nobles' theft at the exchange, to their secret dealings with the Beast King, to a series of unusual activities. Ouyang Shui and the Shadow Guard listened in shock, initially doubting it was Su Yuan's imagination, but various signs seemed to corroborate his theory. Especially when Ouyang Shui learned the theft was the nobles' doing. She became more inclined to believe Su Yuan. "No matter the truth, we can't dismiss this possibility," Ouyang Shui decided immediately. "Ingyi, prepare the sky record. Leave it to me." Ingyi responded. Seizing the moment while Ouyang Shui prepared, Su Yuan quickly took out a spirit jade, moved aside and wrote, "Red Heart 7, Third Brother. Run." The stolen items from the Dawn Exchange are Dragon Serpent's celestial treasures and the sun-eclipsing divine glass. The nobles likely struck a deal with the Beast King, which may have already completed its transformation and is planning to use the sun-eclipsing divine glass to trigger a beast tide. Su Yuan's message immediately caught the attention of the other members. "Red Heart 7, are you serious? Is your information reliable?" Red Heart 4 asked. "How could they? These people are insane. What do they gain from this?" Red Heart 6 was incredulous. "The information about the stolen items is absolutely reliable." Red Heart 7 replied firmly. For the Red Heart marauders, who were quite sensitive to current events and intelligence, Su Yuan's hypothesis made perfect sense instantly. Red Heart 3, no way. A decisive voice pierced the silence. "That beast has undergone 3 transformations. If I don't hold it back here, Dawn City will be caught off guard. I can buy us 20 minutes at most." Old 7, set off immediately and relay the information to the city guards. "Understood," responded Red Heart 7, swiftly departing. In the brief exchange, Su Yuan noticed the strange phenomenon at Ingqiu Cliff in the distance. Countless birds took flight, their dense shadows blotting out the rising morning light like a massive dark cloud descending upon the earth. The prelude to the beast tide had begun. "Your Highness, Li Mi, hurry." Ouyang Shui had just finished sending the message to the palace when Ingyi summoned a Qingfeng White Eagle. This sunset-class beast spread its wings and, with a dive, swept Su Yuan, Li Mi, and Ouyang Shui onto its back, then sped towards Shaoqi town. As they ascended into the sky, A deafening roar emanated from the direction of Incho Cliff. Flames, meteors, and lightning intertwined in a catastrophe, as countless beasts surged from the canyon floor, marching towards Dawn Forest. After flying several miles, Su Yuan finally entered communication range and quickly tore off his armband. Private Su Yuan reporting an emergency. The Beast King at Incho Cliff is inciting a beast tide. We are about to be attacked. Please prepare immediately. Is the information accurate? The information is accurate. Received. Private Su Yuan, return to your unit immediately. The message had been sent. The city guards in Dawn City were now aware of the impending threat posed by the Beast King. Su Yuan had fulfilled his duty. It was now up to Dawn City and the city guards to withstand this impending disaster. At the bottom of Incho Cliff, a massive serpent with 9 heads had just devoured the remains of the true dragon's nether eye and an ancient serpent, completing its 3rd transformation to reach the threshold of becoming a beast emperor. It needed only to complete the final celestial ritual, channeling the energy of heaven and earth into itself to truly become an emperor. The ritual it chose was called blood refining all beings, a process of gathering malevolent energy from the blood of a million humans or beasts to break through the final barrier. At this moment, a man dressed in white approached, wielding a slender sword, with a celestial map of revolving beasts behind him, surrounded by 7 powerful beast souls. 9 serpents, planning to break through today? The man inquired. The 9-headed serpent let out a cold snort. We beasts don't have the innate advantages of your human race. Advancement takes countless years. Thanks to you humans for delivering treasures. Huh. They say we beasts are bloodthirsty and murderous, but compared to you humans, we are insignificant. You're no longer a match for me. You can't stop me. Its pathetic human nobles want me to attack Dawn City. Yet the little brat once abandoned at Incho Cliff by those same nobles is now trying to stop me. Ning Xian, don't you find it amusing? This man, known as Ning Xian, hailed from a branch of the Ning family, the leading house among the 10 elders. He was exiled to Incho Cliff due to his mediocre talent and offending the main family. Later, he was rescued by Li Aki and given the codename Red Heart III, now a demigod-level warrior. Gripping his slender sword, with his beast soul shining brightly behind him, Ning Xian smiled and said, "Why would I? There are scoundrels among humans, but there are also heroes." Su Yuan and his group took about 10 minutes to return to Shaoqi Town. On the way, they met up with 3 6-star beast tamers sent by the Beast Tamer Guild as escorts, and together they reached the Wanzi camp base. At this critical moment, with the beast tide imminent, the intelligence Su Yuan brought back was invaluable, buying precious preparation time for Dawn City and its city guard. As the first line of defense for Dawn City, the city guard quickly convened a strategic meeting. In the absence of the garrison commander Wan Jingren, who had passed away, Wan Yang temporarily assumed the role. With swift decisiveness, he completed the strategic deployment within 10 minutes. Using Shaoqi Town as the defensive core, the Wanzi, Shan, and Tian camps were arranged in a line, dividing the approximately 200-mile defense line into 20 battlefields, deploying over 10,000 beast tamers from the 3 camps. Non-beast combat personnel were tasked with covering the evacuation of civilians. Dawn City, with a population of over 2 million on its eastern side, faced a daunting task of evacuating everyone into the city for safety in a short time, even with multiple rehearsals. This required at least a day, meaning the city guard had to hold the line for 24 hours. Otherwise, millions would fall prey to the beasts. Dawn City also swiftly made its own arrangements, with the Beast Tamer Guild, the Sacred Beast Hall, and the Royal Knights constructing an internal defense system. As long as the city guard could hold for a day, the Human King could leverage the city's geographical advantage to slay the Beast King. Upon hearing the news, the scattered beast tamer groups and tamers within the city, full of youthful vigor, volunteered eagerly. Defending their land was the duty of every beast tamer. In a short period, thousands of beast tamers were ready to support the city guard at any moment. At this moment, the 3rd Battalion's 10 beast tamer squads were already prepared to depart. Battalion leader Yuan Tiantong spoke with a resounding voice. A soldier trained for 1,000 days is used in a single moment. Our ancestors protected humanity's pure land under the siege of beasts. How can we, their descendants, bring them disgrace? Although our 3rd Battalion of the 6th Beast Tamer Regiment is a recruit camp, and our experience and strength are not on par with other teams, it doesn't mean our role on the battlefield is insignificant. Yuan Tiantong took out a letter and read the commendation order. Commend the 7th Squad of the 3rd Battalion of the 6th Beast Tamer Regiment. Captain Su Yuan first brought back the intelligence on the beast tide, earning valuable time for humanity, a merit comparable to first-class battlefield honors. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Su Yuan shall be recognized for this primary achievement. Considering the 7th Squad's record of having slain 1 celestial star-level beast, 8 gold-level, and several silver and bronze-level beasts, Su Yuan is hereby promoted to captain, with Ouyang Shui and Li Mi promoted to lieutenants. Additional rewards will be given after the battle. Moreover, The 3 6-star beast tamers accompanying Su Yuan will temporarily join our battalion to bolster our strength. These words greatly encouraged everyone. For new recruits, simply not being a burden on the battlefield would be a success, and yet one of them had achieved such significant merit, even earning primary battlefield honors. Brother Yuan, is it true? Did you 3 2-star beast tamers really kill a celestial star-level beast? Brother Yuan is amazing. How did you discover it in advance? I was in the Dawn Forest too and didn't notice a thing. It must have been Brother Yuan and His Highness working together, driving the beasts into disarray. Thanks to Brother Yuan bringing in 3 6-star beast tamers. Otherwise, we would have been cannon fodder. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "No, it was thanks to Li Mi that we could kill that celestial star-level beast. His Highness and I were just buying time. I've always said Li Mi has strong beast taming abilities, but you didn't recognize it." Hearing this, everyone turned to Li Mi in surprise. The classmates from the Myriad Beasts Academy found it hard to believe that the usually quiet Li Mi possessed such strength. Li Mi blushed under their gaze. For the first time, the usually self-conscious girl basked in the spotlight, feeling both shy and happy. It was thanks to Su Yuan that I realized I could fight like that. The crowd looked at Li Mi with envy. They had originally thought she was just riding on Su Yuan's coattails, but under his influence, she had managed to pass the assessment with her own strength. Yuan Tiantong clapped his hands and scanned the crowd with a firm gaze. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap up the chit-chat. It's time to head to the front lines." His voice was steady and commanding. "Let me emphasize one last time. We must hold this line for at least a day. If anyone is afraid, now's the time to step back. We don't need anyone dragging us down on the battlefield." He looked around, and every gaze was as firm as steel. Yuan Tiantong nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, you're all brave souls. 3rd Battalion, move out." The 3rd Battalion was composed of 10 squads of beast tamers, totaling 30 people. Apart from Yuan Tiantong, a 4-star beast tamer and the battalion leader, the rest were 2-star beast tamers, considered relatively weak within the beast tamer forces. Typically, a standard battalion would consist of 33-star beast tamers and 1 4-star leader. However, with 3 6-star beast tamers, who were initially tasked with protecting Su Yuan, joining the battle nearby, the 3rd Battalion became the most formidable force among all battalions and was thus given a critical mission. They arrived at the designated defensive position on the southern side of Shaoqi Town. This was the inevitable path to attack Shaoqi Town, and if it fell, the town, serving as the defense's core, would be directly exposed to the onslaught of the beast tide. Standing at the front line, everyone watched the distant Dawn Forest with tension. For most, this was their first time participating in such a large-scale battle, and even the veterans were not exempt. The last beast tide had occurred over 20 years ago during the Great Beast Siege. Although fear was inevitable, adrenaline-fueled battle excitement prevailed. It had been over half an hour since Su Yuan raised the alarm. The beasts from Ingqiu Gorge had all disappeared into the Dawn Forest, and the scouts sent into the forest had not returned. Through the Spirit Jade, Su Yuan confirmed some developments. Hongxin San was defeated in a confrontation with the Beast King. Though both were demigods, Hongxin San was only in the first phase, while the Beast King was at the brink of the third phase, creating a significant power gap. Fortunately, Hongxin San managed to escape using the Spirit Jade and the Heart of the Blood Clan. Though severely injured, he successfully teleported to a city-state 8,000 miles north of Dawn City and would not be able to provide support until the war concluded. Minutes later, the sky echoed with the cries of birds and beasts. The horizon was suddenly shrouded in a dark cloud, the shadow of countless avian beasts. From the direction of the Dawn Forest, the beast horde began to emerge, densely covering the mountains and valleys, their numbers immeasurable. Under the influence of the sun-eclipsing divine glaze, these beasts were completely driven by bloodthirsty desires, transformed into tireless war machines. While most were bronze and silver-level beasts, not particularly powerful, with only a few golden-level beasts scattered among them, no stellar-level beasts had been spotted in the first wave. Nonetheless, the sheer numbers were staggering. Along the nearly 200-mile defensive line, there were roughly only 500 beast tamers every 10 miles, facing a beast army dozens or even hundreds of times larger. As the hordes of beasts surged from the Dawn Forest, the defense of Dawn City officially commenced. The beast tide had arrived. In this life-and-death confrontation between humans and mythical beasts, intelligence has become the decisive factor. Powerful mythical beasts often possess higher intelligence. They are well-versed in the art of warfare and will never recklessly serve as cannon fodder. Humans have developed the unique combat system through beast-taming techniques, laying intricate traps on the front lines. Shaoqi Town serves as the defensive core, with dozens of top-tier sunset-level beast tamers stationed there. Their beasts excel in large-scale area attacks, and the combined force is enough to intimidate mythical beasts of the same level. As the first wave of assault arrived, countless low-level mythical beasts surged like a tide. Under the influence of the solar erosion crystal, they became mindless killing machines. The sky and ground, every conceivable foothold, were occupied by mythical beasts. The city guards were well prepared. A particular sunset-level beast tamer had planted explosive materials akin to nitroglycerin on the front lines. When the mythical beasts reached 5 kilometers from the line, all fire attribute beasts in Shaoqi town launched their attacks simultaneously. The moment the flames touched the traps, a massive fire erupted. Amidst the thunderous explosions, a dense web of fire formed an impenetrable wall, instantly claiming the lives of tens of thousands of mythical beasts. However, the beasts, already stripped of reason by the solar erosion crystal, relentlessly filled the fiery wall with their bodies. Human-sized long-range beasts continued their attacks, causing mythical beasts to fall like fields of grain swept by the wind. But against their overwhelming numbers, each attack's toll of a few thousand beasts was negligible. Su Yuan's line of defense was the first to encounter the onslaught of wolf beasts. These soul-devouring thunder wolves, though not individually strong only clever, mid-silver rank were formidable in their numbers, numbering over 10,000. Even more troublesome was their soul-devouring ability, which allowed them to consume the souls of fallen comrades to enhance their own strength. Captain, these are soul-devouring thunder wolves. Su Yuan immediately demonstrated the value of a beast tamer with celestial vision. We must finish this quickly. We can't let them have the chance to devour souls and grow stronger. Yuan Tiantong made a swift decision. Everyone, cease long-range attacks. Wait until they come closer to strike, or else they'll consume their fallen and become stronger. When the soul-devouring thunder wolves were within 50 meters of the position, 30 beast tamers struck simultaneously. Dozens of gold-level beasts launched an overwhelming assault, slicing through the front ranks of the thunder wolves like a knife through butter. Su Yuan's dragon maiden, still recovering from injuries, held back, only using her dragon breath for long-range strikes. Meanwhile, the snow maiden, leveraging her mobility with the aurora dance, moved freely across the battlefield, single-handedly taking down nearly 100 thunder wolves. The first wave was successfully repelled, but it was only the beginning. The second wave was even fiercer, 20,000 soul-devouring thunder wolves accompanied by 500 phantom flame sparrows. These level, initial gold-rank sparrows wielded the formidable phantom flame ray, a long-range skill with an attack range of 200 meters. Captain, those phantom flame sparrows must be dealt with first. Su Yuan's warning put Yuan Tiantong in a difficult spot. These sparrows, adept at long-range attacks, indeed posed the greatest threat, but figuring out how to handle them was a challenging dilemma. On the battlefield, a tricky dilemma presented itself to everyone. The perfect coordination between the phantom flame sparrow and the soul-devouring thunder wolf left Yuan Tiantong in a bind. If he rashly attacked to eliminate the phantom flame sparrow, he would fall into the thunder wolf's trap. If he held back, he would suffer the sparrow's long-range strikes. At this critical moment, Su Yuan stepped forward. Captain, let me handle this. There's no need to rush to eliminate them. We can use the ice sealing tactic. This suggestion sparked a light in Yuan Tiantong's eyes. Yes. If we freeze the phantom flame sparrow first, the thunder wolf won't be able to devour the souls that haven't passed on. All right, this task is yours. Su Yuan quickly gathered Li Mi and Ouyang Shui, briefly explaining the plan. They nodded in agreement, faces serious. As the second wave of beast attacks approached, and the phantom flame sparrow prepared to strike from 200 meters away, the operation began. Li Mi directed the earth-burrowing beast and the ground-drilling python to create a tunnel underground, quietly transporting Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui to the base of the phantom flame sparrow. Suddenly, two figures burst from the beast Hordean ice snow maiden and a sacred ice star deer. Both golden tier ice beasts appeared in perfect harmony. They launched their ultimate skills simultaneously. Ice Phoenix Divine Seal. Frost Blossom Sky. The phantom of an ancient ice phoenix spread its massive icy wings, sending countless ice blades slicing through the air. At the same time, frost descended from the sky, forming a frozen domain. In an instant, all the phantom flame sparrows were frozen on the spot. Yuan Tiantong seized the opportunity, commanding, attack. All forces, advance. Annihilate this pack of thunder wolves. Dozens of beast tamers surged forward, engaging in fierce combat. Long Yao volunteered to join the fight, and with Su Yuan's approval, she leapt into the fray. She worked in perfect sync with the Ice Maiden, utilizing Su Yuan's telepathic abilities to weave between ground and underground, driving the thunder wolves into retreat. The battle intensified as tens of thousands of thunder wolves and hundreds of phantom flame sparrows were gradually reduced under the coordinated assault of fewer than 100 beast tamers. Su Yuan's two beasts alone took down thousands of creatures. Flames and ice intertwined, and a mist of blood enveloped the battlefield. When the last soul-devouring thunder wolf fell, the entire battlefield was shrouded in a dense aura of blood. This blood energy coalesced into a unique celestial phenomenon, manifesting as a blood sword and blood cauldron in the sky. That's a celestial phenomenon, Ying Yi exclaimed, Blood testifies to the path, killing to save the world. This blood energy is purer than the sanctification of the Holy Hall. Is it Su Yuan who broke through? Asked Zhang Miao from the Beast Tamers Guild. It is indeed him. Ing Yi confirmed. This young man continues to create miracles. The celestial phenomenon forging blood into a sword is truly a hero of our people. With blood energy swirling above his head, a ring of crimson light suddenly expanded, and all surviving beasts within a 30-mile radius perished. Amid this astonishing phenomenon, Su Yuan finally broke through, ascending to the rank of a 3-star beast tamer. On the battlefield, hundreds of beast tamers witnessed a breathtaking scene. The beasts they were fiercely battling were suddenly enveloped by a mysterious crimson aura, causing them to explode and perish instantly. Tens of thousands of beasts fell simultaneously, their blood-red souls harvested in an instant. What happened? The white-armed demon ape I was fighting just blew up. You're asking me? I have no idea. The same thing happened here. Could it be Commander Wan's doing? Impossible. Even Commander Wan couldn't pull off something like this. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look! Blood energy forming a sword and a cauldron. This is a celestial phenomenon from our race breaking through." Phenomenon during a breakthrough? Of course, only a super genius can cause such a phenomenon. When Yi Ho broke through to 4 stars, there was a rain of blood arrows. But today's phenomenon is even more extraordinary. In the command center of Shaoqi Town, Wan Yang immediately inquired, "Who is it? Who caused the heavenly phenomenon on the battlefield?" Deputy Sun quickly reported, "Sir, it's Captain Su Yuan of the 7th Squad, 3rd Battalion, 6th Beast Regiment of Wan's army. He has slain over 1,000 beasts and strategically defeated 30,000 more. He has forged a blood energy sword and cauldron, breaking through to a 3-star beast tamer, and his blood aura has annihilated tens of thousands of beasts." Wan Yang slammed his hand on the table. "What a remarkable young man. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. Quick, inform the entire army." A broadcast echoed across the army. "Our beast tamer, Su Yuan, has harnessed the power of heaven and earth on the battlefield, causing a celestial phenomenon and breaking through, slaying tens of thousands of beasts. A true hero of our race. Celebrate Su Yuan. Celebrate our people." Morale soared instantly as the beast tamers recognized the name. Isn't he the one who challenged Wang Ju, fought beyond his level, defeated the Morning Star beast, and brought back intelligence on the beast tide? A genius breaking through with battlefield blood energy without the Holy Hall's blessing. A good omen. Our race will surely triumph. Brothers, are we going to let a rookie outshine us? In the next round, fight with all you've got. As the crowd was electrified, a pale green light shot up into the sky, enveloping Su Yuan. Ing Yi suddenly shouted, "Heaven's chosen beast. It's a heaven's chosen beast." Facing puzzled looks, Ing Yi explained, "A beast tamer who breaks through using the power of heaven and earth is favored by the heavens and gets a chance to choose a beast. This beast will perfectly match his desires, and is bound to have mythical bloodlines. If extremely fortunate, it may even reach the domain level." Su Yuan had already made his decision. With the combat prowess of Long Yao and the Ice Maiden, he needed a beast with special abilities, like Ouyang Shui's Purifying Saint Falcon or Li Mi's Earth-Burrowing Beast. As the light green life energy coursed through him, a sapling suddenly broke through the ground, rapidly growing into a towering tree. A unique figure appeared on the tree, a forest spirit with golden hair, emerald eyes, wearing a crown of grass and entwined with vines and green foliage. Above the celestial dome, a divine and majestic power coalesced, posing a question of contract to Su Yuan. In an instant, detailed information about the Forest Elf Queen surged into his consciousness. And Shrank Beast, the Forest Elf Queen at the early gold level, was extraordinarily gifted. She possessed an epic-level spirit spring ability, capable of releasing holy waters with healing and purifying powers. Even more astonishing were her 3 major skills. The epic-level star projection, which could temporarily separate her own and others' souls from their bodies. The mythical-level tree realm descent, allowing her to instantly summon a vast forest and control every branch within it. And the mythical-level sacred song spirit sword, which could summon countless ethereal swords to strike at the enemy's soul with the power of a holy song. 20% of the noble bloodline of the world tree flowed within her. No wonder she is destined for greatness, Su Yuan marveled to himself. The Forest Elf Queen perfectly matched his needs, complete with healing abilities, special skills, and combat power. Most remarkably, she had already achieved the gold level, requiring no additional cultivation. "This is exactly what I wished for, beyond my expectations," Su Yuan solemnly responded. With the sound of melodious bird songs, the blonde, green-eyed, pointed-eared Forest Elf Queen gracefully lifted her pale green skirt and softly said, "Master, please guide me." "All right, leave it to me." Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At the moment the contract was formed, another phenomenon descended upon the battlefield. Countless sprouts emerged from the blood-soaked ground, growing wildly and unleashing a miraculous power that healed wounds and dispelled fatigue. The entire battlefield seemed to be reborn, with bloodstains fading and deadwood coming back to life. The command center in Shaoqi town was in a frenzy over this sudden and remarkable phenomenon, eagerly seeking to uncover who had triggered such a spectacle. They were convinced that this power would provide strong support for the city guard's battle efforts. Meanwhile, those around Su Yuan watched him in silence. They knew all too well the life-filled energy was identical to the power that had previously erupted from Su Yuan. Could it be you again? The same question surfaced in everyone's mind. Yuan Tiantong excitedly raised his armband, his voice booming, 3rd Battalion's Yuan Tiantong calling command. Our 7th squad leader, Su Yuan, has broken through on the battlefield and acquired a heavenly chosen beast. This has triggered a new round of celestial phenomena, and I'm reporting this joyous news to command. In the command center, Wang Yang laughed heartily upon hearing the news. Excellent, excellent. This celestial phenomenon will aid our city's garrison beastmasters in recovering their strength and healing their beasts. Spread the word to the entire army. Additionally, Su Yuan must be exhausted after his great efforts. Instruct Yuan Tiantong to let him rest for half a day. Lieutenant Li, Lieutenant He, you both go and assist the 3rd Battalion. Lieutenant Sun, standing nearby, understood the true intention behind the order. Exhaustion was just an excuse. Protection was the real motive. With the tide of battle turning, the beasts would surely counterattack against Su Yuan, and the main force of the next wave might focus on his position. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Sun immediately broadcasted to the entire army through the communicator. Attention all units. New recruit Su Yuan has acquired a heavenly chosen beast, causing this round of celestial phenomena. He is hereby commended. All units are to use the green plants to restore injuries and stamina. 20 hours remain to complete the defense mission. The announcement caused a stir across the battlefield. What the heck? Su Yuan caused this too? Heavenly chosen beast? How long has he been a beast master? 26 days. A 3-star beast master already got a heavenly chosen beast. It took me 200 days to break through to 2 stars. I'm so jealous. Want a heavenly chosen beast? Try fighting tens of thousands of beasts alone like he did. No thanks, I can't handle that. After 2 waves of beast tides, the enemy's offensive slowed. The 20,000 beasts that perished not only failed to weaken the city's garrison, but, under the influence of the celestial phenomenon triggered by Su Yuan, allowed the defenders to recover as they fought, increasing their combat effectiveness. Some of the more rational beasts began regrouping for a new attack. In Ingqiu Gorge, the Beast King, 9 Serpents, was orchestrating its forces using the Eclipse Sun Divine Jade. It knew that if it acted personally, it could breach the defenses in half an hour. However, that would inevitably provoke a response from the human king of Dawn City, which wasn't worth the risk. It preferred to let the beasts continue their assault, creating massive casualties to accumulate enough malevolent energy to complete its ascension to Beast Emperor. At that point, it would fear no battle against the human king. However, a young man named Su Yuan disrupted its plans. The bloodshed of 20,000 beasts not only failed to help it break through, but instead facilitated Su Yuan's battlefield breakthrough and acquisition of a heavenly chosen beast. 9 Serpents needed the blood of 1,000,000 beings, especially humans. Its deal with the nobles was to unleash a beast tide, ideally breaching the populous eastern district of Dawn City to harvest abundant blood. The nobles aimed to suppress the commoners, while it sought to achieve its breakthrough, a mutually beneficial arrangement. At this moment, 9 Serpents recalled Ning Xian's words, "The human race has both villains and heroes," finally understanding that the statement did not refer to Ning Xian himself. Enraged, it urged the Eclipse Sun Divine Jade to gather Starfall and Moonfall level beasts for an all-out assault on Su Yuan's sector. On the southern side of Shaoqi town, Yuan Tiantong publicly addressed Su Yuan, "You've done an outstanding job in this battle, and you must be exhausted. Your 7th squad should rest now." With support from Lieutenant Li and Lieutenant He, Su Yuan understood the gesture and cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your consideration, Captain. Indeed, the exertion has been tremendous, and I'm somewhat spent." It was the truth. He and Ouyang Shui had pushed deep into enemy lines, freezing 500 gold-level beasts within 3 minutes, depleting their stamina. With Long Envy injured, Bing Envy exhausted, and the newly acquired Forest Elf Queen excelling in support roles, a rest was certainly warranted. Shadow One also advised, "Take a break. The Zhang brothers from the Beastmaster Guild are here." Zhang Miao chimed in with a smile. "Since President Zhang has made an agreement with you, we won't shirk our duties. You've already made a significant contribution, altering the course of the battle. Leave the rest to us." Su Yuan nodded in appreciation. Initially, he had invited them to guard against the nobles' schemes, but now, with the nobles inciting a beast tide, their involvement in the battle fulfilled the agreement in an unexpected way. Among the entire garrison, only 4 were 6-star Beastmasters, and having these 3 around provided an additional layer of security. Back at the camp, Ouyang Shui and Li Mi regarded Su Yuan as if he were a phenomenon. Ouyang Shui, in particular, had a complex expression. Once ahead of Su Yuan in cultivation, she had been caught up to and even surpassed in just a few days. More importantly, the celestial phenomenon Su Yuan triggered had changed the entire battle. Without a doubt, once word reached Dawn City, he would be hailed as a hero. Before long, Wang Yang, temporarily acting as garrison commander, personally visited the camp, smiling. "Well done, young man. You've given me quite the surprise. I always thought you were talented, but I never expected such a remarkable achievement. On behalf of the city's garrison, I'm promoting you to major. To advance further, you'll need to reach 5-star Beastmaster status. Additionally, you will have unrestricted access to one of our family's secret realms. You may also choose any 3 treasures from the city's garrison treasury. Upon returning to the city, the royal family and military tribunal will surely reward you further." These rewards were modest compared to Su Yuan's contributions to the battle, merely a token of Wang Yang's appreciation. Greater accolades awaited him upon returning to the city. Su Yuan bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your generosity, Commander." Wang Yang nodded. "Rest well. The battles ahead will only get tougher. We need to hold out for another 20 hours. With that, he hurried off to prepare for the impending new wave of beast attacks. With a million-strong beast army surrounding them, the upcoming battles would only grow more challenging. On the battlefield of the war-torn Shaoqi town, Su Yuan's 7th squad had been resting for half a day, but the sounds of fighting and chaos on the outskirts never ceased. At 5 in the evening, Su Yuan, along with Ouyang Shui and Li Mi, returned to the front lines, where Yuan Tiantong immediately briefed them on the latest battle developments. Since the 7th squad took a break, the beasts had launched 6 fierce assaults. The situation had become more dire than before, as the main attacking forces had upgraded to more formidable golden-tier beasts. Particularly along the Shaoqi town front, not only had a large number of sinking star-tier beasts gathered, but there were also several powerful Moonfall-tier ones. Fortunately, Su Yuan brought 3 6-star beast tamers from the Zhang family and 2 equally skilled lieutenants, who together controlled 30 sunset-tier beasts, keeping the defensive line intact. However, the brutal combat had exacted a heavy toll on the city garrison. Under Yuan Tiantong's command, 4 out of 10 beast tamer squads in the 3rd Battalion had lost their combat effectiveness, with fatalities in 2 squads. Despite this, the casualty rate here was the lowest across the entire battlefield, thanks to the presence of the 6-star beast tamers. According to Deputy He's report, over 500 beast tamers had heroically fallen across the battlefield, with nearly 1,000 losing their ability to fight. Yuan Tiantong mustered a faint smile, praising, "Thanks to the phenomenon of nature's revival you triggered, Su Yuan, the casualties were significantly reduced. Without this healing and rejuvenating green plant phenomenon, the toll might have been 1,500, or even 3,000 or more. Stay strong. Tonight's beast tide will be even more ferocious." Yuan Tiantong's words cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. However, he immediately brought some good news. The evacuation of civilians is ahead of schedule. Li Qing has taken decisive measures to enforce the evacuation, and it is expected to be completed by 6 tomorrow morning, 2 hours earlier than planned. This means we can avoid fighting 1 or 2 waves of the beast tide, greatly increasing our chances of survival. At that moment, flickering firelight appeared behind them. As the light drew closer, the flags of reinforcements became visible. It was the Red Fong Beast Tamer Corps, the Black Wind Beast Tamer Corps, and the 6th and 7th Regiments of the Royal Knights. Among the nearly 2,000 reinforcements, there were no fewer than 15 6-star beast tamers, making them more formidable than the city garrison by a significant margin. The Red Fong Beast Tamer Corps was assigned to Su Yuan's area. As soon as the leader Luo Ruyan arrived, he eagerly inquired about Su Yuan's whereabouts with Zhang Miao. Upon meeting Su Yuan, Luo Ruyan warmly extended his hand. "Hello, Su Yuan. I'm Luo Ruyan, leader of the Red Fong Beast Tamer Corps. We met briefly at one of your competitions." As night fell, the battle grew increasingly intense. The beasts abandoned their chaotic daytime tactics, forming dozens of well-organized battle formations. Each formation was centered around a sunset-tier beast, supported by 3 Moonfall-tier beasts, 10 sinking star-tier beasts, 5,000 golden-tier beasts, and 10,000 silver-tier beasts. There were as many as 20 such formations, totaling 300,000 beasts. From the command center, Wang Yang took a deep breath, realizing that the 9 serpents were preparing to launch their final, desperate assault. The battle formation facing Shaoqi town alone had gathered 100 sunset-tier beasts, representing more than half of Yingqijian's elite forces. "Let's go. It's our turn to take action." Wang Yang decisively left the command center to head to the battlefield. On the front lines of the 3rd Battalion, Deputy Li Run had taken over command, loudly ordering, "Light-type beasts, create illumination to cover the others." On the battlefield, the commander swiftly established the defensive lines. 6-star and 5-star beast tamers were tasked with intercepting the most formidable sunset and moonfall level beasts, while 4-star tamers were designated to handle the stardust level creatures. Su Yuan was assigned to combat the gold and silver level beasts, having already completed his rest and was at peak condition. Under the healing of the Forest Elf Queen, the Dragon Maiden's injuries were fully healed, and the Snow Maiden regained her strength. The 3 beast tamers were poised and ready for action. In the rear, Ouyang Shui summoned the Holy Light Falcon, its bright radiance illuminating the battlefield ahead. On the plains beneath the Dawn Forest, a dense horde of beasts surged forward like a black torrent under the cover of night. The Forest Elf Queen placed her hands on the ground and chanted in a mysterious tongue, "Realm of trees, arise." Instantly, countless seedlings burst from the earth, rapidly growing into towering trees that transformed the battlefield's terrain. The charging beast horde collided with the giant trees, tumbling over and halting their advance. These massive trees not only blocked the beast's charge but also secreted flammable oils, setting the stage for the next tactic. Long Yao seized the opportunity, transforming into a dragon and unleashing scorching dragon flames, igniting the artificial forest. The raging inferno engulfed a vast number of beasts. Having broken through the bottleneck of a 3-star beast tamer, Su Yuan was no longer constrained by experience limitations and simultaneously activated the simplified beast system. During the battle, system notifications continuously sounded. Ding. Silver high-level beast slain. Experience 10. Simplified system completion. Experience 100. Ding. Gold mid-level beast slain. Experience 50. Simplified system completion. Experience 500. As the flames consumed countless beasts, experience points surged. Ding. Experience 100 points. Ding. Experience 1000 points. Ding. Experience 500 points. Driven by the massive influx of experience, all 3 beasts simultaneously advanced. Ding. Dragon Maiden Warrior advanced to gold mid-level. Ding. Extreme Ice Snow Maiden advanced to gold mid-level. Ding. Forest Elf Queen advanced to gold mid-level. On the battlefield, Su Yuan and his 3 battle beasts operated like a finely tuned war machine, carving a bloody path through the horde of mythical creatures. The Dragon Maiden, the Frost Snow Maiden, and the Forest Elf Queen worked in perfect harmony, each strike claiming the lives of several beasts. Blood splattered through the air as the cries of the beasts echoed around them. The other beast tamers, originally tasked with holding off the lower-tier beasts, watched in stunned silence. They had planned to conserve their strength, gradually wearing down the numerous silver and gold-ranked beasts. Yet, Su Yuan seemed to have flipped a switch, unleashing a relentless barrage of skills with no regard for consequences. Just when everyone thought he would be exhausted, a miracle occurred. Yuan broke through. Having just advanced to a 3-star beast tamer, he and his beasts shattered the experience barrier. Within a mere half-hour, all 3 beasts advanced to mid-gold rank, and an hour later, they leapt to high-gold rank. "This is unbelievable," someone exclaimed in awe. "An hour to go from 0 to high gold? It took me 6 months." "The battlefield is the best training ground," another person noted. "But you need the skill to pull it off." Thanks to Su Yuan's extraordinary performance, the pressure on the 6th Beast Regiment's defense line was significantly reduced, allowing many to take a breather. However, following closely behind Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui and Li Mi were struggling to keep up. "Su Yuan, slow down." Ouyang Shui panted heavily. Su Yuan snapped his fingers, calling the Frost Snow Maiden back to assist them. "Hang in there," he said. "We're almost at the Starlight rank bottleneck." This statement hit Ouyang Shui and Li Mi like a bolt from the blue. Starlight rank? That speed was astonishing. The battlefield situation suddenly shifted, with urgent reports from the front. Several Starlight-ranked beasts had breached the line. Wanyang immediately ordered, "Su Yuan, can you hold off those 5 Starlight-ranked beasts?" "Have the 3rd squad support me," Su Yuan curtly replied. "Understood." The 3rd squad is now under Su Yuan's command. Wanyang announced loudly. "Hold for half an hour. Reinforcements are on the way." A glint of determination flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. Rather than waiting for reinforcements, why not seize this opportunity to achieve a breakthrough? The key question now was, which beast should advance to Starlight rank first? With just one successful breakthrough, they could turn the tide of battle. Ouyang Shui quickly reminded him, breaking through to Starlight rank requires rare materials and the fusion of an origin star. You need to either enter a secret realm or seize another Starlight beast star. There's only a 10-minute window after the breakthrough, or the beast will become feral. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan advanced instead of retreating. On the battlefield, strength reigned supreme. Since these Starlight-ranked beasts had presented themselves, it was the perfect chance to soar to new heights. The key rule for the first breakthrough flashed before Su Yuan's eyes. He had to slay a Stardust-level beast and seize the primal star within 10 minutes, or else his beast would lose its rationality and turn into a wild creature. This meant he couldn't use the same tactic as last time, where Li Mi buried the beast alive, because that way he couldn't obtain the beast's primal essence. Su Yuan quickly issued orders to his teammates through his armband. 5 Stardust-level beasts are approaching. Considering our varying strengths, I suggest each group of 3 teams, totaling 9 people, take on 1 beast. Our 7th team will handle 2. Responses echoed back through the armband. We're with you, Su Yuan. You're the strongest among us. 9 people with nearly 20 beasts, and we can't handle even 1 Stardust level? What kind of soldiers would we be? Give us 20 minutes, and even if we're injured, we'll come to back you up. After half a day of fierce fighting, the recruits of the 3rd Battalion had shed their daytime fears and were now full of vigor. Seeing Su Yuan volunteer to tackle 2 Stardust-level beasts only fueled their fighting spirit. Ouyang Shui looked at Su Yuan with concern. Are you crazy? Last time, even one was tough. She trailed off, a realization dawning on her. Wait, you can't be. But you don't have the right resources. Su Yuan made a shushing gesture and whispered. The things you taught me earlier, I owe you one. You've always wanted to know how I acquire rare resources, right? This time I'll show you. Ouyang Shui was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood Su Yuan's plan to seize a primal star. By using rare resources to elevate his beast to Stardust level, its power might fall short in some areas, but it would be enough for an unknown fight. With her and Li Mi's help, they could handle 2 beasts. The cost was revealing his method of acquiring rare resources and the strict 10-minute kill limit. Her silver blue hair fluttered in the wind as Ouyang Shui smiled at Su Yuan. The feeling of being trusted stirred something deep within her. She silently vowed, Su Yuan, if you make it back to Dawn City alive, I have something to tell you. Go handle the one you chose. Leave the other to me and Li Mi. Ouyang Shui declared confidently. 2 second-tier beast masters against a Stardust-level beast? Su Yuan was surprised. Ouyang Shui tossed her hair back with a grin. What? You think you're the only one with a trump card? Don't forget, I'm the daughter of the king, and I have my own ways to stay safe. The 5 approaching Stardust-level beasts were the Crimson Thunder Eagle, Harpy, Thousand-Bone Blood Dragon, Starfire Bat, and Mountain-Crushing Iron Lynx, all at the initial Stardust stage. The most formidable was the Thousand-Bone Blood Dragon, composed solely of bones and blood. As Su Yuan hesitated over which beast to target for the breakthrough, Long Yao appeared beside him in her human form. She lifted his chin, her captivating beauty striking against the backdrop of the battlefield, hesitating. Little one, remember, I was your first. No matter what the future holds, you must never forget I was your first. Even if I truly become a wild beast, I'll never forget you. Su Yuan smiled with relief. You're right. What am I hesitating for? System. What rare resource does Long Yao need to break through to Stardust level? The system's voice chimed. The resource required is a mid-tier treasure of the heavens 9-heart phantom dragon feather. Simplify. Simplify. Simplification complete. Required resource substituted with cookies. Su Yuan's heart skipped to beat cookies. As a princess, it wasn't unusual for Ouyang Shui to carry royal confections with her. Although Su Yuan was usually not very talkative, he proved to be invaluable at that moment. Seeing 5 starlet-level beasts approaching, he immediately used his armlet to communicate. Everyone, we'll handle the Thousand-Bone Blood Dragon and the Harpy. The other 3 are yours to manage. Make sure to hold them off. Got it. Leave it to us. You just keep them busy. We'll be there to assist shortly. Replies echoed around him as Su Yuan put away his armlet. Suddenly, he reached towards Ouyang Shui's waist, causing her to blush furiously. Wait, what are you doing? We're on the battlefield. Ignoring her alarm, Su Yuan took the pouch from her waist and pulled out an ordinary-looking cookie. The treasure I need is right here, he said, tossing the cookie to Long Yao. After transforming into a dragon, Long Yao swallowed the cookie in one gulp, triggering an immediate transformation. Her crimson dragon body began to shed scales, and her orange-eared flames underwent a fundamental change. The rare essence within the 9-hearted illusion dragon's treasure imbued her flames with a divine aura, evolving them into a mesmerizing blend of blue, purple, and red. Her body expanded to nearly 10 meters, and her dragon horns transformed into a prismatic luster, emitting a brilliance that outshone even light-based abilities. Ouyang Shui stood frozen, remembering that she had only brought ordinary cookies. Yet, in Su Yuan's hands, this seemingly insignificant cookie had replaced a treasure of the highest order, enabling the beast's astonishing leap from gold to starlet level, and from S-grade to S-grade. At that moment, all questions were answered. No wonder Su Yuan could advance so effortlessly, only needed the simplest items. Faced with such prowess, what could starlet-level beasts possibly do to stop him? As the Dragon Maiden stepped into the realm of Qinxing, the world transformed in an instant. The once clear night sky, dotted with stars and a bright moon, was suddenly engulfed by swirling storm clouds. Lightning snaked through the heavens, striking down the demonic beasts that circled above. The scarlet bone dragon, its body clad in thousands of bone fragments, shuddered violently as if confronting its natural enemy and lunged towards the dragon maiden. This was a battle of destiny. Su Yuan was eager to hunt it down, and it craved the essence of Long Yao. The line between hunter and prey blurred, with life and death hanging by a thread. Elsewhere on the battlefield, other Changxing-level beasts clashed fiercely with the 3rd Battalion. Ouyang Shui wielded the secret treasure bestowed by the human king with precision, skillfully holding her ground against a Changxing-level beast. At the heart of the battlefield, only Su Yuan and the Scarlet Bone Dragon remained locked in combat. The Dragon Maiden, not yet possessing her origin star, faced the complete-starred Scarlet Bone Dragon alongside her Golden Tier allies, the Snow Maiden and the Forest Elf. Through their shared consciousness, Su Yuan relayed crucial information about the Scarlet Bone Dragon to Long Yao. Beast, Scarlet Bone Dragon. Rarity, level. Realm, Chunxing, initial stage, origin star. Abilities, Thousand Bones Epic, Undying Mythic. Skills, Land of Bones Epic, Blood Curse Epic, Soul Drain Epic. Bloodline, Bone Dragon Bloodline 30-inch. This was the most formidable of the 6 beasts. Not only could it control bone fragments as hard as diamonds, but its mythic ability, Undying, was particularly troublesome. It could regenerate from any bone shard unless completely pulverized. Yet, when Long Yao turned to Su Yuan, her gaze was filled with confidence, silently conveying, "Do not worry, nor intervene. 10 minutes is all I need to finish this." The moment the Dragon Maiden shed her serpentine form and activated her Dragon God bloodline, she became the most majestic being in existence, a mythical creature at the pinnacle of the food chain. All of this was a result of Su Yuan's nurturing. Fighting for her king, why should she fear? Understanding Long Yao's pride and dignity, Su Yuan merely instructed the Forest Elf Queen to prepare a spring of spirit water, just in case. In the next moment, Long Yao soared into the sky, charging headlong at the oncoming Scarlet Bone Dragon. Her claws, enveloped in a blaze of blue, purple, and red dragon fire, crushed dozens of bone plates to dust, though the sharp shards pierced her claws. The Scarlet Bone Dragon seized the opportunity, allowing its bloody mass to infiltrate through the wound. This was its blood curse and soul drain, aiming to attack her soul and seize her body through the injury. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the skies. Long Yao's golden, slit pupils emitted a terrifying aura, fully unleashing the noble essence of her Dragon God bloodline. Begone! How dare a deceased dragon claim the title of a true dragon? Under this overwhelming presence, the Scarlet Bone Dragon, trying to invade Long Yao's soul, quivered all over. As a remnant consciousness of a deceased dragon clan, the Bone Dragon's bloodline was utterly subdued before the true Dragon God bloodline. As a dragon, why not submit to the Dragon God? Although they were evenly matched in raw power, some fundamental trait ensured that the Scarlet Bone Dragon could never truly contend with Long Yao. This wasn't merely a disparity in strength, but an innate instinct etched deep within the soul. Despite being pierced by bone shards and bleeding profusely, Long Yao relentlessly launched her assaults. She fought with claws, body, scales, and finally, with dragon fangs honed by the instinct to kill, she savagely tore into her enemy. This was the purest form of battle instinct. Rational fighting could never truly defeat an enemy. The strength of a beast lay in its primal, bloodthirsty instincts. When Long Yao first fully embraced her instincts in battle, she became the mightiest entity, the true goddess of the dragon clan. Under her relentless onslaught, the Scarlet Bone Dragon lost its fighting spirit and ferocity, its instinct to resist as an opponent vanished. An astonishing scene unfolded on the battlefield. This Changxing-level beast, facing Long Yao who had yet to acquire her origin star, chose neither to fight nor delay, but instead lay down submissively like a tamed steed, allowing Long Yao to tear it apart and devour it. Above the Scarlet Bone Dragon's head, a brilliant star slowly emerged, its origin star. Long Yao opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. In an instant, the world changed. Storm clouds churned, lightning flashed, and thunder roared as a torrential downpour descended, as if the entire world celebrated the birth of a new king. The star found its place, and a new Chunxing was born. The Dragon Maiden's body, though smaller under the power of the star, brimmed with astonishing energy. Long Yao had undergone a complete evolution. Beast, Dragon Goddess Maiden. Rarity, SS level. Realm, Chunxing, initial stage, origin star. Abilities, Illusory Dragonfire Mythic, Dragon Eyes Epic, Reversal Calamity Dragon Scales Mythic. Skills, Dragon's Breath Epic, Sky's Ember Mythic, Illusory World Red Lotus Mythic. Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline 30-inch. The newly acquired powers were awe-inspiring. Illusory Dragonfire. Flames inherited from the Dragon God, capable of incinerating, destroying, and soul-searing, never extinguishing. Reversal Calamity Dragon Scales. an invincible defense against all curses and elements. Illusory World Red Lotus summons 108 indestructible Red Lotus karmic fires, burning everything. The analysis of the Tianshu star revealed. This is the ultimate symbol of dominion, wielding the power of the stars, granting the beast the purest explosive power boost. Su Yuan gazed at Long Yao with excitement. She had broken through. This was his first Chengxing-level beast, marking his official rise from a low-tier beastmaster to a mid-tier powerhouse. Countless eyes turned towards the battlefield, witnessing the unexpected defeat of a Chengxing-level beast in this duel where Su Yuan had merely been expected to hold his ground. The moment when the Dragon Maiden Ji defeated the thousand-bone blood dragon left everyone present in awe. The scene of her devouring its primordial star was like an eternal epic, etched deeply into everyone's memory. The evolved Dragon Maiden Ji exuded an unparalleled aura, causing the remaining 5 Comet-class beasts to instinctively halt their attack. These A and grade initial Comet-level beasts, having witnessed the defeat of the more powerful thousand-bone blood dragon, felt a profound fear that resonated within their souls. With the cooperation of Su Yuan and the Dragon Maiden, the third squad's offensive was unstoppable. The strategy of 9 beast tamers attacking a single beast proved effective, quickly subduing the remaining Comet-level beasts. The team members, in unspoken agreement, refrained from killing these beasts outright, leaving the decision to Su Yuan. "Captain Su, you're incredible," the team members exclaimed, gathering around after the battle. "Give us a break. You've reached the Comet level so quickly." "Yeah, Captain Su, I've been in the service for a year and I'm still stuck as a 3-star beast tamer," Old Lu said with a wry smile. The team members unanimously began addressing him as Captain Su, clearly acknowledging his leadership. Just as Su Yuan was about to deal with the beasts, Ouyang Shui reminded him in time. "Su Yuan, don't rush to devour. Except for the thousand-bone blood dragon, the other 5 beasts' primordial stars are just ordinary small stars. You'll regret it if you consume them now. Is there a difference?" Su Yuan asked humbly. Ouyang Shui patiently explained. The primordial stars of the Big Dipper can provide a 100% power boost, whereas ordinary stars offer only a third to half of that effect. Realizing this, Su Yuan decided to postpone his upgrade plans and focus on studying the configuration of the primordial stars for his beasts. At this moment, Long Yao had reverted from dragon form to human form. Her wynard hair cascaded down to her waist, her skin appeared even more delicate, and a tired blush adorned her cheeks, while her wynard eyes reflected Su Yuan's figure. "Little one, I'm feeling a bit tired," she said softly. Su Yuan gently brushed aside her bangs. Yes, you've worked hard, my queen." "Little one, I'm also a bit hungry," Long Yao whispered in his ear. With determination in his eyes, Su Yuan replied, "Don't worry, once the battle is over, I'll be with you all the way." With that, he summoned her back to the beast space. On the battlefield, Su Yuan's outstanding performance greatly inspired the other beast tamers. Wanyang shouted, "Look at Su Yuan. Fight with all you've got and drive these beasts back. Don't let the younger generation clean up after you. It's too embarrassing." Motivated by this encouragement, the human beast tamers unleashed astonishing combat power, successfully repelling the largest beast tide. After a grueling 22-hour battle, over 2,000 of the 12,000 beast tamers had fallen, with countless others injured. If not for the celestial phenomenon triggered by Su Yuan and his performance on the battlefield, the casualties would have been far worse. As dawn broke over Shaoqi town, the city guards began an orderly retreat. The Wan character camp, having suffered the heaviest casualties, withdrew first, followed by the Shan character camp, with the Tian character camp covering the rear. Although the beast tide continued, it was less intense than during the night. The 50,000 beast casualties were only a quarter of the total, with 1,000,000 more beasts still poised to attack. However, the next battle would take place on the high walls of Dawn City. Among the triumphant returning troops, Yuan Tiantong looked at Su Yuan, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Just a few days ago, Su Yuan was merely a promising young recruit, but now he holds the rank of major, equal to Yuan Tiantong. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion genuinely call him Captain Su from the bottom of their hearts. Even more astonishing is that in the post-battle tally of beast kills, Su Yuan's record far surpasses that of Yuan Tianong. Inside the carriage, Wanyang heartily slapped Su Yuan on the back, laughing boldly, "You're quite something, kid. I knew you had it in you. Your feats have spread all over Dawn City. You're a hero without a doubt. Want to see what the latest issue of Dawn News says about you? The toilet paper news?" Su Yuan scoffed. "I bet the editors are spinning tales again." Before he could finish, Wanyang had already thrust the newspaper in front of him. The headlines were more exaggerated than the last. "A hero's ballad. What does the Beast King matter? Su Yuan's name makes beasts tremble. Interview with Su Yuan's teacher. His strength stems from that woman. 16 things you must know about Su Yuan's success." Still the same old stuff. Su Yuan shook his head helplessly. Wanyang chuckled, "But your achievements are undeniable. Just wait for the military tribunal to officially commend you. Before he could finish, the carriage came to an abrupt stop, causing even the seasoned Wang Yang to lose his balance and stumble into Su Yuan. The force pushed Su Yuan sideways, and he accidentally bumped into Ouyang Shui. His head rested on something soft, and he instinctively shifted. You. Ouyang Shui quickly pushed Su Yuan away, muttering angrily under her breath. Why were you moving around? Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to. Su Yuan apologized quickly, surprised that Ouyang Shui didn't slap him. Just as Ouyang Shui was about to pursue the matter further, intense arguing erupted outside the carriage. What? Hand over Su Yuan to you? No way. He's still a member of the Wan battalion and cannot leave without permission. Su Yuan frowned and leaned out of the carriage to see what was happening. Commander Wan was in a tense standoff with a group of individuals clad in specially designed armor. They were the Ten Guards, an elite unit directly under the Sacred Beast Hall, and their mission was to protect Su Yuan. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Wang Yang shouted angrily. Su Yuan is one of us, part of the Wan battalion. If you want to take him, you'd better ask if the Wan battalion agrees. Nearby, Su Yuan heard the commotion and turned to Ouyang Shui for clarification. Your Highness, what is the Sacred Beast Hall's 10 guards? Ouyang Shui took a deep breath, setting aside her earlier displeasure to explain. The Sacred Beast Hall is the noble's direct military force, and the 10 guards are its core strength. Once noble offspring come of age, they join the ranks. In terms of beast tamers, the 10 guards number over 30,000, equivalent to the combined forces of the Beast Tamers Guild, the Royal Knights, and the City Guards Wan, Tian, and Shan battalions. They're likely here because of me, Su Yuan thought, a complex expression crossing his face. This formidable force had remained dormant in the city, with no sign of reinforcements, only to appear now, clearly intent on causing trouble. Ouyang Shui clenched her fists. I was careless. With your performance on the battlefield, Dawn City will certainly use your name to gain more leverage. The nobles want you gone. You can't go with them. They'll just use some excuse like, failed to protect you from a beast attack, to eliminate you. Leading the group, Lu Xian pulled out a parchment. Commander Wan, this is an escort order signed by the military tribunal. Does the Wan battalion not fall under their jurisdiction? Or are you questioning the authority of the tribunal established by the king? Lu Xian, your Shilio guard is pushing it. Wang Yang retorted angrily. I know exactly what you're plotting. Even if it goes to the tribunal, I have something to say. Ouyang Shui spoke with concern. The tribunal is managed by my second brother, and this order might be because of me. I'm sorry, Su Yuan. Su Yuan lightly tapped her forehead. Don't worry, they're not taking my life that easily. It's just the Shilio guard and the nobles. I'll handle them. Finally, Su Yuan turned to Li Mi, bringing his hands together in a gesture of request. Li Mi, remember I said your abilities could be crucial in a tight spot? Well, your brother's in a big crisis now. Can you help me out? Li Mi blushed and whispered. But, even Commander Wan, what can I do? You're the only one who can do this. Su Yuan said seriously. Of course, we'll also need the help of the 3 seniors from the Beast Tamers Guild. Zhang Miao immediately offered his assistance. Su Yuan shook his head. The Shilio Guard brought nearly 26-star Beast Tamers. They clearly don't want me to escape. But I have a plan. After some strategizing, Ouyang Shui patted Su Yuan on the shoulder, praising him. Great idea. Thanks to Li Mi Yingyi's insect-type beast can track locations and record images and sounds. With one following you, we'll always know where you are. Su Yuan nodded, thinking how convenient it was to have a beast with such unique abilities. That's a relief. I'm counting on all of you to keep me safe, Li Mi said, clenching his small fists and assuming a fighting stance. Don't worry. Right. Su Yuan nimbly jumped down from the carriage and strode forward. At that moment, Wang Yang was still locked in a heated argument with Lu Xian of the Shilio Guards. Seeing Su Yuan approach, Lu Xian immediately adopted his signature professional smile. Oh, isn't this our hero from the battlefield? Su Yuan, the military law office has ordered us to escort you to prevent any harm from the beasts. But Commander Wan seems to suspect our intentions. He explained earnestly. To be honest, the Shilio Guards are indeed directly under the Lu family. Given that we've had a couple of black sheep recently, it's understandable that Commander Wan has concerns. To show our sincerity, we've dispatched only our best to ensure your safe return. We hope to turn hostility into friendship. He gestured towards the carriage behind him. On board, you'll find 10 treasures and 5,000 gold coins as a token of our family's apology. We genuinely wish to resolve any animosity. Despite Lu Xian's insistence on taking Su Yuan with him, his demeanor remained gentle, leaving Wang Yang feeling as if he were punching into thin air. Yet, he was still convinced of their ill intentions. Su Yuan was taken aback clearly. The Lu family was going all out this time. Just as Wang Yang was about to continue arguing, Su Yuan interjected, It's rare to see such sincerity from Commander Lu, so I graciously accept. Are you crazy? Wang Yang quickly pulled Su Yuan behind him, gesturing a slicing motion across his neck. Su Yuan chuckled softly. Really, it's fine, Brother Wan. You're overthinking it. With my current reputation, if anything were to happen to me, wouldn't the Liu family fear public backlash? Besides, our Wan camp has achieved great success. If we go against the military law office, wouldn't it render our brother's sacrifices meaningless? Lu Xian immediately chimed in. Exactly. With Su Yuan's current fame, we're sincerely here with good intentions. Why insist, Commander Wan? At that moment, Wan Yang felt a small piece of paper being slipped into his hand, and he instantly understood this kid had a plan all along. He sighed deeply. Ah, Lu Xian, I'm warning you, if anything happens to Su Yuan, the Wan camp will not let it slide. Lu Xian chuckled and said, Don't worry, Commander Wan. To harm Su Yuan, you'd have to incapacitate every single one of us in the Shilio Guard. That's simply impossible. Before he finished speaking, Su Yuan had already boarded the carriage prepared by the Shilio Guard. To his surprise, there were indeed 10 items of heavenly treasures inside. Although not of the highest quality, each was worth at least 800 gold coins. Coupled with 5,000 gold coins in cash, this compensation was indeed sincere. Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Ouyang Shui had been complaining about his financial situation lately, and who would have thought that his rival, the Liu family, would help solve this issue for him. Lu Xian watched Su Yuan greedily counting the treasure, a flicker of malice in his eyes before his expression returned to normal. Shilio Guard, move out. Get Su Yuan back to the city within an hour. The convoy set off and had been traveling for only about 15 minutes when it suddenly veered south, speeding away from Wan's camp. Su Yuan carefully secured the treasure, realizing their true intentions. They still wanted him dead. Although the sight of the fortune had momentarily tempted him, since the other side intended to harm him, he was ready to retaliate. He discreetly confirmed that the tracking bug placed by Ying Yi was still active, meaning Li Mi and the others should be following. Commander Liu, this doesn't seem like the way to Dawn City? Su Yuan asked, feigning innocence. Lu Xian lazily stretched. It's not Dawn City, but it's where you need to go. And where might that be? There's a burial ground 100 miles south of the city where the poor bury their loved ones. Lu Xian replied coldly. Feigning panic, Su Yuan asked, Why are we going there? Commander Liu, didn't you promise Commander Wan? Is the Liu family's word so worthless? Lu Xian smirked as he drove. I promised that unless the Shilio Guard lost its combat capability, no one would harm you. Once you're dead, we'll naturally lose our combat capability. I understand that much. He sighed and continued, honestly, even though you have grievances with the Liu family, I don't dislike you. On the contrary, I admire your courage. You stood your ground against my unreasonable nephew Liu Ziyang, and the opportunistic Liu Yuan, and even managed to fight back successfully. You may not know this, but the Council of Elders even ordered the Beast King to concentrate forces against you. We thought the city guards couldn't withstand the charge of 50,000 beasts, and you would fall in battle. Yet, you managed to trigger a celestial phenomenon and survive the Beast King's targeted attack, becoming an undisputed hero. Lu Xian's candid talk about the nobles' interests and why they had to eliminate this genius from the slums made Su Yuan see him in a new light. The Liu family wasn't entirely composed of fools, but unfortunately, the final decision wasn't in the hands of those who understood. After nearly an hour, the carriage arrived at its destination. Lu Xian said calmly, Get off, Su Yuan. You're smart. You understand what's happening. I'll make it painless for you. So don't force me to be rough. Su Yuan jumped off the carriage and looked around. To kill me, you've brought 26-star beast tamers? You must think highly of me. At that moment, a masked figure removed their mask, revealing a familiar face. Su Yuan, do you remember me? The day I invited Wang Ju, I swore I'd see you left to rot in the wild. Did you ever think this day would come? Su Yuan squinted and recognized him. Lu Yuan, the former vice principal of the Sacred Beast Academy. I was wondering who it might be. So, you came too? Lu Xian took a step forward, his eyes flickering with a complex light. His voice was steady and cold. Su Yuan, you've created too many miracles. The onslaught of 500,000 beasts couldn't swallow you. And now my Liu family is going all out, sending 26-star beast masters to see you off one last time. Some say the greatest respect you can give an enemy is to destroy them with all your might. Consider this my family's tribute to you. He paused for a moment before continuing. Never has a commoner beast master been important enough for all the nobles to agree on eliminating. Neither the president of the Beast Master Guild, President Zhang, nor the garrison commander, Wan Jingren, ever had such an honor. You, Su Yuan, are the first. What surprises me is how willingly you came with us. I was expecting a bloodbath. Su Yuan slowly raised his hands, a sly glint in his eyes. Wan Jingren? Oh right. How did the garrison commander die? Do you need to know? Lu Xian retorted. Just a bit of curiosity before I die, Su Yuan sighed. You've said so much already. One more sentence won't hurt. Lu Yuan impatiently interjected, brother. Why waste words on him? Just kill him and be done with it. We still have to report back. Lu Xian frowned but eventually spoke. Fine. It doesn't matter if you know. Wan Jingren discovered the deal between our family's head, Lu Shan, and the nine-headed serpent. He tried to stop this disaster and was killed by them. I see. Su Yuan finally unraveled the last mystery of the beast tide. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed. What a noble family. What a Lu family. To achieve unspeakable goals and dirty profits, you would sell out the lives of 20 million in Dawn City. Is there any shame left for you? Any bottom line? His voice turned sharp. Here are 16 words for you. Your salary and benefits come from the people's toil. It's easy to oppress the common folk, but the heavens are hard to deceive. Do you think the heavens will tolerate such traitors? Do you think I'm here to die? Do you think those secrets can be hidden from everyone? Lu Yuan coldly summoned a six-pointed star-shaped beast, pointing a sharp blade at Su Yuan. You talk like a righteous man, but unfortunately, you'll die here today. Blame it on not being born a noble. Before he could finish, Su Yuan had already summoned the Ice Snow Maiden, using Shadow One's insects for precise targeting, and instantly activated his ability, Mythical Aurora Dance. A blinding light flashed, and Su Yuan's figure vanished into thin air. The guards of the Lu family stood frozen in shock, scrambling to sense their surroundings. Where the hell did he go? Damn it, where is he? The desolate graveyard lay empty, with only a few scattered white papers fluttering in the wind. The men of the Shilio guard stood dumbfounded, scanning the area as Su Yuan vanished into thin air right before their eyes. Lu Xian quickly analyzed the situation. It must be a spatial ability. With his level as a 3-star beast master, he can't be more than a kilometer away. Everyone, spread out and search thoroughly within a 10-mile radius. Also, use wide-range attacks to prevent him from using invisibility or concealment abilities. Immediately, 26-star beast masters sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of attacks with the formidable power of their sunset-level beasts. Yet, after half an hour of relentless searching, they found nothing. Where the hell is he? Lu Yuan cursed, kicking the ground furiously. Brother, we've combed the entire 10-mile area and found nothing but a few skeletons. Someone questioned, Chief, could it be that Su Yuan possesses a spatial treasure? Lu Xian shook his head, dismissing the idea. Impossible. A treasure capable of teleporting to another place would be at least at the supreme level. Su Yuan's background wouldn't allow him to have such an item. Suddenly, Lu Yuan rushed out of the carriage, shouting, We're tricked. The 10 heavenly treasures and 5,000 gold coins are all gone. He must have known we intended to kill him, which is why he dared to come alone. Lu Xian realized, no wonder he was so easily lured here. We were the ones fooled. He was baiting us into revealing our intentions. So what if he accuses us? Lu Yuan said dismissively. It's just his word against ours. Fool. Lu Xian snapped urgently. If he dared to take such a risk, he must have a way to record images and conversations. Inform the family head, Lu Shan, immediately. We must contact the Beast King to attack the city. Su Yuan must die in the chaos, or if he returns to Dawn City to accuse us, the Lu family will be doomed. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters underground, Su Yuan brushed the dust off his face, relieved to have escaped successfully. Ouyang Shui, Ying Yi, Ying Er, Li Mi, and the Zhang brothers from the Beast Master Guild gathered around him. Before entering Shilio Guard territory, Su Yuan had meticulously planned. Ying Yi, Ying Er, and the Zhang brothers assisted Li Mi in digging a tunnel underground, using Ying Yi's insect-type beast to maintain a precise distance of 1,000 meters. In critical moments, they relied on Snow Maiden's Aurora Dance for an accurate teleportation. Don't take such risks again, Zhang Miao said, clutching his chest. If anything happened to you, the guild leader would have my head. Su Yuan triumphantly waved Ying Yi's insect-type beast in his hand. But I got what I wanted. This time, we'll make sure the Lu family pays. Su Yuan looked at Li Mi, his eyes shining with gratitude. Sister, you really saved us this time. Without you, it would have been tough to get out of this mess. I've always said your abilities are a lifesaver for beast masters with spatial skills. The 6-star beast masters present all nodded in agreement. They had to admit that Li Mi's seemingly unremarkable beast mastery proved to be incredibly effective at a critical moment. Although her combat skills were not strong and she could only set traps, in this life-and-death situation, she was more useful than any of the 6-star beast masters there. Su Yuan surveyed the area with a serious expression. We're at the chaotic graveyard, 100 miles south of Dawn City. There are over 26-star beast masters from the Lu family above us. It's extremely dangerous. I suggest we dig our way back to Dawn City. Everyone immediately agreed. Although the 5 6-star beast masters present could escape on their own, breaking through with Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui, and Li Mi was clearly unrealistic. Li Mi, having exhausted much of her energy from the journey, was given a moment to rest, as they would need to rely on her abilities soon. Meanwhile, chaos ensued at the Council of 10 Elders in Dawn City. Lu Shan, didn't you say it was foolproof? 26-star Beast Masters, and yet a 3-star Beast Master managed to escape? Are you insulting our intelligence? An elder demanded angrily. Lu Shan hurriedly defended himself. Elder Gong, why would I lie to you? You all saw the footage sent back by Xiner. Who could have anticipated Su Yuan would find a way to escape? I've already contacted the 9 serpents to attack the city. Maybe we can use the beast tide to swallow Su Yuan. Are you mad? The others exclaimed. We only wanted to weaken the civilian faction's power. Unleashing such savage beasts is not something to take lightly. Lu Shan's expression was resolute. I'm not mad. It might not be a problem for you, but if Su Yuan returns to Dawn City, it will be trouble for my Lu family. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, my Lu family will bear the consequences. While Su Yuan was tunneling forward, the beast army paused their assault. The city guards had successfully evacuated all the residents near the eastern part of the city into Dawn City, leaving behind a wasteland like locusts. The beasts left nothing but destruction in their wake. Outside the city stood the 9-headed serpent king, its emerald vertical pupils flickering with rage. The million blood essence needed for the celestial ritual seemed to be slipping through its grasp. Moreover, half of the blood essence it had gathered from the battle at Shaoqi Town had been depleted by Su Yuan, adding to its agitation. At this moment, Lu Imo, an emissary from the Lu family, came to pay his respects. Esteemed Beast King, why have you halted the attack? These damn humans, the 9-headed serpent roared. Weren't you the ones who claimed that the humans were defenseless and the city guards weak? And yet, as soon as I emerged from seclusion, I was blocked by the human demigod Ning Xian, suffering heavy losses. How could a mere city guard retreat unscathed against 500,000 beasts? Is this your idea of being defenseless? I suspect you have conspired with the human king, Ouyang Minghuang, to set this trap. Lu Mo quickly explained. Esteemed Beast King, all this is the doing of Su Yuan alone. Our Lu family harbors a deep-seated grudge against him, so how could we deceive you? Besides, our patriarch joined forces with you to kill Wan Jingren back then, leaving us no room for retreat. These words struck a chord with the 9-headed serpent. Indeed, collaborating with Lu Shan to kill Wan Jingren had become undeniable proof of their alliance. If this matter were exposed, the Lu family would surely bear the stigma of betrayal. Seeing the 9-headed serpent calm down slightly, Lu Mo continued. The patriarch entrusted me with a message. The culprit Su Yuan is currently missing and likely wandering outside the city. If the Beast King attacks the city now, a mere 3-star beast tamer cannot survive. At that time, our Lu family will open the city gates and lower the drawbridge, allowing the beast army to charge in from the east, and the blood essence will be yours for the taking. The 9-headed serpent was tempted. The gap between it and the human king was narrow. Completing the celestial ritual would make it his equal. Then, defeating the human king and capturing Dawn City would be within reach, and ascending to beast godhood could become a reality. Very well, the 9-headed serpent sneered. In 1 hour, the beast army will attack the city. If your Lu family fails to keep your promise, do not blame me for exposing your schemes. Lu Amo solemnly replied, rest assured, our Lu family will honor our word. Likewise, if the beast king breaks faith, our noble 10 guards are not to be trifled with. At noon, dark clouds drifted from Dawn Forest, blotting out the sun. Countless beasts surged toward Dawn City like a tidal wave, prompting the city's residents to peer out and murmur amongst themselves. I heard the battle has raged for a day and a night. The city guards have suffered heavy casualties. Su Yuan alone has slain over 10,000 beasts. With the human king here, Dawn City will never fall. Meanwhile, the royal knights, the noble 10 guards, the beast tamers guild, and the remaining city guards were hastily fortifying defenses. Ouyang Run, the commander of the royal knights, raised his arm and shouted, noble knights, the city guards have proven themselves with their own blood. We must be even braver. The human king is watching us. Our parents and children are watching us. Today, we shall defend this 300-year-old Dawn City with our blood. The beast tamers clenched their fists over their hearts, recalling their oath of servicito, protect the land, and who better than them? This was the 7th time in 300 years that Dawn City faced a massive beast assault. The 9-headed serpent did not confront the human king directly, but instead used the eclipse sun crystal to command the beasts in a fierce attack. The number and strength of these beasts far surpassed those in the battle at Shaoqi Town, with over 1,000 sunset-level beasts alone. The battlefield was like a blood-stained grinder, continuously claiming lives. Just as the battle reached its peak, a shocking scene unfolded before the eyes of all the fighting beast tamers. Impregnable city gates began to open slowly, and the tightly controlled drawbridge was being lowered. Damn! What's happening? A startled cry pierced through the battlefield of Dawn City. A commotion erupted at the city gate as the defenders realized that the Shilio guards had inexplicably opened the gate. This revelation shocked everyone to the core. Initially, the beast tamers assumed that illusion and psychic beasts had incapacitated the guards. However, they quickly realized something was amiss. Those stationed inside the gate couldn't have been affected by such attacks, as illusions and psychic assaults require direct eye contact. A terrifying thought dawned on them. The Shilio guards had opened the gate willingly. There was no time to ponder this further. Beasts had already breached the drawbridge and were flooding into the city. The Royal Knights 3rd and 4th Regiments rushed in to provide backup, with 3rd Regiment Commander Ouyang Nan decisively ordering the destruction of nearby homes to create makeshift barricades from the rubble. Amidst the thunderous explosions, a brutal battle of attrition unfolded at the gate. Energy beams crisscrossed the air, blood and flesh flying, as people and beasts fell with every passing second, staining every inch of ground with blood. At that moment, the nine-headed serpent had gathered enough blood energy. Its emerald eyes glinted with excitement as it spread its earth-colored wings and soared to the center of the battlefield, preparing for its ascension ceremony. Countless beasts immediately withdrew, encircling it. Zhang Yingji, the demigod from the Beast Tamer Guild, sensed the impending danger. Quick! Everyone target that nine-headed serpent. It's ascending to Beast Emperor. We must stop it. Beast tamers on the walls unleashed their powers, with demigods deploying the Beast Constellation formation, channeling stellar energy into a deadly strike. But it was too late. The serpent completed its ascension, effortlessly deflecting all attacks with a sweep of its tail. Insignificant ants, you dare hinder this emperor? Die! It laughed maniacally, unleashing an unstoppable ocular force. In this critical moment, a brilliant light shot up from the palace. The human king, riding a luminous dragon and clad in golden armor, descended onto the battlefield. Ouyang Minghuang, do you know how long I've waited for this moment? The serpent roared. Today, you will be my stepping stone. The human king smiled calmly. Nine-headed serpent, I've been waiting for you to reach this stage too. Do you know who the previous owner of the solar eclipse gem was? The serpent's face fell. It realized that in utilizing the gem, it had bound it as a life-bound artifact. Now, a lethal stream of divine light from the gem was seeping into its heart. No. Cursed humans, the serpent screamed internally, feeling its life force ebb away. The human king coldly declared, unfortunately for you, I've reached the second stage of the emperor level. All I need now is a beast emperor's heart and the victory of this war to cement it. The sword of light transformed into 9 blades, piercing through the serpent's 9 heads in an instant. There was no grand duel, only a thunderous strike. Such was the invincible prowess of the human king. As the beast emperor fell, a fierce wind howled from the east, lightning and thunder crashing. A rain of spiritual energy descended, cleansing the blood-soaked earth and reviving the autumn landscape. The uncontrolled beasts, now terrified, fled towards Eagle's Sorrow Ravine. The human king proclaimed victory to the city. The beast emperor has fallen, humanity will prevail. Cheers to the brave heroes. Cheers to our people. From this day forth, Dawn Forest and Eagle's Sorrow Ravine belong to Dawn City. Cheers erupted throughout the city. People spread the word, aided each other, and organized pursuit squads. The siege of myriad beasts ended in a triumphant victory for humanity. Meanwhile, underground in the southern part of the city, Li Mi and Su Yuan, having rested for half a day, had dug near the city's foundation but dared not emerge. At this moment, Su Yuan suggested, ahem, actually, I have a way to check what's happening above. Indeed, it was the forest elf queen's ability, astral projection. Ouyang Shui asked in surprise, are you going to use your teleportation ability? She instinctively recalled how Su Yuan had once used this trick to escape the clutches of the Lu family. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. Your Highness, are you low on oxygen? If I were to teleport from underground, we'd be exposed immediately. Shadow 1 and Shadow 2, upon hearing this, angrily exclaimed, how dare you insult Her Highness? Ouyang Shui's already blushing ears turned even redder. You might as well have kept quiet. Su Yuan glanced at the trio of master and servants, sighing inwardly. He then said, just watch. With that, he summoned the forest spirit queen. This newly bonded beast companion was named Fujia, a name he had learned during their journey together. Jiajia, use astral projection. Let's go up and check out the situation, Su Yuan said warmly. The forest spirit queen, Fujia, cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuan. As a chosen beast, she was different from those raised from weakness. She was born with an inherent nobility. This was a barrier many beast tamers found hard to overcome. Yet, Su Yuan's casual demeanor often made it difficult for her to maintain her pride. Ignoring it seemed beneath her, but addressing it felt awkward. Moreover, being ranked after the Dragon Maiden and Snow Maiden, she watched as her seniors got along well with this master, leaving her conflicted. In the end, Fujia activated her ability, Epic, Astral Projection. Su Yuan's body immediately went limp, collapsing onto Ouyang Shui, with Fujia falling on top of him, forming a tangled heap. Ouyang Shui panicked but was stopped by Shadow One. Your Highness, this is likely a soul-based ability. It's astonishing that a chosen beast possesses such a rare and special power. Only then did everyone realize and understand why Su Yuan claimed he had a way to investigate. With their souls detached, Su Yuan and Fujia floated upward. Upon passing through the ground, the sight that met Su Yuan's eyes was shocking. Dawn City lay in ruins. The city walls were riddled with holes, and the remnants of destruction and war were everywhere. However, craftsmen were already repairing the damage, and beast tamers were clearing the battlefield, indicating that humanity had emerged victorious. Listening to the conversations around him, Su Yuan gradually pieced together the events. A horde of beasts had attacked, but the citizens and soldiers of Dawn City united to repel them. The human king personally slew the beast emperor, claiming Dawn Forest and Eagle's Sorrow Gorge for their territory. What thrilled him most was hearing people talk about his contributions in the Battle of Shaoqi Town, where he not only helped evacuate residents but also achieved great feats on the battlefield. Yet, thinking of the comrades who had fallen, heroes who might be forgotten, and the betrayal of the Liu family and nobility, Su Yuan silently vowed. This time, he wouldn't back down. Although reporting to the military tribunal might lead to nothing due to entangled interests, he owed it to those who fought bravely in Shaoqi Town to stand up. Just as he had once petitioned the king for himself, this time he needed to do something that required even more courage. Through the telepathic bond with her tamer, Fujia sensed Su Yuan's resolve. The usually aloof spirit allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. What are you smiling about? Su Yuan asked, captivated by the beauty of her smile on her fair, elfin face. Fujia elegantly lifted the hem of her green dress. You are the bravest person I've ever known. Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment before understanding. I'm still far from it. Since you know what I'm planning, are you still willing to follow me? I might end up making many enemies. If you're unwilling, I can set you free. Fujia's eyes flickered slightly. I am your beast companion. It's only natural. Su Yuan crossed his fingers in an X gesture. To me, there are only partners, not beast companions. If you're unwilling, I must grant you freedom. Fujia's heart trembled slightly as she solemnly declared, your wish is my command. As the seed of the world tree and the guardian of the forest elves, Octavial Fujia Edelin is willing to dance with you. Hearing this lengthy title, Su Yuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Wow, this chosen beast has quite the background. Her full name is a bit of a mouthful, so I'll just stick with Jujia, he thought to himself. He then called out to Fujia, alright, let's go Jujia. This time, Fujia followed Su Yuan back underground without any hesitation. Upon returning to the group, Su Yuan calmly recounted everything that had happened on the surface. Hearing the news of victory, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with the joy of success. After a brief rest, Limi began to dig a passage upward. Just before leaving the underground, Su Yuan started his disguise. He deliberately tore his still intact clothes into tatters, smeared dirt on his face, and even exposed some minor injuries on his body. What are you doing? Ouyang Shui asked curiously, does the smell of dirt appeal to you? Su Yuan shot her a look. Ever heard of image management? Besides, I've decided to do something important, so don't say I didn't warn you. Image management? Ouyang Shui was puzzled, confused by Su Yuan's use of these novel terms. After Su Yuan explained his plan, Ouyang Shui exclaimed in shock, are you crazy? Do you even know what you're doing? Of course I know. Su Yuan interrupted her, his tone firm. Your Highness, that's precisely why I must do this. I want you to help me expose those filthy scoundrels to the light of day. Otherwise, I'd be letting down all those who fought alongside me on the front line. Ouyang Shui fell silent. As someone who had also been on the battlefield, she understood the sentiments Su Yuan expressed. She too wished she could take similar actions, but her position held her back, making it difficult to act impulsively. Yet, seeing the determination in Su Yuan's eyes, she realized that nothing could sway his resolve. Finally, Ouyang Shui gave a faint smile. Alright, Su Yuan, today I learned that you're not just a genius, but also a hero. Standing alone against a powerful interest group is a beautiful fairy tale crafted by countless storytellers, but in reality, such individuals often meet tragic ends. Ouyang Shui had originally devised a safer strategy, to present the evidence to the military court and the royal family under her name, using the support of royal loyalists and commoners during the three-tier conference to hold the implicated nobles accountable. This approach would not only pressure the nobles to concede under the guise of righteousness, but also prevent Su Yuan from becoming a target and benefit the grassroots population. It was a plan that achieved multiple goals, showcasing her political acumen. However, Su Yuan opted for a more radical path. When Yi learned of this decision, his instinct was to object, but seeing the princess firmly support Su Yuan as a servant, he could only silently acquiesce. The group took a detour through the eastern part of the city. At that time, most of the nobles and commoners were gathered there, and entering the city from that direction would have the greatest impact. Upon reaching the east gate, Su Yuan tidied his tattered clothes, brushed off the dust and blood stains, and walked confidently towards the city gate. The beastmaster guarding the gate noticed Su Yuan's Wanzi battalion insignia on his shoulder and his numerous injuries, and immediately saluted. "Welcome back to Dawn City. By the way, brother, the Wanzi battalion entered the city for rest this morning. Given their heavy losses, the military court even exempted them from the city defense battle. Why are you still outside?" Wanzi battalion's Su Yuan, surrounded by beasts, narrowly escaped. Su Yuan straightened his back and replied loudly. "Su Yuan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Wait, it's that Su Yuan. The Su Yuan from the Wanzi battalion." This exclamation drew the attention of countless citizens and beastmasters. Indeed, Su Yuan had been missing from the Wanzi battalion's lineup this morning, and with rumors of his death on the battlefield, many had felt regret. People were aware of his exceptional feats on the front lines, and many considered him a hero, praying day and night for his safe return. The commander of the Royal Knights, the top officer in Dawn City's battlefield next to the king, Ouyang Qian, stepped forward. "Could you be the Su Yuan who caused a celestial phenomenon on the battlefield, slew tens of thousands of enemies, and was chosen by a heavenly beast?" Su Yuan said little, merely tearing off his insignia and reciting the figures on it. Kills: 6 stellar-level beasts, 376 gold-level beasts, 9,647 silver-level beasts, 17,551 bronze-level beasts. As a mere 3-star beast master, it is my duty to defend the land. This small achievement is hardly worth mentioning. On my way back, I encountered over 100 sunset-level beasts, narrowly escaped, and returned today, fortunately without failing my mission. These words caused a tremendous stir among the crowd. The news spread like wildfire. Su Yuan from the Wanzi battalion of Dawn Academy had returned. Not only had he slain nearly 30,000 beasts, but he had also surpassed his rank to kill stellar-level beasts, and even escaped from over 100 sunset-level beasts. He's only a 3-star beast master, and just recently advanced? I'm a 4-star beast master, and I haven't killed even a fraction of the beasts he has. I heard he broke through again on the battlefield and became a stellar-level beast master. At this rate, how can anyone keep up? The news spread from the East Gate across the entire Eastern District, then to the Central area, and finally throughout the North and South Districts. Everyone knew. The hero Su Yuan, who had slain countless beasts, fought beyond his rank, and delayed the beast tide for a whole day, had returned to Dawn City. Countless people opened their doors and windows, stepped outside, just to catch a glimpse of the hero who protected them. Beastmasters from various departments, whether from the Beastmaster Guild, City Guard, Royal Knights, or even the lower-ranking soldiers of the nobles' 10 guards, gathered around. Such a legendary talent is not easy to catch a glimpse of. The streets of the Eastern District were teeming with people, shoulder to shoulder. Su Yuan's return was like a grand spectacle, capturing the attention of the entire city. His deliberately ostentatious entrance not only drew countless ordinary citizens, but also caught the interest of influential figures from all quarters. On either side of the street, President Zhang of the Beastmasters Guild wore a solemn expression. The captains of the Royal Knights stood tall, the commanders of the City Guard watched intently, and even the 10 commanders, who were rarely seen, made their appearances. Amidst the clamor, Ouyang Shui suddenly realized what Su Yuan meant by image management. "That kid Su Yuan is really something," remarked Captain Ouyang Ran with a shake of his head. "He's practically brought the whole city out." Standing nearby, Wanyang wore a proud smile. "My Wan character battalion has this kind of power. Envious, aren't you? I bet you wish those were your troops standing there." Ouyang Ran chuckled. "A bit envious indeed. Old Wan, how about handing him over to our group? Name your price. Get lost." Amid the crowd, voices rang out. "Su Yuan, say something. Yeah, tell us how you did it. What exactly is going on?" Seeing the crowd gathering sufficiently, Su Yuan took a deep breath and looked back at Ying Yi. After receiving a nod from Ying Yi, he took hold of an insect-shaped beast that could amplify sound and project images. As he grasped the beast, Su Yuan's voice resonated across the square. "Thank you all for coming. I have slain countless foes, but that's not what matters. Today, I want to talk about something important, not for myself, but for those comrades who fought alongside me and fell on the front lines. I cannot let their sacrifice be tainted by some dirty deals." The crowd buzzed with puzzled murmurs. Some high-ranking beastmasters and soldiers who had fought at the city gates seemed to grasp some hidden truths, while others showed signs of unease and fear, as if sensing what was coming. Su Yuan's voice grew even louder. "I am here to expose this conspiracy. This war is not only a natural disaster, but also a man-made calamity. Someone did this deliberately, for personal gain, betraying everyone. Su Yuan's words exploded at the city gate like a bombshell. Someone betrayed Dawn City? This shocking accusation left everyone present in utter disbelief. The lower-ranking beastmasters and soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, while some mid-level officials wore expressions that suggested they were not entirely surprised. Some attempted to silence Su Yuan, but the dense crowd and the rising murmur of voices formed a natural barrier. Justice. Su Yuan raised his arm high. Ladies and gentlemen, the following footage was obtained at great personal risk. Judge for yourselves. With that, he held up the imprint bug given to him by Ying Yi. The images unfolded gradually, from the strange anomalies before the beast tide outbreak to Su Yuan's speculations about the theft at Dawn Trading Post. From the reckless conversations of the commander of the Shulio Guard after the Battle of Shaoqi Town to the conspiracy between the head of the Lu family and the Beast King to murder garrison commander Wan Jingren. And finally, the plot to send 26-star Beastmasters to assassinate Su Yuan. These pieces of irrefutable evidence left everyone feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. The sacrifice of thousands of beastmasters and tens of thousands of soldiers was actually an intricately planned conspiracy. The garrison commander, Wan Jingren, who was supposed to protect the nation, was killed by his own people? Wait a minute, someone suddenly recalled. Weren't the city gate and drawbridge guarded by the Shulio Guard at that time? This question sparked a new wave of uproar. People finally realized that the inexplicable opening of the city gate was another transaction, aimed at allowing the beasts to invade unimpeded. The words of Lu Xian in the footage were even more appalling. As long as the beasts entered the city and civilians suffered heavy casualties, the nobles hoarding supplies could raise prices and force the commoners out of the political arena. Damn the Lu family, give me back my son's life. A father who had lost his child screamed in anguish. My arm was bitten off by a beast to protect their wealth. An enraged, wounded soldier shouted. 3 of our 6 brothers died. And for what? More voices joined the chorus of anger. As public fury reached a boiling point, some distant messages reached Su Yuan's ears, warning him to stop. These were threats from the top overseers of the noble 10 guards, the 10 Elders Council. But Su Yuan merely sneered. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it already. Don't pretend to seek negotiations. We've long been at odds. The only reason you haven't acted is because the king is watching. At this point, even high-ranking beastmasters like Ouyang Ran and Wan Yang fell silent. They may have had their suspicions, but they never anticipated that Su Yuan not only found evidence, but also dared to expose it publicly. This meant he would inevitably become the primary target of the nobles, assuming the nobles could survive the current crisis. Facing the vast and surging crowd, a colossal apparition of the King of Men appeared out of thin air within the royal palace. Standing with his hands behind his back, his voice resonated throughout the city. Convene a Level 3 meeting immediately for a public trial. All council members must attend, and the Lu family members Lu Xian, Lu Yuan, Lu Shan, among others must be present. Su Yuan, do you wish to step forward and confront them at the meeting? The entire proceedings will be broadcast live to the whole of Dawn City. I promise you all a fair and just resolution. The appearance of the King of Men was entirely expected. At that moment, the 6,000 to 7,000 beast tamers gathered in the eastern part of the city made up nearly 2/3 of the total beast tamer population in Dawn City. If these people, blinded by rage, were allowed to storm into the western district, it would inevitably lead to a bloody conflict with the nobility, plunging the city, which had just endured a great battle, into a civil war. The timely intervention of the King of Men, with his promise, acted like a calming balm, soothing the agitated masses. What do you think, big brother? The King of Men has spoken. Let's wait and see. If the outcome isn't satisfactory, it's not too late to head to the western district, right? Since the king promises fairness, let's see what Su Yuan has to say in person. Among the crowd, voices of gratitude towards Su Yuan arose. 2 of my 3 sons are dead. If it weren't for you, I'd never have known the truth. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Su Yuan, be careful. Those bastards will surely come after you. Hang in there. No matter what happens, we've got your back. The anger among the people gradually subsided, replaced by admiration for Su Yuan's courage. He stood firm for justice, unafraid of the powerful factions within Dawn City. With his head held high, Su Yuan declared, brothers, I'm off to the level 3 meeting. Even if I lose a tooth, I'll make sure to break one of their arms. The crowd parted to create a narrow path, with some even standing on tiptoe to make way. Su Yuan strode confidently towards the council hall, followed closely by Ouyang Shui, Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and 3 beast tamers from the Zhang family. As Ouyang Shui watched Su Yuan's back, she couldn't help but feel admiration. Winning the people's hearts is the noblest cause, and Su Yuan was doing just that. She recalled her initial purpose in joining Dawn Academy. It was for moments like these. Yet, the one taking the lead was Su Yuan, whom she had once underestimated. Su Yuan, perhaps you are more suited to be king. The council hall was already packed. representatives from all sides, and those involved in the matter were entering one after another. The Nine Heavens illusionary dragon projected the proceedings onto the sky, allowing all the city's citizens to witness the trial. Ouyang Shui whispered to Su Yuan, "There are three factions inside. The nobles on the west side, the commoners on the east, and the royalists in the north. The south is reserved for speakers. All 10 leaders of the noble 10 guards and the 10 elders are present. My father's apparition will appear soon. Be careful not to let them catch you off guard." Su Yuan, confident, replied, "Don't worry. Although I lack experience, my knowledge of thousands of years of civilization won't let me lose to a mere 300-year-old human city-state. The nobles are just paper tigers. The key to dealing with them is simple: never back down." Once everyone was in place, the king's apparition spoke calmly. "The trial regarding Su Yuan's accusation against the nobles for betraying Dawn City is now in session. Su Yuan, Lu Shan, Lu Yuan, and Lu Xian from the Lu family, please enter." Outside the hall, countless eyes were fixed on the projection in the sky. As the accuser, Su Yuan was the first to speak. "Esteemed elders, the footage I risked my life to obtain with the marking insect, as you have all seen, reveals the Lu family and other nobles colluding with the Beast King of Eagle Sorrow Gorge. They conspired to kill Commander Wan Jingren and incited the Beast Tide. The meticulousness of their plan, the treachery of their conspiracy, and the malice of their intentions need no further elaboration from me." Su Yuan stood at the center of the council hall, his gaze sharp and his voice resonant. Speaking from a soldier's perspective, he declared, "I speak for those fighting valiantly on the front line. Show could the Lu family and the aristocrats, these contemptible beings, pursue their hidden agendas, disgraceful schemes, and selfish interests? As nobles, you enjoy the emperor's favor and noble titles, yet you disregard the lives of 5 million outside the city and tens of millions to the east. You trample on lives, abet wrongdoing, and act lawlessly. If people don't remove you, heaven surely will." His powerful words echoed through the hall. Su Yuan cleverly avoided discussing specific actions and instead focused on condemning the aristocrats' crimes, expressing the sentiments of the soldiers. President Zhang of the Beastmasters Guild turned to Wan Yang and remarked, "I initially worried Su Yuan lacked experience, but now it's clear his political acumen surpasses yours. Indeed, in the aftermath of a great battle, anyone daring to criticize such words would be seen as callous to the sacrifices of the frontline soldiers, inevitably losing both military and public support." All factions understood the stakes, and none dared to act foolishly. However, Gong Yunhe, head of the Gong family among the 10 elders, interrupted the gravity of the moment. "Su Yuan, I trust your evidence is genuine, and the voices and images are indeed of Lu Yuan and Lu Xian from the Lu family, part of the Shilio Guard. But all this is just the Lu family's side of the story. If there are traitors, they're from the Lu family. Why attack us? The 10 noble guards have the Shilio Guard, but we stood firm in the city's defense until the very end. You can't accuse us based solely on the Lu family's words." Su Yuan's eyes narrowed as he immediately saw through their ploy, sacrificing a pawn to save the king. He had expected the nobles to stick together, but they quickly distanced themselves. His evidence pointed directly at the Lu family. If they took all the blame, the nobles would only lose one family, a bargain compared to the overwhelming public outrage. But this way, the others would escape unscathed. Su Yuan steadied himself, smirking as he replied, "Don't be so quick to jump in, Master Gong. I haven't even mentioned you yet. So why are you in such a hurry to distance yourself from the Lu family?" Gong Yunhe's voice was calm and restrained. "No, it's just to uphold the reputation of the Gong family." With that, he fell silent, clearly unwilling to say more. Su Yuan understood. The aristocrat's strategy of sacrificing a pawn to save the king was not surprising to him. After all, he held irrefutable evidence that could completely incriminate the other party. But it didn't matter. The reckoning could come step by step. He would deal with the Lu family first. The spectral voice of the human king echoed in the council hall. "Lu Shan, Lu Xian, do you have any defense against Su Yuan's accusations?" Lu Shan's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the 10 elders on the west side. His fists clenched tightly at first, then went limp. He seemed to age suddenly. "I have no defense. However, my son Lu Xian's statements in the recording differ somewhat from reality. He was not the mastermind. Some of it was his speculation. All the plans were devised by me, Lu Shan. I killed Wan Jingren. I colluded with the beasts. I opened the city gates to let them in. It was all my doing." With these words, Dawn City erupted. Inside and outside the council hall, the voices of the people rose and fell. It was all the Lu family? Those beasts. What could they possibly gain from this? Isn't it obvious? Su Yuan said they're manipulating prices, hoarding goods. Tomorrow we might not even have food. Disgusting. How can people be so heartless? Su Yuan watched coldly. Lu Shan's willingness to take all the blame was merely a ploy, exploiting Dawn City's laws. Those with great merit could offset their crimes with their achievements and titles. Surely, Some deal had been struck between the Tin Elders and the Liu family, allowing him to bear the responsibility alone to preserve the Liu family's lives and assets, leaving hope for a future comeback. The human king spoke solemnly. Whether other nobles are involved is a matter for another time. First, we must address the Liu family. Since they have confessed and the evidence is solid, they should be sentenced immediately to appease the soldiers and the public. What do you propose as a penalty? This question jolted the nobles present. Why ask when there was a clear law to follow? Clearly, the human king intended to bypass the law and impose a harsher punishment. This touched a nerve, threatening the foundation of their privileges. Ning Fenghong, the head of the Ning family, stood up. Your Majesty, fellow council members, fellow beast tamers, Dawn City has its own laws. Although the Liu family has committed grave offenses by unlawfully killing the garrison commander and colluding with beasts, they have also bled and sacrificed for Dawn City. According to the law, they should be stripped of their noble status and duties, and their assets confiscated as a warning. Su Yuan frowned. This was just like the case of Liu Yuan and Liu Ziang betraying humanity's grave crimes being lightly punished. This was nothing but a disguised nobility immunity. Outside, the citizens were furious. Stripped of titles and fined again? Nobles always get away with this. No way. If even betrayal of humanity escapes death, what's their bottom line? My son is dead. If they don't pay with their lives, I'll take them down with me. The angry cries reached the council hall. Zhang, the president of the Beast Tamer Guild, immediately spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, do you hear that? How can such punishment quell public anger? How can it satisfy the soldiers? Ning Fenghong's face darkened. Your Majesty, everyone. These are the laws left by our ancestors. We cannot discard ancestral laws. Are you willing to forget our heritage and insult the wisdom of those who paved the way for humanity? Defying human laws will bring divine retribution. These words plunged the entire council hall into silence. Having been established for only 300 years, Dawn City had not fully shed its superstitions. The ancestral laws must not be violated was deeply ingrained in their bones. For a moment, even the angry representatives of the people were left speechless. In the tense atmosphere of the assembly hall, Su Yuan suddenly stood up, his voice resonating like thunder. Governance doesn't follow a single path, and a nation shouldn't blindly follow ancient ways. Ning Fenghong, how much can your palm hold? How far can your power reach? Who gave you the authority to twist facts and ignore justice? Who allowed you to manipulate words and engage in deceitful arguments in this hall? Su Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, directed straight at Ning Fenghong. Do you even have the nerve to mention our ancestors? Those pioneers who laid the foundation for our people did so with the hope that their descendants would enjoy their legacy, not become a shield for traitors. Do you dare claim, in front of everyone, that the laws established by our ancestors were meant to protect those who betray our people? His words seemed to ignite the long-suppressed anger of the commoner delegates. The assembly hall erupted with voices. Yes, Ning Fenghong, who is it that's truly betraying our heritage? Would our ancestors ever allow their descendants to betray their people? Some even pointed directly at Ning Fenghong, saying, You look like a traitor yourself. Are you speaking this way to protect your own interests? Seeing the tide turn against him, Ning Fenghong clenched his fists and secretly communicated to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, leave some room for maneuver. You've already defeated the Liu family. Why push it to the extreme? Do you know the cost of doing this? Step back, and I assure you the nobility won't trouble you. Su Yuan let out a cold laugh. If I were the one losing today, would you step back? No. You would crush me without mercy. His words were immediately echoed by countless beast tamers outside. The cries of death penalty were deafening, even reaching the assembly hall. At that moment, the phantom of the human king raised his hand for silence, and the clamor subsided. The human king began to speak slowly, his voice tinged with reminiscence. A month ago, a young man, oppressed by the nobility, demanded a royal decision in his anger. According to the law, I merely stripped Liu Yuan and Liu Ziang of their noble status and merits. That young man said something unforgettable to me. Good deeds in the past should not be punished, and virtue in the past should not be compromised by the law. The human king's gaze swept across the room, and today, in Su Yuan's projection, this young man spoke another 16 words. You eat your salary, the fat of the people. The common folk are easy to oppress, but heaven is hard to deceive. This is the true spirit of our ancestors. Finally, the human king's voice was firm and resolute. I hereby decree, all members of the Liu family involved in this conspiracy shall be executed. In the Grand Council Hall, Su Yuan's powerful declaration resonated with everyone. Achievements should not shield from punishment, nor virtues from justice. You eat your salary, which is the people's blood and sweat. It's easy to oppress the common folk, but heaven is hard to deceive. As the king pronounced the death sentence on the Liu family members involved in the case, the hall erupted in cheers. People raised their hands in excitement, celebrating this triumph of justice. Gong Yunhe, the head of the Gong family, stepped forward, his voice tinged with hesitation. Your Majesty, should we reconsider? If we truly follow, achievements should not shield from punishment. Those who have made great contributions might feel disheartened. Before he could finish, Su Yuan sharply retorted, Master Gong, you are mistaken. When the Lu family made their contributions, did the human race ever treat them unfairly? Their titles, innate resources, and status aren't they all rewards from the people for their merits? He gestured towards the outside of the hall, his voice rising with fervor. Those heroic spirits who died on the battlefield, those soldiers who sacrificed their lives against a million beasts, they gave everything. Yet if their children committed heinous crimes, who would pardon them because of their parents' merits? No one. Simply because they are not nobility. His words immediately stirred a commotion outside the hall. He's right. He speaks to my heart. Why should nobles be exempt from punishment just because of their merits? My father died for the human race too, and we don't need that immunity. Support the king's judgment. Support Su Yuan. Execute them. Execute them. Gong Yunhe was left speechless. He hadn't anticipated that Su Yuan could so effortlessly sway the people's emotions, aligning perfectly with the king's stance. The king's shadowy figure surveyed the room, his voice commanding. Who else opposes? All involved Lu family members Lu Shan, Lu Yuan, Lu Xian, every leader of the Shilu Guard, and all personal guards from the Lu family involved in the plot are to be executed. In that moment, the once confident faces of Lu Shan and Lu Yuan twisted in disbelief. Lu Shan, losing control, shouted angrily, King, I am nobility. You have no right to execute my family. Gong family, Sun family, Ning family, Zong family, are you all mute? What happened to your promises? The heads of the 10 great families exchanged panicked glances. They had promised to protect the Lu family's lives and assets, but now those promises seemed futile. If Lu Shan decided to retaliate and expose them, the consequences would be dire. After careful consideration, the head of the Li family transmitted a message. We have no choice. Sacrifice the pawn to save the king. The other family heads understood. They couldn't afford to lose the people's and the military's trust. Dealing with the Lu family might quell public outrage. As long as the hierarchical system persisted, and as long as people aspired to become nobility, time would eventually blur the memory of these events. Gong Yunhe was the first to turn against Lu Shan, shouting sternly, Enough! Lu Shan, we were only arguing for the sake of the law. You, a traitor to humanity, dare not slander us. The other nobles quickly echoed his sentiments, and Li Jianli slammed the table. Your Majesty, this fiend is a demigod. Please execute him swiftly to prevent further trouble. The noble's swift change of heart left even Su Yuan momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, who had once confided in Su Yuan, smiled bitterly. He finally understood Su Yuan's point that these nobles, for the sake of their interests, would resort to any unscrupulous means and would not hesitate to betray their allies. Lu Shan abruptly stood up in the Level 3 conference hall, his face twisted with rage under the gleam of the crystal chandelier. You all want to know who was behind those actions, don't you? I'll tell you. The idea to collude with the 9 snakes was, before he could finish, chaos erupted. Li Jianli, Ning Fenghong, Gong Yunhe, and several other demigod-level powerhouses sprang into action. The beast soul star arrays behind them suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. The unique pressure of demigods swept across the room, and the overwhelming power of their beast souls surged like a torrent towards the unprepared Lu Shan. Bang! Even as a demigod himself, Lu Shan couldn't withstand the sudden assault from multiple peers. His eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he would meet his end at the hands of those he once trusted. Standing beside Lu Shan's lifeless body, Gong Yunhe coldly announced, I am one of the chief officers of the Military Justice Department. Since the human king has ordered Lu Shan's execution, I observed that this person intended to spread malicious lies and tarnish others, so I killed him on the spot. All other Lu family members involved, surrender immediately. The hall erupted in an uproar. Even the common folk were stunned that a noble could be executed by his peers during a Level 3 conference. This hypocritical scene, this attempt to cover up, only served to highlight their fear. Everyone knew what they were afraid of. The truth Lu Shan was about to reveal. Lu Yuan, Lu Xian, and other members of the Lu family collapsed to their knees, apprehended by the royal knights, awaiting their grim fate. The human king, however, did not stop there. His gaze shifted to another direction. The matter of the Lu family will be set aside for now. The Military Justice Department will confiscate their assets, and specific penalties will be announced shortly. He paused briefly before continuing. Now, we must discuss whether other nobles are involved. Su Yuan, you accused other nobles. Do you have evidence? Li Jianli and Gong Yunhe's steps faltered slightly, Cold sweat soaking their backs, they realized too late that they had fallen into a trap. This was clearly a scheme meticulously crafted by the human king and Su Yuan. Using the trial of the Lu family as bait, they were lured into silencing witnesses, thereby losing any chance to prove their innocence. Now, Su Yuan's fangs were aimed directly at them. Su Yuan smirked slightly and spoke calmly. Of course. Su Yuan shook his head, his expression unwavering. No, acquiring evidence against the Lu family was due to my daring actions and Lu Xian's confession. Even though Lu Shan has taken all the blame, it doesn't mean we're out of options. He turned to the others, his gaze sharp. I want to know, who is responsible for guarding the treasury at the Dawn Exchange? This question made Li Jianli's pupils contract sharply. Zhang Yingji, the president of the Beast Masters Guild, explained, the treasury is guarded in turns by the guild, the knights, and the tin guards. On that day, it was the Li family's dawn guards who were responsible. Exactly. Su Yuan took a deep breath, getting to the heart of the matter. Lu Xian has already confessed that the stolen dragon serpent's celestial treasures and the sun-corroding divine glaze were handed over to the 9 serpents. If it was really the work of the Red Heart thieves, how did these treasures end up with them? Clearly, your Li family committed the crime, and then passed the goods to the Lu family to hand over to the 9 serpents, which led to the beast tide. Li Jianli tried to maintain composure. You're slandering us. Wait, I have a second piece of evidence, Su Yuan interrupted. At the end of September, when I was at the Golden Dragon Pavilion of the Dawn Exchange, Gong Jing publicly declared that I would not survive. Why was he so certain? Because there were 26-star beast masters, the Shilio guards, sent to kill me. If you claim it was the Lu family who acted, why was the Gong family aware? Gong Yunha's face turned red, speechless. He clearly remembered his son's arrogant words at that time. The third point is even more critical, Su Yuan continued. Before the beast tide broke out, you nobles completed your harvest early and purchased large quantities of grain. It's well known that Dawn City's harvest is typically half a month later than other regions. So why the unusual behavior? Unless you already knew the beast tide was coming. The council hall erupted in an uproar. Beast masters present testified, confirming Gong Jing's claim that Su Yuan would die, and others pointed out the fact that the nobles' early harvest drove grain prices up. Sensing the situation turning against them, Gong Yunha and Li Jianli exchanged glances, attempting to change the subject. Su Yuan, how do you know it wasn't the Red Heart thieves? Are you possibly? Su Yuan chuckled inwardly. They were clearly flustered, unable to maintain even basic logic. Such a clumsy attempt to frame him didn't even require his rebuttal. Zhang Yingji from the Beast Tamer Guild stepped forward and said in a loud voice, Gong Yunha, you shouldn't accuse others without evidence. When Su Yuan enrolled, he underwent a series of tests, one of which was to determine if he was a member of the Red Heart thieves. Do you want to see the results? The accusations against Su Yuan were fabricated by the Lu family, so why are you repeating their falsehoods? Su Yuan suddenly interrupted. Yes, I admit I'm a member of the Red Heart thieves, he said with a cold smile. But so what? The key is the timing. The enrollment test was my best shield back then. I wasn't a member. This unexpected retort caused a stir among the crowd, and the accusations turned against the nobles like a tidal wave. Even the usually untouchable 10 elders of the nobility felt an unprecedented pressure from public opinion. Li Jianli, the head of the 10 elders, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, discreetly alerted the others through a telepathic message. Continuing this will only make things worse. He realized from Su Yuan's performance that the latter had no solid evidence, but was bluffing to force them into a hasty reaction. Su Yuan's strategic questions and his self-clearing defense had positioned him impeccably. This tactic of deception and warfare was executed brilliantly. Li Jianli's lips trembled slightly before he raised his voice to address the crowd. Everyone. This was indeed orchestrated by the Lu family. While we were not directly involved and unaware of the detailed plans, we heard rumors of a potential beast tide. If we had fully orchestrated this, why would the noble 10 guards and our noble demigods participate in the battle? He paused before continuing. I admit we had our own interests. Due to our close ties with the Lu family, we were reluctant to betray them out of personal loyalty, but we are not complicit. The grain we harvested in advance was only enough for our needs. Finally, Li Jianli turned to the human king and said solemnly, Your Majesty, we are willing to accept punishment for withholding information and are ready to donate grain and money to help the people of Dawn City through this crisis. His words were flawless, admitting guilt for not reporting but distancing themselves from collusion. Even Su Yuan and the human king found little fault with it. Su Yuan wanted to press further, but the human king raised a hand to stop him. The human king's image calmly declared, So be it. I will make the final judgment. The voice of the human king resonated powerfully throughout the council chamber. The Li and Gong families, among others, are guilty of concealing and harboring criminals. All their businesses, granaries, and assets are to be confiscated and redistributed to the families of fallen beast tamers and soldiers, as well as other deserving warriors. His gaze swept over everyone present as he continued to announce sweeping reforms. The abolition of noble immunity, establishing a new system where nobles and commoners are judged equally, the creation of a citizen-elected oversight body, and the removal of these families from their positions in the military judiciary and the Dawn Exchange. Li Jianli and Gong Yun's faces turned ashen, their jaws clenched tightly. These measures not only stripped them of their wealth, but also shattered the centuries-old foundation of their privileges. Yet, under the intense scrutiny of Su Yuan, they had no choice but to bow their heads and accept their guilt. Outside the council hall, a wave of cheers erupted from the masses. Shoes, food, and various items were thrown into the air. This was the first time in the 3-century history of Dawn City that such a severe punishment had been meted out to the entire nobility. Some wept with joy, "My son, Su Yuan has avenged you." Others shouted, "Su Yuan, you are our great benefactor." After the meeting, Su Yuan was led behind the scenes. As his legs gave way, Ouyang Shui and Wan Yang quickly supported him. Zhang Yingji, the president of the Beast Tamers Guild, came specifically to congratulate him, promising that the guild would always stand by Su Yuan. When Ouyang Shui mentioned that Su Yuan would also receive compensation from the Lu family's assets, Su Yuan found himself puzzled. Rare treasures held little value for him, and money was of no significant use. He fell into contemplation, unsure how to handle this unexpected fortune. This day was destined to be etched into the annals of Dawn City. The privileges of the nobility were drastically curtailed, and the driving force behind all these changes was the young man named Su Yuan. Ouyang Shui's eyes sparkled with cunning as she crossed her arms and gazed affectionately at Su Yuan. "I've known for a while that you're unsure of what to choose. Want me to point you in the right direction? Beg me for it." Su Yuan finally snapped back to reality and began to ponder. From the battlefield onward, Princess Ouyang Shui had provided him with substantial assistance, intelligence support, knowledge of beast mastery, obtaining crucial evidence through Shadow One's imprint insect, and even attending level 3 meetings. Indeed, he owed her a significant debt. "I humbly ask for your guidance, Your Highness," Su Yuan said with a respectful bow. "I am deeply grateful, and should you ever have a request, I would go through fire and water to fulfill it." "I'll have to think about it then. You owe me for now," Ouyang Shui chuckled. "Su Yuan, what do you think you're lacking the most right now?" After a moment of reflection, Su Yuan replied, "Strength? If I were a demigod, I'd probably have knocked a few noble teeth out today." "A demigod?" Ouyang Shui rolled her eyes at him. "Becoming a demigod usually takes at least 10 years for a beast master. You're far from it. That's obvious. What else besides strength?" Seeing Su Yuan shake his head in confusion, Ouyang Shui said seriously, "It's your own force. Today, although your words were sharp, you still needed President Zhang, my father, and the city council members to back you up for your words to carry weight. To put it simply, you lack people, a force of your own, a loyal troop under your command." Her eyes began to shine brightly. "And the Lu family has conveniently left you a great fortune, the Shilio guards. Those ordinary soldiers and beast masters, unaware of the upper-level schemes, fought valiantly with sincere hearts when the city was under the monstrous siege. Now, they bear the shame of the Lu family, their faith shattered, and only you can save them." Ouyang Shui's voice grew more passionate. "You have the ability to turn the ordinary into the extraordinary among beast masters, breaking through without the need for rare resources. You possess immense prestige and are now seen as the embodiment of justice. You can save them, give them faith, and train them. You will gain a group of warriors who would die for you. A team of class beast master prodigies, an iron army with justice and pure hearts at their core." A glimmer of light appeared in Su Yuan's eyes. "That makes a lot of sense." Su Yuan understood deeply that the crimes of the Lu family should not be borne by the lower-ranking soldiers and beast tamers of the Shilio Guard. From their perspective, who didn't join the army with passion and fight bravely on the battlefield. Now, due to the betrayal of their superiors, not only is their merit overlooked, but they also have to bear infamy. Such an experience would shatter anyone's faith. "Your Highness, that's an excellent idea," Su Yuan genuinely praised. Ouyang Shui, pleased with the compliment, beamed with excitement. "Then let's hurry, before someone else beats us to it." Today, the Royal Knights Grand Commander, Ouyang Qian, was in charge at the military tribunal. With nobles being driven out of the tribunal, this trusted aide of the king naturally took on the key responsibility. Ouyang Qian, with his striking features and righteous demeanor, exuded an air of authority. "So, is Hero Su here to settle his merits?" Ouyang Qian chuckled as he saw Su Yuan arrive. "You've achieved so much on the battlefield that it's quite a task to settle it all. Grand Commander, please don't tease. I'm indeed here to settle my merits, and I heard there's a share of the Lu family's compensation for me." Ouyang Qian squinted. "Tell me, what do you want? Treasures? Money? Shops?" "Everything is available except for the secret realm, as the Lu family's secret realm has already been confiscated." With your achievements and the Lu family's compensation, you could easily exchange for 3 top-tier artifacts. Hearing that he could exchange for 3 top-tier artifacts of the same level as the Solar Eclipse Divine Glaze, Su Yuan shook his head. Grand Commander, I want to exchange for the Shilio Guard. I want those beast tamers and ordinary soldiers who weren't involved. Ouyang Qian looked at him in surprise. You actually want them? It's not impossible. The Shilio Guard has already been detained and interrogated, with only a few top-level beast tamers involved. The rest are innocent. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? No need to reconsider. I want them. Of course, I don't want the main branch of the Lu family, or those with noble status. I only want the collateral branches and the lower ranks. As expected of you, always full of surprises. Ouyang Qian smiled meaningfully. All right, follow me. On the way to the prison, Ouyang Qian explained, the Shilio Guard consists of over 1,600 beast tamers. Excluding the main branch and those with noble status, there are about 1,300, along with over 2,000 auxiliary soldiers. Managing their living expenses is no small cost. The more, the merrier. That's fine. Su Yuan nodded. Please gather them together, as I have something to say. As they passed a cell, Su Yuan paused. Inside were 2 individuals, Lu Yuan, who once tried to use his influence to strip Su Yuan's enrollment at the Sacred Beast Academy, and Lu Xian, who had once confessed and repented to him. Lu Yuan now looked terrified and soulless, while Lu Xian appeared to have aged decades, his hair completely white. Seeing Su Yuan, Lu Yuan crawled to the cell door, sobbing and pleading, Su Yuan, I was despicable, shameless, and foolish. Please spare my life. I'll serve you like a slave. Do anything. It was all that scoundrel Lu Xiang's fault. Ouyang Qian explained, it's been determined that Lu Yuan, for failing to report what he knew and plotting against you, in addition to the persecution at the Sacred Beast Academy, has been sentenced to death. If you choose to forgive him, he might be spared. Su Yuan shook his head decisively. Forgive him? If the roles were reversed today, Lu Yuan would have likely found ways to make Su Yuan's life unbearable. Such a person does not deserve sympathy. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, a look of intense resentment appeared on Lu Yuan's face. He glared at Su Yuan with eyes full of unwillingness and hatred. Once, he was a man of great ambition, serving as vice principal and deputy minister with significant power, ruling his domain. Now, he found himself reduced to begging for mercy from an enemy who despised him. Standing behind Lu Yuan, Lu Xian could no longer hold back and spoke up. The elderly man, with a head full of gray hair, said in a deep voice, Lu Yuan, if it is death, so be it. What is there to fear? We are sinners, traitors to our kind, and our deaths will only appease the grievances of the people. It is more than we deserve. Su Yuan turned his gaze to Lu Xian and then asked Ouyang Qian, who was standing nearby, what about him? What crime has he committed? Ouyang Qian explained, similar to Lu Yuan, but his involvement was limited to the assassination attempt on you. The collusion with the Beast King was mainly orchestrated by Lu Shan and a few other confidants. The Shilio Guard was hardly involved, with only 50 personal guards opening the city gates on their own in the battle. These individuals have already been executed, and their bodies will soon be displayed at the city gates. Lu Xian spoke up voluntarily, Su Yuan. I only ask for a swift death. Remember what I once told you. The greatest fear is choosing the wrong side. Back then, I regretted that you were not born into nobility. Now, it seems that I am the pitiable one, and the nobility is the pathetic one. It is easy to oppress the people, but heaven cannot be deceived. You won because you followed the righteous path. If people like me were to prevail, it would indeed be a calamity for all. Su Yuan was silent for a moment before suddenly saying to the chief commander, I won't hold him accountable. Let him come with me. Lu Xian looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. No, someone like me. What right do I have? You still have a conscience, but you are a coward. Su Yuan interrupted with a cold snort. Do you think I'm trying to save you? No. Lu Xian, you don't deserve it. You think dying would be an easy way out? Not a chance. Su Yuan's voice grew more severe. You're not like Lu Yuan, who is a heartless bastard. Death is the best punishment for him. But you, I want you to live and atone for your sins. Without your conscience, I wouldn't have obtained those pieces of evidence. You can live, but that doesn't mean you're innocent. You could have used your integrity to save countless lives, but failed to do so. Now, you must seek out those you should have saved, bow to each one, and beg for their forgiveness. Even if they beat you or curse you, you must endure it. Use your dignity to apologize to the fallen heroes and redeem yourself with everything you have. If you lack the courage, then I've truly misjudged you. If you remain a coward, you might as well die here. Lu Xian stared at Su Yuan, tears streaming down uncontrollably. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse a ray of hope. As the saying goes, Lu Yuan begs for mercy and finds no savior, while Lu Xian seeks death and finds life. For Lu Xian, Meeting Su Yuan felt like a blessing earned from saving humanity in a past life. At this moment, his parched lips trembled uncontrollably, and tears streamed down his face. The long-suppressed anguish, guilt, and pangs of conscience finally found an outlet. He was acutely aware that he was both a person who deserved punishment and someone who had to live to atone for his sins. Dying now would be too easy a way out for him. Ouyang Qian watched Su Yuan with mixed emotions. This young man always managed to make unexpected choices. As for Lu Xian, he was hard to judge. A noble without arrogance, possessing the mindset and conscience of a commoner, yet lacking the courage to betray his class, leading to a grave mistake. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's current state was the ultimate irony. Seeing Lu Xian gain a chance at life, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Su Yuan not only redeemed Lu Xian but also, in this manner, exacted a harsh revenge on Lu Yuan. Ouyang Qian silently noted that one should never become Su Yuan's enemy in this lifetime, for even death would carry a stinging irony. Lu Shan perished at the hands of the nobility, while Lu Yuan's desperate pleas resulted in Lu Xian's salvation of fate, more chilling than straightforward murder. After leaving the cell, Ouyang Qian couldn't help but ask, Su Yuan, sparing Lu Xian, it's not just about recruiting a 6-star beast master, is it? Su Yuan shrugged with a smile. As expected of the Grand Commander, you saw right through my intentions. He then outlined 4 reasons. First, without Lu Xian's confession-like testimony, it would be difficult to obtain the crucial evidence needed against the Lu family. Second, unlike other Lu family members, Lu Xian felt anger towards the nobility's misdeeds, though he lacked the courage to resist. Third, this act could send a message to the Shilio guards that if even Lu Xian, who once sought his life, could be accepted, so could they. Lastly, he needed someone familiar with the situation to manage the Shilio guards. Ouyang Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Su Yuan had thought everything through so thoroughly in such a short time. It was no wonder that seasoned nobles often found themselves outmaneuvered by him. His vision and depth of strategy were indeed on another level. At that moment, Ouyang Qian seemed to see the shadow of Emperor Ouyang Ming. Entering the hall where the Shilio guards were gathered, the place was packed. Although they knew they were innocent, as members of the Shilio guards, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. Most were dejected, filled with frustration and resentment, worried about their future. Being named Lu or part of the Shilio guards now meant being labeled a traitor. Despite their past battles and sacrifices, this was their current fate. Seeing Su Yuan arrive, the crowd had mixed feelings. They admired his courage to stand up to the powerful, yet felt helpless about their own situation. Su Yuan used a sound-amplifying device to address them. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you, are you willing to reclaim your dignity and continue to serve as beast masters defending the nation, becoming heroes revered by the people? These words stirred the hearts of the more than 3,000 warriors present. Someone shouted, of course we want to, but we're named Lu. I've slain 12 golden-level beasts, yet I'm branded a traitor. How can I swallow this? Su Yuan continued, then, I offer you an opportunity. From now on, the Shilio guards will cease to exist. Are you willing to serve under my command? This proposal lit up the eyes of the crowd. To restore their honor, no other king or military commander could accomplish it. Only by following Su Yuan would they find the best path forward. After all, if even Su Yuan was willing to accept them, who else would dare to criticize? Su Yuan's reputation has reached its peak. Who would still question his loyalty? The soldiers of the Shilio guard present had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. What they longed for was not wealth or power, but to wash away their shame, and to regain their dignity and faith. Whispers arose from the crowd. We were once part of the Lu family. This was the last concern lingering in their hearts. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair stepped forward from the crowd. It was Lu Xian. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Brothers, I know I am unworthy to be your commander, but Su Yuan, showing no resentment, has given even someone like me a chance to atone. What else do you have to worry about? Lu Xian's words struck a deep chord. None of the soldiers present had not been saved by him in the past. Witnessing their once spirited leader now worn and gray, the resentment in their hearts dissipated. The commander saved my life. If even you are willing to follow Su Yuan, what reason do I have to hesitate? A soldier shouted, Lord Su Yuan, from this day on, you are our leader. In an instant, more than 3,000 men knelt on one knee in unison, their right fists pressed solemnly to their chests, pledging, we swear to serve our master Su Yuan unto death, to reclaim honor and restore dignity. The thunderous oath of 3,000 voices was earth-shattering, their momentum unstoppable. Ouyang Qian explained from the side. Swearing to the covenant means pledging allegiance to the second of the world's top 10 fierce beasts, the Beast of Oaths. It possesses domain-level power, and those who break their vows will be doomed to eternal damnation. This is the most sacred and unbreakable vow in the Shangxian continent. He looked at Su Yuan with envy. Throughout history, No one had ever gained the loyalty of thousands so swiftly. Yet with just a few words and an act of forgiveness, Su Yuan had won the hearts of all. For what he offered was what these beast tamers cherished most: dignity and faith, grace and glory. Su Yuan looked at the former Shilio guards in front of him with satisfaction. Their eyes were resolute and their expressions focused. It was this unique straightforwardness of soldiers that filled him with comfort. Rest assured, everyone, Su Yuan said with a smile. Since you are willing to pledge your loyalty to me, I will certainly treat you with sincerity. However, there are some things I need to clarify up front. Have used all my merits to secure your freedom, and I am neither a noble nor do I have any estates, so I am without money. The group exchanged glances, but soon came to terms with the situation. Although it was regrettable to have no salary, for these battle-hardened men, making ends meet was not difficult. As long as they could regain their dignity, what was a little hardship? Secondly, Su Yuan continued, I have no rare treasures to share with you. Seeing the slight disappointment on their faces, he let a mysterious smile play on his lips. However, I have something far more precious. Unconsciously, they all looked up, their eyes filled with anticipation. I have been a beastmaster for only 28 days and am already a 3-star beastmaster, with one of my beasts having reached the star-settling level. If all goes well, I will soon advance to a 4-star beastmaster. Ordinary, someone exclaimed. Becoming a 4-star beastmaster in a month is anything but ordinary. Even our strongest, Lu Xian, took over a year. Su Yuan explained, I am indeed of average talent, but as a celestial eye beastmaster, I possess a unique ability. By following me, you can achieve the same growth rate. This is more valuable than any treasure or wealth. The group felt enlightened, finally understanding. No wonder Su Yuan could break through to 4-star, so quickly held a secret technique. In a world where power reigned supreme, such secrets were indeed more valuable than any treasure. Of course, Su Yuan cleared his throat. If you wish to follow me, there are some rules. First, from today, you are all to take the surname Su. The group was taken aback, but soon Lu Xian stepped forward. Brothers, our master is thinking of our best interests. By taking his surname, he is treating us as family, helping us shed the shadow of the Lu family. From now on, I am Su Xian, ready to serve our master to the end. The others quickly caught on and eagerly declared their willingness to change their surname to Su. Su Yuan, surprised by the enthusiastic response, accepted it with a wry smile. The second rule, Su Yuan said seriously, is to remember your grievances. It wasn't just the Lu family that tarnished your honor. The true culprits who remain at large will one day face justice. The group was fired up, some moved to tears. Our master is so considerate, fearing we might fall into despair. Rest assured, such deep-seated hatred will never be forgotten by us. Su Yuan initially wanted to clarify that he simply needed allies for his revenge, but seeing their passionate response, he merely nodded and said, all right, let us strive together. Ouyang Qian stood at the edge of the training ground, watching the unique and awe-inspiring military formation ceremony before him with disbelief. Su Yuan, this young man, seemed to possess a certain magical charisma that compelled people to believe in him and follow him. From their first meeting until now, whether it was inviting Wang Ju to battle, challenging opponents above his rank, achieving success on the battlefield, outsmarting nobles, or incorporating defeated troops, Su Yuan constantly created miracles. Ouyang Qian thought to himself that perhaps the future Su family army could indeed surpass his own royal knights. Afterward, Su Yuan assigned Su Xian to handle the follow-up matters for the Su family army. From processing paperwork and completing procedures to arranging a garrison and reorganizing the troops, these tasks would take about 10 days. This gap provided Su Yuan the perfect time to contemplate how to advance to a 4-star beastmaster, as personal strength was the foundation of everything. He had achieved all he had now by continuously creating miracles. It was time to seek guidance on how to break through. In the West District, the original meeting of the 10 elders now had only 9 members, and the empty seat added a hint of awkwardness to the atmosphere. Zhong Zuodao, the head of the Zhong family, raised a crucial question. Should they continue to let Su Yuan be? If they didn't take action, they feared they might all face the same fate as the Lu family. The Lu family's downfall was a shared concern among those present, as no one could predict who might be next. This once unbreakable alliance seemed to prioritize individual interests in the face of crisis. As the leader of the 9 elders, Li Jinli knew that as long as Su Yuan was not removed, there would be no peace for anyone. However, under the watchful eye of the human king, any action taken inside or outside the city could lead to uncontrollable consequences. It was then that Gong Yunhe proposed a seemingly legitimate plan. Leverage the Beast Master Tournament. He suggested moving the originally scheduled December competition to the end of the month and holding it in the Gong family's secret realm. Since Su Yuan had already agreed to participate, he would undoubtedly attend to maintain his reputation. By meticulously setting up a battlefield favorable to Gong Jing, a genius at the peak of 4-star beast mastery, they could target the 3-star Su Yuan. Zongyang and Suni also expressed their willingness to assist, and the plan began to take shape. In Zuoqing's office at Dawn Academy, she couldn't help but tease the student who had undergone such a significant transformation in a short time. Isn't this our hero? Su Yuan modestly waved his hand, indicating he wanted to catch up on the classes he had missed. When Su Yuan inquired about the 4-star Beast Master assessment, Zuoqing nearly choked on her tea in disbelief. She confirmed incredulously that Su Yuan, who had become a Beast Master just 28 days ago and had already completed the chosen breakthrough, now aimed to advance to 4 stars? Upon learning that one of Su Yuan's beasts had reached the deep star level, and the other two were on the brink of breakthrough, Zuoqing explained the key points for advancement in detail. He needed to obtain star power in a secret realm, allowing his other two beasts to also reach the deep star level. She also revealed that the 4-star Beast Master assessment was essentially gaining entry into a star power secret realm, and Su Yuan had already secured a spot through his battle achievements from the Wan family. Finally, Zuoqing reminded him, the other Beast Masters entering the secret realm at the same time will be your competitors. A 4-star Beast Master also needs combat prowess, which depends on how much star power you absorb. As a big fish entering the pond, other smaller fish seeking more power will inevitably see you as an adversary. Zuoqing's metaphor suddenly made Su Yuan see things clearly. The power of the stars is like a limited pond. Those who are stronger take more, leaving less for the weaker ones. This competitive mechanism is similar to a battle royale game, where people often team up against the strongest, or else they risk being devoured one by the big fish. I understand, Teacher Zhua. I'll go back and prepare, and tomorrow I'll seek out Commander Wan. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. However, before that, he needed to have a good conversation with Long Yao, Xuenu, and Fujia. He had been so busy with his own affairs that he wasn't clear on what kind of star power they each needed, or what their aspirations were. It was a fortunate coincidence that Ouyang Shui had returned to the palace, leaving the room undisturbed. As night fell, Su Yuan lit the fireplace and summoned the 3 beasts from the beast space. After the battle, the temperature had dropped below 10 degrees, and they gathered around the fire to warm themselves after transforming. Long Yao, is there anything you've wanted to do recently? Su Yuan asked with a smile. Long Yao playfully lifted Su Yuan's chin with her delicate finger. Of course. I want to fill my belly. Be serious, Su Yuan said, pinching her finger. Actually, I've been having a recurring dream lately, Long Yao said shyly. It's said that a dragon's dream often foretells opportunities or disasters. What dream? In a desolate and eerie place, countless dragons circle the sky, and in the end, they all bow down at my feet. You ride on my back and they call you the Dragon King? The Dragon King? It makes sense for them to call you that, given your dragon god lineage. But me? Su Yuan was puzzled. That place should be the dragon's nest. Once the little one is strong enough, I hope you can accompany me to see it, Long Yao said, biting her fingertip lightly. Su Yuan calculated in his mind. The dragon's nest was 1,300 miles west of Dawn City, and with his current strength, it was indeed beyond his reach. But on second thought, he turned to Fujia. Jiajia, in the star projection state, can a soul body get hurt? How far can it travel? It can suffer from curses or other soul-targeting injuries, but that's rare. There's no distance limit, but the time limit is 7 days, Fujia explained, tilting her head. Su Yuan noted this to himself, planning to revisit the idea once he became a 4-star beast master. He then turned to Xuenu. How about you? Any wishes? Xuenu shook her head. Everything I have is given by my master. My bloodline memories are frozen by the Snow Emperor, so I can't recall them like Sister Long Yao. If I must say, I hope my master can treat me as he does Sister Long Yao. A rare blush spread across her pale cheeks. Su Yuan suddenly understood. Xuenu was originally a snow fox, and if he hadn't taken her in, she might have been abandoned long ago. This kindness had made her develop special feelings for him. Little one, it's quite rude not to respond to a lady's affection. Long Yao nudged Su Yuan. Su Yuan graciously took Xuenu's cold hand. Then let me feel the warmth of your heart. Finally, he turned to Fujia. Jiajia, as a guardian of the forest elves, is there anything you wish to do? In the racial memory, forest elves live on the world tree, which is too far from Dawn City. With my master's current strength, we can't reach it, Fujia said, twirling her golden hair. Are all forest elves like you, beautiful with golden hair and pointed ears? Su Yuan asked with anticipation. Yes, even the allied beastmen tribe are beast-eared girls, Fujia replied. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately jotted down in his notebook, conquer the forest elf kingdom and the beastman nation, as soon as possible. Fujia couldn't help but smile at her master's childish enthusiasm. Tomorrow we're heading to the Wan family's secret realm, Su Yuan announced. But being as outstanding as I am, I'm bound to attract jealousy. So I'll need your protection. Don't worry, with this king here, I'll slay anyone who comes. Long Yao said boldly. I won't let anything harm our master. Xuenu clenched her fist. Our master isn't afraid of the powerful. So why fear these small fry? Fu Jia nodded in agreement. They chatted late into the night. The next day, when Ouyang Shui returned with her luggage, the scene she walked into made her blush and her heart race. Pervert! She exclaimed, covering her eyes, though her fingers didn't completely close. Your Highness, let me explain. Didn't you say you'd be away for a few days? Su Yuan hurriedly dressed. I came back to find you for something. Who knew you would be? I'm already 20. Isn't this normal? Haven't you experienced it, Your Highness? Of course not. Su Yuan then remembered that despite her mature demeanor, she was still an innocent girl. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Ouyang Shui tried to calm herself and forget the unsettling images she had just seen. She turned to Su Yuan and said, I have 3 things to tell you about the final judgment results, the Beastmaster tournament, and the Wan family's secret realm. Which one do you want to hear first? The judgment results, Su Yuan replied. This was something he had been personally involved in, even at the risk of opposing all the nobles, so naturally, he was most concerned about the outcome. Ouyang Shui handed him a letter and the latest issue of the Dawn Gazette. The judgment results were shocking. Over 1,600 members of the Liu family involved in the case were executed, all beheaded and hung outside the eastern city walls for the public to vent their anger. That's pretty ruthless, Su Yuan commented as he read the report. They basically dug up everyone even remotely connected and sent them to the guillotine. But they deserved it. They've caused more deaths themselves, and this is the price they should pay. As for the confiscated assets, natural treasures were temporarily nationalized and prioritized for the children of fallen beastmasters and soldiers when they came of age. Shops and lands were used to compensate the bereaved families and reward those who had contributed to the cause. Regarding the punishment of other nobles, initially, all shops and grain warehouses were to be confiscated. But just yesterday, 16 granaries and 27 warehouses suddenly caught fire, and the stored supplies were completely burned. It was reportedly due to the negligence of a warehouse intern. This is just. Su Yuan scoffed. It's so typical. Just when they're about to be confiscated, something happens. They'd rather burn the grain than give it to the poor. Overall, this was a major victory for Su Yuan's side, with the nobles temporarily retreating into the shadows. Su Yuan tossed the newspaper into the trash, making a silent vow. One day, I'll bury all of them. Just their attempt to kill me is reason enough for them to die 100 times over. Don't get upset just yet, Ouyang Shui interrupted. The other matter concerns you. The Beastmaster tournament? Su Yuan leaned back with his hands behind his head. Isn't it 2 months away? By then, Your Highness and I will compete together. You handle the fighting, and I'll do the cheerleading. We'll win for sure. It's not 2 months anymore, Ouyang Shui whispered. It's been moved up to 20 days from now. What? It's been moved up? The Gong family, who are organizing the event, offered their secret realm, Ziwei Star Heavenly Pool, as the venue. Since they're generously providing the location, they naturally have the right to decide the timing, Ouyang Shui hinted. You know who their target is, right? Who else could it be? It's obviously me, Su Yuan sighed. It's true. Exceptional people are always envied. Do you still have the heart to joke? Ouyang Shui said urgently. The 3 from Sacred Beast Academy are all at the peak of 4-star, about to break through to 5-star. How are you going to compete with them? You're not planning to back out, are you? The whole city sees you as the favorite to win. If you withdraw, your hard-earned reputation will be cut in half. This was indeed a dilemma. The nobles were hosting the tournament with the intention of eliminating him. This was precisely the life-and-death gamble he had with Gong Jing fair and square. If Gong Jing killed Su Yuan during the competition, no one could say anything, as Su Yuan himself had confidently accepted the challenge. At the time, he thought becoming a 5-star Beastmaster before the end of the year wouldn't be an issue, so he was sure of victory. Little did he expect the nobles to pull this stunt and move the tournament up. Not participating would mean self-destruction of his reputation, while participating was akin to walking into a death trap. What are you going to do? Ouyang Shui asked. Of course, I'll participate, Su Yuan said with absolute confidence in his voice. I don't believe they can definitely beat me, but if that's the case, I can't be of much help. Ouyang Shui frowned slightly. I've just become a 3-star Beastmaster, and in these 20 days... Your Highness, Su Yuan interrupted with a chuckle. You've helped me a lot before. This time, let me help you. Ouyang Shui looked at Su Yuan, recalling the miraculous moment on the battlefield when he pulled cookies from her pouch to complete a breakthrough. Do you have a plan? Of course, Su Yuan said confidently. Leave it to me. I'll help you max out your Beastmaster experience within 10 days. You have no shortage of natural treasures or secret realms. How about that? Quite a deal, right? I knew I didn't help the wrong person. Ouyang Shui exclaimed, standing up excitedly. Thank you, Su Yuan. Oh, and there's the third matter, about the Wan family's secret realm. Su Yuan lifted his head, a slight furrow in his brow. Ouyang Shui held a piece of paper, sketching on it as she explained in detail. There are 3 types of secret realms: sun, moon, and star. Different families control different types of realms. To facilitate resource exchange, a tradition of swapping access spots has developed. Her pen moved across the paper. Currently, only the Wan family and the Gong family, one of the 9 elders, control the star realm. As for the Lu family's realm, it has been confiscated. She continued, most beast tamers from the city guard opt for the Wan family's Yaoguang Icefield realm. However, her tone turned grave. The aristocratic beast tamers from the Longzi camp and the Haizi camp have received strict orders from the 9 elders to target you in the realm. Their plan is simple: once you enter, they'll incite others to eliminate you. Ouyang Shui put down her pen and looked directly at Su Yuan. If you wish to break through, you need the power of the star. But the Gong family's realm is being used as the venue for the beast tamer competition, so you must choose the Wan family's realm. This gives them an opportunity to act against you. She sighed. This is the price of being a hero. Now you must face their backlash. The ones to watch out for most are 2 individuals. Ouyang Shui warned, Zhong Tianda from the Longzi camp and Heng Yangyun from the Haizi camp. Both are at the peak of 3-star beast tamers, and their beasts have reached the Chunqing level, matching your strength. They will certainly cause trouble for you. Let them come. I'm ready for anything, Su Yuan replied calmly, showing no hint of fear. Ouyang Shui, however, appeared worried, hesitantly saying, Su Yuan, would you consider? I mean, what is it? Su Yuan asked, puzzled. Speak your mind. Being evasive isn't like you. A blush spread across Ouyang Shui's face, her eyes darting as if gathering courage. Finally, she looked up. Our Ouyang family possesses all 3 types of secret realms, but they are only open to family members. She took a deep breath. Su Yuan, would you consider becoming my royal knight? What is a royal knight? Ouyang Shui asked, fingers interlocked as she looked up. She explained, every royal family member with inheritance rights can choose a royal knight. They will become part of the Ouyang family and can freely enter the secret realm. Su Yuan lifted his eyelids slightly, teasingly. Isn't that just marrying into the family? Your Highness, if you're interested in me, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. I surely won't refuse. Ouyang Shui's already rosy face turned pale instantly, her eyes shimmering with tears. She threw out a get lost before turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Su Yuan shook his head gently. Although Ouyang Shui hadn't explained in detail, he could guess that the royal knights were connected to the struggle for the throne. Her shy and tender demeanor was just like a girl wanting to confess but fearing she might seem too forward. To avoid hurting her too deeply, Su Yuan wrote a letter and left it on her bedside before packing his things to head to the city guard headquarters. Wanyang was attending to official duties, but immediately took him to the Wan family upon Su Yuan's arrival. Su Yuan, I knew you couldn't stay idle, Wanyang said as he led the way, explaining, our Wan family's secret realm is called the Yaoguang Icefield, which holds the power of the Yaoguang star from the Big Dipper. You have to cross 5 kilometers of snowy mountains to obtain the star's power. If you fail, you'll have to wait until next month. This is your last chance to break through to a 4-star level before the Beast Master competition. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shui returned to her room, furiously stabbing a doll with Su Yuan written on it using a silver needle, cursing under her breath, jerk, rogue, why don't you understand? Exhausted, she climbed into bed and found a letter by her pillow. Opening it, she recognized Su Yuan's slightly messy handwriting. Dear Highness, I suspect the royal knight holds significant meaning for an heir, usually a brother, comrade, or lover. You are my friend, and I am willing to die for you. But I don't want to find myself in an awkward political situation. I have no intention of getting involved in the throne's contest. I just want to help those who are kind to me. Also, if you want to confess, there's no need to use the royal knight as a pretext. I will respond sincerely. Su Yuan. Ouyang Shui bit her lip gently, burying her face in the pillow, muttering, who wants to confess to you? At that moment, hundreds of city guard elites gathered at the Wan family estate in the southwest of the city. They were all there to compete for the power of the Yaoguang star. The war had brought not only pain but also nurtured many talents. This year, the number of people aiming to become 3-star beast masters reached over 300, twice the previous years. The Wan family had tripled their resources, ensuring that the star power was abundant and fairly distributed. When Su Yuan appeared in the crowd, led by Wan Yang, the atmosphere instantly became tense. The faces of the onlookers showed unmistakable bitterness, as if they were facing an unpleasant reality. Come on, this is too much. How long has it been since he became a 3-star beast tamer? Not even 5 days, and he's competing with us already? Someone couldn't help but complain. Don't mention it. Another person chimed in, their voice filled with awe. This guy is a ruthless force on the battlefield. He slaughtered over 20,000 demon beasts in one go. He's like a god of war. I don't want to mess with someone like that, someone sighed. With Su Yuan here, there's no chance this month. Let's come back next month. However, a different voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. What's the rush? If one person can't beat him, can't 10 or 100 of us? Exactly. Another agreed immediately. Most of the demon beasts Su Yuan killed were due to the celestial phenomenon triggered when he broke through. He actually took down less than 1,000 himself. We've got over 300 people here, with 1,000 beasts between us. Our combined strength far surpasses that of the demon beasts. Su Yuan, without backup, will have to concede when he faces us. Right. Think about it. If we let Su Yuan reach the finish line, how can we claim the power of the stars? There's only one way around him. The words of Zongtianda and Heng Yangyun quickly ignited the crowd's fighting spirit. Although Su Yuan was well regarded among ordinary people, his fierce reputation as an adversary made the city guards wary. This instinctive fear only strengthened their resolve to unite. In the face of this situation, Su Yuan remained calm, thinking to himself, if they want to team up, let them. I actually have some things I want to test in this secret realm. Wan Yang, the only manager present, looked at the situation with a sense of helplessness, knowing both sides were his people. He could only announce, ladies and gentlemen, the secret realm. Yaoguang Icefield is about to open. Please stay safe. If you encounter danger, tap your arm badge to escape. That's all I have to say. We're all here to seize an opportunity. Everyone, prepare for transport. Under a canopy of twinkling stars, over 300 people were suddenly transported to a realm of ice and snow. Before them loomed a towering snow-capped mountain, nearly 1,000 meters high, its snowy expanse stretching as far as the eye could see. A furious blizzard obscured the celestial glow above. To glimpse what lay beyond the mountain, one had to scale its icy heights. This was the trial set for the beast masters. Within the mountain lay hidden beasts of varying strengths, from gold to starfall level. For the candidates on the verge of becoming 4-star beast masters, these creatures posed little threat. However, in this snowy domain, the combat prowess of the snow beasts was significantly enhanced. The biting cold cut through the air, with temperatures plummeting below -40 degrees. Fortunately, Su Yuan had long been tempered by the sanctum and the baptism of blood, his physique as a beast master far surpassing that of ordinary people. This intense cold was nothing to him. What truly concerned him were the more than 300 people around him, eyeing him with intent. So, have you all decided to eliminate me first? Su Yuan chuckled softly. Zongtianda stepped forward, saying, we have no choice. You're too much of a standout. We're all here to compete for a share of the fortune. If you reach the finish line, there won't be much star power left for us. Even if we become 4-star beast masters, we'll be the weakest. The crowd murmured in agreement. Or you could swear an unbreakable oath to only take your fair share, and we won't target you, Heng Yangyun added. Su Yuan saw through their ploy instantly. Do you think I can't see through your little scheme? It's just your Zong family and Heng family stirring others to get in my way. Brothers of the Wan camp, I'm willing to give Commander Wan some face. You can choose to leave. But if you insist on opposing me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Yuan's formidable aura caused some to waver, given his fearsome reputation on the battlefield. But Zongtianda scoffed. Don't kid yourself, Su Yuan. There are over 300 of us. Do you really think you can take on all of us? Exactly, Heng Yangyun echoed. Without the king and others to back you, you're nothing. As the Wan camp members began to withdraw, around 300 remained before Su Yuan. 300? Huh? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. Let's see if you have what it takes to take me down. No sooner had he spoken than the 300 summoned their beasts, unleashing 900 beasts in a wave towards Su Yuan. A flash of jade green light erupted as Su Yuan summoned his snow maiden, utilizing the mythical talent of the Aurora dance to teleport and begin his ascent up the snow mountain. Quick, after him. Zongtianda realized only then the mythical level of Su Yuan's teleportation ability. The mountain restricts spatial powers. He can't teleport through it directly. We can catch him there. After 2 teleports, Su Yuan reached the base of the mountain, finding his spatial abilities limited, with the Aurora dance only allowing 10-meter moves. Then we'll climb. Su Yuan said to the Snow Maiden. Let's try that move on this icy plain. The Snow Maiden responded solemnly. Though the Snow Emperor has sealed my memories, the innate power remains. Rest assured, Master, this is our domain. Any who seek to thwart you will find eternal rest beneath this icy expanse. The pursuers soon reached the mountain's base, forming 3 teams to rotate and advance, cutting down beasts along the way, reaching 500 meters in less than an hour. Through the swirling snow, they saw a white-clad figure standing calmly, with an icy blue shadow encased in ice crystals behind him. Why have you stopped running, Su Yuan? Zongtianda taunted. I'm waiting for you. Su Yuan stood atop a rock. A ragtag bunch like you. Thinking you can take me down? I chose this spot to ensure none of you leave. This confidence made Zongtianda uneasy, but Heng Yangyun couldn't wait any longer. Enough talk, let's take him down. As the crowd surged forward, Su Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Snow Maiden now? This is the realm of snow. a vast ice field where countless snow demons roam. Su Yuan stood amidst the frozen landscape, a bold idea flashing through his mind. If Long Yao could suppress the thousand-bone blood dragon on the battlefield, could his other mythical bloodline beasts similarly overpower their kindred, producing an effect akin to the devouring sun divine glaze? He recalled Long Yao's prophetic dream, where the reason he became the Dragon King was crystal clear was the master of Long Yao, who possessed the supreme dragon god bloodline. And at this moment, wasn't this vast ice field and snow-capped mountain range the domain of the Snow Emperor? The Ice Maiden with the Snow Emperor's divine bloodline stood behind Su Yuan, her hands clasped together. A phantom of an ancient ice phoenix formed behind her, transforming into a towering ice fox several stories high. Its 9 screeching ice tails and the ice phoenix's wings shone in harmony, like a deity descending upon this ice field. The surrounding snow demons seemed to sense the presence of the Snow Emperor, prostrating themselves in reverence. The ice field is vast, and only the Snow Emperor endures forever. Countless snow demons chanted and cheered, gathering under the shadow of the northern Snow Emperor. Zhong Tianda, Hengyang Yuan, and their 300 beast masters were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. They only felt their beasts trembling instinctively with fear and dread, halting their attacks. For on this icy terrain, there was but one true sovereign, not just the beasts. Even Zhong Tianda and Hengyang Yuan found their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Though the temperature hadn't dropped suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness seeped into their hearts. Watching the snow demons' reverence and the beast master's fear, Su Yuan couldn't hide his joy. Merely an incomplete Snow Emperor bloodline could wield such power. No wonder even demigods like Hongxin San coveted mythical bloodlines. When the mythical bloodline fully awakens, it will undoubtedly be invincible in its domain. Filled with vigor, Su Yuan shouted at Zhong Tianda and Hengyang Yuan amidst the swirling snowflakes, "Audacious fools! You stand before the Snow Emperor. Why do you not kneel?" These words, like a crushing weight, forced Zhong Tianda and Hengyang Yuan to their knees. They felt immense shame just moments ago. They had mocked Su Yuan for being nothing outside of the celestial phenomena, and now they were about to kneel, begging for his mercy. No. How could this be? We have 300 people. How does Su Yuan manage to invoke celestial phenomena both within the secret realm and upon the snow plains? They could never comprehend the answer. The Ice Maiden echoed Su Yuan's words. You stand before the Snow Emperor? Why do you not kneel? More snow demons gathered, glaring angrily at Zhong Tianda and Hengyang Yuan. Such arrogance before the Snow Emperor was the greatest blasphemy. Ultimately, Zhong Tianda, Hengyang Yuan, and the 300 beast masters were forced to the ground by this overwhelming pressure. They no longer even had the strength to reach for the insignias on their shoulders. Spare my life, Su Yuan. I only came seeking fortune. Yes, me too, Su Yuan. We bear no mortal grudge. The once formidable beast masters of the Lang and Hai battalions began to plead for mercy. But Su Yuan merely sneered. Spare me the act. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Yuan's eyes, his voice simmering with suppressed anger. Do you really think I'm unaware of your little schemes? You were sent by the nobility to prevent me from acquiring the star power before the Beast Master tournament. His gaze swept over the crowd guarding the Wan family entrance, and he continued. You've been waiting here day after day, ready to strike the moment I step inside. Isn't that right? I've given you a chance, saying from the start that I don't wish to kill needlessly, urging you to think wisely. But what did you do? You continued to follow Zhong Tianda and Hengyang Yuan to obstruct me. Su Yuan let out a cold laugh. No mortal enemies, you say? How naive. If I can't break through, won't the Beast Master tournament at the end of the month be a death sentence for me? Anyone who hinders me is a mortal enemy. You all know this very well. You're just trying to curry favor with the nobility by standing in my way, hoping to step over my corpse to gain wealth and status. And you still expect mercy from me? In your next life, remember not to be such despicable lackeys. Before he finished speaking, Su Yuan summoned the Snow Maiden, conjuring the phantom of the Snow Emperor. In an instant, the blizzard on the snow-capped mountain intensified, and the temperature around Zhong Tianda and his men plummeted to below -200 degrees Celsius. In this extreme cold, Zhong Tianda, Hengyang Yuan, and their followers were instantly turned into ice sculptures. Thousands of snow demons knelt in reverence at the sight of the Snow Maiden's phantom. At this moment, the strongest beast in the snowy mountain, the Chengxing class Thousand Shadow Snow Fox, slowly appeared. Understanding it should pledge loyalty to the true emperor, it crawled before Su Yuan and the Snow Maiden, unhesitatingly driving its claw into its own heart. Su Yuan quickly reacted, tossing a cookie to the Snow Maiden. As she consumed it, her form began to transform. Ice phoenix wings sprouted from her icy blue body, and the snow fox's tail multiplied from 1 to 5. Countless snow demons prostrated on the ground, even triggering an avalanche that served as a natural salute to the birth of the new king. Atop the thousand-shadow snow fox's head appeared an exquisitely pure Stara Yaoguang star, the most concentrated in the snowy plains. The system displayed, Origin Star, Yaoguang Star Progress 50100. Star analysis indicated that this was a star symbolizing auspiciousness, granting the Beast Master predictive abilities, with each one progress providing 0.1 seconds of foresight. Unexpectedly acquiring the star power of the Yaoguang star exceeded Su Yuan's expectations. With this development, his second beast, the Extreme Ice Snow Maiden, would successfully ascend to the Qingxing class. As the Arctic Snow Maiden consumed the primal star, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within her. The ancient bloodlines of the Ice Phoenix and the Nine-Tailed Fox intertwined and elevated within her, making her alabaster skin even more translucent and exuding an intense chill. Enveloped in celestial light, the swirling snowflakes seemed to bow to her, and the entire snowy realm lay under her command. The Arctic Snow Maiden's rank ascended from S to SS, breaking through the Golden Level's constraints and officially stepping into the Starlight tier, transforming into the Northern Snow Phoenix. Su Yuan's mind immediately conjured her latest stats. Beast, Northern Snow Phoenix. Rarity, SS. Level, Starlight Initial. Experience, Primal Star, Luminary Progress 50100. Abilities, Ice Seal Epic, Aurora Dance Mythical, Destiny Ninetales Mythical. Skills, Snowy Moon Prison Epic, Ice Phoenix Divine Seal Mythical, Snow Emperor Unmatched Mythical. Bloodline, Snow Emperor Divine Vein 30. The newly acquired Destiny Ninetales granted her an immortal trait. Each of the Ninetales represented a life, allowing her to recover even from mortal wounds, with 5 tails currently active. The Snow Emperor Unmatched enabled her to invoke the Snow Emperor's Divine Vein, summoning its phantom, permanently transforming the surrounding landscape into icy mountains, compelling all snow spirits to submit. This was Su Yuan's second beast to advance to the Starlight tier. Unlike Long Yao, who excelled in combat, the Snow Maiden specialized in ultimate defense and control, even altering the battlefield to her advantage. This confirmed the immense value of the most potent bloodline Su Yuan had painstakingly sought after by sacrificing countless beast eggs. His ability to activate mythic bloodlines with just a grain of rice was nothing short of miraculous. With the Snow Maiden reaching the Starlight tier, Su Yuan needed only to find another primal star for Fujia to elevate to a 4-star Beastmaster. That star lay just beyond the other side of the snow-capped mountain. Gazing at the increasingly divine Snow Maiden, Su Yuan opened his arms. You've worked hard. Exhausted, the Snow Maiden nestled into his embrace, her arms wrapped around his neck, reluctant to let go. Come on, let's cross this mountain, Su Yuan whispered, beginning his ascent. All the snow spirits stepped aside, clearing a wide path for the man holding the Snow Emperor. In this snowy realm, Su Yuan was the undisputed sovereign. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Wanyang suddenly noticed that the light spots representing over 300 Beastmasters had vanished, except for those from his Wan camp. These individuals neither used their bracelets to escape nor left any messages, evidently perishing within the realm. This revelation astounded Wanyang. With the safety of the bracelets, how could they have no time to react? He quickly thought of Su Yuan. The members of the Zhong and Hung families from the Lang and Hai camps had intended to target Su Yuan, but now it seemed they were defeated by him. Recalling Su Yuan's past achievement annihilating tens of thousands of beasts on the battlefield, the mysterious death of Lu Shan, and the confounded Lu Yuan, Wanyang couldn't help but lament Zhong Tianda and Hung Yangyun's folly. Suddenly, he realized a more terrifying truth. Due to the snowstorm, his Wan camp members failed to reach the end, meaning the triple star power from this year's investment of 100 celestial treasures would converge entirely on Su Yuan. On the other side of the snowy mountain, Su Yuan finally witnessed a breathtaking scene. A meteor streaked across the night sky, with the easternmost star of the Big Dipper, the Yaoguang star, shining exceptionally bright, resembling a peanut in the night. At the center of the altar beyond the mountain lay a celestial pool, where star power would be infused. Su Yuan summoned Long Yao and Fujia, inviting them and the Snow Maiden to enjoy the celestial hot spring. He handed Fujia a cookie. Jia, eat it and prepare to evolve. Faced with Fujia's surprised gaze, Long Yao pinched her nose and stuffed the cookie into her mouth. Eat up, the little one never lies to us. Fujia shot Long Yao a resentful look, complaining, Master, hurry and find another little sister, or I'll always be the youngest with no one to boss around. Su Yuan chuckled, no need for you to say. I wouldn't consider a guy anyway. The thought of a man in the beast space is unsettling. It has to be a girl. All right, I'll hurry. Long Yao, stop bullying Jia. Long Yao pouted, humph. You'll see the new ones smiling while the old ones cry. Su Yuan thought helplessly. I'll need to manage their sisterly dynamics better in the future. There's much to do. Fujia savored the cookie delicately. Unlike Long Yao and the Snow Maiden, she always approached human food with caution, usually subsisting on morning dew. But this time, An extraordinary sensation spread through her being. As the cookie settled in her stomach, a miraculous burst of life energy erupted from within her core, the very effect of the life tree leaf she had longed for. As a being evolving from a forest spirit to a life-type goddess, the life tree leaf was invaluable to her, a supreme treasure of the heavens. Ordinarily, Su Yuan would not have been able to obtain it, but this small cookie had allowed her to break through that barrier. As the life energy continued to unfold within her, Fujia calmed her mind and began to draw upon the starlight from the Yaoguang heavenly pool. A quarter of an hour, then half, until an hour passed. Fujia, originating from the world tree, evolved in a manner distinct from the dragon maiden or the snow maiden. She resembled a towering tree rooted deeply in the earth, slowly yet resolutely rising upwards. At last, a pale green aura emanated from her, adding a touch of natural charm to her golden-haired, pointed-eared appearance. Her verdant gown accentuated her aura as a forest saintess. Those near her felt a gentle spring breeze, their vitality continuously enhanced. At this moment, detailed information about Fujia's evolution appeared in Su Yuan's mind. Beast, Life Goddess. Rarity, SS Grade. Realm, Starfall Beginner. Experience, Origin Star, Yaoguang Progress 1100. Talents, Spirit Spring Epic, Star Projection Epic, Life Miracle Mythic. Skills, Tree World Descent Mythic, Sacred Song Spirit Sword Mythic, Dream Leaf of the Elf Mythic. Bloodline, World Tree Bloodline 30. The newly acquired talent Life Miracle was astonishing. It allowed her to extend the life of those on the brink of death, provided they were willing to offer their life force, challenging the laws of life and death. Meanwhile, the ability Dream Leaf of the Elf was even more remarkable, granting life and wisdom to all things, making them a source of power for the life goddess. Su Yuan pondered. These new abilities were simply formidable. Life Miracle was a tremendous gift for those willing to exchange life for life, and if used wisely, could yield unexpected returns. As for Dream Leaf of the Elf, he found it hard to evaluate henceforth. All things could be endowed with life and intelligence to serve him, establishing an unparalleled intelligence network. As a chosen beast, Fujia's abilities perfectly complemented Su Yuan's weaknesses, and they were rare, unique, and difficult to replicate. After Fujia ascended to the Starfall level, Su Yuan felt he had touched upon some sort of bottleneck. What was the secret of being a 4-star beast master? He decided to find out. Previously, the amount of starlight Fujia absorbed was not much, consuming less than 1/10 of the Yaoguang heavenly pool's energy. This was reasonable, as the pool was originally intended for 300 people to break through, and she alone took up the share of 30 people, comparable to a young Count Dracula. Su Yuan leaped into the pool, closing his eyes in meditation. His body seemed to become a sealed funnel, voraciously absorbing the pool's starlight. Yet, an hour passed with no sign of breakthrough. After further attempts, he completely relaxed his body, absorbing frantically. In no time, the pool's energy was halved, but Su Yuan felt he had only just touched the bottleneck. Something's not right, Su Yuan muttered to himself. Isn't this pool supposed to be enough for 300 people? Why does it feel like it's not even enough for me alone? Old Wan seemed generous, but who knew he'd be so stingy? Shaking his head, he continued focusing on absorbing the starlight. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Wan Yang was scratching his head anxiously. What's happening? The starlight from the secret realm. Yaoguang Glacier is draining like a flood. This absorption rate is like 1,000 people cultivating at once. There's only Su Yuan left in there, so there should be a lot of starlight left. I was counting on using the leftover starlight as gifts to build connections. The celestial pool of Yaoguang Icefield is rapidly losing its star power, causing the entire secret realm to teeter on the brink of collapse. The star energy within the pool is plummeting, with the energy reservoir, which usually takes a month to fill, now visibly depleting at an alarming rate. This unusual energy loss has triggered the secret realm's self-preservation mechanism, sacrificing its stability to convert it into energy to sustain the celestial pool. Wanyang watched the rapidly declining numbers on the energy monitor, his face pale. At the current rate of depletion, the Yaoguang Icefield would last no more than an hour. His voice trembled. Cousin, things are critical. Mobilize all the resources of the Wan family. If we don't act fast, our family's secret realm will be destroyed. The head of the Beast Academy, Wan Daoxian, hurried over upon hearing the news and frowned. Why is the consumption so fast? There's only Su Yuan in the secret realm right now, Wanyang quickly analyzed. Either he's causing it, or there's an issue with the realm itself. But logically, the latter seems more likely. He elaborated. Even the previous genius Beastmaster, Yi Ho, could only harness the power of 200 stars, which is just 2 of the pool's capacity. Even if Su Yuan is 10 times stronger, he'd still only use up 20. Wan Daoxian made a swift decision. We can only replenish with resources now, and if that's not enough, we'll have to borrow from President Zhang. The Wan family sprang into action, continuously pouring precious resources into the celestial pool in an attempt to stabilize the realm. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, at the bottom of the pool, showed a trace of concern, felt he had absorbed less than 1/8 of the energy. Suddenly, a dramatic change occurred. The entire Yaoguang celestial pool burst forth with radiant light, as an immense flow of star power cascaded from the sky, instantly refilling the nearly dried-up pool. Su Yuan was overjoyed at the sight. So there's so much more. This is unlimited replenishment. He no longer held back, sprawling out at the bottom of the pool, greedily absorbing the endless flow of star power. Through inner vision, he could clearly see that his dantian had already accumulated the energy of over 20,000 stars, and the number was still climbing. Awesome. Coming here was the right choice. Su Yuan thought to himself with delight. Inside the hidden realm, a massive Count Dracula was fully engaged in absorbing the essence of heaven and earth with great greed. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Wang Yang and Wang Daoxian were on the brink of collapse and had no choice but to seek help from Zhang Ying, urgently needing a batch of precious resources to fill the deficit. Wang Yang looked at the situation before him, seething with anger. Despite pouring all the precious resources allocated to the Wan camp during the Beast Tide and the Myriad Demon Siege, it still felt like a drop in the ocean. He had wavered on the thought of giving up, considering the resources invested could almost buy a new realm. Yet, realizing how much had already been invested, giving up now seemed even more foolish. This was no longer just about resources. It was a battle concerning the Wan's dignity. Inside the realm, countless star points had already gathered within Su Yuan's body, thankfully tracked by the system. Host, Su Yuan. Level, 4-star Beast Master. Number of stars, 210,136. Title, None. 210,000 stars, a number that made Su Yuan ponder silently. Although he wasn't sure about others' exact numbers, common sense suggested it shouldn't be less than 10,000, right? After all, he acknowledged that people like Ouying Shui had that 5 talent. Approaching the limit of 220,000 stars, Su Yuan began to slow down his absorption, estimating it would take another quarter of an hour to complete. Outside the realm, Wang Yang noticed the drastic reduction in the loss of star power and was overjoyed. Cousin, look, it's stabilized, he urged. Don't hold back, throw in the rest. Wang Daoxian looked at the heap of invaluable treasures, feeling as if his heart was being cut. This investment would leave the Wan family heavily in debt. But at this point, he could only grit his teeth and continue. A quarter of an hour later, the shaking light ice field finally returned to calm. Wang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with satisfaction, "This damned thing cost me so much money. If it doesn't earn it back, I'll smash it tomorrow." Wang Daoxian was almost in tears. "Brother, you have the nerve to say that. You figure out how to repay this debt. I won't handle it." This immediately froze Wang Yang's expression. As they anxiously waited, a figure emerged from the teleportation array in the sky. However, the moment Su Yuan landed, a massive rift suddenly tore open the sky, causing the entire ground to tremble as if lamenting some unknown force. This unexpected sky-splitting phenomenon shocked the entire Dawn City. People from the Noble District, Royal City, and civilian areas all gazed at the unprecedented crack in the sky. Wang Yang looked thoughtfully at Su Yuan, with a suspicion forming in his mind. When Su Yuan met Wang Yang and Wang Daoxian, he joked, "Old Wan, your shaking light heavenly pool is a bit stingy. You claim it can support breakthroughs for 300 people, yet I barely made it alone. But it was quite magical how it replenished every time it was nearly exhausted. Anyway, thanks. This trip was worthwhile. I'm a 4-star Beast Master now." Seeing Wang Yang and Wang Daoxian's petrified expressions, Su Yuan was puzzled. It wasn't until they pulled him aside that he realized the seriousness of the situation. Upon learning he had 22,000 stars within him, the expressions of the two elders were as if they were looking at an alien. This number was probably unprecedented in the history of Beast Masters. 220,000? Wang Yang repeated the number in disbelief. As a formidable 6-star Beast Master at the peak of his powers, he knew that fewer than 10,000 people across the continent had even approached the demigod threshold. This realization left him both humbled and astounded. Seeing the strange expressions on Wang Yang and Wang Daoxian's faces, Su Yuan scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong? Is there something off with that number of stars? Wang Yang slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering Su Yuan's lack of basic knowledge about beast mastery. Wang Daoxian quickly explained, "Su Yuan, an ordinary 4-star beast master typically has fewer than 100 stars within their body. Even Yi Ho, who broke the record in Dawn City, only had 200 stars. But Yuri 1,100 times that. Even Wang Yang and I only have around 10,000 each." Whoa. Su Yuan was at a loss for words. "I thought everyone could surpass 10,000. Why is it like this?" Wang Daoxian wore a pained expression. "Each star provides the strength of a kilogram. With your current power, You could probably tear apart a Munfalavel beast with your bare hands. But what puzzles me is how you managed to contain so much star power. A normal Beastmaster's vessel couldn't possibly hold that many. Su Yuan replied honestly, I just kept absorbing. As long as there was star power in the Yaoguang heavenly pool, I absorbed it. At this, Wanyang was jolted awake. Su Yuan, the Yaoguang heavenly pool doesn't supply star power indefinitely. It's supported by our Wan family's precious resources. You nearly drained the secret realm 10 times over. If we hadn't been frantically replenishing it with treasures, you'd still be stuck in there. Wanyang grew more agitated. 400 heavenly treasures, 1,300 earthly treasures, half of our families, and the Beastmaster Guild's reserves have been consumed. We're practically in debt, and you call me stingy? Su Yuan stood there, mouth agape, finally realizing the magnitude of the trouble he'd caused. Even he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wan Daoxian's brow furrowed, and then a thought struck him. Su Yuan, you need to take responsibility for this. I honestly didn't know, Su Yuan said with a shrug. But I don't have the money to pay it back. Wan Daoxian was resolute. It's up to you. At the Beastmaster tournament, the wealthy patrons at the Golden Dragon Pavilion will be placing bets. You're the center of attention among the nobility, so the odds will be low. Our family's comeback depends on this. Wanyang quickly caught on. Exactly. With the power of 220,000 stars, you'll dominate the competition. Su Yuan chuckled. It was less of a gamble and more of a guaranteed win. Don't worry. If I lose, it would mean I'm dead in the ring. Switching topics, Wanyang brought up another matter. By the way, Su Yuan, about Zhong Tianda and Hengyang Yun and those 300 Beastmasters. I killed them, Su Yuan admitted without hesitation. Wanyang's pupils contracted in shock. Su Yuan had not been this powerful back then, yet he managed to take down 300 3-star Beastmasters single-handedly? Wanyang sighed. So be it. The secret realm is dangerous, and they provoked you. But the nobles will surely cause trouble. Your priority now is to prepare for the tournament at the end of the month. I've heard that Gong Jing from the Gong family and Sun Yi from the Sun family are nearing the 4-star peak. They might have Munfalavel beasts. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. With his simplified Beastmaster system, reaching mid-level Stardust was not a challenge. After bidding farewell, he returned to Dawn Academy to search for new beasts before the tournament, aiming for both to break through. Meanwhile, in the Western District, the head of the Zhong family, Zhong Zhua, nearly fainted upon hearing the news. What? Tianda and Yang Yun are dead? Impossible. They had teleportation armlet show, could they be dead? I don't believe it. Zhong was stood in his study, staring at the report of a death with a terrifyingly grim expression. His youngest son, Zhong Tianda, was supposed to merely hinder Su Yuan's actions. With the advantage of the city guard's beast tamers and their protective arm badges, there shouldn't have been any danger. Yet now, the old must bury the young. Master, it's absolutely true. Not only young Master Tianda, but also Hengyang Yun and Lang, along with 300 beast tamers from the high-character camp, all perished in the secret realm at the same time. A subordinate reported with a trembling voice. I suspect this is connected to Su Yuan. It's highly likely he triggered a sudden event similar to an instantaneous avalanche. Zhong was slammed his fist on the table, making it tremble. Though he wasn't sure how Su Yuan managed it, it was definitely related to him. Summon Zhong Yang to attend his brother's funeral, Zhong was said through gritted teeth. And tell him that if he and Gong Jingru don't bring back Su Yuan's head by the end of the month, they shouldn't set foot in this house again. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Dawn Academy, Su Yuan returned to his room and saw Ouyang Xue asleep hugging a pillow. He quietly summoned Long Yao, Xuenu, and Fujia. Since his beast had advanced to the deep star level, the experience bar in the system had disappeared, replaced by the progress of the origin stars. System, what's the upgrade mechanism for the deep star level? Su Yuan inquired. The system immediately responded, deep star level beasts need to fill the progress of the origin star's star power. Once full, other origin stars will automatically light up. Each star represents a level, and collecting 3 stars allows promotion to the Meteor Moon level bottleneck. Star power can only be obtained in secret realms. Doesn't that mean cultivation is impossible? Su Yuan frowned. System, can it be simplified? Simplifying. Simplification complete, the system replied. The host can increase the origin star progress by simply stargazing with the beasts. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. In the entire Dawn City, there are only 4-star secret realms, open once a month, and one must vie for a spot. But with the simplified system, he bypassed the most troublesome part. He took the 3 beasts to the balcony, each with a lounge chair, and quietly gazed at the night sky. Dawn City, far from industrial pollution, had a clear sky filled with stars, reminiscent of Su Yuan's childhood. After 20 minutes, the origin stars of the 3 beasts showed a reaction. The Dragon Goddess gained 1 progress, reaching 31. The Northern Snow Phoenix gained 1 progress, reaching 51. The Life Goddess gained 1 progress, reaching 1. Su Yuan quickly calculated. From 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. the next day, excluding the time waiting for the stars to appear, they could stargaze for 12 hours each night, equivalent to gaining 36 progress daily. In 3 days, they could fill one star, and in 9 days, all 3 origin stars could be fully lit. As he reveled in his joy, Ouyang Shui woke up. She changed into her pajamas and, seeing the peculiar scene on the balcony, curiously approached. "Your Highness, come quickly." Su Yuan excitedly called her over. "You've always wanted to know how I enhance my beast's experience, right? Now it's called increasing star progress. Let me show you." When Su Yuan mentioned that stargazing could increase progress, Ouyang Shui was immediately furious. "Do you take me for a fool? The great families invest heavily in building secret realms to extract star power, and you say just looking at stars is enough?" Su Yuan had anticipated her reaction. "Just watch. Why would I deceive you at this hour?" Ouyang Shui skeptically stared at the 3 beasts. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until the 19th minute when her patience was nearly exhausted. A miracle occurred. The stars above the 3 beasts' heads suddenly became brighter and more pure. Is this really effective? Ouyang Shui was dumbfounded, feeling that her knowledge of beast taming was completely overturned by Su Yuan. First, it was breaking through by eating cookies, and now it's stargazing to increase progress? Su Yuan smugly stroked his chin. "That's why I'm a genius. Secret realms? They're nothing. The true path of beast taming is all about me, Su Yuan." Ouyang Shui ignored the smug smile on Su Yuan's face, and her mind raced. Everything suddenly became clear. His ability to enlist Wang Ju, to fight beyond his rank in just a few days, and to advance rapidly on the battlefield all stemmed from this unique way of gaining experience. Coupled with his breakthrough methods and his ability to awaken mythical bloodlines, it was hard not to rise to prominence. Moreover, Su Yuan was already quick-witted and meticulous, naturally thriving in this world. She gently bit her red lips, her silver-blue hair fluttering in the evening breeze. Perhaps she was wrong from the start. How could Su Yuan, who created so many miracles, be an ordinary person? He was an anomaly, beyond conventional judgment. Su Yuan put away his smug expression, turning serious. "Your Highness, I'm willing to share this with you, and you should know what that means." This was equivalent to revealing his trump card to Ouyang Shui. Once this secret was exposed, his enemies would surely realize his terrifying potential. This power, once fully developed, could dismantle the 300-year-old order of the nobility. Such a threat, even at great cost, would spur them to wage civil war to eliminate him. Ouyang Shui nodded, a warm feeling rising in her heart. This wasn't the palace's intrigue, nor the loyalty of a master and servant like Shadow 1 and Shadow 2. It was genuine trust, treating her as a friend. It seemed Su Yuan's promise to help her enhance her beast-taming experience wasn't just empty words. She pulled up a chair and sat down, tucking her silver-blue hair behind her ear. "Su Yuan, have you thought about how to choose your 4th beast?" Su Yuan pondered. "There's really no good way. Now that I have money, I'll try my luck with more discarded beast eggs." Ouyang Shui shook her head. "That might not work. I know you're looking for a beast with a top-tier mythical bloodline, but even getting the Snow Maiden last time was incredibly lucky. Under normal circumstances, you might not find one even after trying 10,000 times. How about coming to the palace with me tomorrow?" Seeing Su Yuan's confusion, she explained, "There are 2 sources for beast eggs. One is capturing and taming wild beasts, which is the foundation of the nobility's power. The other is obtaining beast eggs from dangerous places like the Nether Valley, Dragon's Nest, and the far north snowfields, then purifying them. My father has collected many such beast eggs. Instead of relying on luck, it's better to directly seek beasts with inherent mythical bloodlines." Su Yuan smiled. "I can't afford the reward." Ouyang Shui tilted her head and flicked her hair. "It's not necessary." She smiled. "Su Yuan, do you know why I chose Dawn Academy over the Royal Academy, or the Sacred Beast Academy?" Seeing Su Yuan shake his head, she sighed. "The royal family can't avoid the struggle for succession. My 2 brothers are over 10 years older than me, and the Royal Academy, the Knights, and the Military Tribunal are all under their control. Even though I have no strong ambition for power, as long as I'm in the royal family, I have a claim to the throne, which makes me a threat. My brothers are eager to marry me off to the Gong or Zhong families. So, I came here to find a way to protect myself through ordinary means. I didn't expect to meet you. You have everything I desire. The admiration of the 3 camps, the people's respect, the guild's friendship, and even the title of hero. At that moment, I thought you might be more suited to be king than me or my brothers. At the very least, I don't want to be manipulated by them or married off to the Gong or Zhong families." Su Yuan shrugged. "You overestimate me, Your Highness. Then why do you pursue power?" Ouyang Shui leaned closer, questioning. "Don't say you don't want it. I can see it. You want to be a hero. You have compassion, a desire to change the world, strategic skills, and ambition. You have the instincts of a king." Su Yuan hesitated before finally smiling. This time, you got me. All right, I'll go with you. Long Yao, Snow Maiden, and Fuga glanced over. These beasts, with their top-tier bloodlines, were emperors and gods of their respective races. Perhaps from the moment Su Yuan contracted Long Yao and saw her dragon god bloodline, it was destined that he would walk the path of the human sovereign. The next morning, Su Yuan followed Ouyang Shui into the royal palace. The palace, located in the heart of Dawn City, was a magnificent and towering structure, the most grandiose building in the city. The central clock tower of the palace, using a special beast taming ability, accurately transmitted time to every corner of the city. Su Yuan recalled the scene when he first requested an audience with the king. The human king had gracefully arrived, riding the Zhouxiao illusionary dragon that spiraled around the clock tower. The palace grounds were vast, comparable in size to 50 Dawn academies. The guards at the entrance bowed respectfully upon seeing Ouyang Shui. As a princess, her status in the royal city was indeed prestigious. In contrast, it was quite rare for someone like Su Yuan, a commoner without any official position, to gain entry to the royal city. In this strictly hierarchical world, one had to be highly ranked, possess a noble title, or be a top-tier beast tamer. Su Yuan was none of these, yet he was brought into the palace by Ouyang Shui. As they strolled along the palace avenue, Su Yuan couldn't help but worry about the king reading his mind. Ouyang Shui seemed to notice his concern and chuckled. Don't worry, at this hour, father is with mother and has no time to pay attention to others. Only then did Su Yuan relax. After walking for half an hour, they still hadn't reached their destination. Running or using beast taming in the palace was too presumptuous, so they could only proceed on foot. Suddenly, Ouyang Shui stopped. Su Yuan looked up and saw a group of 3 to 5 men approaching. The leader, wearing a golden crown and adorned with jewels, scrutinized them with an amused smile. Sister, it's not just me saying this, but attending that place for your studies has already brought enough disgrace to our royal family. And now you're bringing a commoner into the palace? If father finds out, you'll surely be scolded again. This was the second prince, Ouyang Qing, the one who had once ordered the Shilio guards to intercept Su Yuan. Ouyang Shui retorted without backing down, well, unlike you, brother, who parades around the palace with one unsavory companion today and another tomorrow, eager for everyone to know how close you are with them. The nobles behind Ouyang Qing were visibly angry but said nothing. One of them, named Gong Qian, argued, Princess, your words are misleading. We sought out the second prince for important military matters. Unlike some who use their words to sway the princess and flaunt their power. Su Yuan sneered. And who might you be? Just another minor character from the Gong family, I suppose. Never mind. I'm forgetful and don't remember small fry. Compared to you, your family head Gong Yun is much more cultured. I'll have to remind old Gong to properly educate his kin. Gong Qian's face turned livid. Seeing this, Ouyang Qing quickly intervened. All right, Gong Qian, we have matters to attend to. Let's not delay them any further. With that, he led his entourage away. Arriving at the treasury, Ouyang Shui turned to Su Yuan and said, I used my share to exchange for this, so after this, I won't have any left to trade for rare treasures. Ing Er, the guardian of the treasury, was visibly upset upon seeing Su Yuan. Don't get too cocky. The prince offered you a position as a royal knight, and you dared to refuse. Do you know how disappointed he was? Ouyang Shui sighed, feeling the awkwardness of the situation made worse by Ing Er's words. Su Yuan chuckled. You really are the ever-present guardians, aren't you? Knowing even this. Uncle Ing Er, please say no more. I'm here to exchange for a beast egg, Ouyang Shui interjected. But didn't you just exchange for your third one? Ing Er asked, puzzled. This is for his fourth. Ouyang Shui pointed to Su Yuan. Ing Er clenched his fists but finally led them inside, saying with a hint of irritation, follow me then. What type are you looking for? Something that excels in both combat and has mysterious abilities. Su Yuan answered without hesitation. His Long Yao specialized in bursts, Shui Nu was adept at movement and freezing, and Fu Jia took care of healing and special abilities. He was now missing a finisher. Ing Er gave Su Yuan a meaningful look. There is one that meets your criteria, but I fear you might not dare to take it. It's the offspring of the Abyssal Demon Emperor, ranked third among the world's top 10 ferocious beasts, combining slaughter and mystery. This one's likely female, so taming it might be beyond you. Uncle Ing, have you lost your mind? Ouyang Shui stared incredulously at the beast egg before her. How did father obtain this ferocious beast egg? A knowing smile played on Ing Er's lips as he began to recount the tale. Years ago, when the human king ventured into the abyss, he stumbled upon this beast egg by chance. At that time, another city-state's human king was in conflict with the abyss, and the demon emperor was absent, allowing our king to take it. It was intended for the crown prince and the second prince, but unfortunately, neither had the courage to use it. He continued, the abyssal demon emperor is notorious for its bloodlust. They feared that rather than taming it, they might be corrupted. Even with purification abilities, no one could guarantee success. Despite being the most precious beast egg in the treasury, its danger made it more of a burden. Ouyang Shui said with concern, Su Yuan, maybe you should choose another one? Su Yuan contemplated for a moment. Yes, it's dangerous. But what's there to fear? The Dragon God, Snow Emperor, World Tyrant, their titles more renowned than the Abyssal Demon Emperor. In the beast space, three women instantly agreed. This ferocious beast, with its strong bloodline and being female, met all of Su Yuan's requirements. Su Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he sensed the beast egg deep within the treasury, a red and black pattern, like a blood-stained jasmine blooming in the darkness. No, I won't switch, Su Yuan declared firmly. Is it really the beast egg with the blood-stained jasmine pattern? You actually sensed it? Ing Er looked at Su Yuan in shock. It's said that only a few rare beasts call out to their destined master, and even the human king encountered it only once. I intended it as a joke, but you always surprise me. Since it's calling you, give it a try. Ing Er warned seriously. Remember, this is a direct descendant of the Abyssal Demon Emperor, born at the starlet level, perfect for someone at your 4-star Beastmaster level. However, it's wild and difficult to tame, sometimes losing its mind under corruption. Use purification abilities frequently. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Ouyang Shui, standing nearby, pouted. Although sensing usually meant no major issues, she was bothered by the fact that it was female. Recalling the scene when she stumbled upon Su Yuan and the Snow Maiden made her uneasy. Despite this being common after strength transformation, it still troubled her. She shook her head vigorously, reminding herself that Su Yuan's safety was the priority. Following Ing Er into the depths of the treasury, Su Yuan was awestruck by the sight. The wealth of natural treasures was overwhelming, with over 100 high-grade celestial treasures, starkly contrasting the mere 1,000-piece collection of the Wan family. The royal accumulation was truly astonishing. In a chamber resembling an altar, 6 or 7 top-tier beast eggs were arranged neatly. The centerpiece was particularly striking, a blood-stained jasmine pattern, exuding a mesmerizing aura. Just looking at it invoked fear and a bloodthirsty urge from the abyss. These beast eggs possessed intelligence and thought, far surpassing ordinary, naive ones. Su Yuan stepped forward, gently touching the beast egg. Behind him, Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, and Fu Jiao watched warily. Instantly, a flood of information surged into Su Yuan's mind. Abyssal Witch. Rarity. SS. Level. Starlet Initial. Origin Star. Tianxian Progress 1100. Talents. Blood-Weeping Blade Epic. Fate Puppet Mythical. Soul-Capturing Chain Mythical. Skills. Scythe of Death Epic. Blood Moon Annihilation Mythical. Sky-Splitting Divine Destruction Mythical. Bloodline. 30 Abyssal Demon Emperor. Each ability's detailed information unfolded, each brimming with lethal power. Su Yuan gasped at the sheer might. It's you. Hongamo, will you become my partner? Su Yuan's soul reached out an invitation. Before the contract could even begin, the beast egg shattered. Red and black mist swirled upward, a silhouette within, its curves captivating. You? Dare? How do you know my true name? Came a bewitching voice from the mist. Su Yuan extended his hand. From the moment I entered, I sensed your presence. Come, be my partner. Suddenly, the red-black mist exploded, the soul-capturing force striking directly at Su Yuan. The others moved to assist, but Su Yuan stopped them. He spread his arms, unguarded, embracing the mental assault. The abyssal power cut like blades, consuming his soul like a relentless inferno. Yet, in this life-and-death moment, the power of 220,000 stars erupted from within Su Yuan. The brilliant starlight dispelled everything dark chaos, corrupting mist, the abyss's fury, even the primal instinct to kill, all purified by this dazzling celestial glow. Ouyang Shui and Ing Er stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. Just moments ago, Su Yuan had narrowly escaped the clutches of the Abyss Witch's soul-snatching attack, yet now he had effortlessly driven her back. Even more astonishing was the transformation around Su Yuan, who was now enveloped not just by stars, but an entire radiant galaxy. The Abyss Witch, Hongamo, was in disbelief. How could a mere human suppress her in a clash of souls? Unwilling to accept defeat, she surged forward again, wrapped in a red and black mist, only to be effortlessly halted by Su Yuan's single finger on her forehead. Her soul assault couldn't even breach his defenses and was instead repelled by the glowing galaxy, inflicting damage on her own soul. The stars had not only fortified Su Yuan's body, but also amplified his soul's strength. At this moment, his soul's power was 2,200 times that of a beast master of the same level, making it impossible for her to capture his soul so easily. Hong Imo sank to her knees, the red and black mist dissipating to reveal her stunning beauty. Her allure rivaled that of Long Yao, Xuanu, Fujia, and Ouyang Shui, but with a seductive charm that surpassed them all. So, what else have you got? Show me everything, Su Yuan taunted with a smile. Feisty girls are always the most interesting. Hong Mo's cheeks flushed with anger. As a descendant of the Abyss Demon Emperor's bloodline, a symbol of the highest prestige in the demon clan, how could she tolerate being belittled by a mere human? She immediately summoned the blood whale blade, forming a spear of blood in her right hand and wielding a scythe of death, determined to make this usurper beg for mercy. Yet, Su Yuan simply threw a punch. 22,000 stars unleashed their power, a force of over 400,000 pounds crashing down like a mountain, shattering Hong Mo's blood spear and scythe with ease. Her every tactic seemed childish in the face of Su Yuan's might. Long Yao, Xuanu, and Fu Jiao watched Hong Mo's defeated demeanor, knowing their master had successfully broken her pride. Long Yao approached, pinching Hong Mo's demon horns. Trying to clash Hedon with this little guy is just asking for trouble. Her dragon god bloodline's pressure was no less intimidating than the demon emperor's. Hong Mo, shocked, realized she held no advantage in bloodline against these three, who all willingly served a human. Give it up, relying on brute force won't help you win against our master, Fu Jia advised. Yeah, you should just listen to him and stop throwing tantrums, Xuanu added. Hong Mo's elegant face was filled with despair. Her proud lineage was dismissed as a mere tantrum? Who exactly was this Su Yuan? The future king of men? No, even a king of men would cower before the demon emperor. Could he be someone who had reached a yet uncharted realm, the human emperor? Despite your childish temper, you're quite beautiful. Su Yuan extended his hand. I acknowledge you. Be my partner. I'll help you achieve your dreams, and when I'm in danger, I need you to save me. When you need help, I'll give my all. So if I want to become the demon emperor and lead the demon clan, you'd help me with that? Hong Mo challenged. The Abyss Demon Emperor was the third most fearsome beast in the world, even surpassing some kings of men. Su Yuan placed a hand over his heart and leaned in close to her ear. Of course, my partner should grow to have the strength of a demon emperor. Otherwise, it'd be quite troublesome for me. Becoming a demon emperor? Consider it done. From now on, you're with me, little girl. Hong Mo was taken aback. Did this human even comprehend the terror that was the Abyss Demon Emperor? But looking at the Dragon God, Snow Emperor, and World Tree by his side, all incredible beings willing to follow him, what could be more convincing? Perhaps he didn't need to understand. He could simply achieve it. From the moment he entered the treasure vault, Hong Mo sensed his extraordinary aura. She slowly rose to her feet, her skirt billowing, and gazed at Su Yuan with her captivating eyes. If you keep your promise, Hong Mo will follow your command. You can count on me, Su Yuan vowed silently. Not only Hong Mo, but Long Yao, Xuanu, and Jia Jia too, would all rise to become rulers of their own clans. Hong Mo nodded gently. As the daughter of the Abyss Demon Emperor, bearer of the highest demon bloodline, I, the Abyss which Hong Mo, pledge allegiance to Su Yuan, forging an unbreakable bond. She extended her alabaster hand to grasp his. From that moment, she was no longer a wandering beast, but a companion and a beast master under Su Yuan. Ouyang Shui and Ing Er were left speechless. They had never imagined such an outcome. The creature that everyone feared, the descendant of a fearsome beast, had become Su Yuan's beastmaster. What was more terrifying was Su Yuan's ability to subdue such a powerful entity with his bare hands. After Su Yuan had returned all his beasts to his beastmaster space, Ing Er cautiously checked the surroundings to ensure they were alone. Only then did Ouyang Shui, still in disbelief, ask, Su Yuan, just how many stars have you accumulated? Ouyang Shui was increasingly convinced that Su Yuan was some kind of anomaly. Faced with her curiosity, Su Yuan leaned in and whispered without hesitation, 220,000. Don't tell anyone. 220,000? Ouyang Shui was so shocked she almost shouted. In this era, could the number of stars within one's body truly be counted in the tens of thousands? Her understanding was once again upended. Such a vast reservoir of stars was simply unheard of. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she silently vowed to keep this secret safe. This must be Su Yuan's trump card for the upcoming Beastmaster tournament. Considering the mythical all-strength beasts and Su Yuan's unparalleled combat prowess, Ouyang Shui could almost foresee the nightmare awaiting the nobles. Let's go, Ouyang Shui said, checking the time. Father will soon be leaving Mother. I know you might not like being scrutinized, but Father does it passively. Su Yuan nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this matter absolutely couldn't reach the human king's ears. That old fox had already made Su Yuan feel used during the last council confrontation with the nobles. If he found out about Su Yuan's breakthrough, who knows what schemes he might concoct. Once they were ready, Su Yuan followed Ouyang Shui out of the royal city in a hurry. Half an hour later, Emperor Ouyang Ming suddenly paused as he exited the palace. He sensed that the royal city had been visited by a presence both unfamiliar and familiar. A spiritual probe revealed that a highly precious beast egg was missing from the treasury. Troublesome indeed. Schwerer chose him, Emperor Ouyang Ming murmured to himself. Has the Demon King's daughter become his beast? If that arrogant Demon King finds out his daughter has become a beast for the human race, he might be furious enough to attack Dawn City. This little troublemaker really knows how to stir things up. I wonder if he can handle it this time. Back at the dormitory, Su Yuan calculated that there were 18 days left until the Beastmaster tournament began. During this time, he could enhance his core stars by stargazing at night, deepen his bond with Hong Yimou during the day, and help increase the experience of Ouyang Shui's beast. Just as he was about to take a nap, the spirit jade in his pocket suddenly started vibrating intensely. Su Yuan then remembered he was part of a secret society. He had been so busy with the council confrontation and exploring the secret realm that he almost forgot he promised to help Brother 3 unlock his beast's mythical bloodline. Although Brother 3 hadn't seemed to assist much at the time, in hindsight, if he hadn't held back and severely injured the 9 serpents, Su Yuan might have perished at the hands of the nobles, as they had hoped. Gaining the friendship of a demigod was indeed a valuable gain. Taking out the spirit jade, he gave it a gentle swipe, and messages flooded in. 999. Among them were private chats from Red Heart 3 and Red Heart 6. Most of Red Heart 6 messages were shocked inquiries, which Su Yuan brushed off with a few casual replies. Red Heart 3's messages indicated that he had recovered from his injuries, was about to return, and apologized for not fulfilling his promise, saying Su Yuan didn't need to help activate his beast's mythical bloodline anymore. Su Yuan immediately replied, Brother 3, don't be formal. You got hurt because I invited you. I always keep my word. If you refuse, it's like you're looking down on me. We're brothers after all. After a brief pause, the other side replied, all right, I'll owe you one this time. Next time you need help, just let me know. I'll come find you tomorrow. I didn't expect you to be so formidable this time, making those old foxes suffer such a loss. They haven't been this humiliated in decades. Red Heart 3 sent another message. By the way, I owe you again. There's an enemy of mine in the 10 Elders family, and you helped me get some payback. I'm definitely going to annoy them when I get back. It's damn satisfying. Su Yuan humbly replied, I just got lucky. It was mainly the Human King and Chairman Zhang who helped. I'm just a small fry. I'll be waiting for you at Dawn Academy tomorrow. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Yuan ended the private chat. Red Heart 3 seemed like a decent person, high status, strong, enthusiastic, and shared a common enemy with him, which was good news. Tomorrow, he would finally see the true face of the Demon Thieves group member, which was better than being the only one using his real name online. Returning to the public chat, Su Yuan sent a message, Hello everyone, I'm back. After going through a lot, I can finally relax and check the messages. As soon as the message was sent, the public chat became lively. Ah, tell us, how did you make the nobles suffer? I wasn't in the city at the time and missed it, Red Heart 6 eagerly asked. Six sister, you can find a recording company for that kind of thing, Red Heart 4 said. Old 7, well done. At first, I thought you were just a young man with some talent, but now it seems I underestimated you. Old 7 is really ruthless, Red Heart 3 sighed. Thinking back, when I was a 3-star Beastmaster, I was still running errands, and now he's already dominating the battlefield. The praise from everyone was quite satisfying to Su Yuan. These were all big shots in Dawn City, and even Red Heart 3 was a demigod. The yet unseen Red Heart 1 and 2 were likely even stronger. This connection needed to be nurtured. If he went all out in the Beastmaster tournament and exposed the fact that he had 220,000 stars, he might need a strong backing to fend off the noble's assassination attempts. As he pondered his next move, the usually silent leader suddenly spoke up. There's a mission, feel free to join if you want. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the mission he had just received. As a member of the Red Heart Thieves Guild, the term thief naturally implied the act of stealing. However, in his view, there was a code to thievery, and it depended on the target and the purpose. He continued reading the mission details. The objective was a supreme artifact from the Li family's treasure trove, known as the 9-Dragon Cauldron. The mission didn't require stealing it, merely locating and assessing its condition. This artifact could harness the power of 9 demigods, unleashing strength far beyond its peers. Steal from the old manly? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Those folks who've been after my life, I'd love nothing more than to see them thwarted. How could I miss out on this? He immediately inquired within the guild, Chief, what's the reward? After all, it's a supreme artifact. To his surprise, it was Red Heart 6 who replied, You always call me dumb, but you smart ones aren't much better. Once you're in the Li family's vault, do you really need to ask about the reward? Damn, how foolish of me. Su Yuan came to a realization. As the leader responsible for supporting the 3,000-strong Su family army, he often lamented his financial woes, but he couldn't neglect necessary acquisitions. Li family, I'm counting on you. I'm in. Count me in, he quickly declared. Soon, Red Heart 3, 4, and 6 from Dawn City agreed to join. and even the usually silent Red Heart Five decided to participate. They planned to meet the following night in the Central District and infiltrate the Li family's estate in the Western District. After logging off, Su Yuan took his beasts to the balcony to stargaze. Gazing at the night sky, he pondered. Could the nine-dragon cauldron, which could gather the power of 9 demigods, transcend the demigod level and reach that of an 8-star beast master? This first mission was unusual, revealing the source of the noble's confidence. Though the heads of the Li family were demigods, individually, they couldn't withstand the might of the human king. Just like the gap between 7 and 8 stars, the 9 serpents had been trapped in the Eagle's Sorrow Ravine for decades, not daring to act rashly. Yet, the nobles enjoyed a lofty status in Dawn City, evidently relying on the 9-dragon cauldron. Recently, however, they had chosen to retreat in council meetings, likely because the human king had gained the upper hand. According to the Thieves Guild's intelligence, the human king, the former master of the Eclipse Sun God Lien, had long laid the groundwork. The 9 serpents' misstep allowed the human king to break through to a higher realm, forcing the nobles to retreat under pressure from Su Yuan and the human king in the third-level council meetings. Su Yuan gradually pieced together the situation. The Red Heart Thieves Guild was largely composed of individuals with grievances against the nobles, naturally aligning their actions with the human king and commoners. Once the existence and state of the 9-dragon cauldron were confirmed, it could spark a life-and-death struggle over the artifact. Before that, he needed to swiftly enhance his strength, aiming to reach the demigod threshold within 6 months. On the balcony, the newly joined Hong Imo showed clear disdain for stargazing, but was firmly seated in a chair by Long Yao, Xuannu, and Fu Jia. This once rebellious abyssal, which from the beast space had clearly been tamed by the sisterhood. Despite her reluctance, she obediently sat gazing at the stars. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding. Abyssal Witch stargazed for 20 minutes, gaining origin star progress 1, progress 1100. Ding. Abyssal Witch stargazed for 20 minutes, gaining origin star progress 1, progress 2100. Hong Mo looked at Su Yuan in disbelief, then at her sisters, astonished that it actually worked. Long Yao looked at her sister in disbelief. In her understanding, only places that could absorb the power of the stars could enhance the progress of the original star. She raised her head arrogantly and lectured, "Do you understand now? Don't underestimate this little creature with your limited experience. Its abilities far exceed your imagination." The Snow Maiden immediately chimed in, "Exactly. Stop gossiping about the master behind his back. With your current level, you can't comprehend the master's magnanimity and character." Fu Jia silently nodded in agreement. Watching this scene, Hong Imo felt an overwhelming sense of sadness. You all bear the bloodline of the Dragon God, the Snow Emperor, and the World Tree. Even as contracted beasts of a human, you shouldn't act so humbly. As a proud member of the demon race, even after forming a contract with Su Yuan, she viewed it merely as an agreement, not something to give her all for. Su Yuan shook his head helplessly. This wild and untamed girl would require some effort to truly open her heart. This time, he deeply realized the challenges other beast tamers faced. Whether it was Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, or Fu Jia, they had been in harmony with him from the beginning. Whether due to gratitude or destiny, their bonds naturally deeper. He gently patted Hong Imo on the head. "All right, Imo is still young, just hatched. You all need to be more understanding." "I'm not young." Hong Imo protested with puffed cheeks. "I'm already 300 years old." "What the heck?" Su Yuan was startled by her words. "You stayed in the egg for 300 years? Hong Imo gritted her teeth and explained, "In our demon race, the nobler the bloodline, the longer the incubation period. I am the daughter of the demon emperor, so what's 300 years? Her words overturned Su Yuan's understanding. He joked, "No worries, as the saying goes. A woman 3 years older is like holding gold. 30 years older is like holding a kingdom. 300 years older is like joining the ranks of immortals. It's all good." Hong Imo looked at Su Yuan, pouting silently. This man was indeed different from the humans in her bloodline memory, carefree, yet with a touch of gentleness. Although she knew little about human emotions and had never met her father, she recognized this pride in her blood. Yet she couldn't help but wonder, why does his hand on my head make me feel a hint of warmth? The next morning, after finishing his morning exercise and basic classes, Su Yuan returned to his dormitory to find Ouyang Shui already back from the palace. Hong Xin-san had informed him in advance that he would visit directly, so Su Yuan was waiting in his dorm room. The thought of meeting a demigod filled Su Yuan with excitement. Currently, the only demigods he knew were Zhang Yingji, the president of the Beastmaster Association, and Hong Xin-san. Ouyang Shui being present was convenient. Although she probably knew Hong Xin-san, they weren't close. Otherwise, Hong Xin-san wouldn't have sought him out for information about Ouyang Shui. Su Yuan recalled Hong Xin-san mentioning considering a potential candidate, which was likely related to the issue of the royal succession. This seemed like a good opportunity to establish a connection. Su Yuan, what are you doing? Ouyang Shui teased as she saw him staring blankly at the balcony. Are you trying to gain experience points by sunbathing like a beast master? Stop joking around. I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Who could it be? With your limited connections, wouldn't I know? Ouyang Shui had already had Yi investigate Su Yuan thoroughly, down to the family situation of the tofu putting vendor downstairs from his house. A demigod, Su Yuan explained. The one who was following us from afar in the Dawn Forest and fought the 9 serpents. Without him, we might not have made it out of there. Ouyang Shui's eyes widened in shock. Really? There are only about 20 demigods in Dawn City, and I know them all, but I can't think of anyone who would be connected to you. It wasn't long before a figure floated past the window. A graceful man dressed in white like snow, carrying a long sword and wearing a scholar's cap, stood on the balcony railing like an Eastern swordsman. Hey, it's you, isn't it? Lao Chi? Yes. Sango. Meeting you in person is even more impressive than your reputation. Su Yuan immediately launched into flattery. My admiration for you is like the endless river. I remember the time when you fought the 9 serpents with just a sword, saving countless lives and protecting countless beings from disaster. Since then, I vowed to be someone like you, which led to my actions against the nobles and the Liu family. You've always been my role model. Ning Xian was slightly overwhelmed by the praise. You really know how to talk. No wonder even Li Jinli and Gong Yunhe didn't stand a chance against you. By the way, what's your name again? Sanga? Are you Ning Xian? Ouyang Shui suddenly recognized him and gasped in surprise. Greetings, princess. Yes, it is I. Ning Xian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Ouyang Shui looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. How do you know someone like him? She explained. Su Yuan, the former head of the 10 elders family was the Ning family. Now it's the Li family. All because of this demigod. He's from a side branch of the family and was cast out to fend for himself in Eagle's Sorrow Gorge after offending the main family. Who knew he'd survive and leave Dawn City, returning 30 years later as a demigod, almost crushing half of the Ning family. The Ning family lost their position as head of the family because they missed out on a demigod. Ning Xian smiled. Your Highness overpraises. It was thanks to Lao Chi here. Didn't I mention he did me a favor? It was he who saved me, and that's why I'm here today. Brother Xian, let's bring out the beast that needs activation. Su Yuan suggested. Should I step out? No need, even if you leave, the beast will tell you later. I trust Sango is on my side. Su Yuan smiled. Haha, since becoming a 4-star beast master, my intuition has become extremely sharp. I'm very sensitive to people's goodwill and malice now. 4 stars. Ning Xian looked at Su Yuan in shock. 10 days ago, when you left the city, you were only 2 stars, right? Have you been a beast master for even a month? He fell into self-doubt. How long did it take me? Over a year, I think. Wait, what did you just say? Sensitive to people's goodwill and malice? Ning Xian looked at Su Yuan with a strange expression. Do you know, this level of soul strength signifies having over 10,000 internal stars. The atmosphere froze instantly. Su Yuan looked bewildered, clearly having let something slip unintentionally. You are the most extraordinary talent I've ever met. Ning Xian sincerely marveled. When Ning Xian summoned his beast, he watched Su Yuan's every move intently. Su Yuan reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of rice. Rice? He pulled out rice. Ning Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. With his demigod-level perception, he could clearly identify it as rice produced by the Qin brand from the East District. This triple harvest rice not only had a low sugar content, but was also the cheapest variety in Dawn City. Ning Xian's heightened senses even allowed him to trace the origin of the rice, but the result felt like an insult. Is Old Seven messing with me? He called me over so earnestly just to show me this? Doubt and confusion filled his mind. Beside him, Ouyang Shui appeared calm, as if she had seen it all before, her eyes conveying a sense of yes, that's exactly it. In the next moment, Ning Xian witnessed a shocking scene. Su Yuan grabbed a handful of rice and forcibly fed it to one of his beasts. Although this beast, named White Wind Griffin, had the bloodline of a griffin, it obediently complied with its master's command. Held like a chick by Su Yuan, it was forced to swallow the rice grains. Just as Ning Xian found the scene too absurd to watch, a miracle occurred. The White Wind Griffin began to undergo an astonishing transformation. Its white feathers faded, replaced by brilliant golden ones, and its entire form evolved towards that of a pure griffin. This actually works? Ning Xian rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he was dreaming. Yet everything before him was real, completely overturning his decades of experience and theory as a beast master. See, third brother, it works. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Ning Xian chuckled wryly. Don't call me third brother. You're more like my elder brother. My 40 years of knowledge are nothing compared to you. Big brother, you're over 40, don't make me sound old. I'm still young. Su Yuan laughed. Actually, it's just a specific procedure and steps. The key is that it has to be fed by me. Ouyang Shui couldn't help but laugh, witnessing another person have their worldview shattered by Su Yuan's talent, especially a powerful demigod. Ning Xian could only smile wryly. All right, let's just pretend I didn't see it. Su Yuan, you're far more of a genius than fifth brother and sixth sister. This comment caught Ouyang Shui's attention. Fifth brother? Sixth sister? She pondered. So Su Yuan has connections I didn't know about? Especially that sixth sister. Considering Su Yuan's preference for mature women with long hair, she decided to investigate further. After witnessing the awakening of the mythical bloodline in both beasts, Ning Xian solemnly promised to protect Su Yuan during the Beastmaster tournament against any potential threats from the Nine Elders. Before leaving, he reminded Su Yuan about investigating the Nine Dragon Cauldron at the Li family that night. Initially, he wanted to dissuade Su Yuan, but after witnessing Su Yuan's abilities comparable to a demigod, he was actually looking forward to their collaboration. As night fell, confirming that Ouyang Shui was asleep in the top bunk, Su Yuan quietly got up. He leaped from the balcony, summoning his snow maiden to activate her talent, Aurora Dance. A streak of green aurora shot across the night sky of Dawn Academy, speeding towards the protective river near the western district of the central area. As the clock struck midnight, the streets in the central district of Dawn City were deserted. A strict curfew was enforced in the central district, unlike the east, west, north, and south areas which were exempt. The streetlights swayed in the night breeze, their flickering glow adding an air of mystery to the sleepless night. A protective river separated the west district from the central district, with the Eagle Ning Guard, one of the noble 10 guards, patrolling the opposite bank. Unlike the towering buildings of the East District, the West District was dotted with luxurious villas, notably the expansive estates of the Shirlao family, making the area sparsely populated. At this moment, under a streetlight near the West District, several figures were gathering in secret. The first to arrive was Ning Xian, the eldest in the group, who had been waiting for half an hour. Beside him stood a petite girl barely 1.4 meters tall, dressed in a black gown adorned with iris flowers. Her blonde hair was neatly pinned behind her ears, and she clutched a plush teddy bear, resembling a gothic Lolita. Hey, Old Seven's here. Ning Xian greeted warmly. Sixth sister, haven't you been wanting to meet Old Seven? Here he is. Old Seven, this is Yin Yusin, Red Heart 6, the captain's foster daughter. She's short, but she's 5 years older than you. He habitually patted Yin Yusin's head as he spoke. Ning Xian. Yin Yusin huffed, shaking his hand away. Didn't I say only the captain is allowed to touch my head? It'll stunt my growth. You're 25 already, can you still grow taller? Ning Xian teased, and Yin Yusin turned away with a cold snort. Seventh brother. So glad to meet you. Finally, someone younger than me. She turned to Su Yuan. Stick with your big sister, I'll look after you. Just don't learn from Ning Xian. Looking at the big sister, who barely reached his chest, Su Yuan was momentarily speechless. Ning Xian couldn't help but laugh. Calling her sister when she's 2 heads shorter than you? Might as well be your little sister. Ning Xian. I'm telling the captain you're bullying me. Yin Yusin glared at him. Mentioning the captain immediately silenced the demigod, who clearly harbored an instinctive respect for the captain. Yin Jia, please take care of me, Su Yuan sighed. Being called sister brightened Yin Yusin's mood, and she nodded contentedly. Before long, a man and a woman approached from the end of the road. Ning Xian introduced them to Su Yuan. Here come Red Heart 5 and Red Heart 4. Red Heart 5 is Yiho, you've probably heard of her, the genius beastmaster of Dawn City not seen in a decade. Although you've broken all her records, she's the Yi family's legitimate daughter and the commander of the Bai Yi Guard, the youngest 6-star beastmaster, though she doesn't get along well with her family. Yiho wore a long white dress, her black hair cascading to her waist, her face serene and elegant, exuding a classical charm with every move. Red Heart 4 is Wang Wanyue, Ning Xian continued, a beastmaster nearly at the demigod level, the 4th officer of the military tribunal, and a representative of the civilian class. If all goes well, he could become the youngest demigod in Dawn City next year, provided neither you nor Yiho surpass him. Who in Dawn City doesn't know Su Yuan? Wang Wenyue chuckled. Your legendary debate in the council that forced the Liu family to its knees is famous citywide. As for being late, it's because fifth sister insisted on doing her makeup. Before he could finish, Yiho stomped on his foot so hard that the stone pavement cracked. Yiho merely nodded slightly in greeting, and Su Yuan returned the gesture. You're the council member who spoke on my behalf at the meeting, right? It's nice to finally meet you, Su Yuan said, though he didn't actually remember him at all. All right, now that everyone's here, let's get down to business, Ning Xian interjected. Tonight, we need to check on the state of the Nine Dragon Cauldron, which will significantly impact Dawn City's power dynamics. Xiaoyan, let's begin. Old Seven, follow me for your first mission. Yin Yusin raised her plush toy, and a gentle wave of energy spread out. Everyone felt lighter, as if they could leap into the air, and their shadows vanished under the streetlight. Then, they lifted off the ground, drifting toward the Lee family estate. The Lee family manor is located in the southwestern corner of Dawn City, sprawling over a vast area. At its center stands an ancient castle, the ancestral home of the Lee family. The manor has two large gates, one to the east and one to the west, each guarded by a six-star beast master. These guards are from the Lee family's elite personal unit, the Towley Guard, reputed to be the strongest among the 10 noble guards of the current era. As the group approached the Lee family's territory, they descended slowly. Despite Yin Yusin's abilities to fly and become invisible, she couldn't escape the keen senses of the six-star beast masters. So, what does everyone think? Ningxian asked. The six-star beast masters at the gate are a tough nut to crack. Old Wang and I can suppress our presence to sneak in, but we can't hide the three of you from their senses. Besides, we don't even know the exact location of the Nine Dragons Cauldron. Acting rashly might lead to a point of no return. The group had prepared masks, so as long as they didn't reveal their beast master abilities, their identities should remain hidden. However, once their abilities were exposed, they would have to eliminate any witnesses to prevent future troubles. Perhaps Xiao Yin could alter reality to get us all inside, Wang Wenyue suggested. The key is the exact location of the Nine Dragons Cauldron in the treasury. We have a few possible locations in mind, but we might only get one shot at this, and we can't afford to mess up. Hearing the term, alter reality, Su Yuan pondered. This was evidently Yin Yusin's unique ability. As the group found themselves in a dilemma, he suddenly asked, Third brother, can demigods or six-star beast masters sense a soul form? Unless there's direct contact, not even demigods can sense it, let alone six-star beast masters, Ning Xian replied, shaking his head. Fourth brother, how likely are those potential spots to actually contain the Nine Dragons Cauldron? Seeing that Su Yuan seemed to have an idea, Wang Wenyue quickly explained, very likely. The Li family's treasury is underground, with 3 branching paths at the entrance. The treasury is fortified with top-tier heavenly treasures and artifacts. Once you choose a path, the others get sealed. I considered splitting up, but we have too few people, and the risk is too high. Su Yuan nodded. Then let me scout the way for us. With that, he summoned Fujia and said to Ning Xian, Third brother, support me. As soon as he spoke, he collapsed as if his soul had left his body. Ning Xian quickly caught him, exclaiming, Wow, it's a life-type beast master. The others then realized that Su Yuan possessed a beast master with the rare ability to project his soul outside his body. Is it that chosen beast master? Wang Wenyue marveled. Old Seven really surprises us. Ning Xian joked, yesterday, you were telling me that Old Seven wasn't strong enough and suggested not bringing him along. Now look, who can match him? I didn't know him well, Wang Wenyue said helplessly. Let's wait and see, hopefully he brings back good news. Once his soul left his body, Su Yuan found the world to be extraordinarily clear. He and Fujia effortlessly bypassed the Li family's outer defenses, following the map Wang Wenyue had provided, and infiltrated the entrance of the treasury. The remarkable thing about being in soul form was that the heavily guarded doors were like thin air to him. He passed through them with ease. Inside the treasury was a breathtaking sight. Piles of gold, silver, and copper coins in the outermost layer made Su Yuan's heart race. Thinking of his Su family army's financial woes, he regretted that a soul form couldn't carry items. Venturing deeper into the treasury, he came upon the legendary 3 tunnels, positioned left, center, and right. Just as he was about to choose one, 2 familiar faces emerged from the right tunnel. People he recognized from the 3rd-level meeting. The figures of Li Jianli and Ning Fenghong suddenly appeared deep within the Li family's treasure vault. These 2, the foremost among the 10 elders and heads of the Li and Ning families respectively, wore expressions of deep concern as they conversed in hushed tones. Ning Fenghong, with furrowed brows and a voice filled with worry, said, Old Li, ever since the incident with the Liu family, Renwang's attitude towards us has become increasingly aggressive. His relentless pressure clearly aims to eliminate us completely. Li Jianli took a deep breath, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Indeed, if it weren't for that item in our possession, he might have already acted. But even with it, the situation remains grim. He has reached the 3rd stage of the 8-star beast master level. Even if the 9 of us combine our efforts to use that item, our chances of success are slim. Exactly. Ning Fenghong nodded slightly, then made a significant gesture, drawing his finger across his throat. It seems we must seek external assistance. If we can just... Li Jianli frowned, immediately grasping the implication. Are you suggesting we support the 2nd prince's ascension? He knew well that the 2nd prince was aligned with the nobility. Ning Fenghong nodded solemnly. That's right. This needs to be resolved quickly, or our lives will be in jeopardy. After the Liu family incident, there are already those eager to make a move. Li Jianli murmured in agreement, and the 2 of them then turned and left the vault. Their conversation inadvertently revealed crucial information: the Renwang was targeting them, and they were plotting a dangerous scheme. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's spirit form drifted down the right passage, soon witnessing a breathtaking sight. A towering bronze gate, 50 meters high, stood majestically. The gate was adorned with magnificent carvings of 9 dragons spiraling and soaring. Behind it was a long staircase stretching hundreds of steps, leading to a void throne shrouded in blue-violet mist. In front of the throne, a massive four-sided cauldron exuded a powerful dragon aura. This was the Li family's treasured 9-dragon cauldron. However, to closely examine the state of this artifact, one must pass through the bronze gate, which clearly possessed a unique ability to block spirit forms. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes, returning from an out-of-body experience. The group immediately crowded around him, bombarding him with questions. "How are you, Su Yuan? Are you hurt?" Xiaoyan asked with concern. "What are you thinking, Xiaoyan? How could you get hurt in a soul state?" Wang Wenyue interjected with a laugh. Feigning weakness, Su Yuan replied, "Oh no, my soul was hit and my head hurts. I need my sister to soothe it." Yin Yusin panicked upon hearing this and quickly took Su Yuan from Ning Xian's hands. "What? Where does it hurt?" "Wang Wenyue, you said souls can't get hurt." Ning Xian, Wang Wenyue, and Yi Ho exchanged smiles, amused by Yin Yusin's gullibility. Realizing she had been tricked, Yin Yusin playfully pinched Su Yuan. "Oh, even you're picking up their bad habits. All right, enough fooling around," Ning Xian said, regaining his composure. "Looks like you found it, right?" Su Yuan nodded and began to describe his findings in detail. "At the end of the right passage deep within the Li family treasury, there's a massive bronze door. Beyond it, I saw a throne floating in the void and a colossal cauldron suppressing a dragon's aura. However, the bronze door seems to have a power that blocks souls. I couldn't pass through. I also encountered Li Jinli, the head of the Li family, and Ning Fenghong from the Ning family. They seem to be plotting something." After hearing Su Yuan's account, Ning Xian furrowed his brows. Although the exact details of the plot were unclear, the situation was evidently grim. He made a swift decision. "Never mind that for now. We need to verify the state of the 9-dragon cauldron. We must determine if it's ready to be activated or still gathering power. I'll create a distraction while the rest of you sneak in. Remember, don't attempt to take the cauldron. It's rooted in the dragon vein, and forceful removal will backfire." As Su Yuan pondered how Ning Xian planned to create a distraction, the night sky suddenly lit up with a brilliant white sword light, illuminating the entire Li family estate like a second sun. Behind Ning Xian, a beast soul star array emerged, combining the roar of a griffin, the whispers of the undead, and the screech of an eagle to infuse the sword light with fearsome power. "Is this what they call a stealth mission? Using a mushroom bomb to cover for us little agents?" Su Yuan thought to himself, realizing that a demigod-level beastmaster could summon a beast soul star array without revealing their true form, making it difficult for enemies to identify the attacker. Li Jinli's furious shout echoed through the night. "Who dares attack my Li family?" Peach and Plum guards assemble. Countless guards quickly gathered, firing energy beams at the sword light. Ever cautious, Li Jinli refrained from acting rashly, choosing instead to assess his opponent's capabilities. Seizing this opportunity, Yin Yusin hugged her teddy bear. Su Yuan instantly received information about this S-level fairy-type beast, which possessed the uncanny ability to bring fairy tales to life. Under the teddy bear's power, reality began to warp, transporting the 4 of them to the entrance of the Li family treasury in an instant. Yi Ho's liquid beast swiftly went to work, infiltrating the lock to disable the mechanisms. With a crisp mechanical sound, the treasury doors swung open. Faced with mountains of treasure, Wang Wenyue summoned a giant fish beast to swallow the riches whole. "We'll divide the loot later. Let's check on the 9-dragon cauldron first." "Third brother can't hold out for long," Wang Wenyue urged. Outside, the battle reached a fever pitch. After repelling the sword light, Li Jinli called out to the sky. "Who might you be? Has my Li family wronged you in some way?" The figure in the sky remained silent, merely drawing a heart symbol with the sword light. Li Jinli understood immediately it was the notorious Red Heart Phantom Thieves, likely seeking revenge for the theft at the Dawn Exchange. "Fenghong, lend me a hand. Let's capture him," Li Jinli commanded decisively. "The Red Heart Phantom Thieves are our enemies. It's only right to take them down." "All right, I'll help you," Ning Fenghong responded, stepping forward. Ning Xian stood on the battlefield, calculating the time in his mind. As a demigod, he knew that facing off against fellow demigods Li Jinli and Ning Fenghong would not yield a quick victory. However, if he suppressed his strength to conceal his true identity, he might not hold out for long. He immediately sent a message to Wang Wenyue underground. They could only buy 10 minutes at most, during which the state of the 9-dragons cauldron must be confirmed. In the underground vault, Wang Wenyue and the other 3 had arrived at the massive bronze door. Upon receiving Ning Xian's message, Wang's heart began to race. Ime, can you open this bronze door? Iho tried for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. It's a sealed door, requiring a special key. My beast control can't break it. Yin Yusin also attempted to use her illusion abilities, but found that the door had a power that blocked illusions, leaving her equally stumped. Wang Wenyue's forehead began to bead with sweat. In past missions, the cooperation between Yin Yusin and Yi Ho could crack any mechanism, allowing the Red Heart Bandit group to succeed time and again. But now, they were stymied by the Li family's seal. It's no wonder, as the treasure here was not just any treasure but a supreme treasure. Compared to ordinary celestial treasures, its value was incomparable. In the entire Dawn City, besides the spirit jade in their hands, there were only two supreme treasures, one in the hands of the human king and the other here. No wonder the Li family had set such a powerful seal, not even needing to station guards. As they were at an impasse, Su Yuan reached out to touch the bronze door. The door was adorned with 9 dragon patterns, lifelike as if they had souls, guarding the treasure behind the door. Wang Wenyue looked at Su Yuan with anticipation. Do you have a way? Yi Ho discreetly observed this man, known as a genius. As the previous acknowledged genius of Dawn City, she was used to being compared to Su Yuan. Although she appeared indifferent, living in such an environment inevitably bred a bit of resentment. Coupled with Su Yuan's casual demeanor and the occasional peculiar glances he cast her way, it was difficult for her to warm up to him. It wasn't until he volunteered to gather information that she began to take him seriously. Quiet, Su Yuan uncharacteristically interrupted Wang Wenyue, sweat beading on his forehead. His left hand formed a blade, cutting into his right palm, and he slapped the blood onto the bronze door. Let me verify Long Yao's dream. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. The dragon patterns on the door seemed to come to life, avoiding Su Yuan's blood. Finally, they assumed a posture of submission, and the bronze door swung open with a thunderous sound. The three were stunned, speaking in unison. Can someone explain this? Su Yuan feigned innocence. Honestly, I can't really explain it. Do you believe me? Not a chance, they replied in unison. You looked like you were in a trance, leaned on the door, cut your hand, slapped the blood on it, and it opened. And you say it has nothing to do with you? Yi Ho's whole body trembled, her breathing quickened. Could it be? Although Su Yuan couldn't claim complete ignorance, he could only explain this much. Long Yao's dream had haunted Hema dream of the Dragon King. Though it seemed far-fetched, it might not be false. Dreams of dragons were warnings. When he stood before the door, he instinctively sensed that these dragons were alive and even feared him, prompting him to take a bold step. It seemed that Li Jinli and Ning Fenghong might have used other means, perhaps related to true dragon or dragon god artifacts, to open the door. With this thought, Su Yuan suddenly felt drained, dizzy, and fell backward. Su Yuan found himself enveloped in something soft, with a fresh scent of grass and wood lingering in the air, a stark contrast to the courtly incense Ouyang Shui usually favored. Struggling to open his eyes, he realized he was resting in Yi Ho's arms. The sight left Wang Wenyue and Yin Yusin speechless. Yi Ho, who was known for being indifferent to everyone, was now actively supporting a man and even holding him close. This completely shattered their perception of her. Su Yuan was also taken aback, recalling how Yi Ho seemed somewhat distant when they first met. He never expected her to be so forthcoming. Wang Wenyue, standing nearby, felt a twinge of jealousy. Had known Yi for 3 or 4 years and had never seen her show such warmth to anyone. Are you okay? Yi Ho asked softly. Su Yuan mused to himself. Should I say no, so that Yi could keep holding me? But when he saw Yi Ho's face instantly tense, he remembered what Ning Xian had said. Having the ability to sense others' intentions was a hallmark of those who had achieved the Starbreaker level. Since Wanyang and the others had reached this level, Yi Ho, being a former prodigy, must have as well. Yi Ho immediately pushed him away with a firm hand, her voice returning to its usual cool tone. It's good you're fine. What are you all dawdling for? We don't have much time. The group snapped back to reality and hurried towards the ethereal throne in the sky. There, a majestic 9-dragon cauldron stood before them. Fourth brother, what exactly do we need to confirm? Su Yuan asked. Wang Wenyue replied, we need to confirm if the 9-dragon cauldron truly exists, whether it can be activated, how many times it can be activated, and what the cost might be. Judging by how these dragon veins are subdued, and the power they provide, it should be able to activate 3 to 4 times. As for the cost, he gazed at the swirling blood mist inside the cauldron and said gravely, I fear it requires a blood sacrifice. While they were investigating, Su Yuan sensed that Long Yao in the beast space was eager to make an appearance. Let me out, you little thing. Su Yuan heard Long Yao's urgent cries from within the beast space. His brow furrowed, and he was about to caution her about the danger, but she interrupted him assertively. No way. I sense something valuable. Something valuable? The 9 dragons cauldron perhaps? Su Yuan hesitated. The captain had warned him that it was a treasure only demigods could control, and even Wang Wanyue and the others dared not approach it lightly. Time was running out. They had at most 3 or 4 minutes before they had to retreat. Don't worry, Long Yao's tone softened. I am the dragon god bloodline you personally awakened. Anything related to dragons can't surpass my noble lineage. Su Yuan recalled the scene where the bronze gate was dispelled by his blood. Indeed, as long as the bloodline was strong enough, all dragon-related entities would submit. Although the Nine Dragons cauldron was extremely dangerous. All right. With a wave of his hand, Long Yao emerged from the beast space. Her wine-red hair flowed, and her eyes were fixed intently on the Nine Dragons cauldron, as if she were gazing at a grand feast. Su Yuan, are you crazy? Wang Wanyue exclaimed. Don't summon your beast. It will be detected. And the Nine Dragons cauldron drains blood and stamina. Getting close risks being devoured. Before he could finish, Long Yao had already dashed into the cauldron. The scene froze. Su Yuan's outstretched hand lingered in the air, his breath quickened, his fingers trembled, and his eyes glistened with tears. He couldn't believe Long Yao would take such a bold action. Wang Wanyue opened his mouth but fell silent upon seeing Su Yuan's pained expression. The others were at a loss for words, knowing the deep bond between a shape-shifted beast and its master. Suddenly, a surge of blood energy erupted from the cauldron, forming a blood dragon that coiled around it. Look! Wang Wanyue shouted. The dragon vein's power is waning. The cauldron's strength is fading. Su Yuan, your beast is still alive. Hope reignited in Su Yuan's eyes, and he rushed towards the cauldron. If Long Yao is still alive, this cauldron is worthless to me. As his hand touched the cauldron's surface, he heard Long Yao's voice. Little thing, why the rush? I told you I would be fine. Reassured of Long Yao's safety, Su Yuan collapsed to the ground in relief. Then, a more astonishing sight unfolded. The blood energy within the cauldron gradually dissipated. The dragon vein's power completely drained, and the dragon patterns on the cauldron's surface began to crack. Long Yao gracefully stepped out of the cauldron. Her wine-red hair, tinged with blood energy, appeared even more enchanting. Her dragon scale attire accentuated her perfect figure, exuding the majesty of a dragon goddess with every movement. She had undergone a unique evolution, and although the data didn't specify the changes, Su Yuan could feel she was different. Little thing. Long Yao leapt into Su Yuan's arms. Did you really think I would get into trouble? Long Yao. Su Yuan scolded. Have you forgotten whose you are? You can't pull stunts like this again, or I'll have to enforce the family rules. Seeing Su Yuan genuinely angry, Long Yao unusually refrained from retorting. She had seen the despair and sincerity in her master's eyes and softly replied, You are my master and my king. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but soon realized a serious issue. As Su Yuan retracted Long Yao into the beast space, Wang Wanyue said with a peculiar tone, Su Yuan, our mission? The Nine Dragons cauldron. Only then did they remember that the treasure, once brimming with blood energy, was now an empty shell, its power completely absorbed by Long Yao. The nobles had gone to great lengths, even launching a monster siege to gather the blood energy, only for it to become Su Yuan's boon. Seems there's no need for confirmation, Wang Wanyue said helplessly. It's pretty much wasted, and permanently at that. It feels like the essence of this treasure has been taken by your beast. Su Yuan, your luck is truly extraordinary. Who could have expected this? I certainly didn't. For a moment, Wang Wanyue and the other two stared at the Julong cauldron before them, feeling a sense of absurdity. They had been earnestly investigating, but now it seemed like they were performing a farce. Yi Ho quickly said, Let's get out of here. Ning Xian is likely going to retreat. This statement sent a jolt through everyone. Indeed, if they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Once Ning Xian retreated, they would lose their cover. Wang Wanyue immediately grabbed Su Yuan, and with Yi Ho and Yin Yusin, they dashed out, not bothering to clean up the scene after all. The Julong cauldron was already ruined. Above ground, Ning Xian decisively withdrew upon receiving the retreat signal. He controlled a light element beast to release a dazzling flashball, turning the pitch-black night sky as bright as day. Before leaving, he deliberately changed his voice and taunted, The Li family? The Ning family? You might have the numbers this time. Remember, slandering the Red Heart Thieves comes with a price. You won't be so lucky next time. Intercepting a demigod intent on fleeing requires at least 3 to 4 similarly skilled experts. The Li family was evidently unprepared for this attack, with only 2 demigods available, which was insufficient. Rather than forcing a bloody confrontation, it was better to let him go. Ning Fenghong sighed. What a stroke of bad luck. Even the Red Heart Thieves have set their sights on us. This organization is unfathomable. I think our families should discuss forming a joint defense. If they target the young ones, that would be truly troublesome. Li Jianli was about to respond when they both suddenly realized a terrifying fact. Who said there was only one enemy? Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately activated the Beast Soul Star array behind them, diving underground. Upon reaching the underground, the sight nearly made Li Jinli faint. The family treasury was completely ransacked. Millions of gold coins, tens of millions of silver coins, and billions of copper coins, along with countless treasures, had all vanished without a trace. Only some moldy moss and mushrooms were left in the corners. Worse still was the Julong cauldron. When they reached the massive bronze door deep inside, they found the dragon carvings on the door had disappeared, leaving only chaotic footprints. The condition of the Julong cauldron was even more deplorable. The dragon patterns were broken like a dog's scrawl, the cauldron legs were missing corners and wobbling, and beneath it, a snake vein was being suppressed. Damn it! Li Jinli roared in fury. I could tolerate the theft of money, but destroying my Julong cauldron and ruining our noble plans. I'll fight you to the death. Before he could finish, he blacked out and fell backward. Meanwhile, at the central assembly point, the five regrouped, but the atmosphere was unusually tense. Ning Xian wanted to celebrate their victory, but saw the others had strange expressions. After an explanation, it turned out Su Yuan's beast had intruded into the Julong cauldron and directly drained it. Drained it? Ning Xian repeated in disbelief, momentarily unsure how to react. What? Ning Xian stared at Su Yuan in shock, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The Nine Dragons cauldron had been drained? This outcome was beyond anything he had anticipated. He had considered the possibility of the mission failing, or Wang Wanyue finding a way to counter it, but never that Su Yuan's beast would directly drain this precious treasure. After using his soul waves to thoroughly investigate and confirm the reality of the situation, Ning Xian let out a long breath. Su Yuan, you keep surprising me. Once is a pleasant surprise, but this many times, it's more like a shock. The others laughed at his reaction. That's true. If you had seen how Su Yuan broke through the bronze gate and then drained the Nine Dragons cauldron, you would be even more astonished. Ning Xian rubbed his temples, gathering his thoughts before speaking. The nobles are going to go mad. The Nine Dragons cauldron is incredibly important to them. Haha, I can already picture the old man's sour face. But for the next few days, we should all lay low. They will certainly investigate this thoroughly. As for the details of the mission, I'll get the rundown from the fourth later. Right now, we have another important matter to handle. What is it? Su Yuan asked, puzzled. Isn't the mission over? Dividing the spoils. Ning Xian replied with a grin. Fourth, tally up the loot, and let's discuss how to distribute it. The Li family's accumulated wealth over decades is no small amount, even if you only took what was outside. Oh right, how could I forget something so important? Su Yuan exclaimed, suddenly excited. How much can I get? As someone who was poor, he was already looking forward to a life free from poverty. As Wang Wanyue began the tally, Ning Xian suggested, for this mission, seventh deserves the most credit. From the initial investigation to the final destruction of the Nine Dragons cauldron, he handled almost everything. I propose we give him half of the treasure. What does everyone think? Half. Su Yuan's heart raced. He had never imagined he would receive so much. As a newcomer on his first mission, he had only hoped for a small share. Yin Yusin immediately agreed. That's exactly how it should be. Without little seven, we wouldn't have even gotten past the bronze gate. She emphasized the word little, as if to highlight that Su Yuan was younger than her. Iiho nodded quietly in agreement. She was always reserved, and this gesture was enough to convey her approval. Wang Wanyue added, no doubt about it. We're all benefiting from Su Yuan's efforts. Half goes to Su Yuan, 30% to Ning Xian, and the remaining 20% can be split among the three of us. Seventh, you shouldn't refuse, it's rightfully yours. Su Yuan joked, to be honest, I chose the command of the Shilio Guard as compensation from the Lu family, and now it's called the Su family army. I'm really broke, so even if I wanted to refuse, my wallet wouldn't allow it. Ha ha ha, indeed, maintaining a private army isn't cheap. Everyone laughed. Little Seven is impressive. Becoming a commander like E? Not at all. I'm still far behind Sister E, Su Yuan said modestly. Wang Wanyue quickly finished the tally. Wow, the quantity is enormous. Luckily, my beast can count automatically. He began to report in detail, 2.73 million gold coins, 12.6 million silver coins, over 300 million copper coins, an astonishing number of rare materials and artifacts, and 2,442 precious high-grade beast eggs. Su Yuan was stunned by the wealth, far beyond his imagination. In the end, he received 900,000 gold coins, 4.2 million silver coins, 200 million copper coins, and a large number of rare materials, artifacts, and beast eggs. He instantly became one of the wealthiest people in Dawn City. After dividing the spoils, everyone was in high spirits. Even though Wang Wanyue and the others received less, the sheer volume meant everyone gained significantly. Ning Xian reminded them, all right, let's disperse. Make sure you have an alibi. The nobles will likely conduct a citywide search tomorrow. As seasoned veterans, they all understood this. while Su Yuan silently celebrated having the academy entrance test as his alibi. As they parted, Yi Ho stood watching Su Yuan's departing figure for a long time. Wang Wenyue asked if she thought Su Yuan was the person she was looking for, but Yi Ho didn't answer, disappearing into a streak of white light. Wang Wenyue watched her leave, shaking his head in exasperation. Women are so hard to understand. Under the cloak of night, Su Yuan used the Snow Maiden's Aurora dance ability to nimbly vault over the railing and slip into the dormitory of Dawn Academy. Once inside the room, he let out a long sigh of relief and carefully tucked the Sumi pendant, a celestial treasure, inside his clothes, disguising it as an unassuming button. This small pendant held treasures of immense value, and there was no room for error. Suddenly, the room lit up. Ouyang Shui sat on his bed, legs crossed, arms folded, with her silver blue hair cascading onto the blanket and a knowing smile playing on her lips, making Su Yuan feel a pang of guilt. Ahem, nature called, just went out for a bit. Why are you awake? Su Yuan tried to explain calmly. Ouyang Shui, resting her chin on her hand, teased, it's rare for someone to need 3.5 hours for that. You were timing me? Su Yuan retorted. Besides, we agreed on some ground rules, and you often take long bathroom breaks too. Ouyang Shui sighed lightly, just get some rest. I'm not going to ask what you were up to. If you're that nervous, do you need me to vouch that you were in the dorm all night? Your Highness is truly wise and brilliant. Su Yuan quickly flattered her. Ouyang Shui stood up. I'm just concerned for your safety. Next time, just tell me, and I can cover for you. You know you can't always get away with it. Su Yuan nodded earnestly. You're right, Your Highness. I won't do it again. Don't worry, I value my life and have ways to protect myself. The worst that could happen is I disappear, but killing me is out of the question. From the beast space, Long Yao couldn't resist chiming in. You always tell me to be careful, but you're not much better yourself. Don't be such a hypocrite. Long Yao, you've been getting cheekier. Just wait until Ouyang Shui isn't around, and he'll deal with you. Su Yuan laughed. Your Highness, it's late. Let's get some rest. Ouyang Shui nodded and climbed to the top bunk, thinking, no need to ask him. Tomorrow's Dawn Gazette will reveal everything. Let's see what you and that demigod Ning Xian have been up to. The next day, when Ouyang Shui saw the front page of the Dawn Gazette, she was utterly shocked. Red Heart thieves strike the Li family. Citywide manhunt. Stolen goods worth billions. Li Jianli vows vendetta against the Red Heart thieves. The article detailed how a demigod launched a frontal assault on the Li family, drawing the attention of Li Jianli and the Peach Guard, while someone infiltrated the vault and made off with a fortune. Ouyang Shui pondered deeply. Could it be Su Yuan? Was that demigod Ning Xian? Yet during the entrance exam, under special restrictions, Su Yuan clearly stated he wasn't a member of the Red Heart thieves. How does this add up? Watching Ouyang Shui deep in thought, Su Yuan, busy with his morning routine, felt a wave of relief. This is the advantage of having a good alibi. After all, what are the odds of such a coincidence? Although he trusted Ouyang Shui, he wasn't ready to share the truth with her yet. It was both for the sake of the team and her safety. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others grieve. The streets of Dongqing district were filled with jubilation. People crowded into tea houses and taverns, their faces beaming with irrepressible smiles. Pop the champagne, someone shouted exuberantly. The Red Heart thieves have pulled off a brilliant heist this time. Inside a tea house, patrons were animatedly discussing the events. Of all places to steal from, why target the Dawn Exchange? They were asking for it. Exactly, those nobles were corrupt and trying to frame others, and now they've finally got what they deserve. The tea house owner, full of generosity, waved his hand and announced, everything's on the house today. Everyone, join the feast. Neighbors raised their glasses in celebration, laughter echoing around. Someone remarked, isn't this karma at its finest? They slipped away last time, but justice has finally caught up with them. At the corner, a few diners were discussing the bounty. I heard you get 10,000 gold coins for capturing one, and 1,000 for providing a lead. It's pointless. The Red Heart thieves are a group of powerful beast tamers. Even the Li family and the Peach Blossom guards can't handle them. So what can we do? The more devious the nobles had been when scheming against Dongqing district, the more elated its residents felt now. When the news reached the nobles in Shiqing district, they were furious. Peasants. A bunch of lowlifes. The Council of Elders convened an emergency meeting. Gong Yunhe was the first to speak out, pointing at Li Jianli in anger. Old Li, what went wrong? A theft is one thing, but even the Nine Dragons cauldron is compromised. Do you realize if the king finds out, we're in serious trouble? Li Jianli gritted his teeth. Who could have predicted it? The Nine Dragons cauldron, impervious even to demigods, has been destroyed by them. Ning Fenghong interrupted their argument. Stop quarreling. The important thing now is to devise a strategy. We've lost our leverage over the king, and we have no choice but to take a gamble. You mean? Zong's eyes widened. Ning Fenghong declared decisively. Exactly. Since the Nine Dragons Cauldron is no longer viable, our only option left is the Dragon King plan. Ouyang Shui irritably tossed the Dawn newspaper into the trash can, scoffing at the so-called expert analysis and insider revelations printed on its pages. She turned to glare at Su Yuan, who was trying hard to suppress his laughter, and snapped, all right, cut it out. Don't think I can't figure out that you have something to do with this. Su Yuan feigned innocence with a shrug. Oh, come on. How did you figure that out? Ever since you came to Dawn City, it's never been this lively. Anything that happens around here seems to always trace back to you. Ouyang Shui stated with certainty. That's quite the accusation without any evidence. Su Yuan shrugged again, secretly acknowledging to himself that it was indeed his doing. Seeing Su Yuan no longer defend himself, Ouyang Shui understood. Though she wasn't certain if he was a member of the Phantom Thieves, he was likely involved. However, since their targets were the nobles and the Nine Elders, she didn't feel particularly hostile towards them. Su Yuan, there's a meeting at the Four-Star Institute today. Make sure you attend, she said, changing the subject. A meeting? Su Yuan was taken aback, having skipped nearly all his classes and only occasionally checking in with Zhuqing. What kind of meeting? The Beastmaster tournament is coming up soon. It's a team competition. We need to discuss strategies and choose a captain, Ouyang Shui reminded him. Didn't you say you wanted to have a showdown with Gongjing? There are nearly 1,000 Beastmasters in the Four-Star Institute of the Sacred Beast Academy. You can't possibly take on 1,000 people by yourself, right? Su Yuan pondered silently. In a unique terrain like the Shaking Light snowfield, it might be possible. But in a direct confrontation, even with the power of 220,000 stars as a trump card and Long Yao's Yedoba revealed abilities after devouring the Nine Dragon Cauldron, it would not be wise to expose these prematurely. All right, I'll head there now. By noon, over 3,000 people had gathered on the breezy autumn field. The lengthy speeches from the school leaders made Su Yuan drowsy until Principal Zhang Jing appeared. As the brother of the Beastmaster Guild's president, his strength was comparable to that of Wang Wanyue, both having half a foot into the demigod realm. Students, Zhang Jing began directly, the Beastmaster tournament is crucial for your future. It's not just an opportunity to gain resources, but a stage to prove yourselves. Now, we need to select a captain to lead the 700 four-star Beastmasters. Who is willing to take on this responsibility? Immediately, several eager candidates stepped forward. Chu Wenyang, Lu Hai, and Zhoda, among others, took to the stage, all strong contenders. However, when Su Yuan stepped onto the podium, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Everyone, my name is Su Yuan, he said calmly into the microphone. As for the position of captain, who else but me? Arrogant! Gasps erupted from the crowd. Su Yuan, aren't you a 3-star Beastmaster? Chu Wenyang questioned. Sorry, Chu, but your information is outdated. I advanced to 4-star 2 days ago, Su Yuan replied coolly. Achieving 4-star in 34 days from scratch when it comes to strength and accomplishments, I doubt anyone can match that. The crowd was in an uproar. The speed at which he reached 4-star was astonishing, leaving even the other candidates on stage dumbfounded. Su Yuan, we support you. Lead us to victory this time. We haven't beaten the Sacred Beast Academy in over 20 years. With you, it's different. Brother Yuan, we're counting on you. Cheers of support surged, one wave after another. As expected by many, Su Yuan was seamlessly appointed as the captain, a natural outcome of the reputation and trust he had built within the academy. Other capable students, including Chu Wenyang, Lu Hai, Zhoda, and Ouyang Shui, gladly accepted the roles of vice-captains. After all, managing over 700 students necessitated a division of responsibilities. After the oath-taking ceremony, Su Yuan entrusted the follow-up tasks to Ouyang Shui. In response to her complaints, Su Yuan chuckled and explained, those tasks just aren't my forte. However, I've promised Wuqing that I'll take the Beastmaster tournament seriously. How about accompanying me out this afternoon? All right. Hearing the words, accompany me out, Ouyang Shui felt a flutter in her heart, but she quickly understood Su Yuan's true intention. The best fit for me is to stir things up and gather some intel along the way. Ouyang Shui's raised eyebrows fell instantly, but she soon grasped Su Yuan's strategy. It was indeed the most direct way to boost morale. For years, students of Dawn Academy had been intimidated by the more powerful Sacred Beast Academy. But now, Su Yuan's strength was on a whole new level. His recent stargazing training had elevated all 4 of his beasts to the advanced level of Starfall, each possessing 3 origin stars. Even Chu Wenyang, hailed as the top student of Dawn Academy, was no match for him. With Su Yuan's help, Ouyang Shui also broke through to the level of a 4-star Beastmaster. They planned to set off after lunch, taking the opportunity to meet Su Yuan's childhood friend, Huang Ming, to gather information about Sacred Beast Academy. Traveling from Dawn Academy to Sacred Beast Academy required crossing the entire Central District, one situated in the northeast corner, the other in the southwest. Unable to ride their beasts within the city, they had to walk, taking nearly an hour and a half to reach their destination. Standing before the grand and magnificent gates of Sacred Beast Academy, Su Yuan couldn't help but reflect. If not for that incident, he might still be here working part-time to support himself. At that moment, a ragged beggar caught his attention. The man, disheveled and trembling in the cold wind, was bowing to passers-by, begging for alms. Ouyang Shui recognized him. It's been less than a month, and you've already forgotten your earliest enemy? Wasn't this Lu Ziyang? He had once tried to use a blood slave contract to control Su Yuan and seize Long Yao. After Su Yuan crippled him, he incited the Lu family against Su Yuan. Following the Lu family's downfall, he was released due to his ignorance of the family's conspiracy, but nearly all his relatives were executed. Unable to move freely and having offended many in the academy, he was eventually beaten, left with broken legs, and reduced to begging for a living. Su Yuan approached him. Ouyang Shui feared he might kill the man in a fit of rage, but she heard him speak calmly. Don't worry, I'm not a child anymore. At 10, I thought killing my enemy was the harshest revenge. At 15, I believed taking away their loved ones was the most satisfying. Now, I've realized that making an enemy live in despair, stripped of dignity, and forced to survive like a worm is the cruelest punishment. Lu Ziyang was worried about his next meal, never imagining he would one day beg for a hard piece of bread. When a copper coin fell in front of him, he eagerly reached out to grab it, only to find a foot firmly stepping on it. Looking up, he saw the face that haunted his nightmares. It was Su Yuan. Instinctively, Lu Ziyang raised his hand to cover his face. The once arrogant man was now filled with nothing but shame. The commoner he once thought he could crush with ease, and the so-called worthless person from whom he could effortlessly snatch a beast, had now become the city's prodigy, even bringing down the Lu family, his own lifeline. Well, if it isn't the young master of the Lu family, Lu Ziyang, Su Yuan's voice echoed. I was wondering who it was. What are you doing here begging for food? Lu Ziyang broke down instantly, kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly. Su Yuan, it's all my fault. My lowly self offended you. Please don't hit me, just give me something to eat. I'm starving. It's all my shamelessness. I'm just a dog. Su Yuan looked down coldly at the once proud young man. Lu Ziyang, why didn't you think of this before? Because of you, I nearly lost my life at least 3 times. Do you think I'll forgive you? I can see through your little schemes. You're not truly remorseful. You're just cursing me to end up worse than you. Let me guess what you're thinking. Are you hoping I die a gruesome death in the Beastmaster tournament, or get beaten and crippled, or even die in the wilderness, left for wild dogs to feast on? Lu Ziyang, having his thoughts exposed, curled up in fear. Don't worry, I won't dirty my hands, Su Yuan said softly. I'll let your hopes shatter again and again until you can't bear the pressure and die in utter humiliation. By the way, your fiancée, Gu Xiaojia. These words stabbed into Lu Ziyang's heart. She was his beloved fiancée, and they were supposed to marry by the end of the year, but the fall of the Lu family ruined everything. Begging outside the Sacred Beast Academy was largely so he could catch a glimpse of her from afar. Su Yuan leaned in close to his ear. Imagine if I pursue her, make her fall for me, and then bring her to see you. How would she look at you? Like a stray dog? She might even help me teach you a lesson. Stop it. Lu Ziyang wanted to wail, but his broken leg caused him to fall, his cries muffled by a mouthful of dirt. Satisfied with his enemy's mental collapse, Su Yuan turned to leave. Ouyang Shui followed him, casting a cold and disdainful glance at Lu Ziyang. If it weren't for him, Su Yuan wouldn't have faced so many dangers. After they walked some distance, Ouyang Shui asked glumly, Did you really mean it about pursuing Gu Xiaojia? Of course not, Su Yuan laughed. I just wanted to see him break down. Though getting her to play along for a little revenge might be fun. Ouyang Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. Su Yuan suddenly leaned in. Your Highness, if one day I end up like Lu Ziyang, what would you do? Anyone who wants to bully you would have to get through me first. Ouyang Shui's icy blue eyes sparkled. If I have the power, I'll avenge you. If not, I'll take you away. Thank you, Su Yuan paused. At least I know someone would miss me. But Your Highness, how do you think I'd end up like that? I'm offended. You're teasing me. Ouyang Shui retorted, blushing, and started playfully hitting him. Finally arriving at the Sacred Beast Academy, their childhood friend Huang Ming approached them. Ah Yuan, what happened to your face? Just a scratch from a branch. Su Yuan quickly changed the subject. Old Huang, I need your help with something. As soon as Huang Ming saw Su Yuan, his face broke into a warm smile. Ah Yuan, I heard you're now the leader of the team at Liming Academy? Here to gather some intel, huh? It's only been a month, and I'm still far from being a 2-star beast master, while you've already reached 4 stars. Never thought you'd advance so quickly back then. His gaze shifted to Ouyang Shui, and he teased. And who is this lovely lady? Could she be your wife? Ouyang Shui blushed slightly at the comment. Su Yuan quickly cleared his throat and explained. Old Huang, this is Her Highness, the third princess. Don't joke around like that. Huang Ming was taken aback and immediately bowed his head in apology. Please forgive my ignorance, Your Highness. Ouying Shui gracefully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied gently, no harm done. Huang Ming held his chest, giving Su Yuan a slightly reproachful look. You could have warned me, you know. All right, Brother Huang. Su Yuan chuckled. You're right. You're the only friend I have at Sacred Beast Academy, so I'm here to ask for your help. As he spoke, his eyes fell on a purplish bruise visible under Huang Ming's collar. Brother Huang, what happened here? Huang Ming instinctively pulled at his collar, hesitating to speak. With Su Yuan's persistent questioning, he finally sighed and confessed. Because he was Su Yuan's friend, the senior students from the 4-Star Institute had been giving him trouble under the guise of the Beastmaster tournament. Su Yuan gritted his teeth. This wretched academy hasn't changed a bit. For every Lu Ziang, there are countless more like him. Take me to them. No need, Yuan. Brother Huang, to be honest with you, besides gathering intel, I'm here to shake things up. If someone wants to challenge us, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Su Yuan said firmly. You should consider transferring to our academy to avoid further trouble. After some thought, Huang Ming finally nodded in agreement. Along the way, he briefed Su Yuan on the Sacred Beast Academy's participating lineup for the year. Around 1,000 4-star Beastmasters, with the strongest being Gong Jing, Sun Yi, and Zhong Yang. There were rumors that Gong Jing's beast had reached the early lunar eclipse level, and the nobles had spared no expense, opening the moon's secret realm early for their training in preparation for the tournament. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the 4-Star Institute. Huang Ming pointed to a group of people chatting under a tree. That's them Gu Duo, Lu Wu, and Kai Shi. Lu Wu is from the Lu family, part of the Nine Elders clan. The other two are from ordinary noble families, all 4-star beast masters with beasts at the early starlet level. Su Yuan nodded. Since they were there to make a statement, there was no need to hold back. Su Yuan led Huang Ming and Ouying Shui towards the flower bed under the tree. 3 figures were lazily sprawled there, and as they saw Huang Ming and his companions approaching, one of them immediately flashed a disdainful smile. Well, isn't it Huang Ming? Su Yuan's old buddy? He scanned the 3 of them, his gaze lingering on Ouying Shui for a few extra seconds. Brought some backup today, did you? Planning to get back at us? Kai Shi sneered. With him? Last time, we had him pinned in the pool, and he couldn't even make a sound. Be smart. Hand over your allowance, and we'll let you off this week. As he said this, his eyes once again settled on Ouying Shui, a hint of greed gleaming in them. Hey, this girl looks pretty nice. Want to keep me company? Before he could finish, a figure flashed in front of Kai Shi. Su Yuan's fingers gripped his jaw like a steel vice, channeling the power of 2,000 stars. A crisp crack echoed, the sound of bones shattering unmistakable. Immediately after, a slap sent Kai Shi flying. Kai Shi's body tumbled like a kite with a broken string, crashing through 6 large trees before slamming heavily to the ground. He coughed up blood, emitting a piercing scream, his face and chest stained with blood. Who are you, daring to act wild here? Gu Duo roared. This is the Sacred Beast Academy. We're nobility. Lu Wu shouted. Su Yuan couldn't be bothered to say more, kicking each of them away with a single strike, leaving deep dents in their chests. Who am I? I'm the Su Yuan you mentioned. Dare to bully my friends, and you've got a death wish. With those words, the surrounding students were instantly abuzz. It's Su Yuan. He's back at the Sacred Beast Academy. Is this prestigious academy really about bullying the weak? Su Yuan's furious shout echoed across the campus. Today, I, Su Yuan, am here to face you. Anyone who dares to bully my people, step forward. His voice stirred the entire 4-Star Institute, with countless students peering out, and even the teachers were alarmed, gradually arriving at the scene. Who dares to cause trouble at our Sacred Beast Academy? The angry shout echoed throughout the courtyard. Several teachers and school leaders from the academy rushed over, their faces dark with anger. Such brazen disturbance hadn't occurred since the incident with Su Yuan. When the school leaders arrived at the scene, they found a familiar figure covered in blood. It was Su Yuan. The Dean of Discipline, Li Jingwei, recognized him instantly and thought to himself, why has this recently famous genius come here? Su Yuan had recently gained quite a reputation. Not only had he bested the prestigious Lu family, but he had also single-handedly repelled 300 beast tamers from the Lang and Hai camps in the Wan family's secret realm. Although there were issues within the realm, surviving such odds was an extraordinary feat. Su Yuan, Vice Principal Gong Lei spoke sternly. Our Sacred Beast Academy hasn't wronged you lately. Why are you causing trouble here? Even if you are a celebrated genius, you can't disregard our rules. If you don't provide an explanation, I will report this to Dawn Academy. And who might you be? Su Yuan asked with a calm smile. Gong Lei, Vice Principal of Sacred Beast Academy? Oh, another person with the surname Gong. Su Yuan replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Vice Principal Gong. Isn't it unfair to accuse me of wrongdoing without understanding the situation first? Is the Sacred Beast Academy following in the footsteps of former Vice Principal Lu Yuan, who preferred to pass judgment before investigation? At this point, the injured parties on the ground began to wail. Vice Principal, help us. We only exchanged a few words, and he attacked us viciously. I've got several broken bones, and Lao Kai's mouth is torn. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Gong Lei declared righteously. Su Yuan, do you have anything to say for yourself? Su Yuan sneered. Vice Principal Gong, listen to me. This Kai sure dared to publicly harass the third princess. Tearing his mouth was a lenient punishment. Upon hearing this, Kai Shi's face turned ashen. Gong Lei cursed inwardly. This fool dared to harass a princess. At that moment, Ouyang Shui appeared. Indeed, Kai Shi suggested I accompany him. Vice Principal Gong, how do you think this should be handled? By law, an arm should be severed, Gong Lei reluctantly replied. So, Su Yuan showed mercy by merely punishing him. Ouyang Shui shrugged. I haven't said a word, and everyone here can testify that I wasn't abusing my power. Everyone recalled that the princess had remained silent until she was harassed. It was my oversight. Please forgive me, Your Highness, Gong Lei conceded, then turned to Su Yuan. But the other two didn't offend the princess, did they? This exchange significantly diminished Gong Lei's authority, and he silently hoped the remaining two wouldn't reveal any further misdeeds. Su Yuan stood in front of the crowd, his gaze unwavering as he looked directly at Vice Principal Gong Lei. He pointed at Gu Duo and Lu Wu, his voice firm and resolute. Vice Principal Gong, the situation with Gu Duo and Lu Wu is entirely different. You say that violence is not tolerated at Sacred Beast Academy, yet they openly bullied and even injured my friend Huang Ming just because he studies here. As he spoke, Huang Ming lifted his shirt to reveal the shocking bruises on his chest. At the same time, the distinct imprint of a footprint was visible on the chests of both Gu Duo and Lu Wu. The crowd's eyes darted between the injuries, and they couldn't help but resonate with Su Yuan's words. I merely gave them a taste of their own medicine. Is it that, because Gu Duo and Lu Wu are students of this esteemed institution, my friend Huang Ming is not? Or does Sacred Beast Academy truly have a hierarchy of students, one that can do as they please, and another that must meekly endure? Vice Principal Gong Lei frowned deeply. He was well aware that some aristocratic students often bullied their peers, and in the past, he had turned a blind eye to minor incidents. He hadn't expected to be confronted by Su Yuan this time. Seeing the situation, Director Li Jingwei tried to mediate. Vice Principal, Su Yuan was just standing up for His Highness and his friend. Perhaps we should let this matter rest? Gong Lei found himself in a dilemma. Su Yuan had repeatedly challenged the authority of the nobles, and with the upcoming Beast Tamer tournament, a clash between the Gong family and Su Yuan seemed inevitable. Showing weakness now would not only damage his reputation but also undermine his standing within the Gong family. He softened his tone. Su Yuan, standing up for a friend is understandable. Huang Ming is indeed a student here, but he did not report this matter to any teachers, so we were unaware. Then, he shifted his tone. However, Gu Duo and Lu Wu's bullying will be dealt with according to school regulations. This does not justify your public act of violence. If we allow such conduct, what authority would the rules of Sacred Beast Academy hold? Director Li Jingwei knew the situation would not be easily resolved. Meanwhile, Su Yuan felt a thrill of excitement, as this was exactly what he wanted. Standing tall, he declared, Vice Principal Gong, I believe I am justified, and your point is valid. How about we resolve this through the traditional method of settling disputes among beast tamer duel between equals? In this world where strength reigns supreme, when conflicts cannot be reconciled, the ancient tradition of dueling serves as the ultimate means of resolution. Su Yuan's move was a strategic retreat to advance. Gong Lei, standing firm on upholding school regulations, was beyond reproach. He was willing to punish Lu Wu and Gu Duo according to the rules, regaining control of the situation and holding Su Yuan accountable. However, Su Yuan cleverly blurred the lines of right and wrong, steering the situation towards a seemingly fair solution, a duel between peers. For Gong Lei, this presented a dilemma. If he refused to engage, he would either have to keep retreating or escalate the matter. If it escalated, the bullying incident at the Sacred Beast Academy would become widely known, potentially affecting next year's admissions. If he accepted the challenge but lost, not only would he have to concede, but the whole city would witness Su Yuan gaining fame at the Academy's expense. The ideal solution would be to accept the challenge and win, but unfortunately, the Academy's top contenders Gong Jing, Sun Yi, and Zhong Yang were currently in a secret realm, preparing for the Beastmaster tournament. Gong Lei couldn't disrupt their progress for such a minor issue. Alright, I agree. Give us half an hour to prepare. Gong Lei pondered for a moment before adding, since you proposed this, and we can't summon the strongest Beastmasters from the 4-star Academy on short notice, we'll have to send those of the next tier. You'll have to fight 3 matches in a row. How about that? This proposal seemed unfair, but if Su Yuan agreed, Both sides could save face regardless of the outcome. If he refused, Gong Lei could use it to defuse the situation. Fine, Vice Principal Gong, please go ahead and prepare. Su Yuan agreed without hesitation. The news spread like wildfire across the campus. Some were eager to bring glory to the academy, while others were just there for the spectacle, even notifying reporters from the Dawn News. What began as a minor campus conflict quickly escalated into a highly anticipated event. In the Sacred Beast Arena, Su Yuan waited in a spacious lounge. Ouyang Shui approached him, her eyes sparkling. Su Yuan, are you genuinely upset, or are you taking advantage of the situation? Of course, I'm genuinely upset, my lady, Su Yuan sighed. I only thought of this plan after I finished tearing him apart verbally. Hearing this, Ouyang Shui felt a warmth in her heart and smiled. Make sure you win. I'll be watching from above. Don't worry, I'm strong enough now to make other beast masters question their existence. Half an hour later, the much-anticipated duel was about to begin. Su Yuan's opponents were Tang Wanfu, Cheng Gang, and Yu Yang, ranked 4th, 5th, and 6th in the 4-star academy respectively. They planned to use a tag team strategy to wear Su Yuan down. Just as Gong Lei was about to announce the start, an unexpected guest caused a stir. A woman in white, as pure as snow, descended on a crane. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her features were as delicate as a painting. Exuding both an ancient charm and a fresh beauty, she was none other than Yi Ho, the undisputed prodigy of the previous class at the Sacred Beast Academy. Everyone assumed she was there to support the academy, but she walked straight towards Su Yuan. To everyone's shock, she said, "Came to see you. Sister Yi, are you sure it's okay for them to know?" Su Yuan asked with a smile. "It doesn't matter. I just want to see you win." The faculty and students of the Sacred Beast Academy were utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. They stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend that their idol, Yu Hu, the most promising new talent, a leading figure of the younger generation, and a celebrity in Dawn City, was showing no regard for her alma mater. Instead, she was openly friendly with Su Yuan, someone whose interests conflicted with the academy. What was even more shocking was how naturally Su Yuan called her Sister Yi. Everyone knew that Yi Ho had been an aloof beauty during her time at the academy, and having a conversation with her was considered a rare achievement. Yet here she was, warmly greeting Su Yuan and openly expressing her support for his victory. My heart is breaking. Why is Senior Yi supporting Su Yuan? Support? This is beyond support. They seem as close as siblings. Please, someone wake me up. This must be a dream. The male students of Sacred Beast Academy were in collective despair, while students from other academies watched with amusement, barely able to contain their laughter. Looks like Sacred Beast Academy isn't so high and mighty now, are they? Why are they siding with outsiders? It's obvious. Their male students are just not up to par. Yi Ho has higher standards. Exactly. In terms of strength, character, and looks, Su Yuan outshines them all. The scene was chaotic. Yi Ho's unexpected appearance had dealt a severe blow to the pride of the Sacred Beast Academy. The most embarrassed of all was Gong Lei, as Yi Ho, now the head of the White Guard, outranked him, leaving him no grounds to protest. Su Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Sister Yi, you're really stirring things up for me. He speculated that when Yi Ho said it's fine, she might have meant it didn't matter if the nobles found out. It seemed her relationship with him was strained, perhaps even adversarial. Ever since he opened the bronze door, Yi Ho's attitude had shifted from cold to warm, hinting at some hidden motive, though she never elaborated, and Su Yuan felt it wasn't his place to ask. On stage, Ouyang Shui witnessed the interaction with a mix of jealousy and realization. It was no coincidence that people like Ning Xian and Yi Ho were in Su Yuan's circle. That night, Su Yuan must have met them, leading to the exposure of the Red Heart Thieves' plans the next day. As a woman, she could tell that Yi Ho's gaze towards Su Yuan was unusual, not romantic, but certainly beyond mere friendship, like finding an oasis in the desert. Gong Lei, with a somber expression, announced the start of the competition. I declare the match between Su Yuan and the Sacred Beast Academy's 4-star division officially open. Both sides must give it their all, but remember, this is not a life-and-death duel. Aim for restraint. In a critical moment, I will intervene. Any objections? The rules clearly favored the Sacred Beast Academy, with Gong Lei as the referee having the potential to be biased. But before Su Yuan could respond, Yi Ho interjected from the stands. One referee protecting only one side isn't enough, is it? Count me in. The students of Sacred Beast Academy were once again in turmoil, realizing she was concerned about Gong Lei's impartiality. Competitors Tang Wanfu, Qin Gang, and Yu Yang clutched their chests, as if pierced by an arrow. Tang Wanfu gritted his teeth. Damn it, we'll go all out. We need to show Yi Senior his true colors. Seeing Yi Ho's staunch support, Su Yuan quickly played along. I have no objections. Vice Principal Gong, let's get started. Gong Lei's face darkened further, knowing that Sacred Beast Academy would be the laughingstock today. He sighed. Stepping back to clear the arena, Yu Yang, filled with rage, shouted, "Bring it on, Su Yuan. I'll make you regret this." Feigning fear, Su Yuan clutched his chest dramatically. "Oh no, I'm so scared. If I get hurt, I'll just have Sister Yi take care of me." Yu Yang's anger skyrocketed. "Damn it!" Yu Yang roared, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he summoned his formidable lineup of 4 beasts: the Aqua Phoenix Butterfly, the Light Dark Nether Tiger, the Scarlet Eagle, and the Violet Lightning Hare. Each of these beasts originally had an grade rarity, but after a breakthrough, they reached the pinnacle of Scrade. His initial task was merely to deplete Su Yuan's beast stamina, paving the way for his 2 teammates. However, the recent provocation stirred his blood, igniting an impulsive urge to go all out, driven by a sense of go big or go home. What unfolded next left everyone present utterly astounded. Contrary to the usual strategy of summoning all his beasts, Su Yuan called forth only one enigmatic presencia swirling mass of red and black mist, from which a blood-red spear and a chilling scythe could be faintly discerned. This unprecedented beast immediately sparked discussions among the thousands in attendance. It wasn't until Gong Lei searched his memory and exclaimed, "It's the Abyssal Witch," that recognition dawned. The mention of Abyss instantly triggered memories among the crowd. Could this be the descendant of the legendary Third Calamity Beast? No one could fathom how Su Yuan had come to possess such an entity. In battles of this caliber, the gap in power could be utterly despairing. Undaunted, Yu Yang commanded his 4 beasts to unleash their most powerful attacks simultaneously. Aqua Tempest Fury, Light and Dark Convergence, Scarlet Gale Ferocity, Violet Thunder Surge. Yet, against this overwhelming assault, the Abyssal Witch Hong muttered a low, haunting murmur. This sound, seemingly from the abyss's depths, awakened the deepest fears within everyone present. A blood-red blade materialized, slicing through the air, reversing the elements, and dimming all light and darkness. Heaven-cleaving annihilation. This strike obliterated all the skills, a crimson arc tearing through every force. Then, the red-black mist spread further. Soul-reaping grasp. Under the oppressive might of this supreme bloodline, Yu Yang's 4 beasts were all ensnared by Hong Mo's soul-reaping power, becoming puppet-like entities, entirely beyond Yu Yang's control. In an instant, Yu Yang was defeated, rendered completely powerless. What kind of beast is that? Cries of astonishment echoed through the sacred beast arena. Everyone stood aghast, witnessing a scene that defied belief. Yu Yang's 4 beasts were utterly vanquished in an instant, offering no resistance. Even more shocking was that Su Yuan achieved this overwhelming 1v4 victory with just a single summoned beast. The creature was terrifying, a girl wielding a pitch-black scythe, shrouded in an aura of death, wielding a blood-red spear with deadly precision. Most frightening of all was her ability to control souls, turning her opponent's beasts into puppets. The students of the Sacred Beast Academy were silent. They had long heard of Su Yuan's prowess with the Crimson Dragon and his mastery over ice and snow, as well as the miracles he had wrought on the battlefield. Yet this chilling power was something new. Was this the new beast Su Yuan acquired upon becoming a 4-star beast master? However, the battle was not over. Su Yuan had not released Yu Yang's beasts, which irked Gong Lei. "Su Yuan, that's enough. You've won. Why not return Yu Yang's beasts?" "Oh no," Su Yuan chuckled. "I intend to fight 3 rounds. I'll return the beasts once I've won them all. This is just the first round." "Vice Principal Gong, are you conceding already?" His words stirred up a storm of controversy. Yi Ho immediately defended Su Yuan. "The Sacred Beast Arena is like a battlefield. Do you expect mercy from your foes in battle?" Amidst the heated debate, the second match commenced. Chon Gang wasted no time, summoning his iron-eating monkey, Sacred Peak Bird, Spirit Silk Fox, and Silver Fire Reeded Eagle. Although slightly stronger than Yu Yang, his chances against Su Yuan, who could command 8 beasts, were slim. The battle was intense. Su Yuan used Yu Yang's 4 beasts to engage Chen Gang, while the Abyssal Witch lurked at the battlefield's edge. Whenever Chen Gang's beasts faltered, her blood spear struck mercilessly, eventually capturing all 4 with her soul-reaping powers. In the 3rd round, Tang Wenfu faced an even more desperate situation, a wantoning disparity. Despite possessing 2 S-ranked and 2 S-ranked beasts, he could only retreat under the relentless assault of Hong Mo's attrition tactics. As his Azure Wind Luan and Bixiao Wind Demon Elephant were besieged to exhaustion, a defiant roar marked his fall. True to his word, Su Yuan released the beasts of Yu Yang and Chen Gang. The arena erupted in a frenzy. Such a 3-in-a-row victory, even the strongest at Sacred Beast Academy, Zhong Yang, might not achieve. Yet Su Yuan accomplished this feat with a single beast. To Su Yuan, this might not have been a miracle, but for everyone present, this battle was destined to become an unforgettable memory. At that moment, the students of the Sacred Beast Academy all sighed in dismay. In the Sacred Beast arena, Su Yuan's flawless performance had elevated him to an unprecedented level. He not only defeated 3 opponents in a row but also left them utterly defeated. After the battle, the atmosphere in the arena was heavy. Those who had hoped to learn more about Su Yuan through this competition could only smile wryly. They had no clue about the tactics Su Yuan used with his beasts, the original star power he possessed, or even the abilities he gained after the second evolution to the sunken star level. What was even more intimidating was that Su Yuan remained relaxed throughout, defeating his opponents effortlessly with just his beast, Hong Mo. Gong Lei's expression was extremely grim. Yi-Ho spoke coldly. Gong Lei, the outcome is clear. His brief words carried an implicit urgency. Unwilling to accept the result, Gong Lei sent a message. Yi-Ho, as a student of the Sacred Beast Academy and a member of the Yi family, aren't you afraid of your family's reproach for favoring Su Yuan so openly? However, Yi-Ho's only response was a cold, sharp glare that seemed capable of cutting Gong Lei down at any moment. This unusual reaction shocked Gong Lei. Could there be internal strife within the Yi family? After a long struggle, Gong Lei finally stood up and announced, I declare Su Yuan the winner in the battle against the Sacred Beast Academy's 4-star division. According to the duel rules, state your demands. Su Yuan cleared his throat. 2 conditions. First, according to school regulations, punish the bullies Lu Wu, Gu Duo, Kaishir, and others. Kaishir's inappropriate words warrant the loss of an arm, but I have already disciplined him on behalf of His Highness. An additional 40 lashes will suffice. Second, my friend Huang Ming will transfer to Dawn Academy, and you must compensate with 3 heavenly treasures and 10 high-grade beast eggs. Gong Lei reluctantly agreed. This was not just about compensation. It also concerned the reputation of the Sacred Beast Academy. This was the second time this year a student had been forced to transfer, both incidents involving Su Yuan. When Yi-Ho unhesitatingly followed Su Yuan out, the scene erupted. Furious fans stormed the arena, hurling water bottles and banana peels at the defeated Tang Wenfu and others, causing chaos. In the resting room, Huang Ming gratefully thanked Su Yuan. Su Yuan playfully punched him on the chest. Brother Huang, we're like family. If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't have had anything to eat. Left alone with Yi-Ho and Ouyang Shui, the atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Yi-Ho briefly expressed his anticipation for Su Yuan's performance in the Beastmaster tournament before leaving Su Yuan puzzled about whether she intended to get closer or keep her distance. With a hint of a dangerous smile, Ouyang Shui remarked, You sure do call her Sister Yi sweetly. Are you jealous? Su Yuan asked, looking at Ouyang Shui's expression with a resigned shake of his head. Your Highness, you might have misunderstood. There's really nothing between her and me. Honestly, we were just acquaintances before, and her sudden friendliness is a bit confusing to me too. Ouyang Shui's lips curled into a knowing smile. Keep pretending. That night you snuck out. Wasn't it to meet that demigod and Commander Yi? The next day, all that happened, and suddenly you had a few more friends. I never thought you'd manage to fool the admission test's lie detector, which even my father had a hand in. Is this what they call a woman's intuition? Su Yuan thought, frowning. The clan rules were clear about not revealing his identity, so even if Ouyang Shui had her suspicions, he couldn't confirm them. Fortunately, Ouyang Shui sighed softly, her tone softening. Don't worry, they have no grudge against the Ouyang family. I won't make things difficult for you. I understand you have your secrets, and I won't tell anyone. Let's head back now. This operation has managed to suppress the Sacred Beast Academy and boost morale, making our next steps much easier. After nodding in gratitude, Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui quickly left the troublesome scene. The Sacred Beast Academy was in chaos, and it was not a place to linger. Word spread quickly. The Sacred Beast Academy immediately gathered all 4-star students, and Gong Lei harshly reprimanded them, declaring the day a mark of shame for the academy. More critically, he warned everyone that if they didn't win the upcoming Beastmaster tournament, they would all face an extra year of studies and a halving of resources. This unexpected blow weighed heavily on the young Beastmasters, who vowed to defeat Su Yuan in the tournament and reclaim their dignity in front of Yi-Ho. The next day, Su Yuan's exploits at the Sacred Beast Academy once again made the headlines. This time, the editors didn't even need to think of a headline. Just the image of Su Yuan and Yi-Ho meeting was enough to shock. The humiliating defeat became the talk of Dawn City. When the news reached Dawn Academy, the entire school was abuzz. Students were buzzing with conversations. I told you Su Yuan could take down the top fighters of Sacred Beast Academy, but you didn't believe me. One beast taking on 3. Even the 3 little kings of Sacred Beast Academy couldn't pull that off, right? It's hilarious. Their so-called goddess genius doesn't even fancy them, but our brother Yuan's charm is undeniable. Meanwhile, in the Li family manor in the Western District, the heads of the 9 great families gathered. They all realized that Su Yuan's abilities far exceeded their expectations. After some deliberation, they decided to proceed with their original plan to eliminate Su Yuan during the Beastmaster tournament at the Ziwei Star Pool. However, Yi-Ho's stance was troubling them. as the influence of this prodigious girl could not be underestimated. The following day, the Dawn News reported another update. Gong Jing had broken through to the meteor moon level in a secret realm and boasted he would defeat Su Yuan with just his pinky finger. Suddenly, the rumored love triangle involving Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui, and Gong Jing became the talk of the town. The noble's attempt to boost Gong Jing's reputation was derailed by a group of sensationalist editors. At the end of October, the academies of Dawn City were gearing up for the annual Inter-Academy Beastmaster Tournament. This year's event was especially captivating as it was set in a mysterious realm provided by the Gong family, the Ziwei Star Heavenly Pool. The Ziwei Star, revered as the leader of all celestial bodies in Chinese astrology, is considered the most prestigious imperial star. Compared to the Big Dipper, the power of the Ziwei Star is not only immense but also carries a commanding, imperial aura. Historically, any beastmaster favored by the Ziwei Imperial Star has gone on to achieve great things. Although the Ziwei Star's mystical realm belongs to the Gong family, it has its own inherent rules. To harness the power of the Ziwei Star, one must overcome 3 significant trials it presents. The Gong family's sole advantage lies in their ability to use rare celestial treasures to gain favor with the Ziwei Imperial Star, easing the difficulty for their kin during the trials. Because of this, despite the Gong family hosting the event, its fairness is rarely questioned. This year's tournament promised to be extraordinary. The life and death battle between Su Yuan and Gong Jing, their entangled conflicts with the nobility, and the romantic tensions among Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui, and Gong Jing added layers of intrigue. Public support for Su Yuan was strong, with many hoping he would once again thwart the noble's schemes. When Su Yuan received the tournament schedule, he couldn't help but show a peculiar expression. The description was surprisingly simple. The tournament would commence on October 31st, and participants had to clear 3 trials to reach the Ziwei Star Heavenly Pool, with the amount of star power they received depending solely on the favor of the Ziwei Star. Beyond this, there were no further details. Puzzled, Su Yuan sought clarification from Ouyang Shui. She explained that the Ziwei Star's mystical realm was unlike any other. The trials were spontaneously created by the Ziwei Imperial Star, and the difficulty varied for each participant. It was said that the more challenging the trials one overcame, the more likely one would gain the favor of the Ziwei Imperial Star. Even though the Gong family could use celestial treasures to provide some advantage in receiving star power, the favor of the Ziwei Imperial Star had never been granted to anyone from the Gong family. However, Ouyang Shui added, "Your sister Yi was the last person to receive the Ziwei Imperial Star's favor. Perhaps you could ask her." Taking advantage of a moment alone, Su Yuan used a spiritual jade to contact Yi Ho. In a brief conversation, Yi Ho revealed a startling truth. Those who received the Imperial Star's favor would have their related memories erased. This revelation made Su Yuan realize the mystery and danger of the Ziwei Star's mystical realm. Su Yuan quickly saw through the noble's plan. By choosing such a venue, they aimed to create an environment where he couldn't perform miracles. In the Ziwei Star Heavenly Pool, completely controlled by the Imperial Star, Su Yuan couldn't manipulate the terrain as he did in the Yaoguang snowfield. The nobles could use celestial treasures to ensure Gong Jing and others easily passed the trials, while others would be blocked by the 3 major trials. Ultimately, they hoped to overwhelm Su Yuan with sheer numbers. On October 31st, the Beastmaster tournament began as scheduled. The entire Dawn City witnessed this grand event through broadcast by a media company. 4 participating teams were ready. The Sacred Beast Academy with 1,163 members, led by Gong Jing, Sun Yi, and Zhong Yang. Dawn Academy with 722 members, with Su Yuan as the captain. Myriad Beast Academy with 548 members, led by Wan Cheng. And the Royal Academy with 128 members, led by Ouyang Lu. With Ouyang Shui's approval, Dawn Academy formed an alliance with Myriad Beast Academy to jointly oppose Sacred Beast Academy. Meanwhile, Sacred Beast Academy, recently humiliated by Su Yuan, was determined to regain its honor, especially Gong Jing, Sun Yi, and Zhong Yang, who vowed to restore their academy's pride in the tournament. As all the participants gathered in the central square, a phantom of the human king was projected from the royal city, casting its presence over the square. Young Beast Tamers. Welcome to the Beast Tamer tournament in Dawn City. The voice of the human king echoed across the square. Standing on a high platform, he surveyed the young faces below and continued. It has been 327 years since the founding of Dawn City. Every year, our academy produces outstanding 4-star beast tamers who take on the mission of protecting our human territories. The human king's speech inspired everyone present, reminding them that it is the courage and responsibility of the beast tamers that have earned them their esteemed status and abundant resources. This annual event is a testament to the vast resources of Dawn City, providing a stage for the younger generation to showcase their talents. As the human king's speech concluded, prominent figures from various factions began to arrive. On the west side sat the 9 Elders clan, representing the strongest noble power, with 9 clan leaders and 9 commanders seated in unison. The highest seat on the north side, marked by the Human King's projection, was occupied by officials from the military law department, the education department, all the captains of the royal knights, the head of the Dawn trading post, along with the first and second princes and their advisors. The east side gathered the presidents and vice presidents of the four major academies, the commander of the city guards, the president of the Beast Tamers Guild, and renowned leaders of beast tamer groups. The south side of the square was the area for the general audience, filled with low-star students from the Beast Academy, ordinary citizens, and freelance beast tamers. Su Yuan's gaze wandered through the crowd, spotting Yin Yusin among the spectators, then noticing Yi Ho in the western seats, and the demigod Ning Xian sitting alongside the two princes. In the east, Wang Wanyue and his group from the Phantom Thief Guild were present. Wan Yang and Wan Daoxian, seated in the east section, eagerly watched Su Yuan. Their eyes red with anticipation. The Wan family had bet all their wealth on Su Yuan. The Ziwei Star's secret realm was about to open, with the unique feature of allowing artifacts to peek inside. As the students had yet to enter the realm, the dignitaries on the platform began their discussions. Crown Prince Ouyang He jovially asked who would emerge victorious, while second Prince Ouyang Qing speculated it would be Gong Jing, who already possessed a crescent moon-level beast. He also made a snide remark about his sister choosing commoner Su Yuan over a suitor from the Gong family. However, the Grand Commander of the Knights, Ouyang Qian, spoke up for Su Yuan, praising his exceptional strength and broad-mindedness. Ouyang Qing shook his head, pointing out that the three main challenges of the Ziwei Star secret realm were notoriously perilous, and those with higher talent faced even tougher trials. Over the years, only the Gong family's offspring, protected by rare treasures, have managed to pass. Although those who overcome the challenges receive greater rewards, for Su Yuan, these three trials might prove especially dangerous. This observation left the audience deep in thought. In a room filled with astonished gazes, Ning Xiandao, the demigod esteemed by the Ouyang family, finally spoke. Don't worry. I've heard of Su Yuan's capabilities. No matter how tough the challenges, he will make it through. I have faith in this young man. This statement took everyone present by surprise, including the nobles. A demigod openly supporting Su Yuan? It was unheard of, especially since demigods are usually cautious and low-key, rarely taking such a bold stance, particularly against the Ning family. What's more intriguing is that Ning Xiandao and Su Yuan seem to be strangers. As a disowned member of the Ning family, Ning Xuandao's appearances always put Ning Fenghong in a difficult position, and this time, he became the first demigod to publicly support Su Yuan. With Ning Xuandao's declaration, others began to let go of their reservations. Wanyang was the first to step up, shouting loudly, "Just wait and see. Su Yuan will definitely come first this time. I'm all in, betting 500 pieces of heavenly treasures." This statement made everyone furrow their brows. The Wanong family was known for their flamboyance, but a bet of 500 pieces of heavenly treasures was truly astounding. It was no easy feat for the Wanyang family to come up with such a sum. People couldn't help but speculate that Wanyang must know something others didn't, or he wouldn't dare to wager so boldly. Suddenly, the way everyone looked at Su Yuan was filled with deeper meaning. Standing quietly on the side, Zhang Yingji silently grumbled to himself. Where did you get the money? How dare you gamble with my family's money? Of course, Wanyang was not entirely unprepared, having already put the Yaoguang ice field up as collateral. Seeing this, the nobles were naturally unwilling to be outdone. Gong Iha, the head of the Gong family, waved his hand and placed a heavy bet. Palace Beast Academy, Gong Jing, 1,000 pieces of heavenly treasures. This was a joint wager from the 9 major families, excluding the Li family. Everyone present couldn't help but marvel at the noble's immense wealth, casually putting up 1,000 pieces of heavenly treasures. I'm in too. Count me in. 20 pieces of heavenly treasures. I'll bet a little less, 100 pieces of earthly treasures. The elite began to showcase their wealth, making it not just a grand gamble but also a display of power to the new students. After all, only with substantial financial backing can one attract the outstanding students who excel in the competition. The students stared in awe at the scene before them. The opulent display of wealth by the prominent families starkly contrasted with their own frugal and calculated lifestyles. For an average student, acquiring even a single lower-grade heavenly treasure required winning 30 consecutive matches in the rank battles, which would take an entire month if they fought daily. Yet here, the major factions were casually dealing in hundreds or thousands of heavenly treasures. The disparity was a bitter pill to swallow. The Jilautu family was especially extravagant, continually upping their bets. They had already wagered close to 2,000 heavenly treasure materials, plus nearly 50 magical artifacts, creating a financial advantage that was almost overwhelming for the other factions. After about 20 minutes of frenzied betting, the largest projection screen in the square showed that the odds of Gong Jing leading the Sacred Beast Academy to victory had dropped to 8-1. Although many had faith in Su Yuan, the thought of the 3 major challenges within the Ziwei Star secret realm made them hesitant. Su Yuan also chose to keep a low profile, knowing that revealing hundreds of heavenly treasures would instantly expose his identity as a member of the Li family. Once the bidding concluded, the secret realm was ready. The head of the Gong family, Gong Yunhe, stepped forward after distributing the armbands, saying, "Everyone, you should all be familiar with the use of these armbands. They can help you escape danger, but they are not a guarantee of safety. The Ziwei Emperor's Star secret realm is unlike any other. It is extremely perilous. Please proceed with caution and withdraw if you find yourself overmatched." His warning did not deter anyone. As four-star beast masters, both their strength and mental fortitude had significantly improved, and no one was willing to concede easily. Seeing this, Gong Yunhe nodded slightly, then, "Let the teleportation begin." Countless portals appeared in the sky, and beams of white light enveloped each young beast master. About 10 seconds later, Su Yuan felt his body being drawn into the secret realm. Thousands of beams shone simultaneously, marking the official start of the Beast Master Tournament. Spectators on the viewing platform watched the young participants eagerly, anticipating their brilliance in the secret realm. As they entered, darkness faded away to reveal a vast, open landscape. The sky, a pale lavender, occasionally streaked with brilliant blue meteors, and the intense starlight agitated the star energy within everyone. Under the glow of the Ziwei Emperor star, the originally pale blue star energy within them was slowly transforming to a lavender hue, a gradual and resolute process that seemed to suggest that to complete this transformation, they must pass the tests and reach the Ziwei star heavenly pool. The teams from various academies quickly gathered into their respective groups. The Dawn Academy and the Myriad Beast Academy were close to each other, facing the Sacred Beast Academy led by Gong Jing, while the Royal Academy stood by, observing the situation. As tensions rose, Xuani from the Sacred Beast Academy stepped forward. "Hold on," he said. "I know there are some grievances among us, but I propose we set them aside until we've passed the 3 major challenges. After all, we're all here for the opportunities, and each challenge offers significant rewards. It would be a shame to be eliminated early because of conflict." His words were met with approval from most, but Wan Cheng from the Myriad Beast Academy voiced his skepticism. "Xuani, this Ziwei Star Heavenly Pool is monitored by the Gong family, and you've invested heavily to lower the difficulty for your side. If we wait until the end, won't that give you an unfair advantage?" Xuani cleared his throat. "Wan, that's not quite right. While the Gong family does have that authority, I'm from the Xuani family. The secret realm only recognizes the Gong family, and there are only 30 Gong family members in the Sacred Beast Academy, which has limited influence on the overall situation. Besides," he glanced at Su Yuan with a shrug, "I can't beat Brother Su. I'm just here to gain some opportunities." Wancheng looked at Su Yuan with a frown. "Brother Su, what do you think?" At this point, even members of his own academy were swayed by Xuani's argument, leaning towards personal gain over academy honor. Ouyang Shui leaned closer to Su Yuan and whispered, "This is obviously a trap. When have the Nobles and Sacred Beast Academy ever shown weakness first? Letting us go through the checkpoint is definitely to their advantage." Su Yuan weighed the pros and cons in his mind. From his personal perspective, initiating a battle now might be beneficial, but for the other students of Dawn Academy and Myriad Beast Academy, passing through the checkpoint was the wiser choice. This was indeed an open strategy. "We have no choice," Su Yuan said with a smile. "This might be the only chance for our classmates to enter the secret realm in their lifetime. I can't kill their hopes. Even if we force a battle now, our side might not be united. It's better to clear the checkpoint first and settle the score with them later." Hearing this decision, over 700 students from Dawn Academy breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely worried that Su Yuan would insist on starting a fight immediately. Although they wouldn't stand idly by, they didn't agree with that choice in their hearts. For them, personal opportunities were the top priority. Academy honor was worth fighting for, but not at the expense of personal gain. "Don't worry, Brother Yuan. Once we clear the checkpoint, with no worries behind us, we'll fight them to the end." "That's right, Brother Yuan, trust us. The 3 checkpoints are no big deal for us." "Yeah, if they can pass, we definitely can too." Ouyang Shui sighed softly. She fully considered the situation from Su Yuan's perspective, but reality was harsh. Expecting others to sacrifice their interests for Su Yuan was too idealistic. After all, they were just classmates, not yet friends who'd risk their lives for each other. Sun Yi's open strategy had indeed worked. Outside the secret realm, on the viewing platform, Prince Ouyang Qing chuckled. The Sun family's son is indeed shrewd. With just a few words, he defused the impending conflict. "It seems Su Yuan is not all that impressive, just a bit talented." Ning Xian immediately retorted. This might not be the Sacred Beast Academy students' true intentions. If they had an overwhelming advantage, why wait until the end? They want benefits too. The Sun boy is just going with the flow. Why rush to conclusions, Your Highness? Ouyang Qing's face stiffened. In Dawn City, the stance of any demigod was crucial, directly affecting the succession to the throne. Clearly, this Ning family outcast was not impressed by him and favored Su Yuan, who was close to Ouyang Shui. How could he not feel frustrated? Sun Wushua, the head of the Sun family, spoke up, "You've misunderstood. My son is merely indifferent to worldly affairs. What you see as strategy or scheming is actually his sincere words." Both Ouyang Qing and Ning Xian were taken aback. Even Su Yuan hadn't expected that Sunny was genuinely a laid-back person. They thought he was plotting something significant, but it turned out that his statement about not being able to beat Brother Su was truly sincere. Sun Wushua felt helpless too, not knowing how he ended up with such an unambitious son. Other family heads were aware of this and could only silently facepalm, pretending not to know. Inside the secret realm, everyone was ready to tackle the checkpoint. The 3 checkpoints were formed by 3 ancient city walls stretching across the secret realm. Each wall was 10 kilometers apart, and this stretch was called the 20-mile avenue. Only by reaching the end and opening the wall could the checkpoint be considered complete. After passing the checkpoint, the Ziwei Emperor Star would grant various rewards, possibly rare treasures, magical artifacts, or enhancements for beast tamers. The most precious reward would directly enhance the beast tamer's own strength. In this world, the beast tamer's own power was the most valuable because they primarily relied on their beasts for combat, and their bodies were quite frail until becoming demigods. The stronger the tamer's body, the less pressure on their beasts. As the group stood before the checkpoint, observing one another, no one dared to step forward first. Finally, Wan Chong from the Myriad Beast Academy gritted his teeth and stepped onto the 20-mile avenue. Suddenly, a blue light descended from the sky, enveloping him, with the words, "Perfect level assessment," faintly appearing. Perfect level? Isn't that a classification for beast skills and talents? Everyone pondered. It seems each person's assessment difficulty varies. So, what exactly is the difficulty of a perfect level assessment? All eyes were fixed on Wan Cheng. Wan Cheng cautiously took a step forward, and in an instant, the world around him transformed dramatically. A blue-purple bolt of lightning erupted in the sky, cascading down like a waterfall. Ahead, a golden wall of fire rose from the ground, emanating an awe-inspiring sacred aura. From the distant end, a fierce, demonic wind howled, sharp as a blade, tearing the earth apart. The sand caught up in the wind formed towering waves, roaring and tumbling through the air. Sacred fire, demonic wind, thunder, and sandstorms, the 4 elemental forces wreaked havoc along the 20-mile path. Everyone stood dumbfounded, questioning in their hearts, is this really just a trial in a secret realm? Compared to this terrifying scene, the Dawn Forest and Eagle Sorrow Ravine seemed like peaceful paradises. Outside the secret realm, Gong Yun and others exclaimed, "A 5 elements trial? This might be one of the most difficult challenges in the history of the Ziwei Star secret realm." The audience collectively held their breath for the candidates inside, as even these seasoned cultivators couldn't guarantee success against such odds. This year's trial was clearly extraordinary, with the first stage alone capable of eliminating 2/3 of the participants. Inside, the candidates realized that standing still was not an option. They had come in pursuit of fortune, and at worst, they could activate their armlets to teleport away. Thus, one by one, they stepped into the trial area. Candidates of ordinary and rare levels found that as the difficulty decreased, the sacred fire no longer actively blocked them, and the lightning avoided their paths. However, the sandstorm driven by the demonic wind remained problematic, requiring them to summon their beasts for assistance. Su Yuan nodded slightly, and Ouyang Shui, Chu Wanyang, and others joined the trial. Seeing this, Gong Jing was unwilling to lag behind and followed closely, with Sun Yizong and Yang Yi trailing along. Beams of purple light descended from the sky, marking the beginning of the epic level trial. The onlookers were amazed. These prodigies were indeed extraordinary. Even though Gong Jing used celestial treasures to lower the difficulty, he remained at the epic level. However, a higher level trial meant stronger resistance. The sacred fire transformed into fiery lotuses that relentlessly pursued them, while the lightning seemed to have eyes, striking with precision, forcing the group to dodge and maneuver with utmost concentration. When Su Yuan prepared to enter the trial area, everyone held their breath. They wondered if this young genius would reach the legendary mythical level trial. After all, in the previous generation, only Yi Ho had achieved that level. The moment Su Yuan stepped onto the 20-mile path, the entire world shuddered. The lightning in the sky coalesced into a blood-red dragon, and a crimson pillar of light descended straight onto his head, signaling a domain-level trial. In the mysterious realm, a crimson dragon suddenly descended, causing an uproar among the spectators. This level of domain assessment, which had only appeared once during the era of the Human King in the 300-year history of Dawn City, astonishingly reappeared today with Su Yuan. Ning Xian and other demigod-level experts quickly sensed something amiss. Such a challenging assessment shouldn't appear in the first round, indicating the Gong family was manipulating events behind the scenes. Gong Yun openly admitted to altering the difficulty by feeding heavenly materials and treasures, jokingly claiming it provided Su Yuan with a greater opportunity. This was a meticulously crafted trap. If Su Yuan chose to forfeit, it would be tantamount to conceding in a life-and-death duel, allowing the 9 elders to justifiably take his life. If he continued the challenge, he would face an almost insurmountable domain-level assessment. Inside the realm, faced with the crimson dragon in the sky, Su Yuan remained exceptionally calm. He could sense that this was the Ziwei Emperor Star's test for him, not a result of human interference. Your Highness, have faith in me, Su Yuan reassured the worried Ouyang Shui beside him, while summoning Long Yao and Fujia. In this area where spatial abilities were restricted, he needed Long Yao's defense and Fujia's healing abilities to confront the impending trial. A blazing white thunderbolt crashed down, far more terrifying than the ordinary blue lightning others faced. Long Yao's mythic-grade reverse tribulation dragon scales flawlessly absorbed the impact. Immediately after, golden fire lotuses rose from the ground, dispersed by Long Yao's wings. When the cutting force-laden demon wind struck, Su Yuan finally revealed his true strength. The 220,000 stars' power within him erupted, forming a seemingly fragile yet indestructible starlight barrier, effortlessly deflecting the lethal attack. This scene astonished all the onlookers. How could a 4-star beast master possess such immense stellar power? This defied all logic. Could it truly be a special acknowledgement from the Ziwei Emperor Star? Everyone present was left dumbfounded, including the previously gloating students from the Sacred Beast Academy. They finally realized that the genius before them might be far more powerful than they had ever imagined. Ning Xian stood there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. He remembered when Su Yuan's star count had just surpassed 10,000 and thought he had a solid grasp of Su Yuan's strength. But reality hit him hard. Su Yuan's star count not only broke 10,000 but smashed through the 20,000 mark, reaching an astonishing 22,000 stars. To put this into perspective, an ordinary peak 6-star beast master has about 7 to 8,000 stars, with exceptional ones barely breaking 10,000. Even the prodigy Yi Ho only has a little over 30,000. Compared to Su Yuan, a mere 4-star beast master, these numbers are insignificant. No wonder he passed the domain-level assessment, Ning Xian sneered as he glanced around. Just now, someone said Su Yuan was nothing special. I would like to ask, even if you multiplied your star count by 10, could you match half of his? These words deeply stung Ouyang Qing. As the second prince, he had always been arrogant and dismissive of Su Yuan, sneering at his sister's ambiguous relationship with him. He had assumed that someone as flamboyant as Su Yuan would meet an early demise. Yet, Su Yuan repeatedly defied expectations, making a significant impact at the Beast Master competition and humiliating him. The reaction among the nobles was even more intense. The heads of families like Li Jianli, Gong Yunhe, and Ning Fenghong wore expressions of fear. Such a prodigy emerging was unprecedented. The crowd was so shocked that they were at a loss for words. At that moment, Wan Yang burst into laughter. Do you remember when you mocked my family's secret realm for going bankrupt? Let me tell you, it was Su Yuan who drained it dry. 11 times in total, he emptied the Yaoguang heavenly pool. Well done, Su Yuan. I've bet my entire fortune on you. With these words, everyone was jolted back to reality. So, the anomaly in the secret realm was caused by Su Yuan. The celestial phenomena that day were also due to him emerging from the secret realm. Seeing Su Yuan's trump card exposed, Wan Yang decided to boost his momentum. This was a warning to the nobles. The Wan family would unhesitatingly support Su Yuan. With the demigod Ning Xian being friendly with Su Yuan, and the human king unlikely to stand idly by, the nobles would find it difficult to oppose him. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Su Yuan in the secret realm, eager to witness firsthand whether this genius with 22,000 stars lived up to his reputation. And indeed, he did. Waves of sacred fire and thunder crashed down one after another, each more intense than the last. Fiery lotuses and thunder dragons intertwined in the sky, and the pressure Su Yuan endured on this 20-mile path was equivalent to what everyone else faced combined. Fortunately, Long Yao possessed the innate ability of the reversal dragon scale, the ultimate defense from the dragon god, which could truly nullify all elements. However, the demonic windstorm could only be withstood by Su Yuan himself. The sound of the wind slicing through the star barrier was audible to everyone. If they were in his place, they would have been torn apart. Yet Su Yuan not only withstood it, but also kept adjusting his path forward. Some who blocked his way were swept up by the fiery lotuses or devoured by the thunder dragons, forcing them to tear off their armbands and quit the competition. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yuan directly broke into the Saint Beast Academy's ranks. The students from the Saint Beast Academy, who had once mocked Su Yuan, were now terrified. Oh no, Su Yuan, don't come over here. Su Yuan, we have no quarrel with you. Why are you heading this way? Su Yuan didn't have the strength to respond, but his actions spoke volumes to those who had once gloated over his misfortune. They realized now that their earlier schadenfreude had backfired on them. With only 5 miles covered and 3/4 of the way to go, they couldn't withstand the pressure Su Yuan was under. Fortunately for them, Su Yuan's progress was slowed by the immense pressure, allowing the St. Beast Academy students to hasten their pace and barely distance themselves. However, over 100 of them were caught up in the chaos, forced to face this disaster. Initially, they had planned to eliminate Su Yuan through the 3 major checkpoints and then easily deal with the Dawn Academy and the Beast Academy, but now they were the ones suffering. Thus, Su Yuan moved forward step by step, from 5 miles to 6, then 7, persisting until he reached 15, 16 miles. In the realm of the divine, an epic showdown was unfolding. Holy flames and thunder intertwined in the sky, transforming into a roaring dragon of sacred thunder and fire, hurtling towards Long Yao. Facing this formidable fusion attack, Long Yao let out a mighty roar, and the might of the dragon god instantly obliterated the incoming sacred thunder. The demonic winds raged, no longer mere sharp blades, but akin to heavy iron hammers. Each strike pounded against the defenses in front of Su Yuan, and even with the protection of 220,000 stars, his muscles were left deeply indented. Behind him, Fu Jia continuously channeled spiritual springs in an attempt to shield Su Yuan, but with little effect. Watching Su Yuan use his body to block all the demonic winds for her, Fu Jia made a resolute decision and slit her wrist. She wrapped her arm around Su Yuan's neck, offering her bleeding wrist to him. Master, drink. The goddess of life, born from the world tree, possessed blood purer and more sacred than that of a unicorn, imbued with powerful healing properties. In his weakened state, Su Yuan couldn't refuse and bit into Fu Jia's wrist. The golden blood flowed into him, purifying his soul, and all wounds rapidly healed. Under Fu Jia's protection, his nearly shattered body regained strength and continued to advance. 18 miles, 19 miles, 20 miles of the avenue, countless people witnessed this miracle. A man covered in scars, moving forward amidst continuous healing and injury, breaking through the relentless demonic winds at the cost of nearly burning his own life. Even the all-encompassing assault of holy fire and thunder could not penetrate the reverse-scale defense of the Dragon Maiden. With the finish line in sight, a nearly solid wall of earth rose from the ground, with a sandstorm howling to block the path. Su Yuan raised his right fist, channeling the power of 220,000 stars into it. Break for me! The sandstorm barrier collapsed with a thunderous crash, and at the end of the 20-mile avenue, the domain-level trial finally bowed at Su Yuan's feet. One with the heavens and earth, his resolve unmatched. As Su Yuan stepped onto the city wall, crossing the first barrier, a thunderous cheer erupted outside the secret realm. This moment was destined to be recorded in the annals of Don Sitya. Genius had emerged, successfully passing the domain-level trial for the first time in history. Even more astonishing was that he conquered the notoriously difficult 5 Elements challenge. Gong Yunhe's face twisted in anger, while family heads like Li Jianli and Ning Fenghong were equally speechless. They believed they were well prepared, but never imagined that Su Yuan could overcome this hurdle. What shocked them even more was the incredible strength Su Yuan displayed. His beast mastery rendered him immune to elemental attacks. With 220,000 star power, he could withstand demonic winds. He possessed healing abilities akin to miracles. Based on previous intelligence, Su Yuan's other 2 beasts were formidable as well. One from the extreme north, skilled in swift movement and ice control. The other, an abyssal witch adept in combat and psychic powers. This combination undoubtedly placed him at the pinnacle of the younger generation. We can't let this boy run unchecked. He's bound to be a future threat. Li Jianli exchanged a glance with Gong Yunhe. Gong Yunhe transmitted a message. No worries, let's wait and see. The difficulty of the Purple Micro-Star Secret Realms trials increases. He's already exhausted all his trump cards on the first-level Dragon Maiden's Reverse Tribulation Dragon Scale, his own star power, and even needed the blood of the Goddess of Life from Fu Jia. What will he use for the next 2 levels? Outside the secret realm, whether ordinary citizens, powerful beast masters, or those who once underestimated or opposed Su Yuan, everyone was now forced to reassess this young man. Inside the realm, the participants were left speechless by Su Yuan's performance. They had experienced the impact of holy fire, thunder, demonic winds, and sandstorms firsthand and knew how terrifying they were, yet Su Yuan withstood them at domain-level difficulty. I almost didn't make it through the rare-level trial. He's like a human dragon. I was nearly crippled just by the aftermath of his demonic wind. How does he have so many stars? They've practically formed a tangible star river. Ouyang Shui patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. You really scared me, Su Yuan. Initially, when she saw him choose the domain-level trial, her heart was in her throat. Students from Dawn Academy and Beast Academy were overjoyed, while those from Sacred Beast Academy were gloomy. Not only had their mockery failed, but 381 of their 1163 participants were eliminated, nearly 200 due to Su Yuan. In contrast, Beast Academy and Dawn Academy together lost just over 100 people, subtly shifting the balance of power. However, Gong Jing and others remained unperturbed. The competition had just begun, with 2 more major challenges and the celestial pool test to follow. As everyone passed the first 20-mile avenue, the purple micro star began to shine, signaling the moment of reward. Light points flew toward the participants like shooting stars. Common and rare level challengers received 4 medium-grade celestial treasure materials. Perfect level challengers received a medium-grade celestial treasure artifact. Epic level challengers, like Ouyang Shui, had their star count doubled, soaring from 200 to 400. All eyes finally focused on Su Yuan. What would be the reward for a domain level trial? Would his star count double to 440,000? The purple micro star suddenly burst with dazzling purple light, seemingly guiding Su Yuan to leap down the barrier and accept his unique gift. Su Yuan followed the guidance of the Ziwei Emperor Star and arrived at a vast open space. At that moment, the Emperor Star in the sky manifested a vague figure, an unprecedented phenomenon known as the Emperor Star's embodiment. Everyone present could hear its solemn voice. A gift from the realm of law. I bestow upon you the power to forge a divine body with 10,000 thunders. The voice of the Emperor Star was grand and ancient, as if an artifact from antiquity had descended upon the world, shaking the souls of all who witnessed it. As soon as the words were spoken, brilliant white lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, striking directly at Su Yuan. This force was powerful enough to pierce through any star-level beast, yet when it struck Su Yuan, he remained unscathed. The thunderclouds in the sky grew thicker, with thousands of bolts of lightning transforming into thunder dragons that pounded downwards. These lightning bolts were not meant to harm but served as precise sculpting tools, reshaping Su Yuan's body. His hair and body hair stood on end, while his bones and muscles became increasingly robust under the tempering of the lightning. Most astonishingly, he began to wield the power of thunder at will. During this process, golden specks appeared within his bones, an indestructible origin, one of the world's 3 primordial forces. Even if his bones were to break, they would quickly heal. If he were to return to the first 20-mile road, those demonic winds would no longer be a threat. This power was not solely Su Yuan's to wield. He could also pass it on to his beasts. Long Yao, Xuanu, Fujia, and Hongimo were all bathed in the indestructible origin's power, and any future beast he tamed would also share in this fortune. This is the divine body, the indestructible divine body. When Su Yuan emerged from the realm of 100,000 thunders, his entire being vibrated with an unimaginable power. The undying origin had been deeply embedded within him, allowing him to rise from the ashes even if his body was shattered, as long as it didn't exceed his limits. Even more astonishing was that this power could nullify almost all pain. A blade through the heart felt no worse than a minor scrape. Outside the secret realm, the crowd whispered in confusion. Ouyang Qing no longer dared to underestimate Su Yuan. The gift from the thunders had evidently surpassed all logic. The eldest prince, Ouyang He, turned to Ning Xian to inquire about Su Yuan's gains, but even Ning Ho, who held an honorary title from the human king, shook his head, clueless. It's clear that this gift is far more precious than the celestial bodies within, Ning Xian observed. At least on the surface, Su Yuan seems to have gained the power of a thunder body. Yet, Su Yuan appeared indifferent to the lightning sparking at his fingertips, as if he had gained something beyond. Gong Yunhe's face was a mask of displeasure. The resources consumed were from the Ziwei Imperial Star's power. The cake was only so big, and the more it was used up, the less the Gong family would receive. Moreover, the privilege to maintain the secret realm lay with the Gong family. If they wished, they could allow others access to this precious Imperial Star realm. But for now, they had no choice but to swallow their frustration and silently curse Su Yuan's demise in the second challenge. Inside the secret realm, those who watched Su Yuan return were left in awe. The gap had grown so vast that envy was no longer possible, replaced only by unrealistic fantasies. Ouyang Shui approached, her hand hovering in the air. You might want to tone down the electricity. Only then did Su Yuan notice the electricity crackling around his fingers. Besides the undying origin, he had also acquired the thunder body. The combination of the two must be the true godly physique, he thought. He quickly found the mental switch to control the lightning and subdued it. Ouyang Shui lightly touched his skin, feeling the resilience tempered by the thunder. The surrounding crowd erupted in teasing cheers, and in the distance, Gong Jing's face turned a shade of green with anger. Su Yuan hurriedly intervened. Stop, stop, this is just the first challenge. There are still 2 more to go. This reminder snapped everyone back to reality. Indeed, time was of the essence, as the entire secret realm was only open for 1 day. The first 20-mile path had already consumed over 4 hours, and the next 2 challenges would only get harder. Time also needed to be reserved for the battles between academies and to bathe in the power of the Ziwei Imperial Star. Facing the second path, No one hesitated this time. Having learned from previous experience, no one wanted to be a mere spectator. Everyone found their position and leapt off the city walls in unison. Once more, beams of light descended from the sky, indicating the difficulty of the trial. Su Yuan was still faced with a blood-red dragon of the Dharma realm. The crowd was mentally prepared. After all, the difficulty of the challenges would only increase. Suddenly, a sandstorm swept across the land. Visibility plummeted, and all spatial and perception skills were locked, even preventing the summoning of beasts. Long Yao and the other three women seemed trapped in the beast space. Su Yuan had no choice but to forge ahead alone, using lightning to clear his path and the stars as his guide, struggling through the endless yellow sands. Outside the secret realm, Wanyang suddenly exclaimed, "What's going on? Why is everyone motionless?" The entire challenge shows no change. Various factions stood up, looking around for answers. At this moment, the shadow of the human king slowly spoke. "This is the second most difficult trial of the Ziwei Imperial Star, the illusory dream gate, a life like a dream. It generates based on one's cognition and dreams, recreating the most despairing scenes. Easier trials are passable, but the harder ones, one might never escape the illusion. Only if the Ziwei Imperial Star acknowledges your obsession in the dream can you exit. As for the contents of the illusions, even my memories have been erased." This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. How could one overcome a despair they themselves deemed insurmountable? Life is but a fleeting dream. In the second stage of the Ziwei Emperor Star's secret realm, Su Yuan found himself trapped in a cruel paradox. The challenge of this stage did not stem from external trials, but from the prison within each person's heart. Those with greater talent, like Su Yuan, who have seen a wider world and met more people, find their internal cages growing increasingly impenetrable. Amidst the vast desert sands, Su Yuan trudged on alone. Thanks to the near-perfect control over his body granted by the Ziwei Emperor Star, he could accurately calculate the passage of time through his heartbeat. After 5 hours, he should have traversed the 20-mile road, yet it seemed endless. To his despair, he discovered the lightning mark he left at the start, realizing he'd walked in a circle and returned to his starting point. As he struggled with this predicament, a figure appeared in the sand, collapsed on the ground. Approaching, he discovered it was the severely injured Ouyang Shui. She lay in a pool of blood, her icy blue eyes flickering. Upon seeing Su Yuan, she managed a faint smile. "Su Yuan, is that you?" The situation was dire, and Su Yuan made a swift decision. He broke his own left arm to unleash the power of the immortal origin to heal Ouyang Shui. As golden energy flowed, both of their injuries were mended. Su Yuan then tore off her armband, sending her out of the trial space. However, the challenge was too formidable, and even Su Yuan couldn't find a way to break through. Ultimately, all participants were transported out of the secret realm. Although no one passed the Great Path trial, Su Yuan was awarded the champion of the Beastmaster competition for his outstanding performance in the first stage and for advancing the furthest in the second. Yet, this victory sparked a series of disasters. The human king, enraged by his daughter Ouyang Shui's permanent loss of Beastmaster status, turned his wrath on the nobles. The nobles, having prepared in advance, incited a beast tide stronger than the 9 snakes and summoned the Beast Emperor along with 9 demigods to confront the human king. On the battlefield, many, including Wan Yang, Wan Daoxian, Zhuo Qing, and Zhang Yingji, fell in battle. Ning Xian, Yi Ho, and Yin Yusin chose to stand with Dawn City until the end. Ultimately, the 9 elders of the nobility forced the human king to compromise. After jointly killing the Beast Emperor, Dawn City entered an era of noble rule. Although Su Yuan achieved merit in battle, he was imprisoned by the nobles. When he attempted to sneak into the palace to see Ouyang Shui one last time, the human king's words, "Without you, my daughter would not be in this state," deterred him. Moreover, the nobles, lying in wait, captured him in an ambush. At this moment, he felt as though he had fallen into the deepest abyss of despair. When Su Yuan's enemies finally captured him, the nobility didn't rush to execute him. Instead, they chose a more cruel form of vengeance, stripping him of all his abilities as a beast master. Before his very eyes, the noble prodigies who coveted his beast mastery watched as Long Yao and Snow Maiden severed their own heart veins, Fu Jia transformed into an eternal withered tree, and the witch Hong Imo wreaked havoc before being taken away by the Abyss Demon Emperor. The Liu family regained their status after discovering a surviving bloodline, receiving back everything that had been taken from them, and more. Su Yuan was forced to witness his comrades from the Wan character battalion of the city guard die one by one in prison. The Wan character battalion, the Mountain character battalion, the Sky character battalion all were annihilated. The city guard was disbanded and replaced by the noble guard, loyal to the aristocracy. The Beast Master Guild was rebuilt, but it fell into the hands of the Li family. Once the nobles were convinced that Su Yuan was utterly ruined, they broke his legs and exiled him. The streets were filled with the starving and destitute, with common folk fighting fiercely for a 14-hour day job that paid only 6 copper coins an hour. A year later, the post-war order began to take shape. The human king secluded himself and passed the throne to Ouyang Qing, a noble of his choice. The new king immediately distributed titles and granted fertile lands in the east and south of the city to noble offspring. The peasants' resistance was futile, and within a year, the population outside Dawn City plummeted from 5 million to less than a million, as most chose to leave in search of new homes. 3 years later, in spring, the war-torn Dawn City was adorned with festive decorations, as people sought a glimmer of hope amidst hardship. In the streets, a noble child riding in a carriage was suddenly attacked by a group of ragged beggars who stole their money. In a tea house, patrons murmured, "It's only been 30 days this year, and there have already been 126 robberies." My cousin who works at the patrol office said these beggars have formed a group called the Beggar Clan, living under bridges and in sewers. The nobles demand answers from the patrol office, but how could those esteemed beast masters lower themselves to such dark, damp places to catch anyone? Who is the leader of the Beggar Clan? It's Su Yuan. The tea house fell silent at this revelation. After the second demon siege, despite his great achievements, he was tortured in prison. He witnessed his beasts take their own lives and his comrades get killed, and was finally released after having his tendons cut. The nobles thought he would be reduced to a beggar, but he proved even more talented in this area, gathering the city's beggars and teaching them the art of theft, becoming their leader. I heard he had a romance with the former king's daughter. It wasn't just a rumor. She was forced into marriage by her second brother to the Gong family and ultimately took her own life with a white silk ribbon. In the shadows beneath a bridge, "Boss," an excited subordinate burst into the room. "After 3 years of preparation, it's finally done. 5,000 tons of explosives have been planted in the sewers beneath the noble estates, just waiting for your command." Su Yuan slowly rose to his feet. His leg injury had been treated long ago by an old monk with a traditional remedy when he was begging. He was well aware of the power of these explosives enough to send non-beast masters and those below 4-star beast masters to their graves. Old Lu has returned from Hope City, and everything is ready on their end, the subordinate continued to report. This was a plan Su Yuan had been devising for 2 years. Once the noble estates were destroyed, Dawn City would be thrown into chaos, allowing Hope City, thousands of miles away, to take advantage. As for whether he would survive the explosion, he no longer cared. Watching his enemies fall was worth dying for. "Your Highness, Long Yao, Snow Maiden, Fujia, Hongamo, Old Wan, I'm avenging you now." Su Yuan gripped the torch tightly. Just as he was about to ignite the fuse, the space around him suddenly froze. A violet gold light coalesced into a human form, revealing an elderly man with white hair. "Why persist in your delusion?" the old man spoke. "You've endured the world's suffering. Your loved ones, friends, and comrades are gone. Why not choose release?" Su Yuan had a vague sense of familiarity with the old man, but his injured mind couldn't recall where they had met. "As long as I, Su Yuan, have breath, I will never give up." "Old Lu is a spy for the nobles. Your plan has already been exposed," the old man said calmly. Su Yuan clenched his fists. "Thank you for the information. Then I'll wait another 10 or 20 years. I have the patience to wait for their slip-up. The disparity in strength is too great. You cannot win." "Why not?" Su Yuan let out a bitter laugh. "Old man, even a 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an ant's nest. If I yield just because of a strength gap, what kind of man would I be?" The old man was silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Su Yuan, life is but a dream. In prosperity, anyone can shine, but true life is often filled with failure. In your despair, you have persisted. I tell you now you have passed the test." The surroundings shattered like bubbles, and the experiences of the past 3 years dissolved into illusion. Su Yuan's eyes filled with tears, as if he had forgotten how to smile. "Your Highness, Long Yao, Snow Maiden, Jiajia, Hongamo, Old Wan, Sister E, Third Brother, are you all well?" The word trial rippled through Su Yuan's mind. She strained to remember, memories flooding back like a tide, the confident self from 3 years ago, participating in the Beast Master tournament. In a moment of sudden clarity, she realized it was all an illusion. Yet within this illusion lay hope they were all still alive. An old man stood before Su Yuan, slowly explaining the 3 trials. The first trial tests your body, the second your heart, and the third your survival. Most people find the second trial the easiest and the third the hardest. But for someone like you, who has weathered many storms, the trial of the heart is the greatest challenge. Su Yuan's tense muscles gradually relaxed as she gazed at the old man. "Are you the star of Ziwei?" The old man nodded in confirmation. Su Yuan gave a wry smile, weathered by experience. "You've really put me through the ringer. No wonder memories had to be erased, as this wouldn't be a pleasant memory for most." "Indeed," the old man acknowledged, before shifting his tone. But it is different for you. Su Yuan, your life has been too smooth. I hope to add some weight to your path. May this be your first hardship and your last despair. Remember always, even in the darkest moments, you never gave up. The old man chose to preserve Su Yuan's memories, both as a gift and as recognition of her passage through the trial of the heart. Su Yuan looked up at the starry night sky, tears glistening in her eyes as she laughed aloud. Passing through the tunnel of time, every moment from the past 3 years was etched into her memory. For Su Yuan now, the despair and pain had become catalysts for changing her fate. Outside the secret realm, people waited anxiously. The ordinary and rare-level challengers had already passed easily for them. It was merely battling unfamiliar beasts. Although their memories were erased, passing the second trial was still a joy. The generous rewards allowed many to advance from the realm of command to the second level of intuitive understanding, skipping years of training. Then, the prodigies began to emerge from the illusion. Looking around in confusion, Chu Wanyang, Wan Cheng, Sun Yi, and others clutched their chests, clearly having suffered significant psychological blows. Ouyang Shui was no different. Although she couldn't remember the exact events, her heart ached dully. Seeing Su Yuan still enveloped in a crimson glow, Ouyang Shui was anxious. She rushed to Su Yuan's side, looking at her tear-streaked face, her expression shifting between anguish and determination. This scene was observed by everyone, sparking whispers. It seems the rumors are true. The princess does have feelings for Su Yuan. This is a classic case of the girl pursuing the boy. Su Yuan's really hit the jackpot. If it were me, I'd have already married into the royal family. Keep dreaming. Over 2 hours later, Su Yuan finally opened her eyes to the sight of Ouyang Shui's worried face. Images of her fighting and sacrificing herself in the illusion surged into his mind. Though it was an illusion, it reflected her true feelings. Before Ouyang Shui could say, "We should move on to the next trial," Su Yuan had already pulled her into an embrace. Do you realize everyone is watching?" Ouyang Shui stammered, not pulling away. "I haven't forgotten anything from the illusion," Su Yuan whispered. Ouyang Shui stopped struggling and hugged him back. "That must have been tough." "Your Highness, I like you," Su Yuan said. Ouyang Shui froze. These were the words she had been longing to hear. I might have to think about accepting you, though I also. You're mine, and you can't escape." Su Yuan smiled. This scene caused an uproar both inside and outside the secret realm. Everyone watched in stunned disbelief as the events unfolded. This isn't just gossip they're hugging. How did the princess end up with Su Yuan? What about the suitors from the Gong, Li, and Yi families? Look at Gong Jing's expression. He's about to explode. Within the secret realm, Gong Jing was the most affected. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was so twisted with rage that it seemed he might lose control at any moment. Fortunately, Zhong Yang quickly intervened, whispering a few words to him before leading the group from the Sacred Beast Academy hastily towards the third checkpoint. Outside the secret realm, the audience was surprised, but many seemed to have anticipated such events, reacting with little intensity. Only Ning Xian noticed that the Phantom of the King, seated at the highest point of the viewing platform, was clenching its fists tightly. If it were not a mere phantom, one could almost hear the creaking of knuckles. This reaction was understandable. Witnessing his beloved daughter in someone else's arms was undoubtedly a bitter pill to swallow. It was akin to seeing a carefully nurtured cabbage being ravaged by a wild boar, leaving him eager to deal with the wild boy on the spot. The crowd's exclamations persisted for a full quarter of an hour. When Su Yuan finally released Ouyang Shui, he realized that his actions might have been a bit rash. The king is watching. Could what I did have been too risky? He wondered, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Ouyang Shui adjusted her rumpled clothing and looked at the awkward boy in front of her with resignation. If it weren't for the shock in the dream realm, you probably wouldn't have said a word. I get it. You were startled. Let's focus on passing the checkpoint first. As for whether I'll accept your confession, she deliberately drew out her words. That depends on how you perform. Su Yuan sighed, thinking that whoever takes the initiative ends up at a disadvantage. Previously, he had the upper hand with Ouyang Shui, but now the tables had turned. That damn Zhui Emperor star. What's the point of provoking me like this? He grumbled to himself. After reaching the checkpoint, it was time to receive their rewards. Ouyang Shui and others who passed the epic level assessment were granted an increase in soul strength by the Zhui Emperor star. This was significant for them. Not only did it enhance their own powers, but it also strengthened their beasts. In future sparring between Su Yuan's Hongamo and Ouyang Shui's beast, they would be hard-pressed to overwhelm them easily. Such rare soul power left Ouyang Shui and others from the Sacred Beast Academy, including Sun Yi and Zhong Yang, very satisfied. Still, Su Yuan remained the center of attention, had once again passed the domain level assessment. Everyone looked forward to seeing if this reward would surpass the last. Suddenly, a golden meteor streaked across the sky, heading straight for Su Yuan's forehead. The pea-sized meteor entered through his brow, accompanied by a whisper from the Ziwei Emperor star. On the path of refining the heart, forge your divine soul. Su Yuan, I gift you my eyes. May they become your strength. The power of the golden meteor gathered in Su Yuan's eyes. His left eye revealed a ghostly white skeletal pattern, while his right eye mirrored the desolation of barren lands, as if sands were flowing. The system promptly notified. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring a special ability. Domain of Divine Soul Twin Pupils. The left eye has evolved into the Nether Demon Eye, and the right into the Desolate God Eye. The power of the eyes will grow stronger as the host's strength increases. Nether Demon Eye. The gaze ignites nether demon flames, which consume those touched by the flames with the power of reincarnation, preventing healing, rebirth, or reincarnation. Desolate God Eye. Absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converting it into the host's spiritual power and the physical strength and vitality of their beast, causing the land to become barren and life to wither. This extraordinary gift far exceeded expectations. Su Yuan's attribute panel was no longer empty. Host, Su Yuan. Level, 4-star Beast Master. Star count, 220,000. Abilities, Immortal Origin Domain, Divine Soul Twin Pupils Domain, Thunderous Body. Epic titles, Master of Divine Soul, Master of Divine Body. I won't be the weak link in beast battles anymore, Su Yuan thought with relief. This journey to the Ziwei Emperor Star's secret realm had yielded far more than he anticipated. The toughest challenge had been overcome, and what lay ahead would no longer be a stumbling block. The elaborate designs of the nobility had once again become his stepping stone. The Ziwei Emperor Star said, "Let this be your first hurdle and your last despair." Ouyang Shui observed the transformation in Su Yuan's eyes, aware of the extraordinary power he had gained. "Thank you for your kind words. There will be no more moments of despair," Su Yuan replied softly. "Let's go. The next challenge is survival." "Shui, don't stray too far from me." "Shui." Ouyang Shui looked at him in surprise. "You're calling me by my name now? Weren't you always addressing me formally?" "Never mind, let's put that aside for now." "Survival? Wait, do you know what's being tested?" Su Yuan nodded, explaining, "The first challenge was body forging, the second was heart refining, and the third is survival. That's what the Ziwei Emperor Star told me. For me, the hardest was the second challenge. With this gift, the third shouldn't be too difficult. So, everyone, stay close." The students from Dawn Academy and 10,000 Beasts Academy rejoiced upon hearing this. Previously, no one dared to approach Su Yuan because he was preoccupied with his own survival. Especially in the Dream Realm Challenge, where the elimination rate was high. Dawn Academy had only 366 students left, and 10,000 Beasts Academy had 227 remaining. Only the Sacred Beast Academy seemed to be under some sort of protection, still retaining 680 students. With Su Yuan as their pillar of support, hope finally shone through. As they leaped down the checkpoint and stepped onto the 20-mile avenue of the third challenge, the survival assessment officially began. Outside the secret realm, the faces of the 9 elders were grim. Ning Fenghong asked sharply, "Yunhe, is this what you called the 3 deadly checkpoints? How did Su Yuan not only survive, but also receive the supreme gift from the Ziwei Emperor Star?" Gong Yunhe's expression was dark. How did he manage to get through? The Dream Realm Challenge is the toughest for geniuses. Even the king couldn't pass without the protection of the 9 heavens illusory dragon. Li Jinli sighed, rubbing his forehead. "We'll have to pin our hopes on the final challenge. If that fails, we'll have to rely on the contingency we set up at the heavenly pool." As soon as they stepped onto 3rd Avenue, beams of light descended, indicating the level of challenge each participant would face. Predictably, Su Yuan was once again assigned a domain-level trial. Surprisingly, Ouyang Shui, Gong Jing, and Sun Yi were given the mythical level challenge. Gong Jing, in particular, refused his family's offer of rare treasures to ease his difficulty, earning him respect and admiration. Although the aristocrats did not place their hopes on him, he demonstrated a determination to compete with Su Yuan to the death. Once the light enveloped them, the environment instantly transformed. The previously starry and expansive space vanished, and it felt as if the ground swallowed them whole, dragging them deep underground. The stars were replaced by suffocating darkness and a heavy stench of blood. They found themselves in a massive cavern, dim and lightless, with the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. Above them, the name of the third trial appeared. Survival in the Abyss. The Abyss? Their eyes widened in shock. This was the lair of the world's third most fearsome beast, the Abyssal Demon Emperor. To advance 20 miles in such a place? The rampant beasts were a threat, but the living maze-like terrain alone was enough to drive one to despair. The walls of the abyss were not inert. They were part of the living organism, constantly shifting. The effects of the difficulty beams soon became apparent. Those in the common and rare categories gained a starlit shield, protecting them from the abyss's corruption and bloodlust, even reducing damage. The perfect level only received damage reduction. The epic level had no protection at all. Those in the mythical category emitted a bloodthirsty aura, attracting beasts. The worst off was Su Yuan at the domain level, as if he was marked by a massive blood pool, detectable from miles away. Outside the secret realm, Zhang Yingji, the president of the Beastmaster Guild, angrily protested, "This is madness. Even a demigod-level expert might not survive the abyss." His concerns were echoed by many. Ouyang Qian, captain of the Royal Knights, also demanded an explanation from the Gong family. Gong Yuan stepped forward to calm the crowd. "Please, everyone, do not worry. This is merely a simulated environment of the Ziwei Emperor Star, far removed from the real abyss. According to our ancestors' records, the strongest creature here is a sunset-level beast. Surely over 1,000 four-star beastmasters can handle it." This explanation somewhat eased the public's outrage. Although the trial was extremely difficult, it was not impossible. Meanwhile, Li Jinli and others secretly relished the thought. Su Yuan barely scraped through the last round. With that massive blood pool, survival seemed unlikely this time. Inside the secret realm, while others were troubled, Su Yuan felt secretly pleased. With Momo by his side, what was there to fear from the abyssal beasts? It seemed like a guaranteed victory. Yet before he could speak, Chu Wenyang proposed that they split up. Other students from Dawn Academy agreed, deterred by the ominous blood pool. Amidst this betrayal, Zhong Yang sneered from the sidelines. But just then, a warm hand grasped Su Yuan's left hand. A girl with silver-blue hair firmly declared, "I'll go with you." Su Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and calmly responded, "No problem, everyone do as you see fit. Chu Wenyang, I'll leave the leadership to you. Take care of the Dawn Academy students. I need to look after myself and Her Highness first." Outside, the faces of Dawn Academy's principal Zhang Jin and vice principals Wu Qing were grim. They could never have anticipated that the first to abandon Su Yuan would be their own students. Dawn Academy has always been renowned for its unity, with most graduates choosing to join the Beastmaster Guild or the City Guard. The motto, "Never abandon any comrade," is a creed every student adheres to. Yet, at this moment, faced with potential danger, this group of students decided to distance themselves from Su Yuan. Such a betrayal of a companion had never occurred even at the Sacred Beast Academy, but it was unfolding at the unity-famous Dawn Academy. The first two trials focused on individual strength, but the third clearly required teamwork. Although Su Yuan, as the team leader, didn't interact much with others usually, he was always diligent and responsible. Before the competition, he even went out of his way to provoke the Sacred Beast Academy to boost team morale. However, his efforts were met with nothing more than a few perfunctory thanks. Even when Su Yuan promised to lead them through the trial, the others still chose to leave. Ouyang Shui watched this scene and couldn't help but shake her head. These students, neither at the bottom nor the top, often appeared more selfish when choosing between personal and collective interests. As the old saying goes, those who stand up for justice are often of humble origins, while those who betray are often the learned. The poorest and the wealthiest understand unity better, yet those with some assets fear losing them the most. "Let's go our separate ways then. See you when fate allows," Su Yuan said calmly. This simple farewell carried an underlying message of not helping each other even if they met again in the future. Many caught this implication and lowered their heads in shame, but soon straightened up, convincing themselves with "everyone is doing it." Chu Wenyang, Lu Hai, and Zhou showed no remorse. Instead, they were exceptionally excited. The three had enrolled in the same year and had finally climbed to the top at Dawn Academy after nearly 3 years. They had planned to bring glory to the Academy at the Beastmaster tournament and join a top-tier Beastmaster group together. The position of team leader should have been theirs, but Su Yuan, who appeared suddenly, took it away with overwhelming strength. In just over a month, Su Yuan had claimed the leader's position with outstanding performances, overshadowing them completely. Now that an opportunity had finally arrived, how could they let it slip? They quickly organized classmates into 5 teams to explore in turns. The students from the 10,000 Beast Academy, who were on friendly terms with Chu Wenyang and merely acquaintances with Su Yuan, naturally joined Dawn Academy's group. Meanwhile, the Sacred Beast Academy formed their own team and invited the Royal Academy to join them. After everyone left, only Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui remained at the scene. "Just us left, huh? Are you scared?" Su Yuan asked with a smile. Ouyang Shui shook her head and smiled. "What's there to fear? If you say you can handle it, then there must be a way. Besides, with your witch here, what's the difficulty?" Su Yuan raised his head and summoned the Abyss Witch. The audience outside the secret realm was surprised to find he had only summoned one beast, and Ouyang Shui hadn't summoned any, simply following behind Su Yuan. Her trust in him was puzzling. Vice Principal Gong Lei of the Sacred Beast Academy suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. It turned out he guessed correctly. When Hongamo was summoned, she took a deep breath. "Ah, the familiar feeling. Is this the Abyss?" "Sort of. We'll rely on you here, Mo," Su Yuan replied. Hongamo snorted. "Human. You promised to help me return to the abyss. Of course, I haven't forgotten. See, I'm working on it. And you've gained that power, haven't you? Su Yuan gave a thumbs up, referring to the unyielding origin. Hong Mo's alluring red lips curved into a satisfied smile, her enchanting eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Don't worry, human, she said, summoning the blood-weeping blade and the death scythe, hovering in the air on red-black mist as she resolutely moved forward. Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui quietly followed her, while outside the secret realm, a storm was already brewing. He's gone mad, completely mad. Su Yuan has lost it. To everyone's astonishment, Su Yuan decided to venture into the abyss with just a single beast companion. The second prince, Ouyang Qing, witnessed this and smirked mockingly. It seems the previous illusionary trial hit him hard. He's lost even the basic ability to judge. If he asked his classmates for help, surely someone would step up. Why is he being so stubborn? Ning Xian, however, saw the calm determination in Su Yuan's eyes and immediately retorted, "That's not true. A true warrior is as noble and aloof as a phoenix, unwilling to mix with the ordinary. Besides, it's too soon to draw conclusions. Let's wait and see what miracles this young beast master might create." Ning Xian's words left everyone stunned. They focused intently on the arena, eager to understand why this demigod held Su Yuan in such high esteem. The terror of the abyss quickly became apparent. Contestants from other academies had barely set foot on the field when they were met with a massive beast tide. Countless bloodthirsty beasts emerged from the writhing walls, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for blood, and they charged at the young beast masters. Each step forward was paid for in blood and sacrifice. Su Yuan's situation was even more perilous. Under the oppressive presence of a massive blood pool above, thousands of ferocious beasts blocked every escape route. Bloodthirsty bats unfurled their dark wings, bloodthirsty demon wolves bared their sharp fangs, and even the air buzzed with the sound of bloodthirsty mosquitoes. These were all powerful Starfall beasts, any one of which could tear Su Yuan to shreds. At that moment, the abyssal witch appeared. The red-black mist slowly dissipated, revealing her mesmerizing figure. Her chestnut hair was elegantly tied back, and her alabaster face bore features of rare beauty. Every gesture and expression had the power to enchant, making her a true temptress of chaos. "I am the daughter of the demon emperor. Kneel before me at once." Her voice spread like a blood-red halo, striking fear into the soul of every beast. It was the pressure of her bloodline, the terror of the abyss, the shiver ingrained in their very bones. All the beasts' legs trembled uncontrollably until they finally knelt. This is the abyss, but even more so, it is Su Yuan's domain. Outside the mystical realm, everyone stared in disbelief at the astonishing scene before them. The terrifying abyssal beasts, rather than attacking Su Yuan, knelt trembling in fear. This profound terror was palpable, even through the screen. "The abyssal witch?" someone exclaimed from the crowd. Su Yuan's beast companion is actually the daughter of the abyssal emperor. The nobles were too shocked to speak. Gong Yun's face twisted in anger. Impossible. How could the abyssal witch submit to him? These creatures are inherently proud. How could they willingly become a beast companion? Li Jianli rubbed his eyes, his expression serious. "As long as Su Yuan exists, I cannot rest easy. Even the daughter of the abyssal emperor is willing to be his beast companion." Ning Fenghong suddenly recalled something. Remember Gong Lei's earlier report? He mentioned that Su Yuan's fourth beast companion excels in slaughter and mental manipulation, likely from the abyss. The group suddenly understood. This was indeed a warning sign, but who would have thought that the creature from the abyss would be the abyssal witch? With so many fearsome beasts in the abyss, why would the most noble bloodline submit to Su Yuan? Second Prince Ouyang Qing felt his cheeks burn, as if he'd been slapped. He had just mocked Su Yuan, only to be proven wrong. Crown Prince Ouyang, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ningho is right. This young beast master keeps accomplishing the impossible. No wonder our sister is so taken with him. Ning Xian proudly declared, "I said it before, someone who repeatedly activates the domain level assessments won't be helpless." The Ziwei Emperor Star must have recognized his great potential to grant him such a test. Zhang Jing, the headmaster of Dawn Academy, was filled with emotion. "Look at this. Following Su Yuan, why would one need to struggle so hard?" Zuoqing whispered, "I'm afraid our relationship with Su Yuan is beyond repair." Meanwhile, Wanyang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you called me a fool? Look who's the real fool now. I bet everything on Su Yuan, and now I've won for sure." Inside the mystical realm, the sight of the myriad beasts submitting was awe-inspiring. Ouyang Shui watched Su Yuan in amazement, finally understanding his methods on the Yaoguang ice field. The suppression of top-tier mythical bloodlines over beasts was absolute. Imo, clear the way. At Hong Mo's command, as she brandished the blood-cry blade, countless fierce beasts retreated, creating a wide path lined with bowing and whimpering blood beasts. Elsewhere, students from Dawn Academy, under Chu Wenyang's direction, battled fiercely against the blood beasts. He organized the 1,300 beasts of over 300 students into 5 formations, employing a rotation strategy. 3 formations fought in turn while 2 rested, maintaining the offensive rhythm and preventing the beasts from tiring. Initially, everyone was full of confidence about reaching the destination, as there really weren't many blood fiends in the area. They quietly speculated that these creatures must have been drawn away by Su Yuan. While silently mourning for Su Yuan in their hearts, they continued to focus on commanding their beasts in battle. As they slowly advanced, an unexpected change occurred. From their blind spot, countless blood fiends suddenly parted to the sides in unison, creating a wide path. Even more astonishing, these blood fiends were kneeling in reverence. "Look over there!" someone exclaimed in shock. The group, engaged in a fierce battle, turned to look and were left speechless by the sight before them. Su Yuan was walking unharmed through the path cleared by the blood fiends. In front of him was his beast, enveloped in a red and black mist, exuding an aura of majesty like a king on inspection. All the blood fiends bowed in submission to it. In this abyss, Su Yuan advanced effortlessly. In stark contrast to Su Yuan's relaxed demeanor, the rest of the group was still struggling in combat. The students from Limin Academy were on the verge of collapse. What's going on? Why aren't these blood fiends attacking Su Yuan? They're even kneeling to let him pass? Is this still beast mastery? Oh my god. So this is the solution Su Yuan was talking about? Damn it. Who was it that convinced me not to follow Su Yuan? Come forward now. Ugh. We could have reached the destination easily with Su Yuan. The once united team started to fall into infighting. Someone began to point fingers. Chu Wenyang. It was you who led us away. Yeah, and Lu Hai, Zhoda. It was you guys who encouraged everyone to take a different path. Don't act like a know-it-all now. You didn't voice any objections earlier, someone retorted. Seeing the situation deteriorate, someone suggested, how about we go and ask Su Yuan for help? After all, we're classmates. Yes, Su Yuan is still our team leader. Chu Wenyang, move aside and let Su Yuan come back to lead us. The 3 groups started moving towards Su Yuan, shouting loudly in hopes of catching his attention. Su Yuan glanced at his disheveled classmates, a cold smile playing on his lips. Seriously? Where were they earlier? He continued forward without looking back. Someone couldn't help but shout, Su Yuan, you heard us, right? At least say something back. A group of students hurriedly chased after Su Yuan, calling out eagerly, Su Yuan, slow down, Captain Su. We're classmates. They hastily explained that they had been misled by Chu Wenyang earlier, but now they were willing to help Su Yuan against the Sacred Beast Academy. Su Yuan stopped and turned to look at them. The blood demons, seeing the signal from Hong Emo, ceased their attack. The students breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to approach, but Su Yuan raised his hand to stop them. Hold on, we agreed to split up, didn't we? Why are you following me now? A few students, blushing, argued. Following Brother Yuan is the only way forward. We're sticking with you this time, no matter the danger. Su Yuan sneered. Not afraid of danger now, huh? What were you doing before? Spare me the talk about prospects and being deceived. Save those stories for kids and don't fool yourselves. His voice grew harsher. Indecisive, opportunistic, and fickle. I said I had a way to get you out, and you backed off when it seemed risky. Now you're trying to cozy up? Even Gong Jing is more likable than you. At least he dares to stand his ground against me. Get lost. I don't keep idlers around. Su Yuan said mercilessly, I'm not your captain anymore. I already handed that role to Chu Wenyang, and you all agreed back then. Don't embarrass yourselves now. Remember these words. Once disloyal, never to be trusted again. With that, he resumed his journey with Ouyang Shui and Hong Emo. Someone, stung by his words, shouted, how will you fight Gong Jing without us? You think you can take on 500 people alone? Su Yuan turned back with a mocking laugh. Just watch. If I don't help you, I get cursed. If I bring you along, you'll surely abandon ship and turn on me. With people like you, Looming Academy is truly disgusting. Outside the secret realm, Zhang Jin and Zhuoqing felt the sting of embarrassment. Zhang Jin, his face dark with anger, said, Zhuoqing, when they return, they'll all be held back a year. We need to straighten out the school's atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Sacred Beast Academy showed smiles on their face, at least they hadn't lost in terms of character. The abandoned students were soon surrounded by the blood demons and, having lost their fighting spirit, they were wiped out with little resistance, reluctantly tearing off their arm badges to teleport away. Led by Hong Emo, Su Yuan and his group moved unimpeded to the middle section. Ouyang Shui, concerned, asked, can just the 2 of us handle Gong Jing and his 500 people? Su Yuan thought for a moment and then asked, Emo, can you control beasts that are of a higher level than you? Hong Emo replied with pride, human, Are you underestimating my status in the abyss? That's great. Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly. I've sensed there's a sunset-level fierce beast in this abyss. Let's go find it. Under Su Yuan's guidance, the trio quickly found their target. An shrank sunset-level beast known as the demon blood golden Qilin, possessing 50 of the bloodline of the three-eyed swan and eye. Alright, fantastic. The stronger you are, the happier I am, my dear. Su Yuan said with a smile of determination. Outside the secret realm, everyone was puzzled by Su Yuan's actions. Despite being so close to the finish line, he insisted on finding the sunset-level beast, which was baffling. Soon, it seemed they had guessed his intentions, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Inside the secret realm, the demonic blood golden Qilin raised its crimson gold horns high, attempting to break free from the oppression of Hong Mo's bloodline. Hong Mo walked forward coldly, stepping on the head of the massive creature that stretched over 5 meters in length. At this moment, the beast that once dominated the abyss could only whimper, completely subdued by the pressure of the bloodline. You will follow my orders, understood? Hong Mo's voice was icy and piercing. The demonic blood golden Qilin, now devoid of any dominating aura, obediently nodded, fully submitting to Hong Mo's command. Thus, the strongest blood fiend of the abyss became an asset to Su Yuan. Alright, Imo, let's go find some trouble with Gong Jing. Su Yuan pointed into the distance, a smile playing on his lips. Outside the secret realm, the crowd couldn't help but curse under their breath. Su Yuan was too cunning. Knowing he couldn't face hundreds alone, he planned to weaken the Sacred Beast Academy's forces. Principal Gong Lei of the Sacred Beast Academy was livid, his face turning blue with rage, while the nobles openly scolded Su Yuan and Gong Yunhe, accusing the 3 checkpoints of becoming Su Yuan's advantage. Gong Jing and his group, backed by their waning moon-level beasts, led over 500 people and more than 2,000 beasts, sweeping through effortlessly. Although the blood fiends were strong, they struggled to make an impact against such a massive coordinated force. However, the tide of battle suddenly turned. Gong Jing was alarmed to see the wedge-shaped formation ahead breached by a group of powerful blood fiends, including waning moon-level beasts and even a sunset-level beast. What shocked them even more was the sight of Su Yuan standing behind these blood fiends. On the battlefield, Su Yuan commanded with ease, bloodthirsty bats, use your blood-sucking advantage. Demon wolves, cover the bats. Blood leeches, launch a surprise attack from underground on the Beastmasters. Under his direction, the blood fiends, who once relied solely on brute force, began to exhibit tactical coordination. Demonic blood golden Qilin. Su Yuan pointed at Gong Jing, who wore a feathered hat. Take your little fiends and attack. Gong Jing's face darkened as he watched Su Yuan holding Ouyang Shue's hand, heading toward the finish line, not forgetting to taunt, little Gong. I'm heading off first, take your time with them. Don't end up dead before you even arrive. Enraged, Gong Jing was about to pursue but was stopped by Zhong Yang. Old Gong, don't rush. I want to kill him even more than you do. My cousin died at his hands. Patience is key. When we reach the final heavenly pool, he'll get what's coming to him. Gong Jing managed to suppress his anger. Indeed, in terms of vengeance, Zhong Yang's cousin, Zhong Tianda, had died at Su Yuan's hands, fueling his hatred even more. Under the leadership of 3 commanders, the beast tamers from the Sacred Beast Academy engaged in a fierce battle against the demon-blooded golden Qilin. The fight raged on for several hours, and only ended at the heavy cost of hundreds being eliminated. Finally, they managed to defeat the sunset-level beast and its dozen or so moonfall-level monsters. Following this, they suffered nearly another 100 casualties to barely overcome the blood fiends previously commanded by Su Yuan. A team of 680, and we've lost over 200 just like that, a student quietly calculated. Now there are only 436 of us left. With more than 10 miles to go, there might be just over 300 by the end. The surviving students of the Sacred Beast Academy were filled with anger towards Su Yuan. If it weren't for that jerk causing trouble ahead, we could have reached the finish line unscathed. After completing this operation against the Sacred Beast Academy, Su Yuan did not linger. He set off towards the finish line with Ouyang Shui, following Hong Mo. To him, this stage was hardly a challenge, though some unexpected events did occur along the way. Left Qing outside would be pretty upset if she saw this, Ouyang Shui teased. How do you plan to explain it to her later? Su Yuan chuckled softly. It is a bit of a hassle, but no matter. I fulfilled what I promised her. Of course, I won't be selecting members for my future beast-taming team from these freshmen. His tone became serious. It's hard to trust people I've had conflicts with. I'd rather place my trust in the Su family army. We'll see about that later. First, let's see what the reward for this stage is, then adjust accordingly to prepare for the life-and-death duel. Are you really planning to take on hundreds of them alone? Ouyang Shui asked, surprised. Absolutely. Su Yuan replied confidently, before entering the secret realm, I couldn't have done it. But the things I've gained from these 3 stages are beyond what anyone could imagine. As long as they don't have any special tricks, I don't think I'll lose. Ouyang Shui gave him a meaningful glance, pondering to herself. What exactly has he gained? I guess I'll have to wait and see for myself. In just under 2 hours, Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui reached their destination. The 3rd stage, reputed to be the most challenging and fraught with bloodshed, was surprisingly easy for them to conquer. As Su Yuan leapt onto the checkpoint, the celestial Ziwei Emperor star began to bestow its rewards. Ouyang Shui was the first to receive her prize for completing the mythic level trial. The Ziwei Emperor star gifted her 4 spirit beasts: Xian Guang Divine Falcon, Sacred Cold Star Deer, Greenwood Cloud Leopard, and Blue Bird Cloud Crane with a special magic wind blessing. This ability not only enhanced her current beasts, but would also empower any future ones she acquired. As her beasts grew stronger, the range of the magic wind would expand, ultimately reaching a domain-level wind attribute ability. Ouyang Shui bowed respectfully to the Ziwei Emperor star, her heart filled with gratitude. Next came Su Yuan's reward. A brilliant purple light cascaded from the sky like a waterfall, and within Su Yuan's Dantian Star Palace, a dazzling purple star emerged among the 220,000 stars, overshadowing the rest. This was the blessing of the Emperor's star, granting Su Yuan supreme authority to suppress all stars. Whether it was a Beast Master's star or a Beast's origin star, all would bow before him. This meant that other Beast Masters would lose their combat power in battles against him, and their beasts would see their strength significantly diminish due to the suppression of their origin stars. Additionally, Su Yuan received new titles and abilities. The Indestructible Origin Domain, Divine Soul Twin Eyes Domain, Thunder Body Epic, and Eternal Emperor Star Domain. Combined with his 3 domain abilities: Master of Divine Soul, Master of Divine Body, and Master of the Stars, along with his unique Thunder Body and the enhancement of 220,000 stars, Su Yuan could now challenge sunset-level beasts. Although his 4 beasts were only at the sinking star level, with the support of the Indestructible Origin, coupled with Su Yuan's Archaic God Sacred Eye Stamina and Blood Energy Concentration, they could also crush ordinary falling moon-level opponents. The nobles were filled with regret. Their plan to eliminate Su Yuan through the 3 stages backfired, instead giving him a significant boost in power. However, they hadn't lost all hope, as nearly all students from Dawn Academy were wiped out, while St. Beast Academy had 388 students advanced to the Ziwei Star Pool. With additional strategies prepared at the pool, they still hoped to eliminate Su Yuan. An hour later, Gong Jing and others finally broke through the abyss, despite losing nearly 300 people. The news of Dawn Academy's near annihilation provided some solace. In the end, only 26 from Dawn Academy remained, while 10,000 Beasts Academy had 150 left and chose to withdraw from the final competition. The Royal Academy, due to their small numbers, remained neutral. On the eve of the final battle, Zhong Yang approached Chu Wenyang and others from Dawn Academy, proposing an alliance against Su Yuan. Motivated by the desire to avenge his cousin, who was killed by Su Yuan, he promised that the Zhong family's main guards would always be open to them if they cooperated. Determined to eliminate Su Yuan, Zhong Yang decided to unite all available forces. Zhong Yang's promise piqued the interest of the remaining 20-odd students from Dawn Academy. They quickly did the math in their heads. Wasn't the whole point of participating in the Beast Tamer tournament to secure a bright future? The Zhong family, being one of the 9 elders' families, was powerful and much wealthier than the city guard. With Zhong Yang's assurance, the threat from Dawn Academy seemed insignificant. Anyway, we're about to graduate soon. What if we get expelled? This thought crossed their minds. More importantly, joining Zhong's personal guard would not only allow them to take revenge on Su Yuan, who had humiliated them, but also earn favor in the eyes of the nobility. After all, Su Yuan was a thorn in the side of the nobles, someone they deeply despised. Chu Wenyang's heart raced, almost ready to agree immediately. But then he thought, perhaps there's room for negotiation to gain more benefits? Seeing through their thoughts, Zhong Yang raised his hand and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I promise that if you join us, once you exit the secret realm and become part of my personal guard, you will at least be a commander. All the resources needed before reaching a 6-star beast tamer, including rare materials and treasures, will be provided by my family." This promise shattered any remaining hesitation. All provided meant a wealth of rare materials, secret realm slots, and beast eggs would be within reach. No one doubted the Zhong family's word, as Zhong Yang was a direct descendant, and his words carried the family's reputation. Chu Wenyang was the first to stand and clasp his hands. "Brother Zhong, let us fight side by side this time." Lu Hai followed closely. "I've long heard the Zhong family heir is extraordinary, and today I've seen it firsthand." Zhou De chimed in, "Brother Zhong, let's put Su Yuan in his place and help Brother Gong win back his love." Zhong Yang nodded with satisfaction. "Good, everyone rest for a bit, and then we'll go find that Su Yuan." Back at the Sacred Beast Academy camp, Sunny was worried. "Brother Yang, are you really planning to keep these fair-weather friends? They betrayed Dawn Academy today. Tomorrow, they might be swayed by someone else." Zongyang sneered. Ah, Shaoyi, you're too kind-hearted. I did promise them, but think about it. Who does Su Yuan hate the most? Traitors, right? They might agree now, but they may not live to enjoy the promised benefits. Outside the secret realm, the audience was in an uproar. Unbelievable. Dawn Academy is teaming up with Sacred Beast Academy against their own. I never thought Dawn Academy would stoop so low. Su Yuan is supposed to face 400 people alone? Even a 6-star beast tamer would struggle. Zhang Jin and Zhuqin were deeply ashamed, already feeling guilty for abandoning their companions. Seeing their students collaborate with rivals against their own made them feel even worse. Wan Daoxian from the 10,000 Beasts Academy side. Times of peace have dulled people's integrity. Fortunately, our academy can handle defeat. Skill can be lacking, but dignity must remain. Wan Yang was worried. This time, Su Yuan is in trouble. Gong Jing, Zongyang, Sun Yi, Chu Wenyang, Lu Hai, Zhoda. They're all top-tier 4-star beast tamers. Wan Daoxian suddenly remembered he had bet his entire family fortune on Su Yuan and panicked. Su Yuan, you mustn't lose. Create another miracle. Inside the secret realm, the group gathered and headed towards the Z-Way Star Heavenly Pool. Over 100 from the 10,000 Beasts Academy followed to watch. Su Yuan sat meditating on a large rock for over an hour, noticing the approaching crowd. Quite a crowd, Su Yuan remarked. I thought only about 300 would make it out, but it looks like there are 400. Gongjing, do you think you can win just because you have more people? Chu Wenyang, are you standing with Zongyang to fight against me? Gongjing replied solemnly. Whether we can win will be proven in battle. Su Yuan, during our deadly duel at the Golden Dragon Pavilion, I, Gongjing, am here. I want to prove to Her Highness who truly deserves her. Zongyang stepped forward and questioned, Su Yuan, did you kill my cousin, Zongtianda? Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Zongyang gritted his teeth. Today, I will avenge my cousin. As for Brother Chu, we simply share a common enemy. Chu Wenyang also committed. Su Yuan, if not for you, we wouldn't have suffered a complete collapse. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses its perch, and I've chosen to ally with the Zong family heir. The curses and resentment we face can only be resolved through you. Su Yuan laughed. Very well. Everyone has their own motives. Gongjing, Ouyang Shui is mine, and you can't take her. Zongyang, your cousin led 300 men and fell to me, and today you'll follow his fate. As for you, Chu Wenyang, today I'll clean house for Principal Zhua. Come on, winner takes all, and the loser eats dust. Besides Su Yuan, 4 formidable beasts gradually emerged. Long Nu Shanji, the Northern Ice Phoenix, the Goddess of Life, and the Abyssal Witch. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Su Yuan intended to confront 400 4-star beast tamers single-handedly, an action that seemed utterly insane. In unison, the crowd summoned their own beasts, and in the blink of an eye, 1,560 beasts of various types filled the battlefield, covering all attributes, offensive and defensive capabilities, speed, and both mental and physical powers. In the face of this massive lineup, Su Yuan seemed as insignificant as an ant. However, just as Gong Jing was about to give the order to attack, an unexpected change occurred. A purple gold star appeared above Su Yuan's head, its brilliance identical to the Z-Way Emperor star. The dazzling purple light poured down, enveloping the entire area with supreme authority. The crowd was horrified to realize that the stars within their bodies and the primordial stars of their beasts were being sealed by a star force akin to that of an emperor, as if submitting to Su Yuan's Z-Way Emperor star. This power spread like a domain, and any creature enveloped by the purple gold light faced suppression at its core. For the beast tamers, having their stars incapacitated meant a significant reduction in power. For the beasts, having their primordial stars suppressed halved their combat effectiveness. Gong Jing spoke coldly, Su Yuan, no matter what you've gained, you cannot win. Attack. The battle erupted instantly. Dozens of speed-type beasts charged first, only to be swiftly dispatched by Long Yao. She swatted several away and crushed others underfoot. She then unleashed a red and blue intertwined phantom dragon flame, engulfing the frontline beasts. In the sky, avian beasts launched wind blades, lightning strikes, and fire dances, bombarding like fighter jets. Fu Jia quickly chanted and cast Myth, Tree World Advent, causing a giant tree to rise from the ground, blocking attacks and restricting the airborne beasts' movements. The Snow Maiden seized the opportunity to activate Snow Moon Prison, and the power of ice spread along the branches, trapping all flying beasts in an icy cage. In just 5 seconds, over 100 beasts had been defeated. Chu Wenyang exclaimed, impossible. Even an S-grade star-sinking beast couldn't overpower hundreds like this. It dawned on everyone that Su Yuan's beasts were far beyond ordinary, as if they were battling sunset-level beasts. An iron-horned rhino barely managed to scratch one of Long Yao's dragon scales, but the wound was immediately healed by golden specks. The crowd was even more shocked. These beasts were not only powerful but nearly immortal. Su Yuan chuckled lightly. Did you think I would take on 400 of you without any chance of victory? Long Yao, Snow Maiden, Fujia, Hongamo. Let's show them what the indestructible origin truly means. Power is not meant to be hidden away, but used to conquer foes. Su Yuan openly displayed his strength, holding nothing back. Now is the moment to unleash your power. With the blessing of the undying origin, 4 battle beasts charged into the coalition's ranks, each strike delivering devastating force. Tireless and impervious to pain, they transformed into perfect killing machines, fueled by Su Yuan's endless cosmic energy. In just a minute, the coalition had already lost over 200 beasts, and blood splattered across the battlefield. Spectators outside the secret realm stood up in shock at the unfolding battle. This was indeed a one-sided fight, but the scales of victory had tipped entirely in Su Yuan's favor. Battling alone, he demonstrated power that could rival an army of millions, suppressing all other 4-star beast masters of his generation. Stay calm. Zhong Yang immediately issued commands. Defensive beasts to the front, control types in the middle to intercept, long-range units focus fire on a single point, speed types flank and ambush Su Yuan. Stall him, his beasts can't maintain this state forever. Brother Jing, activate the contingency plan. The coalition quickly reorganized under these orders. Earth-type beasts, with their tough skin and scales, formed a defensive line, using skills like earth walls and rock barriers to withstand the assault. In the rear, over 500 beasts launched their skills simultaneously, with beams of varied energy shooting towards Fujia. Meanwhile, nearly 300 speed-type beasts dashed like the wind and thunder, attempting to flank and surprise Su Yuan. Su Yuan let out a cold snort. Inside him, 220,000 stars shone brightly, forming a celestial river that granted him power beyond limits. Tearing through avian beasts with one hand, his lightning-fast reflexes matched the speed of the main attackers, Hongamo and Long Yao, in slaughtering the coalition's beasts. The battlefield had become Su Yuan's personal stage, showcasing his unimaginable strength. The gifts he received in the secret realm transformed him into a human-shaped dragon, instilling fear in all who watched. Outside the secret realm, Gong Yunhe's nails dug deeply into his palms, almost drawing blood. His face was ashen, eyes filled with disbelief. Immortal origin, he muttered through gritted teeth. Su Yuan actually obtained the immortal origin. It's one of the 3 primordial origins of the world. The other 9 family heads were eyeing Gong Yunhe with a peculiar gaze, their eyes questioning silently. Yunhe, could Su Yuan be your illegitimate son? Sensing their stares, Gong Yunhe quickly explained telepathically. It's not what you think. How could I have known the Ziwei Emperor's star would grant the power of origin as a reward? If you don't believe me, feel free to check my family's records on the Ziwei Emperor's star secret realm. Such a reward has never been documented. This far exceeds our highest expectations for the secret realm's rewards. This is bad, Ning Fenghong said anxiously. With Su Yuan's current power boost, he can't be measured by the standard of a 4-star beastmaster anymore. The immortal origin is equivalent to domain-level power, enhancing both the beast master and the beasts. Under this augmentation, his advanced starfall beasts can rival those at the early sunset level. Given the high quality of his beasts, even a typical high-level sunset beastmaster might not be able to defeat him. This coalition is unlikely to inflict any substantial harm on him. Li Jianli took a deep breath. Everyone, the scariest part is that this is just one of the gifts Su Yuan received. The other is that purple light that suppressed other star powers, and there's another he hasn't even used yet. With just 2, the coalition is already in disarray. Don't worry, Gong Yunhe said, regaining his composure. We have a backup plan. Mentioning the backup plan, everyone waited in their minds, and their initial panic began to subside. Indeed, even a high-level sunset couldn't withstand their carefully prepared contingency. It's just a pity for Jinger, Gong Yunhe said with regret. This move means he's put everything on the line, and he can no longer become a beast master. Powerful forces always come at a price. Yet, Gong Jing still chose to gamble everything. Ning Fenghong comforted him. Yunhe, try to see it positively. This was Jing's choice. If our plan succeeds, we can leverage it to have the king grant the princess to him, which is what he truly cares about. Gong Yunhe nodded slowly. Gong Jing's talent was among the best in the Gong family, and he had indeed gone all out to eliminate Su Yuan this time. Inside the Ziwei Star heavenly pool of the secret realm, the tide of battle had completely turned. The 4 women empowered by the immortal origin displayed the pride of their bloodlines and the strength of top-tier beasts, decimating the coalition forces. Mythic, Sky Ashes. Mythic, Ice Phoenix Deification. Mythic, Heaven-Splitting Divine Destruction. While ordinary attacks could be mitigated by sheer numbers, these mythic-level skills with their wide-ranging effects rendered all defenses useless. The crimson and blue intertwined draconic flames from the sky surged like waves, incinerating anything they touched. The ice phoenix's shadow spread its wings, covering the sky with frost, turning everything it touched into crystal. The blood of fallen beasts coalesced into a terrifying blade of divine judgment, with its scarlet edge stretching nearly a kilometer, as if to cleave the world apart. The violent winds stirred by these forces were enough to severely injure weaker beasts, let alone those hit directly, who were lucky to survive. Zhong Yang's heart was filled with bitterness. He had barely passed the assessment, hoping that even if he couldn't match Su Yuan's power, gathering so many people would at least let him witness Su Yuan's despair, avenging his cousin. Instead, not only did they fail to corner Su Yuan, but he himself fell into despair. The gap was insurmountably wide. His painstakingly trained meteor moon-level beast couldn't withstand even 3 moves from Long Yao. Was the Immortal Origins boost truly that unbeatable? Su Yuan's tactics were ruthless, each strike aimed at the beast's vital points. Since you want to kill me, I may not stop you from teleporting away with your armbands, but I can cripple your beasts. It'll at least set back your training by a year or 2. Everyone present knew the difficulty of retraining a beast. Many lacked the resolve for a blood battle, and chose to preserve themselves when they saw Su Yuan's ruthlessness. As their beasts faced imminent severe injuries, they decisively activated their armbands to teleport away. Thus, Su Yuan's advance quickened, and more people fled. However, Su Yuan was aware of all this, but chose to ignore it. Of course, there were exceptions for certain individuals. In the mythical scene, the aurora danced across the sky as the Snow Woman's powers were unleashed. She teleported the heavily malevolent Hong Imo right next to Chu Wanyang, Lu Hai, and Zhou De. "Ah, why don't you stay and become my puppets?" The witch's chilling voice echoed in their ears. They frantically tried to tear off their armbands, but it was too late. The scythe of death mercilessly slashed across their throats, and the aura of death seeped into their bodies through the blade. In their final moments, memories flashed through their minds like a carousel. Regret and resentment intertwined, regret for believing Zhong Yang's sweet words, and resentment towards Su Yuan for not revealing his strength sooner. "If you had told us you had such abilities, would we not have helped you?" This became their dying regret. However, Su Yuan had no interest in their thoughts. He was focused on one thing: purging the ranks. Outside the secret realm, Zuoqing and Zhang Jin witnessed everything and simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. This outcome at least salvaged some dignity. If those people had returned safely and joined the sect's guards, it would have been an unremovable thorn in the side of Dawn Academy. On the battlefield, hundreds of beast masters fell one after another. From a distance, Zhong Yang saw Gong Jing seemingly about to complete some preparation, which gave him a slight sense of relief. He immediately commanded all the beasts to launch a fierce attack on Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, I can't beat you, but don't think you'll leave here alive," Zhong Yang shouted. "Gong Jing, if you still consider yourself a man, get us some payback and avenge my brother." With that, he launched a suicidal attack, disregarding the potential harm to himself and his beasts. Just a few seconds of delay would be enough. Blood splattered as the gravely injured Zhong Yang tore off his armband and teleported away at the last moment. At this point, Sunny raised his hands. "Brother Su, I can't defeat you, so I'm leaving too." However, Brother Gong seems to have completed his preparations. Let's see if Brother Su can overcome the demigod power he obtained at the cost of his future as a beast master. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the demigod power that Sun Yi had just mentioned. Could a 4-star beast master truly ascend to a demigod level? Sun Yi seemed to sense his doubt and explained in a calm tone. "To be precise, it's not true demigod power. It's the void god realm, a transitional phase for a 6-star beast master on the path to becoming a demigod. But even so, it's not something you can withstand, Brother Su." With that, he tore off his armband and instantly teleported away. Void god? So it's not truly demigod power, Su Yuan mused silently. Sunny is quite intriguing, going out of his way to explain all this without worrying about how others might react. Outside the secret realm, Gong Yunhe glared angrily at Sun Wushua, the head of the Sun family. "Wushua, what does your son mean by this? Was it necessary to tell Su Yuan all that?" Despite feeling confident of victory, Gong Yunhe was quite displeased with the Sun family's actions. Sun Wushua shrugged helplessly. "Don't be upset, Brother Yunhe. This kid has always been unpredictable. I can't control him. I'll give him a good talking to when he returns." Ning Fenghong tried to mediate. "Don't worry, Yunhe. Even if Su Yuan knows, what difference does it make? A beast receiving the Immortal Origins blessing can at most reach the sunset level, which is no match for a void god realm beast." Gong Yunhe's anger subsided slightly. Indeed, even with the Immortal Origin, the gap in power against the void god realm was insurmountable. Inside the secret realm, Su Yuan's thoughts drifted back to a conversation he had with Ouyang Shui before the battle. He had asked what conditions were needed for a beast to break through to the lunar eclipse level, besides rare treasures. Ouyang Shui had explained that advancing to the lunar eclipse level was fundamentally different from the starfall level. It required merging the primordial stardust cultivated during the starfall stage into primordial moonlight. Depending on the quality and characteristics of the stardust, the resultant primordial moonlight would vary. For Su Yuan, based on the foundation of the Big Dipper, it would eventually form into solar, lunar, and stellar moonlight. This transformation required a catalyst either absorbing lunar energy in a lunar secret realm or, as Su Yuan did previously, using a massive amount of blood energy to trigger the beast's instincts for a breakthrough. While using blood energy could risk the beast losing control and turning monstrous, for Su Yuan, who possessed 220,000 stars, this was not an issue. His soul strength was sufficient to ensure the beast remained under control. Currently, the blood energy accumulated from the 3 stages of the Ziwei Emperor Star secret realm, along with the energy gained from defeating over 1,000 beasts, seemed insufficient. Su Yuan gently touched his right eye. If necessary, he was not averse to tapping into that power. Meanwhile, Gong Jing stood above the Ziwei Star heavenly pool, a mysterious mirror absorbing and converting the Ziwei Star's energy for him. This was the noble family's trump card and exceptional treasure from the heavens. It was too late to stop now. Gong Jing and his 4 beasts had entered the final stage, rapidly breaking through the boundaries of the lunar eclipse and sunset levels. Su Yuan's celestial eye quickly analyzed Gong Jing's current state. Level: Void God between a 6-star Beastmaster and a demigod. Star count: 50,000. Dao amplification: 1.5. Gong Jing's growth trajectory was clear. From 150 stars at the beginning, to 1,000 at 5 stars, 3,000 at 6 stars, and 10,000 at the peak of 6 stars. Now, in the Void God realm, he had reached 50,000 stars. Though still not as many as Su Yuan, he was a standout among his peers. With the Void God realm's boost, his power might not be inferior to Su Yuan's. Even more astonishing were his 4 beasts, all of which were S-class rarity, reaching the cusp of Beast King level. Their states were impressive. Thousand-leaf blood python, Serpent King Dao 1100, Wood Serpent Bloodline 60. Ice Demon Windlynx, Cat King Dao 1100, Demon Cat Ice Bloodline 60. Azure Flame Golden Soul Finch, Bird God Dao 1100, 9-colored Flame Finch Bloodline 60. Rock Demon Giant Lizard, Lizard King Dao 1100, Lizard God Rock Bloodline 60. The Primordial Dao, a special ability acquired when a beast breaks through the Sunset level to the Beast King level, not only enhances overall power but also grants immunity to any non-Dao beast power below the mythical level. No wonder the demigod level is a major threshold. Reaching an epic level is already an achievement for most beasts, except for anomalies like Su Yuan. Having broken through, Gong Jing looked down at Su Yuan. I've been holding back until now. You truly are a genius, even I feel inferior. But that doesn't mean I'll lose. Give up, you have no chance. I've staked my future on defeating you. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, thinking that he couldn't sacrifice his future for a moment's power. However, he didn't voice the thought. Sycophant, truly impressive. Instead, he chuckled. Don't rush. I've noticed you nobles have a common flaw. You underestimate me, thinking that setting a surefire trap will make me surrender. Sorry to disappoint you, but as long as I have a breath left, I will never give up. Do you really think this guarantees your victory? Let me show you what brought me to where I am today. Gong Jing let out a cold snort, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. As someone on the brink of ascending to the Void God level, if he couldn't secure victory, then surely something was wrong with the world. Unlike other villains who dawdled, he immediately commanded the Ice Demon Windlynx, known for its speed, to launch a surprise attack. Despite its small stature, the Ice Demon Windlynx moved with extraordinary agility. It danced on shimmering ice threads, creating ripples of ice in the air. Faced with this fierce assault, Long Yao stood her ground, her dragon claws enveloped in illusionary dragon flame striking forward. Mythic art, illusionary dragon flame. With a resounding clash, the icy wind blades collided heated with the red and blue intertwined illusionary dragon flame. The flame, dragon-like and demonic, attempted to devour the wind blades, but was sharply split by the icy edges. Ice threads wrapped around Long Yao's dragon claw, causing severe frostbite in an instant. If not for the powerful regenerative ability of the Undying Origin, Long Yao's right hand might have lost its combat capability. This was the might of a half-step Beast King. This was the absolute suppression of realms. On the battlefield, the rock demon giant lizard burrowed towards Hong Emo. The thousand-leaf emerald python transformed into a storm of leaves attacking Fujia, and the azure flame golden soul sparrow targeted Xue Nu. They skillfully avoided opponents that could suppress their bloodlines. With just one encounter, Su Yuan's 4 companions were forced to retreat repeatedly, relying solely on the support of the Undying Origin. Gong Jing finally revealed a smug smile. This was the taste of power. Even Su Yuan had to struggle under his might. Sparrow, Azure Flame Arrow God. The golden soul sparrow spread its wings, gathering a storm of azure flames into the phantom of an arrow god. The condensed azure flame arrow possessed the power to pierce through anything. Taking it hidden would surely incapacitate a beast, even with the undying origin. Su Yuan clicked his tongue in frustration. This battle was indeed a tough one. As the azure flame arrow whistled forth, his left eye focused, igniting with ghostly white netherworld flames that instantly consumed the arrow's tip, devouring the entire azure flame arrow in a blink. Domain art, divine soul twin pupils left eye, netherworld demon eye. The azure flame arrow moved so swiftly that even Gong Jing couldn't see how it vanished. This was far from the scene he envisioned, where it would pierce through Long Yao. As expected, Su Yuan had hidden cards up his sleeve. Outside the hidden realm, the audience was already in an uproar. Void God? Seriously, is your nobility that shameless? A void god fighting a 4-star beast master? Where's the honor? Zhang Yingji immediately requested, Your Majesty, I request the immediate cancellation of this beast master tournament, as it has violated the rules. Li Jinli retorted, President Zhang, you're mistaken. Gong Jing enhanced his power using a treasure from the heavens, at the cost of depleting his beast's life palace. This is his strength, not something we infused beforehand. His words left everyone silent. Indeed, from a rules perspective, carrying artifacts wasn't prohibited. Moreover, using one's life palace meant they could never have beasts again, a truly heavy price. The second prince, Ouyang Qing, finally felt vindicated. No need to argue, everyone. Isn't this match exciting? Look, Gong Jing's void god level attack was neutralized by Su Yuan. Ning Xian detected the sarcasm in his words, but couldn't believe the nobility would go to such extremes. Gong Jing had resorted to any means necessary to win this life or death duel. Yi Ho's hand tightened and loosened around his sword, softly murmuring, he won't lose. Inside the hidden realm, after 2 rounds, the 4 women were injured, sustained only by the undying origin. Su Yuan knew he couldn't delay any longer. He gently covered his left eye, leaving only his right eye open. Suddenly, his pitch-black pupil transformed into an ever-changing cosmic cycle. Boom! A peculiar force radiated from Su Yuan's center, spreading outward. The once vibrant land quickly turned to scorched earth, and the star-nurtured lake dried up in an instant. The entire hidden realm, with its violet starlight, dimmed, the ground cracking and turning to sand, as if becoming a desolate desert. This force that altered nature surged wildly, expanding from 10 meters to 100 miles. The spiritual energy, vitality, and blood energy of the world were all mobilized, transforming into blood energy under the power of the divine soul twin pupil's right eye, the desolate god holy eye. The sky filled with blood energy, and a crimson pillar shot skyward, the intense scent of blood seemingly piercing through the screen. What kind of power is this? Beast masters outside the hidden realm exclaimed. The shadow of the human king spoke calmly, pupil arts, a gift from the purple star emperor to the soul. When the soul reaches its peak, it evolves into miraculous pupil arts. Everyone realized this was Su Yuan's 3rd gift, and the strongest soul gift. What is he planning? Is he trying to break through on the battlefield? But he doesn't have time to gather heavenly materials and treasures. Even Gong Jing was taken aback by the power of the desolate god Holy Eye. Such concentrated blood energy was something even a void god wouldn't dare shatter easily, lest they suffer backlash. Su Yuan's lips curled slightly. Let me show you how I break through. Ding. Simplification in progress. The system notification sounded, announcing that the rare celestial materials needed for a Munfalavel breakthrough had been simplified into mung bean cakes. A smile played at the corner of Su Yuan's lips. These were precisely the snacks Ouyang Shui carried with her, the very ones he had borrowed during their journey, and now they were about to serve their purpose. With the celestial materials ready and his energy fully charged, the moment had come. Long Yao, Xuenu, Fujia, Hongamo, let's break through together, Su Yuan commanded, and his 4 beasts were already poised for action. Outside the secret realm, onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. A breakthrough? How? Even with ample energy, where would the celestial materials come from? What happened next shattered their understanding completely. Su Yuan tossed a piece of mung bean cake to each of the 4 beasts. Yes, it was just an ordinary, commonplace palace mung bean cake. The crowd was dumbfounded. Was Su Yuan really offering his beasts a last meal in this life and death moment? But then, a shocking scene unfolded. Upon consuming the cakes, the beasts erupted with astonishing energy, showing signs of advancing beyond the starfall level. Simultaneously, the crimson blood aura from the towering light pillar surged towards them. Wait, this situation. The crowd suddenly recalled that Su Yuan's dragon maiden had advanced from bronze to silver using nothing more than a bowl of tofu pudding. Unbelievable. The spectators were flabbergasted, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Last time it was tofu pudding, and now it's mung bean cake? Is this even possible? Teacups slipped from the hands of the nobles, shattering on the ground. Could Su Yuan, after this breakthrough, truly contend with Gong Jing? Inside the secret realm, Gong Jing remained surprisingly composed. He thought he understood Su Yuan well enough, yet he had clearly underestimated his opponent's capabilities. In a flash, the four beasts completed their evolution. Dragon Maiden Shurji, Moonfall Primary, Sun Moon Progress 1100, Dragon Breath upgraded to Mythical Calamity Dragon Breath. Northern Snow Phoenix, Moonfall Primary, Moon Progress 1100, Ice Seal upgraded to Mythical Extreme Ice Seal. Life Goddess, Moonfall Primary, Sun Moon Progress 1100, Spirit Spring upgraded to Mythical Life Spirit Spring. Abyssal Witch, Moonfall Primary, Moon Progress 1100, Death Scythe upgraded to Mythical Deathly Spectre Scythe. Empowered by the Eternal Origin, their combat prowess was now on par with high-level Sunset Grade beasts. Although they still fell short of a half-step Beast King, the gap had significantly closed. More importantly, Su Yuan's release of the Purple Star could suppress not only Gong Jing's star, but also the cosmic power of his beasts. Sparrow, Giant Lizard, attack? Gong Jing ordered. Don't worry about their breakthrough. At most they're just Sunset Grade power, crush them. Su Yuan, however, communicated telepathically, retreat for now. This place is too barren to fully utilize the power of the Sacred Eye of the Wild. Without the Sacred Eye's power, it's tough to withstand a half-step Beast King's attack. To win, we must leverage the Sacred Eye's support. Snow Maiden immediately activated the mythical Aurora Dance, whisking Su Yuan and the other three maidens to safety. Gong Jing pursued relentlessly. The clamor outside the secret realm gradually quieted. Even the shadow of the human king shook its head, admitting it had never witnessed such a breakthrough method. While questions lingered, the pressing issue was the outcome of this life-and-death duel. Could Su Yuan, after his breakthrough, stand against Gong Jing, who wielded the power of the Void God? What initially appeared to be a surefire victory turned into a tense standoff as Su Yuan unveiled an array of unexpected tactics. As Gong Jing watched the Snow Maiden whisk Su Yuan away, he quickly realized their strategido used the power of the Sacred Eye to engage in guerrilla warfare against him. Not good. Gong Jing's heart tightened. His Void God state could only be maintained for an hour, and if he was continually stalled like this, he risked being outlasted. He immediately leaped onto the Frost Demon Wind Lynx, urging the wind-stepping spirit beast to give chase. Even under the influence of Su Yuan's Purple Star Radiance, the Frost Demon Wind Lynx, traveling along Cat King Avenue, was far faster than the Moonfall-class Snow Maiden. However, each time Gong Jing was about to catch up, Su Yuan would turn and open his left eye. It revealed a bizarre scene of a pitch-black hell and ghostly white withered trees, and in the center of Gong Jing's vision, ghostly white flames would suddenly appear. These flames were strange and menacing. Even a void god like Gong Jing dared not touch them. A mere contact would force him to sever a limb to survive. Fortunately, the unique star barrier of the void god could withstand the flames, but once ignited, he had to cut them off proactively. Otherwise, the ghostly white flames would consume all the stars within him. Alarmingly, the severed stars did not regenerate. Originally possessing 50,000 stars, Gong Jing lost 1,000 permanently each time they burned. It was his first time feeling a chill down his spine. The ghostly white flames could actually burn through reincarnation? Outside the secret realm, the nobles watched anxiously. They could clearly see that every time Gong Jing was hit by the ghostly white flames, the starlight on him dimmed a little. Ningxian took the opportunity to laugh. It seems Su Yuan isn't completely defenseless. Instead, it's Gong Jing, who seemed to have the upper hand, that's sacrificing his own strength. This kid has more than one eye technique. His right eye can draw on the power of the heavens and earth, while his left eye is a demonic eye that can burn everything. Prince Ouyang Qing frustratedly pounded the armrest of his chair. Why does Su Yuan seem like an indestructible cockroach, always having a backup plan? Seeing that the pursuit was futile, Gong Jing ordered the Azure Flame Golden Soul Sparrow to perch atop the Frost Demon Wind Lynx, unleashing a shower of azure flame arrows. The arrows fell like meteors, each one creating 10-foot-deep craters upon impact, turning everything within into scorched earth. Under such a dense barrage, even the Snow Maiden's Aurora Dance began to falter. The Aurora Dance was fast, but each teleportation required the release of an aurora, and the longer the distance, the longer the release time. Although it only took 0.01 to 0.1 seconds, under the rain of arrows, this slight delay became a fatal flaw. Short-distance teleports couldn't escape the 100-mile range, while long-distance ones risked being hit by the arrows. Seizing the opportunity, Gong Jing commanded the Azure Flame Golden Soul Sparrow to gather all its strength and unleash the mythical Azure Flame Soul-Chasing Arrow. The golden blue divine arrow streaked across the sky, bolstered by the gale, moving at an unavoidable speed directly towards Su Yuan's face. Thud. For the first time since entering the realm, Su Yuan was seriously injured. Fortunately, with 220,000 stars protecting him and the immortal origin shielding him, the soul-chasing arrow pierced through his left chest but missed vital organs, and golden spots quickly began healing the wound. The excruciating pain was a stark reminder of his brush with death. Without the oppressive purple star in the sky, he would have been doomed. Gong Jing clicked his tongue. What a pity. So close to a kill. But a serious injury is good enough. A second strike will surely be fatal. He decided to repeat the strategy, first using the arrow rain to limit teleportation, then delivering a lethal blow with the soul-chasing arrow. Seeing this, Long Yao spoke up to warn, "Little one, this can't go on. Even if you escape 100 miles away and use the sacred eye to replenish your energy, once it's depleted, you'll still have to keep running, and eventually, this tactic will hit its mark. I have a suggestion. Listen up." Su Yuan nodded silently. Indeed, he could withstand one soul-chasing arrow, but repeatedly taking hits would eventually burn his organs to ashes, and even the immortal origin wouldn't save him. "Use your demonic eye to ignite me," Long Yao said softly. "What? To secure victory in one move, conventional methods won't suffice. We must try," Long Yao explained. Su Yuan instantly understood Phantom Dragon Flame had limited effect against spirit beasts, and even if they reached 100 miles away, Long Yao wouldn't have the upper hand. To gain a decisive advantage, he had to harness the nether demon fire of his left eye's nether demon eye, a power far more potent than Phantom Dragon Flame. "No way." Su Yuan refused outright. "It's too dangerous. The demonic fire can even burn through reincarnation. If you can't merge with it, it'll be your doom." "Absolutely not." Long Yao chuckled softly, communicating through their shared thoughts. "Little one, have you forgotten? I swallowed the 9 Dragons Cauldron. With its protection, your domain-level demonic fire can at most match it, but it won't harm me. If successful, I can merge the demonic fire with Dragon Flame, creating an even more powerful force." "Hee, little one. How can that not excite me? Don't hesitate, do it." Long Yao's urging plunged Su Yuan into deep thought. After Long Yao absorbed the core of the 9 Dragons Cauldron, the only significant change was that she gained a unique vessel capable of withstanding the scorching Phantom Dragon Flame. This truly attested to the extraordinary nature of the treasure. Even a fraction of its power far surpassed the mythical level. After careful consideration, Su Yuan decided to give it a try. With the immortal origin and the cauldron's vessel in hand, the risks seemed manageable. Under a barrage of fiery arrows, he made a move that stunned everyone. His left eye revealed the eerie black and white scene of the underworld. The ghostly white flame was not aimed at Gong Jing in the sky, but directly at Long Yao, who was shielded by the Snow Maiden. Onlookers outside the secret realm were in an uproar. Has Su Yuan lost control? Such immense power is indeed hard to master. What a pity. I thought he could counter Gong Jing, but now he's playing with fire and getting burned. The ghostly white demonic fire instantly engulfed Long Yao. Even the reverse tribulation dragon scales, which could withstand any elemental attack, were rendered useless against this otherworldly ghostly flame. Seeing this, Gong Jing felt a surge of satisfaction. "Even you make mistakes," he sneered and commanded, "Sparrow, flaming soul-chasing arrow." A meteoric arrow shot straight for Su Yuan's forehead. However, unexpectedly, Long Yao opened her mouth and swallowed the ghostly white flame. Within the special vessel, the Phantom Dragon Flame and the ghostly demonic fire clashed. Faced with the higher-level demonic fire, the Phantom Dragon Flame chose to actively absorb and fuse, using its home ground advantage and the pride of the dragon god heritage to gradually assimilate the opponent. When the second wave of flaming soul-chasing arrows attacked, the red and blue Phantom Dragon Flame in Long Yao's hand was already enveloped by the ghostly demonic fire. This time, the demonic fire seemed to acknowledge her and no longer harmed her. She effortlessly caught the unstoppable arrow and crushed it. Gong Jing was incredulous. Was this for fusion? The top Beastmasters outside the secret realm were once again astounded. Beastmaster skill, Dragon Maiden's innate ability upgrade, Phantom Dragon Flame Myth Demonic Dragon Blaze Domain. The perfect combination of the dragon god's majesty and the incinerating power of the demonic fire made Long Yao the first of Su Yuan's beasts to possess a domain-level ability. With her power skyrocketing, Long Yao unleashed Domain, Demonic Dragon Blaze, and Myth, Catastrophic Dragon Breath, with the intertwined forces of Demonic Blaze and Catastrophe directly hitting Gong Jing. This was the first time he was injured since becoming a virtual god, his agonized cries echoing in the sky. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Snow Maiden withdrew with Su Yuan to an area unaffected by the desolate god's holy eye. In just 5 minutes, they had engaged in multiple life-and-death confrontations. Su Yuan's chest had been pierced, and Gong Jing was forced to sacrifice 5,000 stars to avoid being consumed by the demonic dragon blaze. When Gong Jing arrived on the plains, he found Su Yuan had already healed. Both sides understood that this would be the battleground for their final showdown. "Fujia, protect us. Long Yao, Snow Maiden, Hong Imo, Are you ready? The four women nodded silently, prepared to give their all in the battle. Gong Jing also held nothing back. Python, raccoon, sparrow, lizard, prepare to annihilate Su Yuan here. The showdown between Su Yuan and Gong Jing had reached its most critical moment. As their eyes locked, both unleashed their full strength without holding back. Fujia was the first to act, channeling half of her power into the mythic spirit Dream Leaf. In an instant, every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, and every stone within a 100-mile radius seemed to be imbued with life and spirit. The ambient spiritual energy reached its peak, setting the stage for Su Yuan's imminent activation of the wild god's sacred eye. Simultaneously, she released the mythic life spring, surrounding all the summoned beasts with golden life-giving energy to protect them in the fierce battle ahead. Gong Jing, on the other hand, opted for a completely different strategy. As a void god, he couldn't perfectly integrate the beast soul star array like a demigod, but he could manage a preliminary fusion of power. The rock demon giant lizard awakened the earth spirit, transforming its beast soul into a colossal lizard over 100 meters tall, stamping the ground with immense force. The beast soul of the thousand-leaf blood serpent coiled around it, its scales and armor forming an impenetrable defense. The ice demon wind ferret's beast soul manifested as crystalline ice wings, granting agility to the giant lizard. Finally, the beast soul of the azure flame golden soul sparrow unfurled atop the lizard's head like a blazing golden crown, exuding the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. This was the near demigod power for beast souls united into a single, towering phantom, ready to crush anything in its path. Facing this overwhelming might, Su Yuan launched his strongest counterattack. With Fujia's preparations in place, he executed the more refined domain of the wild god's sacred eye. The energy of the heavens and earth within 100 miles was fully harnessed, as the newly enlivened elements reverted to desert, splitting into two torrents of spiritual energy and blood force. The Dragon Maiden, Northern Snow Phoenix, and Abyssal which stood at the forefront. The Northern Snow Phoenix unfurled its ice-blue wings, with the spectral image of the Snow Emperor looming behind, transforming the desert into a world of ice and snow in an instant. The mythic Snow Emperor's peerlessness combined with the mythic Ice Phoenix's divine sealing, interweaving countless threads of ice to freeze time and space. Gong Jing's beast soul giant swung a mighty fist, shattering the ice barrier under the force of the void god's power, yet buying Su Yuan a crucial moment. The Dragon Maiden soared into the sky, unleashing the domain of the demon dragon blaze with enhanced spiritual energy. As a Munfaltier being, she seemed to be on the brink of a higher realm. The mythic illusory Red Lotus and the fusion demon blaze Red Lotus bloomed simultaneously, with 128 crimson lotuses unfurling in the sky. Each lotus had 12 layers of petals, expanding from palm's eyes to 100 paces wide. The fusion of demon fire and dragon flame created a dazzling yet deadly spectacle. Meanwhile, another surge of blood force was fully infused into the body of the red jasmine. The heaven-splitting divine annihilation, a fearsome killing move renowned on the battlefield, draws its power directly proportional to the wielder's life force. At this moment, an overwhelming surge of vitality floods into Hong Mo's body, and the death scythe and the blood-weeping blade in her hands weave a crimson and ebony mist in the air. This energy coalesces into an unprecedented god-slaying blade, making all who witness it feel their souls tearing and lives searing. It is a force capable of burying deities, a purgatory of life, an apocalyptic howl. Su Yuan unleashed his most powerful attack, the mythical heaven-splitting divine annihilation. He harnessed the forces of nature and the collective power of his beasts, complemented by the eerie demonic fire from his netherworld demon eyes. Within him, 220,000 stars whirled madly as his two beasts drained his vast star power, forming an ethereal beast soul strike of the Red Lotus and the god-slaying blade. The spectators outside the secret realm were struck speechless with shock. This far surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary 4-star beastmaster. Even a 6-star beastmaster, not at their peak, would crumble under this strike. This was a life-and-death duel among prodigies, where the victor reigns supreme, and the defeated fades into obscurity. This was the decisive battle between Su Yuan and Gong Jing. The mountain-like beast soul crashed down, the red and white Red Lotus continuously exploding above it. The god-slaying blade accurately severed the beast soul that Gong Jing had summoned in the ethereal realm. Amidst the thunderous roar, the clash of the three forces unleashed a tempestuous gale, tearing the space apart with equal might. Ultimately, the beast soul dissipated, the Red Lotus extinguished, and the god-slaying blade vanished, as the explosion's light curtain engulfed everything. The few seconds of waiting felt like an eternity for everyone. As the light curtain gradually faded, people searched for survivors amidst the scorched earth. Finally, someone noticed something, a lone figure still standing on the charred ground. Look, Gong Jing is still standing. The screen dimmed, the dust settled. Yet Gong Jing's silhouette remained standing amidst the scorched earth. Outside the secret realm, Gong Yunhe stood up excitedly. That was his son. Even though nobility should prioritize family interests, blood is thicker than water, and he couldn't help but feel distressed. Gong Jing had forsaken his future as a beastmaster to gain the power of a pseudo-god, only to be pushed to a stalemate by Su Yuan, almost getting counterkilled. This left Gong Yunhe both shocked and fearful. Seeing Gong Jing alive, he and the other family heads Li Jianli, Ning Fenghong, Sun Wushua, Zhongzhua, Heng Jianghai, Yi Kanglin, and others all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally dead, they thought. Su Yuan, you have finally been killed. A mere 4-star beastmaster, having passed through 3 major trials and a domain-level assessment, still couldn't be defeated. Even the pseudo-god struggled against him. Had the nobles been slightly less prepared, they might have been counterkilled by Su Yuan. Yunhe, congratulations. Ning Fenghong was the first to offer congratulations. Congratulations to the Gong family for ridding us of the main villain. We will all remember this contribution. Li Jinli nodded in agreement. That's right, brother Yunhe. From now on, whether it's the distribution of benefits or anything else, the Gong family will be prioritized. As for Gong Jing's condition, there might still be a way to restore him. Others chimed in, agreeing that this year's new recruits and the Divine Palace Guard positions should all go to the Gong family. Gong Yunhe gladly accepted, already planning how to compensate his son. Suddenly, a cry broke the celebratory atmosphere. Look, something's wrong. There's someone in front of Gong Jing. Everyone quickly turned to the screen, only to see a figure they knew all too well and despised: Su Yuan. His hand had pierced through Gong Jing's chest, clutching his heart. The winner is Su Yuan. Gong Yunhe was stunned. His son, a pseudo-god. How could he lose to a 4-star beastmaster? That was the power of a beast soul only a demigod could possess. How did Su Yuan, without a primordial path, beast soul, or pseudo-god status, manage to deflect that fatal blow? As the dust fully settled, the scene became clearer. Su Yuan held Gong Jing's heart in one hand, while the other gripped the blood-cry blade against Gong Jing's neck, ready to take his life at any moment. Gong Yunhe spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Others hurriedly shouted, "Stop the match. We concede. As long as Su Yuan spares Gong Jing, the Gong family will agree to anything." But it was too late. Inside the secret realm, the dying Gong Jing laughed. "Yuan, Su Yuan, you're terrifying." Su Yuan remained expressionless. "I didn't choose to be your enemy. You insisted on troubling me. Rest assured, those who dare to draw their swords against me, I will give them a swift end." The blood-cry blade swept across, Gong Jing's head fell, and his heart burst. The outcome of the Beastmaster tournament was decided, with the laurels belonging to Dawn Academy. Yet this honor felt particularly heavy. Zhang Jin and Zuoqing couldn't smile, for people would always remember the Dawn Academy students who turned against them. This glory was entirely earned by Su Yuan alone. Wang Yang, however, jumped up excitedly. "We're rich. Cousin, our Wan family has turned the tables. With odds of 6 to 1, and a bet of 500 pieces of heavenly treasures, we've leaped from the poorest to a mid-tier family in Dawn City." Zhang Yingji breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, my Zhang family's assets are safe." Then he angrily said to Wang Yang, "You used my Zhang family's treasures to gamble. I demand double the interest." The public was even more jubilant. Chants of "Su Yuan, Su Yuan" swept through Dawn City like a tidal wave. A hero emerging from the slums, proving once again that talent knows no birthright. Meanwhile, Su Yuan was oblivious to the outside world's reaction, simply letting out a long breath. If not for Long Yao's sudden inspiration to enhance his skills, this fierce battle would have been hard to call. And this was only a pseudo-god. The gap to a demigod was already so vast. Defeating Gong Jing meant that the championship title of this Beast Master tournament was now beyond anyone's reach but Su Yuan's. Although competitors from the 10,000 Beasts Academy and the Royal Academy were not yet eliminated, witnessing Su Yuan single-handedly take on an alliance of 400 and defeat a 4-star Warvoid god left no one daring to challenge him. Ouyang Lu from the Royal Academy took a glance from afar and led his companions to tear off their armbands and leave. Similarly, Wan Chang from the 10,000 Beasts Academy kept his promise to remain a spectator and departed shortly after. In the vast Ziwei Star Celestial Pool, only Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui remained. Ouyang Shui rushed forward and hugged Su Yuan tightly, her voice quivering slightly. "You scared me to death. Didn't you say it would be fine?" Su Yuan gently patted her back to comfort her. There, it's all good now, isn't it? I didn't expect my opponent to be a void god. It was indeed a narrow victory. Your Highness, let's talk about this later. We have important matters to attend to right now." The important matter referred to the Ziwei Star Celestial Pool. It not only had the power to alter the essence of stars, but could also compress them into a more advanced form. Given that they were under public scrutiny, excessive intimacy was inappropriate. Ouyang Shui suddenly remembered that others were watching and quickly released Su Yuan. She thought that by now, the entire city probably knew, but it didn't matter. Compared to the possibility of losing Su Yuan forever, such troubles were insignificant. Su Yuan said, "Your Highness, please go in first. If we go in together, I might drain the celestial pool, and you wouldn't get much star power." Recalling the last time he caused the Wan family to incur heavy debts, he felt no need to hold back this time, especially since the secret realm was managed by the Gong family. However, out of respect for the favor received from the Ziwei Emperor's star, he would refrain from exhausting the realm completely. Ouyang Shui nodded and entered the celestial pool to absorb the star power. The star power of the Ziwei star was indeed extraordinary. The pale purple waves compressed her 400 light blue stars, doubling their power, and any stars she absorbed in the future would maintain this fundamental transformation. After Ouyang Shui finished absorbing and left, Su Yuan jumped into the celestial pool alone. His Dantian Star Palace acted like a massive black hole, greedily absorbing the star power. The Ziwei Emperor star was truly worthy of its name, with a vast capacity, and the pool's depth exceeded that of the Yaoguang celestial pool by 100-fold. Just as Su Yuan was about to leave, the phantom of the elder from the Ziwei Emperor star appeared again. "Young friend, wait." The elder promised that if Su Yuan agreed to visit any of the moon's secret realms, he would be given a treasure useful for ascending to a demigod. With that, a six-pointed star pendant fell into Su Yuan's hand, emitting a pale purple wave and containing the same indestructible origin power as Su Yuan's divine body. Su Yuan stored the pendant, planning to seek a breakthrough in the moon's secret realm in a few days. As he tore off his armband and was transported to the central square of Dawn City, the tense atmosphere around him immediately put him on alert. The atmosphere was indeed unusual. The nobles glared at Su Yuan with eyes full of fury, which was understandable after all. He had not only thwarted their schemes and beheaded Gong Jing, but also reaped significant rewards from the Ziwei Emperor's star secret realm, and publicly claimed victory over the dignity of the Sacred Beast Academy. At that moment, an angry shout pierced the silence. "Su Yuan, you dare kill my son. I demand your life." The voice belonged to Gong Yunhe, Gong Jing's father. He had just regained consciousness and immediately saw Su Yuan returning victorious and triumphant from the secret realm. In a fit of rage, a beast soul star array manifested behind him, its power far surpassing that of Gong Jing's. With the array's support, Gong Yunhe gathered a golden spear light in his hand, ready to pierce Su Yuan's head at any moment. Just as Gong Yunhe was about to strike, Ning Xian intervened. A white sword light appeared in front of Gong Yunhe. "Gong Yunhe, life and death duels are destined by the heavens. The winner takes all, the loser eats dust. What, can't you handle losing?" Gong Yunhe, like a madman who had lost his mind, recklessly swung the golden light towards Su Yuan, but Ning Xian swiftly blocked him. The two immediately clashed. Seeing this, Li Jinli and Ning Fenghong ascended into the air, while Zhang Yingji from the Zhang family and Ing Yunzhang, a leader of the citizen class, also joined the fray. Suddenly, a golden Buddha's shadow appeared in the sky, its massive hand pressing the frenzied Gong Yunhe to the ground with a thunderous crash. The king's shadow appeared and declared, "Gong Yunhe, a life and death duel was agreed upon beforehand. So why are you causing trouble again? Do you think I am non-existent? Accept your loss graciously. If you desist now, I will overlook the pain of your son's death. But if you make another move, you'll be opposing me." The subdued Gong Yunhe seemed to calm his fury, sorrowfully saying, "I beg the king's forgiveness." Su Yuan watched all this silently. This spectacle was quite interesting despite having over a dozen sons, and even though Gong Jing was the favorite, losing control in such a setting was unlikely. As the head of a noble family, family interests always outweighed personal losses. This sudden madness was probably a test of the king's strength. After losing the Nine Dragons Cauldron, the nobles were eager to gauge the king's power. Judging by the helpless expressions of Li Jinli and Ning Fenghong, without the Nine Dragons Cauldron, even these demigods combined couldn't rival the king. After Gong Yunhe conceded, he cast a vicious glance at Su Yuan before being helped away. With the king's firm intervention resolving the incident, Su Yuan was officially declared the undisputed champion of the Beast Master Tournament. The demigods returned to their seats, and Su Yuan thanked the three who had come to his aid, receiving knowing smiles in return. Subsequently, the king's shadow publicly announced, "Su Yuan of Dawn Academy." Su Yuan stepped forward and bowed. "Su Yuan is here." The king nodded and declared, "I hereby announce that the champion of this Beast Master Tournament is Su Yuan from Dawn Academy. The military law department is ordered to award any superior heavenly treasure artifact, a slot in the Royal Moon Secret Realm, a residence in the Central District, the title of Beast Master Tournament Champion, and 10,000 gold coins. The Education Department is ordered to allocate next year's Beast Master resources. Dawn Academy 50, Sacred Beast Academy 25, Myriad Beast Academy 15, Royal Academy 10. Su Yuan, in addition, You may make any reasonable request, and I shall fulfill it. The rewards were indeed generous. No wonder Dawn Academy valued the tournament so highly. Securing half of the education department's resource allocation alone would allow students to purchase heavenly materials and beast eggs at lower prices, accelerating their growth. For Su Yuan personally, the additional superior heavenly treasure artifact would be his third. The central district property was always in high demand, and the moon's secret realm slot was timely. As for the gold coins, they were insignificant to Su Yuan, who had already seized Li Jinli's family fortune. Su Yuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, to be honest, I have formed a private army called the Su Family Army. While I am the Grand Commander, they lack formal status and a base, often feeling illegitimate. Therefore, I request Your Majesty's permission to incorporate them into the official ranks. It would be ideal if they could be affiliated with the Beast Master Guild, rather than the Military Law Department. Of course, direct subordination to Your Majesty would also be acceptable." This request carried significant implications. With official status, the Su family army would become a legitimate armed force in Dawn City, and the nobles would not dare to ambush them in the wilderness without violating city laws. Being affiliated with the Beast Master Guild would give face to Zhang Yingji and others, while avoiding the constraints of the Military Law Department, controlled by the first and second princes, which was crucial for the Su family army's future development. The king's shadow pondered for a moment before slowly uttering a single word. "Granted." The moment the human king's approval was announced, the atmosphere in the entire venue froze. The expressions of the high-ranking beast tamers present changed dramatically, with astonishment and contemplation flickering in their eyes. The Su family army, a troop formed from the remnants of the Shilio guards, had finally received formal recognition and status, directly under the jurisdiction of the Beast Tamers Guild. This decision elevated Su Yuan, once seen as a lone figure, to a position of significant influence in Dawn City. With over 3,000 members, the Su family army's strength was formidable, boasting 4 6-star beast tamers, along with nearly 1,000 4-star and 5-star tamers. Such a lineup is a force to be reckoned with anywhere, especially considering their predecessor, the Shilio Guards, ranked 6th among the 10 noble guards. Suddenly, everyone recalled a startling event. Su Yuan's feat of using green bean cakes as a substitute for precious resources to achieve a breakthrough in the secret realm. This revelation made them gasp in shock. If this method worked for others, it meant the Su family army could achieve breakthroughs without the costly resources, saving at least a third of their expenses. Su Yuan, that clever young man, has quite the plan up his sleeve, many thought to themselves. The nobles, although they wished to eliminate Su Yuan on the spot, found themselves lacking the confidence to oppose the human king now that they had lost the 9-dragon cauldron. The battle with the Red Heart bandits not only destroyed the cauldron, but also shook the foundations of the nobles. For now, they had to put their plans against Su Yuan on hold. Just a single Su Yuan won't be a real threat until he reaches the demigod realm, the nobles consoled themselves. Without over a decade of beast-taming research, breaking through to demigod is just a pipe dream. Look at Yi Ho. After reaching 6-star beast tamer in a year and a half, he's been stuck for 2.5 years. The faces of the two princes, Ouyang He and Ouyang Qing, were particularly grim. The military tribunal had always been under their alternating control, but with Su Yuan now part of the Beast Tamers Guild, they could no longer restrain him effectively. What worried them even more was Su Yuan's clear support for their sister, Ouyang Shui, thwarting their plans to marry her off and reduce competition for the throne. Zhang Yingji, the president of the Beast Tamers Guild, was visibly pleased. Gaining a self-sufficient force for free, what's not to like? The demigod from the commoner class, Ing Yun, also nodded in approval, seeing this as a way to strengthen the voice of commoners in Dawn City. Watching all this, Su Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. The human king's decisive approval surely had deeper implications, but regardless, it was a win-win for both the commoners and the royal family. Just as he was about to contemplate the future of the Su family army, he suddenly remembered the presence of a mind reader and quickly gathered his thoughts. As the silhouette of the human king faded, it marked the end of the Beast Tamers tournament. To avoid being besieged by questions, Su Yuan had already arranged with Ouyang Shui to be escorted away by the royal knights. Although the audience had countless questions, Su Yuan's performance in the secret realm was enough to make him famous in Dawn City. The legendary deeds of Su Yuan caused an unprecedented sensation in Dawn City. From the immortal origin to his eye techniques, bypassing rare treasures for breakthroughs, enduring the 3 great domain-level trials, battling 400 opponents alone, to challenging the Void God across levels, each tale spread like wildfire through the streets. His ambiguous relationship with the princess and the various incidents at Dawn Academy became hot topics of gossip. To ordinary people, Su Yuan was always seen as a humble yet exceptionally talented young man. When he was abandoned by the students of Dawn Academy during the Beast Master tournament, enraged citizens spontaneously gathered at the academy gates, expressing their discontent with indescribable graffiti, leaving Zhu Qing and Zhang Jin almost fainting upon their return. With Su Yuan's triumph in the Beast Master tournament, The entire eastern district erupted in celebration. His victory was the talk of the town, and people flocked to his home, turning it into a place of pilgrimage. Restaurants, taverns, and tea houses offered free services, allowing the hardworking citizens to revel in this historic moment for Dawn City. Everywhere, discussions about Su Yuan could be heard. Parents used him as a role model, urging their children to diligently practice beast mastery and aspire to become a genius like him. As night fell, tens of thousands of lanterns slowly ascended into the sky, adorning the night with a dreamlike glow. This was not only a traditional way of celebration, but also a symbol of people's hopes for the coming year, wishing for peace and prosperity in Dawn City and a brighter future. As Su Yuan finished his paperwork and walked out with Ouyang Shui, they were greeted by the spectacle of floating lights. In the glow of the brilliant lanterns, they paused to appreciate the rare moment of tranquility. Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui called softly. Don't go back to school tonight. What? Come to my palace. I'll host you tonight. Then I gratefully accept your invitation. Su Yuan gazed at the exquisite pastries laid out before him, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Was this what the princess meant by hospitality? He couldn't help but feel a bit let down after his high expectations. Ouyang Shui, noticing the disdain in Su Yuan's eyes, cleared her throat and explained, "The chef here is the most renowned in the city, so don't underestimate him. Besides, as a princess, I can't be too casual about these things." She paused, then added playfully, "Of course, if you're really looking for better treatment, maybe you should consider proposing?" Su Yuan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Propose? Her father was the king of men who would dare bring up such a notion unless they were a demigod? But then again, some things aren't solely dependent on strength. Opportunities favor those who are prepared. Still weary from a recent battle, Su Yuan decided to shelve the topic for now, not wanting it to affect his state of mind. Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui spoke softly, "You've only been here a month and you're already graduating. That's quite rare. What are your plans afterward?" Her question brought Su Yuan back to the present. The Beastmaster tournament had ended, marking the end of what was akin to a campus recruitment process in modern society. Once his classmates were assigned their posts, they would leave the academy, with only a few administrative tasks remaining. The whirlwind month at the academy had flown by. Two things, Su Yuan replied after a moment's thought. First, I need to reorganize the Su family army to enhance its combat effectiveness. Second, I intend to make good use of the Beastmaster group slots given by Zhuqing, as per your suggestion, to expand our influence. He hadn't worked out the details yet. A sly gleam appeared in Ouyang Shui's eyes. Then, does Commander Su need someone to manage your assets, handle internal affairs, and plan for the future? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he lacked. Although he had modern knowledge, he lacked the practical experience to apply it effectively. Ouyang Shui's hint couldn't have been clearer. He immediately stood and adopted a respectful stance. "Your Highness, I humbly request you to take on the role of Chief Steward for Internal Affairs. Would you honor me with your acceptance?" Ouyang Shui feigned modesty, coughing lightly. "Since you ask so earnestly, I suppose I can reluctantly agree. Then, Your Highness," Su Yuan asked sincerely, "how should I go about securing assets to sustain the Su family army and the Sunto-formed Beastmaster group? While I have some savings, relying on them indefinitely isn't a sustainable strategy." Ouyang Shui, fully aware that Su Yuan likely had substantial resources, suspected his involvement in the theft of the Li family's treasury. She responded nonchalantly, "First, let me know what assets you have so I can help you plan." Su Yuan leaned in and whispered, "Not much, just 900,000 gold coins, 4.2 million silver coins, 200 million copper coins, plus 735 pieces of heavenly treasure materials, 8,000 pieces of earthly treasure materials, 18 heavenly treasure artifacts, 300 earthly treasure artifacts, and 800 high-grade Beastmaster eggs." Ouyang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. "You call that not much? Did you rob the Dawn Exchange?" She was stunned by his wealth, nearly a fifth of the royal treasury's size. "You're richer than I am. I was even considering using my private funds to help you out." She then realized, "You're the mastermind behind the Li family treasury heist, aren't you?" She stared at Su Yuan for a long moment until he shifted uncomfortably, then sighed. "With that much money, it seems you could live lavishly for years without needing to invest in assets." Su Yuan shook his head. "This fortune was ill-gotten and needs to be laundered through your hands, Your Highness." Ouyang Shui frowned thoughtfully. "Keep the materials, artifacts, and Beastmaster eggs for building your forces. Give me half of the money, and I'll convert it into legitimate assets and income for you." She elaborated, "The Beastmaster trade is highly lucrative. The coastal area in the northern district of Dawn City is a renowned commercial zone. I can use the funds to lend to the Craftsman's Guild under my name, securing new technology patents and high-level craftsman resources due to my status. Then, by acquiring maritime trade rights, we could establish a factory for artifact production and a mining company. Buying a dedicated port and a fleet of 100 three-masted ships, We could transport artifacts and minerals to the Golden City via sea routes, and simultaneously engage in shipping, ensuring substantial profits. Su Yuan listened, astonished. This was clearly a well-thought-out plan, meticulously combining the strengths and trade routes of various human cities. I can't believe you didn't plan this all along, Ouyang Shui said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. She gently stroked the table and continued, I've been nurturing these ideas since I was 10, but in the past, I lacked the financial support and was too busy striving for more significant power to implement them. Now with you, I can finally focus on bringing these plans to life. Hearing this, Su Yuan nodded repeatedly, his expression resolute as he said, Everything is in your hands, Your Highness. The two of them delved into the details of the plan late into the night. They were now inextricably linked, sharing both honor and disgrace. Su Yuan placed complete trust in Ouyang Shui, handing over the funds without hesitation. Although Ouyang Shui was mentally prepared, when the substantial sum was finally in her possession, it still felt somewhat surreal. Even more touching was the profound trust that came with it. Rest assured, Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui solemnly promised, You are my sky, and one day, I will make you a king. The next morning, Ouyang Shui set off for the northern district with her team to begin their work. Su Yuan was also busy on his end. The location for the Su family army's base had been approved, situated less than 10 miles outside the city. All members of the Su family army had completed their release procedures. The choice of this base location was truly ingenious, worthy of a king's handiwork. Although outside the city, its proximity meant that any ill-intentioned nobles would be deterred. If they sought to harm Su Yuan, the distance was too risky. Su Yuan could quickly retreat into the city, leaving them at a disadvantage. Yet, if they chose to do nothing, they would be tormented by watching Su Yuan's activities just outside the city, a frustration that could drive anyone mad. At that moment, the Su family army was assembled in formation at the base, awaiting the opening ceremony. When Su Yuan arrived, he saw that Su Xian had already arranged everyone neatly. As the soldiers spotted Su Yuan, their eyes immediately shone with gratitude and excitement, and they whispered in awe, Look, the commander is here. Commander? A gasp erupted from the crowd, quickly followed by waves of admiration. Our Lord is mighty. To defeat a void god as a mere 4-star beast master, what unparalleled strength! Someone exclaimed excitedly. The crowd buzzed with discussions, some praising Su Yuan's disregard for conventional breakthroughs, while others felt ashamed for their previous doubts. Observing this, Su Xian promptly commanded silence. Quiet! Our Lord has just arrived, and it's time for his address. The Su family army demonstrated remarkable discipline and fell silent immediately. Standing on the platform, Su Yuan surveyed the newly established base. True to his word, the King of Men had ensured the completion of the training grounds, beast arenas, and other facilities, all set up within a day with the help of a professional beast management company. Clearing his throat, Su Yuan began his speech. Today marks the opening ceremony of the Su family army's base. I once promised to share the secret of breakthroughs with you all, and I believe you are now aware of it. I, Su Yuan, have always been honest and will not withhold knowledge. More importantly, with the support of Her Highness the Third Princess, we no longer have to worry about resource shortages. Su Xian, here, at your command, my lord. Explain the previous allocations for the Shilio Guard. Su Xian promptly detailed the Shilio Guard's compensation structure. Ordinary soldiers received a monthly salary of 5 silver coins, beast masters earned 1 gold coin, with higher ranks receiving better benefits, up to 50 gold coins for deputy commanders and 100 gold coins for commanders. There were also allocations of natural treasures, ranging from 1 earth treasure for ordinary beast masters to a medium heaven treasure for commanders. The total monthly expenditure for the army amounted to 3,300 gold coins, 2,750 earth treasures, and 15 heaven treasures. Su Yuan calculated his reserves and smiled confidently. Rest assured, everyone. Follow me, Su Yuan, and your current benefits will remain intact. This statement caused an uproar, with everyone's eyes gleaming with delight. After all, when they first joined, they were prepared for a life of hardship. This unexpected turn of events was truly exhilarating. Everything you could ever want. The promise echoed through the hall, causing a stir among the crowd. People realized that with such a pledge, even breakthroughs requiring rare treasures wouldn't be out of reach anymore. Suddenly, a voice broke out in tears from the crowd. Our Lord. He's helping us regain our dignity in front of our families. The voice was thick with emotion. Su Yuan was about to speak, but the understanding in the eyes of those around him stopped him. A man with wealth is a man of worth. Without it, life is hard. Following our Lord, we can reclaim our honor and provide for our families. The elderly Su Xian slowly stepped forward, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Do you think our Lord's intentions end there? His voice was steady and powerful. When the king granted our Lord any request, what did he choose? He fought for our formal recognition, integrating us into the Beastmaster Guild. This not only restored our honor, but also placed us under the protection of Dawn City's laws, shielding us from noble oppression. Su Yuan wanted to explain that it was merely for convenience, but Su Xian had already knelt. Today marks the inauguration of our garrison, the moment we become our lord's sharp edge. As if rehearsed, everyone knelt in unison, declaring in a single voice, "We pledge to be the sword in our lord's hand, to vanquish all foes. We vow to be the shield before him, to protect him at all costs." The princess, being our lord's beloved, is also our mistress. Seeing the fervent gaze of the crowd, Su Yuan sighed inwardly. So be it. The goal is achieved. He spoke with a deep voice. Very well. I accept your oath. Now, all ordinary soldiers, follow me. From today, every member of the Su family army will become a Beastmaster. As for the 4-star combat Beastmasters, I don't want to see any Starfall of L existences by tonight. Su Yuan's declaration was like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone present utterly shocked. The ordinary soldiers, who were not beast tamers, were especially moved. Their usual pay was a mere 5 silver coins, barely enough to cover basic living expenses, even after Su Yuan had reinstated their previous benefits. Now, Su Yuan announced that even ordinary people could become beast tamers. My lord, is this true? Someone asked, their voice trembling. This revelation came from Su Yuan's epiphany after his battle with Gong Jing. He discovered that even abandoned beasts without mythical bloodlines could be activated. While this might not be of much use to a genius like him, for ordinary people, it was undoubtedly a chance to change their destiny. According to his estimation, discarded E and F grade beasts could mostly be elevated to grade, with a few reaching grade. Of course it's true. Su Yuan nodded firmly. While I can't guarantee that every beast will become incredibly powerful, raising them to grade is entirely possible. With a grade beast, you can at least become a 3-star beast tamer. Upon hearing this, thousands of ordinary soldiers were moved to tears. For those who struggled to get by on their meager wages, becoming a 3-star beast tamer meant a completely new life. It wasn't just about making ends meet. It was an opportunity for their entire family to rise in social standing. Thud. In unison, the crowd dropped to their knees in gratitude. Stand up. Su Yuan immediately commanded. A man's knees are as valuable as gold. You are part of the Su family army, and this is your rightful due. Even the existing beast tamers couldn't help but admire Su Yuan's vision and generosity, which far surpassed that of any noble family leader. They were also eager to know more about Su Yuan's earlier promise to elevate a 4-star beast tamer's Starfall grade beasts to Moonfall grade within a day. Su Yuan didn't offer much explanation but swiftly set up a camp. He worked alone in a tent for over 3 hours, eventually upgrading the abandoned beasts of 1,500 ordinary soldiers. When these beasts regained their vitality, most reached grade, some achieved grade, and one even attained grade. The soldier who received the Scrade beast was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly fainted. For everyone, a beast with combat capabilities meant a foundation for growth and the hope of reaching higher levels. All right, Su Yuan said with a smile. Form teams of 30 and head to the Dawn Forest to hunt saber-toothed pigs and white pythons. I trust you don't need me to lead you there? While Su Yuan could have directly taught them the simplified version of the sunbathing beast power, he preferred that these adults earn their future through their own efforts. The spirit of battle burned fiercely in everyone's hearts, and the morale of over 1,000 soldiers was completely revitalized. They were no longer the downtrodden members of the other noble guards, but hopeful members of the Su family army. As night fell and stars dotted the sky, Su Yuan surveyed his surroundings and declared loudly, "All 4-star beast tamers, summon your Starfall of L beasts immediately. Follow me to a certain location, while the rest of you stay here. Once we return, you will begin your mission, seize noble titles, grab tasks, and take anything that can be taken." "Yes, sir." The resounding response echoed powerfully. Everyone understood clearly that Su Yuan had already given them so much, and they could not continue to rely solely on their lord's support. Fighting for Su Yuan meant showcasing their strongest abilities. 1,500 4-star beast tamers swiftly summoned 6,000 Starfall of L beasts, creating an awe-inspiring sight. The tamers instructed their companions to follow Su Yuan's lead. Su Yuan led this massive beast force under the starry sky. This unit originally belonged to the Lu family's Star Secret Realm, distinct from other noble guards. While other guards possessed Sun and Moon Secret Realms and had an advantage in 5-star and 6-star numbers, the unique feature of the Shi Lu Guard was that all members were 4-star beast tamers, which meant their Starfall of L beast core star progress was nearing the critical point. In just a few hours, most of the beasts had pushed their star progress to the limit. Su Yuan, no longer needing to manage everything personally, took out 6,000 green bean cakes he had purchased from the city. The beasts, now intelligent, understood the gesture, and each enjoyed a piece once they reached the breakthrough point. By the time the morning sun cast its light over the Su family army's camp, people witnessed a breathtaking scene. In the distance, a figure was slowly returning, followed by a full 6,000 beasts that had advanced to the meteor moon level. The sight was so astonishing that onlookers had to rub their eyes to believe it. 6,000 meteor moon-level beasts. Such a scale was beyond the reach of any noble guard, and even the Starfall of El couldn't compare to this number. The transformation overnight left all the 4-star beast masters in awe. Su Yuan not only accomplished what seemed impossible, but he also exceeded their wildest expectations. The Su family army had now surpassed the elite units of the noble Tin Guards, such as the Taoli Guard, the Shungu Guard, and the Ingning Guard. Although these units might have a slight advantage at the sunset level, they were far outnumbered at the crescent moon level. The 4-star beast masters present were now comparable to 5-star strength, leaving everyone in speechless amazement. A mix of excitement, disbelief, and reverence filled their hearts. Our master's actions are of great significance to the brothers, Su Xian exclaimed excitedly. 6,000 crescent moon-level beasts. Now, forget about the nobles daring to plot against us. If we don't give them a hard time, it's our own failure. These words instantly ignited the crowd's fighting spirit. The tide had turned. If the Su family army encountered any of the noble Tin Guards in the wild, a mere 30 members could field at least 120 crescent moon-level beasts. In contrast, the noble Tin Guards were a mixture of gold, fallen star, and crescent moon levels, and even if they had more sunset-level beasts, they couldn't match this power. Master, give us the order, the crowd shouted fervently. Those nobles who sold out our dignity and honor, and even plotted against our master, let us face them heedin. The east and north of the city are now the territory of the Su family army. The situation was urgent. Out of the 336 areas in the Dawn Forest, nearly all had been divided. The City Guard, the Mountain Camp, and the Beastmaster Guild had seized 186 areas. The Royal Knights and Heaven Camp held 110 areas, while the Chaotic Noble 9 Guards and Wave and Sea Camps had only 40 areas. Each area spanned 10 miles and was rich in quality timber, medicinal herbs, and edible beasts. Now, all eyes were on the larger Eagle's Ravine, which could be divided into 512 areas. Although it lacked fine wood, it was abundant in rare metals like black gold and red gold, as well as numerous natural treasures. Given that Ouyang Shui's business relied on transporting local minerals to Golden City, capturing Eagle's Ravine was a pressing matter for Su Yuan. Su Xian, how do we seize territory? Su Yuan asked. Master, to claim an area, Su Xian explained, one must eliminate the most threatening beast within, intimidate the others, map out the complete geography, and station a regular army detachment. Then, you can declare it yours. In that case, I seem to be at a disadvantage, Su Yuan mused. I have 50 detachments of beasts, and if I exclude the guards I can't deploy, I can only claim 50 areas? That's actually quite a lot, Su Xian replied. In the Noble 9 Guards, getting 20 areas for one guard is considered good. Look at the Dawn Forest. One guard only got 3 areas, that's truly meager. No, Su Yuan said decisively. This is too good an opportunity to miss. During the pioneering period, it's often the easiest time to profit. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and then said to Su Xian, given the combat strength of our Su family army, do we really need a whole battalion to guard one area? Su Xian's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in agreement. You're absolutely right, my lord. With your support, the fighting power of our 3 squads is equivalent to that of a full battalion. Turning to the assembled soldiers, he shouted in a loud voice, brothers, tonight we march to Yingqijian. Fight with all your might. Our target is to capture 150 territories. Do you understand? Only by seizing these many areas can we repay our lord's kindness. Hearing this number, Su Yuan was taken aback. I was actually thinking that 80 would be enough, but you've set the target at 150? His eyes brightened. If we can really achieve this, the resources and treasures from so many territories could support another Su family army. By the way, I still have one more Beastmaster Corps slot available. I need to recruit quickly. Since there's no limit on the number of people in this Beastmaster Corps, I'll form a reinforced unit. Su Xian immediately summoned 3 individuals. Deputy Commanders Su Fei, Su Chong, and Su Yi, come and greet our lord. The 3 men saluted Su Yuan in unison. Su Xian continued, my lord, these are the 3 deputy commanders of our Su family army, all with the strength of 6-star Beastmasters. We'll handle the front line and ensure we live up to your expectations. Seeing his subordinates' enthusiasm, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. Great. I wish you all a triumphant return in advance. He then grew serious. The Su family army will be fully mobilized to seize territory and resources, but remember, Wan Camp, Mountain Camp, and the Beastmaster Guild are my allies. Avoid conflicts with them unless absolutely necessary. Our main target is the Noble 9 Guards. Additionally, the Beastmaster Corps slot I have will come in handy. If you make a name for yourselves on the front line, I can recruit more personnel in Dawn City. Once our reputation reaches Dawn City, I guarantee I can bring in 1,000 beast masters to support you. Upon hearing this, the 1,000 soldiers of the Su family army shouted in unison, "Rest assured, my lord, we will not let you down." After the mighty Su family army set off, Su Yuan immediately returned to Dawn City. He had hoped for some downtime after the Beast Master tournament, but found himself busy once again. The task of finding 1,000 Beast Masters weighed heavily on his shoulders, prompting him to carefully consider potential allies. Several names came to mind: Ouyang Shui, Zhuo Qing, Old Wan, and Zhang Yingji. Ouyang Shui was clearly out of the question, as her personnel were fully occupied with industrial layouts in the northern district, covering sectors like trade, factories, mining companies, and shipping crews. She indeed saved Su Yuan a lot of trouble by managing these industries. Had he done it himself, it would have taken him at least a month. After much thought, Su Yuan decided to approach Zhuo Qing first. Conveniently, he needed to return to Dawn Academy to complete his graduation formalities. Dawn Academy churns out hundreds, if not thousands, of graduates every year, resulting in tens of thousands of alumni over the years. It's unlikely that all of them are employed by the Beast Master Guild or the City Guard. Surely, there are many skilled individuals currently without work. Su Yuan's return to the academy caused quite a stir. Lower-ranked Beast Masters looked at him with a mix of admiration and awe, only daring to watch from a distance. A group of girls secretly followed him, scattering like birds whenever he turned around, which left Su Yuan both amused and exasperated. As for the 4-star students, their poor performance in the tournament led to their graduation being postponed by Zhang Jing and Zhuo Qing, keeping them under Zhang Jing's direct supervision. When Su Yuan reached the vice principal's office, he found Zhuo Qing overwhelmed by a mountain of paperwork. The image crisis brought on by the tournament forced her to engage in public relations efforts with the Dawn Gazette, a publication she normally wouldn't bother with. Hearing the knock, she responded with a hint of impatience. "Come in." Upon seeing Su Yuan, Zhuo Qing managed a weary smile. "Well, if it isn't our little genius. What brings you back to the academy today?" She felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that if it weren't for Su Yuan's extraordinary efforts in the tournament, the academy's reputation would have been severely tarnished. Su Yuan went straight to the point, explaining his purpose. Zhuo Qing dug through the records and, after half an hour, compiled a list of over 500 suitable candidates, aged between 28 and 45, mostly 4-star and 5-star beastmasters with experience in Eagle Sorrow Gorge. These people have their own reasons for being out of work, so convincing them won't be easy, Zhuo Qing cautioned. Su Yuan, confident, replied, "Tell them they'll be paid at the rate of 10 guards. A 4-star or 5-star beastmaster is typically at the level of a brigade leader or beastmaster group leader, so I can afford to pay them a few thousand gold coins a month." Zhuo Qing was stunned by this, wondering just how much wealth this young man had amassed. Nevertheless, she understood that with such a generous offer, it would be hard for anyone to refuse. Having secured Zhuo Qing's assistance, Su Yuan quickly made his way to the Wanyang residence. At that time, Wanyang was still reveling in the substantial profits from the Beast Master tournament, which had doubled the family fortune with 3,000 pieces of heavenly treasures. Coupled with good news from Dawn Forest, the Wan army expanded from 3,000 to 5,000 beastmasters, becoming a formidable force. Upon Su Yuan's arrival, Wanyang greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, my lucky star has arrived. Please, come in. Little Su, from now on, you are my brother. Next time you have a big project, don't forget Old Wan." Su Yuan gave him a disdainful look. "Cut the nonsense, Old Wan. I'm here because I need your help." Wanyang suppressed his greedy look, cleared his throat, and said, "What's up? Anything but asking for money is fine." Su Yuan couldn't help but reflect on how much Wanyang had changed since his bankruptcy. Once known for his generosity and chivalrous spirit, the transformation in his character was undeniable. "It's about the turf war at Yingqijian," Su Yuan said seriously. Upon hearing this, Wanyang immediately turned serious. He quickly ushered Su Yuan into the secret chamber of the Wan Familia, specially crafted room made from rare materials to prevent eavesdropping. "I know you have the Su family army. Are you here to borrow some men?" Wanyang got straight to the point. "Honestly, even though the Wan battalion has been reinforced with new recruits, we don't have any extras to lend you for the fight over Yingqijian." He detailed the current troop deployment. Nearly 1,000 people were needed to oversee the 62 districts in the Dawn Forest, and the remaining 4,000 had been dispatched to Yingqijian with the goal of capturing 80 districts. "You have 4,000 men for 80 districts," Su Yuan said nonchalantly, "while Su Xian has only 1,500 men to fight for 150 districts." Wanyang's eyes lit up. "Do you want to collaborate? Your Su family army, originally from the Shilio Guard, is quite strong. You should be able to take 30 districts. If we join forces, we might capture 120 districts." "Old Wan," Su Yuan said slowly, "we aim to take 150 districts." "What?" Wanyang choked on his tea, coughing uncontrollably. "Are you crazy? There are only just over 500 districts in total. Can you really take on the noble nine guards? Su Yuan calmly replied, our Su family army no longer has any Starfall of El Beastmasters. Huh. Wanyang was momentarily confused. Wasn't the Shilio Guard known for having the most Starfall of El Beastmasters? I've spent some time on it. Now, every member of the Su family army is at least Moonfall of El. The statement hit like a thunderclap. Wanyang was incredulous. What did you say? All Moonfall of El? That's right. I now have over 6,000 Moonfall of El Beastmasters. I won't sit idly by. I'm taking the initiative. Wanyang's fingers trembled slightly. His pride in the Wan battalion was suddenly dwarfed by the realization that it was less than a sixth of Su Yuan's force. Recalling Su Yuan's breakthrough during the Beastmaster tournament, he felt envious. I'll pay you. Help my Wan battalion achieve a collective breakthrough too. Su Yuan chuckled. Old Wan, you made a fortune during the Beastmaster tournament thanks to me. Consider it a favor owed. Bah, that was just compensation for you draining my family's Yaoguang's secret realm. That's not what I meant. I'm not interested in your little money, Su Yuan clarified. I want you to help me find people those retired Beastmasters from the Wan battalion. I'll pay them at the rate of the noble 10 guards. After some internal conflict, Wanyang slowly said, most of those who retired did so because their beasts suffered irreversible injuries. They have a bond with their beasts and won't abandon them. Even if they return, they won't contribute much to the fighting force. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. No injury, no matter how severe, is more serious than life and death, right? Tell them, regardless of how badly they're hurt, I can heal them. If they're willing to come, treatment is free. Really? Of course. When have I ever spoken empty words? My Su family army only has 1,500 Beastmasters, far less than your full-strength Wan battalion. I also have a Beastmaster regiment slot. I'm not worried about not having enough positions. I'm just worried you won't find enough people. Wanyang confidently held up 2 fingers and said, don't worry, if I can't gather the people, I'll give you the whole Wanzi camp. I'm just afraid you might not be able to handle so many people. Although he wasn't entirely sure how many he could rally, he assured Su Yuan that he could at least muster a few hundred. With the promises from Zhuoqing and Wanyang, Su Yuan decided not to seek help from Zhang Yingji. Although Zhang Yingji was technically his superior, as long as he could be self-sufficient, Zhang would have no grounds to interfere. Besides, once you ask for help, it creates a dilemma for the Beastmaster Guild in the future. Helping could harm their interests, while not helping could appear ungracious. Weighing the options, it was better to avoid complications. In the coming days, he planned to rest and await the good news from the Su family army at Eagle's Sorrow Ravine and updates from Zhuoqing and Wanyang. Eagle's Sorrow Ravine, located 400 miles from Dawn City, had long been a significant threat. However, ever since the 9 snakes were slain by the human king, the strongest beasts there were only at the sunset level, posing no challenge to humans. This time, Dawn City's army was deployed merely to seize resources and territory. All the Noble 9 guards, the Peach and Plum Guard, Divine Palace Guard, Eagle Tranquility Guard, Main Sect Guard, White Robe Guard, Wind Lu Guard, Eternal Guard, La Sun Guard, and Sky Watch Guard were present, engaging in a fierce territorial battle. Unexpectedly, a formidable force appeared in Eagle's Sorrow Ravine. This unusual group did not actively claim territory but instead shadowed the 9 guards. Whenever a team was about to secure land, they would suddenly appear, claiming they were there first. This audacious behavior unsettled the 9 guards, who were used to being the ones imposing their will. Now, they found themselves on the receiving end. Upon closer inspection, this group was identified as the former Shilio Guard, now the Su family army. Could they be relying on Su Yuan's growing power to challenge the 9 guards hidden? Naturally, the noble 9 guards were unwilling to back down, making conflict inevitable. However, the Su family army's combat prowess shocked everyone. The Divine Palace Guard, ranked 3rd in strength, was the first to face them. Once far superior to the Shilio Guard, they found themselves retreating in the face of the reformed Su family army. Furious, Divine Palace Guard leader Gong Andao shouted, Lu Xian, must you oppose the Divine Palace Guard? Su Xian replied coldly, first, my name is Su Xian now, not Lu Xian. Second, this territory was ours first. You're the ones trying to steal it. Gong Andao retorted, nonsense. We cleared the beasts here and mapped the area. Su Xian sneered. So what? You arrived on November 8th, while we stationed 3 people here on the night of the 7th. You just didn't notice. This statement left Gong Andao speechless. 3 people claiming a territory cleared by 600? Outrageous. He fumed. I don't care if you're Su or Lu. This is Gong family's land. Leave now, or else. This provoked Su Xian. How dare you insult my lord's name? Do you want to die? Brothers, can we swallow this insult? No. In an instant, 500 Su family soldiers appeared, each summoning their beasts, 2,000 Moonfall of El beasts in total. Although mostly at the beginner level, with a few intermediates, the sheer number was staggering. Gong Andao cursed inwardly, wondering when the Su family army gained such strength. Faced with overwhelming power, Gong On Dao had no choice but to retreat. However, Su Xian wasn't about to let him off easily. Apologize to my lord, or you won't leave today. Brothers, for our lord's honor, teach these scoundrels a lesson. 2,000 Munfalavel beasts clashed with over 2,000 beasts of varying strengths, with predictable results. The Divine Palace Guard fled in disgrace. Similar incidents repeatedly occurred in Eagle Sorrow Ravine. Areas that took other teams 2 days to secure were snatched by the Su family army at the last moment with absurd excuses claiming they were sleeping there, got lost, or even stopped for a break. Despite the ridiculous reasons, their formidable strength left others helpless. In just 3 or 4 days, the Su family army occupied 30 regions, more than all other forces combined. According to the rules, once a territory is claimed, further disputes would violate military law. The Su family army exploited this loophole, striking at the last moment, forcing the Noble Nine guards to convene and devise a strategy. News of these events quickly reached the Nine Elders Council in the western district of Dawn City. Gong Yunhe slammed the table in anger. How long must we tolerate this brat Su Yuan? His Su family army dares to trample the 9 great families. Moreover, reports indicate they have at least 3,000 Munfalavel beasts. Where did this power come from? Li Jianli advised, Yunhe, stay calm. It's crucial to remain rational, especially now. Clearly, Su Yuan is a pawn used by the Human King to test us. Without the 9-dragon cauldron, can we truly oppose the Human King? Gong Yunhe retorted. It's your fault for not guarding it properly, letting the Red Heart Thief group exploit the opportunity. Li Jianli countered, that's unfair. There were 2 demigods guarding it, and old Ning was present. How could the Red Heart Thief group succeed where demigods failed? Ning Fengheng intervened. Enough arguing. The Dragon King plan still needs 3 months. During this time, we must endure and avoid escalating the situation. Let's focus on finding legal ways to deal with the Su family army. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.